martial arts, alchemy, forging, talisman creation, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and even dating. Whatever you wish to learn, Master Meng shall impart his wisdom. He possesses a systematic approach, tailoring his teachings according to the hidden attributes of his students. During his lessons, all that is required of the students is to indulge in a blissful slumber, ensuring that the quality of their sleep is paramount. Under Master Meng's tutelage, a class of seemingly inadequate students embarks on a splendid path of transformation. Master Meng often asserts, talent is inconsequential, what truly matters is having a good teacher. Genius? The wastrels I have taught can easily trample over those so-called geniuses. Chapter 1. The Fearless Teacher. As the sole prestigious institution in Starlight City, Stardust Academy admits only those who are extraordinary, either affluent, influential, or supported by formidable backers. Should one lack these attributes, they must possess exceptional talent in at least one domain beyond the norm. Thus, students at Stardust Academy can be categorized into sponsored students, recommended students, and specially admitted students based on their entry criteria. Despite the high barriers to admission, countless scholars vie fervently for the limited spots each year. This fervor arises not solely from the Academy's effective teaching, but also from the opportunity to ascend to even more esteemed institutions for superior education. Stardust Academy stands as the singular advanced academy within Starlight City. With its advantageous student demographics, the institution has consistently nurtured countless talents over the centuries. It would not be an exaggeration to state that nearly half of the city's elite personnel hail from its ranks. Nestled to the east of Starlight City, Stardust Academy's grand entrance becomes visible after a brief half-hour stroll from the eastern gate. Spanning hundreds of acres, the Academy has evolved into a miniature city over centuries of construction, with various departments and ample facilities for education and cultivation. In the early morning, the gentle sunlight graces the Academy, awakening the colossal establishment. Young men and women brim with youthful vigor, bustling between the various divisions according to their schedules, embarking on a new day of learning. On the pathways, some stroll leisurely, while others, fearing tardiness due to oversleeping, dart hurriedly. Groups gather, preparing for diverse trials. The scene is vibrant, industrious, and harmonious. They represent the future of Starlight City, embodying the hopes of many. However, this serene atmosphere is soon disrupted. Suddenly, from an inconspicuous corner of the Academy, a thunderous and soul-stirring melody erupts, shattering the tranquility. Ah-ee-ah-ee-oh, ah-ee-ah-ee-oh, Jita, 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 G, the Jita, Jita, G, the Jita, Jita, G, ah-ee-oh, ah-ee-oh, ah-ee-oh. The peculiar tune, though not soaring, ignites a fervor within. Students traversing the pathways pause, displaying expressions of bemusement. The fearless teacher is at it again with his divine tunes. Someone scoffs, prompting a chorus of agreement. Indeed, I wonder which division is suffering this time? I heard it's the alchemy division today. Haha, those novice potion brewers. How long do you think they can endure? A single incense stick, perhaps? Come on, you're overestimating them. They can't last even that long. They should manage. I've heard this year's new students in the alchemy division have decent cultivation levels. Their cultivation is merely a product of pills. Their foundation is flimsy at best. I heard the last fearless teacher lasted a whole incense stick. Do you think the alchemy division's toxin-ridden bodies can compete with the new students from the martial arts division? I wager they won't last half an incense stick. True enough. The fearless teacher has indeed brought a lot of amusement to the Academy these past 3 months. Haha, is he here, just entertained? I can't wait to see him perform again. Absolutely, it's too hilarious, haha. As they reminisce about the scene, laughter erupts among the group. Nevertheless, the fearless teacher does possess some skills. Indeed, after his divine tunes for body refinement, I feel like my strength has significantly increased and my physique has become sturdier. Not long after, my elemental energy broke through. Yes, I felt that too. I heard he's just a junior teacher, but has participated in the Teacher's Hall assessment, almost passing. No way, really? Yeah. It said he cleared the first 3 trials but faced an incident just before the final assessment, leading him back to Starlight City. Wow, I didn't know you were such a gossip. Munger, come on, in this academy, is there anything I don't know? Being the big shot is no joke. Is that true? Do you have any intel from the arts division? Hee hee, that's a hot commodity. I have to have it. Hey bro, I called you my bro. You know, the 7 fairies profiles. Hurry up. Scram. With your sorry self. You dare to have thoughts about the 7 fairies? Just get to know them, bro. Yikes, you're disgusting. Given your looks, it'll give you a discount to the price. 10 mid-quality elemental stones. Why don't you go rob someone? Exactly, it's a heist. Take it or leave it. Fresh and hot intel. All right, deal. As their voices lowered, a group of gossiping students, fueled by excitement and intrigue, gradually wandered away. At this moment, the fearless teacher, as they referred to him, stood in a small training arena, furrowing his brow. Before him lay a dozen students, all crumpled on the ground, donned in light blue uniforms adorned with a delicate scarlet alchemical furnace newbies from the alchemy division. Your class is utterly pathetic in stamina. Can you not be any weaker? And you call yourselves the hope of the alchemy division? Bah! And to think you can't even last half an incense stick. The fearless teacher gazed at the fallen students, remaining silent for a moment before speaking with a hint of disdain. Young individuals are often sensitive to provocation. He knew from his past experience as a teacher that this simple tactic was remarkably effective. As expected, the fallen students' expressions shifted. Those who managed to enter Stardust Academy were, at least in some regard, the cream of the crop. They would not allow themselves to be looked down upon. With a swift motion, a handsome young man sprang up from the ground. His face flushed as he shouted, "Who can't do it? Who can't? Bring it on." "All right," the fearless teacher responded. "What's your name?" "Teacher, I'm Su Danhong." The fearless teacher was taken aback by the name Su Danhong. "How about I call myself Malachite Green?" "So, Su Danhong is the only real man here? The rest are all softies?" The fearless teacher's gaze drifted, laced with sarcasm. The new students, who had initially contemplated lingering on the ground for a bit longer, could no longer remain composed, and no one would admit to being a softie unless they truly were. With gritted teeth, the dozen young men struggled to their feet, gasping for air, glaring at the fearless teacher before them. "Good, not bad," the fearless teacher chuckled. The students felt as though a chill swept through them. The handsome visage that once appeared appealing now contorted into something loathsome. 3 rounds of divine tunes remain. Let's continue. Come, each of you take a practice stone, assume a horse stance, and focus on circulating your elemental energy. Begin. A-E-E-O, the celestial melody, once again resonates, and as the students gaze upon their teacher's face, which shifts through a myriad of expressions, they no longer find it amusing. The blood within them seems to surge, invigorated by the song, as it courses through their muscles, tendons, and skin. A multitude of sensations, pain, itchiness, soreness, and numbness overwhelm them, nearly causing them to falter. Unconsciously, they draw upon their internal energy to alleviate the peculiar discomfort permeating their bodies. Although they are aware that enduring this process will ultimately confer significant benefits to their physical forms, the discomfort is undeniably intense. Our future lies in becoming top-tier alchemists. Why must we endure this bodily refinement? Thus, a class passes in the trials of these alchemy students. Goodness, after every class, my face feels as though it's about to cramp. Truly, such a disquieting melody as anxiety is not something mere mortals can easily master. A refined and handsome young man strolls along the shaded path beneath the verdant trees, rubbing his nearly numbed face and inwardly lamenting. Among the myriad of classic songs from my past life, why is it that only this one possesses the efficacy for body refinement? What a calamity! If this continues, I fear I shall soon be struck by apoplexy. When will this ordeal come to an end? This young man is none other than our formidable teacher, whose true name is Meng Nan, styled Wu Dao. To be precise, Meng Nan is not a local in the conventional sense. He has experienced death once in his previous existence. He lived joyfully on Earth. Unlike this world dominated by martial prowess and a plethora of professions, that realm was entirely different, existing in a time of decline where cold weapons waned and firearms reigned supreme. With only information networks and technological civilization to speak of, the sole similarity to his current life is that he, too, was a proud educator, diligently toiling like an ox in the field of teaching and nurturing, experiencing both joy and sorrow. The sorrow stemmed from modest income and a life too stable, lacking in passion, while the joy arose from witnessing successive generations of students flourish under his guidance, stepping into society with a sense of fulfillment. However, beyond being a teacher, Meng Nan holds another identity. He is a direct descendant of the great sage Meng Ku, the true inheritor of the righteous Qi. Confucius once proclaimed, "I nurture my righteous Qi, vast and unyielding, by fostering it without harm. Thus it fills the expanse between heaven and earth." This encapsulates the essence of Meng's family lineage, which originally was a formidable practice, impervious to all evils. Yet, due to the decline of the era in his past life, it lost its true potency. For generations, the Meng family legacy dwindled, until Meng Nan's time, when the righteous Qi became merely a familial teaching for self-cultivation. It was only upon his arrival in this vibrant world, rich in spiritual energy, that Meng Nan rediscovered the might of his ancestral practice. Since the inexplicable explosion of his computer that transported him into the body of Meng Nan, over half a year has elapsed. Chapter 2. An aura of authority. Meng Nan, a 20-year-old orphan hailing from Starlight City, was raised by an elderly man known as Old Meng. At the tender age of 10, he was brought to Stardust Academy for his studies. By 13, he had entered the realm of transformation, and 3 years later, he attained the level of divine soul, surpassing his peers and garnering significant recognition within the academy. With his exceptional academic performance, he gained admission to Nanhua Teacher Academy, where he diligently honed his skills for 3 years, ultimately achieving the 5th level of divine soul and earning his junior teacher qualification. That same year, ambitious Meng Nan challenged the certification examination for a 1-star teacher at the Teacher Hall. Ideally, the narrative would depict him as a prodigious young teacher making a remarkable debut, passing the examination with resounding success and attracting attention from various factions. Unfortunately, at the last moment, he fell victim to a nefarious plot orchestrated by rivals, resulting in his premature expulsion from the academy and a return to his hometown. This encapsulates Meng Nan's journey. However, unbeknownst to anyone, upon leaving Nanhua Teacher Academy, he became host to a foreign soul, which seized control of his body. Years later, as Meng Nan emerged as the greatest teacher in history, revered as the Holy Master, Nanhua Teacher Academy would come to realize the grave error of forcing this seemingly inconspicuous individual to graduate early from an institution brimming with talent, incurring immeasurable losses. By then, it would be too late for regrets. After departing from the academy, Meng Nan returned to Starlight City, his body battered and meridians damaged, his cultivation stagnated. For over half a year, aided by the memories of the original Meng Nan, he seamlessly embraced his new identity, fully integrating into a world where martial artists, alchemists, array masters, blacksmiths, and artists all thrived in harmony. Now, he served as a teacher at Stardust Academy. Given his expulsion from the Teacher Academy and the unfavorable evaluations recorded against him, securing a good job was nearly an insurmountable challenge. Yet, fortune smiled upon him. After several setbacks that nearly drove him to abandon his teaching aspirations, he approached his once glorious alma mater on a whim. To his astonishment, he was welcomed back into Stardust Academy as a member of the teaching staff. Though lacking the qualifications to lead a class and relegated to the position of a lowly physical training teacher responsible for the new students' training, this was nonetheless a promising beginning. With a steady income, survival was assured, allowing him the opportunity to pursue further aspirations. Today seemed to be the day for salary distribution. As he strolled along the shaded path, Meng Nan suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten such an important occasion. Truly inexcusable. He quickened his pace toward the financial hall of the academy. Oddly enough, at this hour, when one would expect a throng of individuals eager to collect their wages, the area was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. Meng Nan pondered this peculiarity. Stardust Academy was vast, employing no fewer than 200 or 300 teachers. On any typical payday, the path leading to the financial hall would be bustling with activity. Why was it so unusually deserted today? This was quite perplexing. He hastened his steps, thinking that perhaps the lack of a crowd would be advantageous. No lines to wait in. He had no intention of concerning himself with any significant events occurring at the academy, as they held no relevance to him. A mere inconspicuous figure among the hundreds of teachers. Before long, a grand white structure came into view, its imposing green wooden doors wide open. Flanking the entrance were intricately carved stone sculptures of cloud-riding beasts, exuding a majestic aura. It was said that these artworks were the creations of a sculptor who graduated from Stardust Academy, capable of fetching thousands of mid-level spirit stones in the marketplace. This was the financial hall of the academy. Upon entering, One was greeted by a spacious lobby adorned with the finest materials, crafted by master builders. Its walls embellished with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, exuding opulence. Each wall was equipped with a lighting array powered by spirit stones, casting a bright, yet gentle light that illuminated the hall like daylight. On one side of the lobby stood a massive counter, supposedly carved from a single piece of purple cloudwood, radiating luxury while exuding a faint, calming fragrance that soothed the spirit. Everything within this space conveyed a singular message: wealth. Familiar with this lavish environment, Meng Nan paid little heed to the opulent decor. His gaze fell upon a familiar silhouette. The hall housed only one individual, a woman in her 20s, draped in a striking red dress, with an oval face and willow-like brows. Her delicate features, coupled with a natural allure, rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. She languidly lounged at the counter, seemingly bored, until she spotted Meng Nan. Her expressive eyes sparkled with recognition as she raised an eyebrow, sitting up and stretching lazily. Her voluptuous figure became evident as she stretched, the contours of her chest straining against her attire, as if yearning for liberation. What a commanding presence! Meng Nan's eyelids flickered as he unabashedly took in her beauty, his discerning gaze making an astute assessment. The woman was his childhood companion, now also a teacher at the academy, though her status vastly overshadowed his own. Not only did she independently lead a class, but she also held responsibilities at the financial hall. Her name was Huo Miao Miao. Meng Nan often jested that while the saying "beautiful women bring disaster" might hold some truth, Huo Miao Miao added an excessive dose of mischief to the mix. Observing her now, he couldn't help but acknowledge her captivating charm, which could leave even the most radiant flowers feeling inadequate. Previously, Meng Nan had regarded the straightforward and carefree Huo Miao Miao as merely a good buddy. However, with the shift in his guiding soul, subtle changes began to manifest within him. Despite remnants of his former self lingering, unconsciously, he found his gaze lingering a touch too long on her décolletage. Women possess an acute sensitivity, and Huo Miao Miao, attuned to his gaze, flashed a playful smile, her beauty blooming like a flower. "Is it beautiful?" she suddenly inquired. "Indeed," Meng Nan blurted out instinctively, only to realize the impropriety of his words. With a mere thought, he summoned his righteous energy, his eyes regaining clarity, exuding an aura of integrity. What a potent allure! Meng Nan mused, acknowledging the remarkable progress she had made in her charms. "Huo Miao Miao, don't waste your meager skills on me. I can withstand much but temptation. Be careful lest I succumb and devour you. Would you dare?" Huo Miao Miao arched an eyebrow, her movements fluid as she glided toward him like a fiery cloud, her face drawing nearer, framed by a cascade of fragrant air. Was she testing his limits? A tremor coursed through Meng Nan as he sensed the increasing potency of her allure, instinctively stepping back. "Come on, didn't you say you wanted to devour me?" Huo Miao Miao teased, her face tilted upwards, her eyes wide and inviting. Caught off guard, Meng Nan felt a surge of thirst. "Come on then." Huo Miao Miao continued her playful banter, suddenly reaching out to wrap her arms around his waist. Meng Nan closed his eyes, bracing himself for the inevitable as he resigned to his fate. Suddenly, an image flashed in Teacher Meng's mind. A girl, around 7 or 8 years old, fiercely embraced a boy of the same age, mercilessly throwing him to the ground, leaving him sprawled in a most undignified manner. Then, without a hint of compassion, she unleashed a flurry of blows upon him, leaving his face bruised and battered. Teacher Meng shuddered, jolting back to reality, stepping a few paces away. Again with this trick? How brazen! Huo Miao Miao scoffed. Meng was incensed. "You may claim I lack the audacity, but how dare you say I lack the intent? My intentions are quite clear." His experience had taught him that further entanglement with Huo Lushui on this matter would lead to no favorable outcome. Thus, he deftly shifted the topic. "Isn't today the day for salary distribution? Why is it so quiet here? This is unusual. Don't you know?" Huo Miao Miao looked at him quizzically. "Is it strange that I don't know?" "No one informed me," Meng Nan replied nonchalantly. "How ambitious." Huo Miao Miao derided. "You don't even bother to keep track of what's happening around you." "I'm quite busy," Meng Nan defended. Huo Miao Miao rolled her eyes. "Busy doing what? You spend all day in the library poring over those dreadful books, and for what purpose? You wouldn't understand. There is beauty within the pages of a book," Meng Nan declared with a mysterious air. "Beauty indeed. After reading so many books, I have yet to see you conjure anything worthwhile, let alone beauty. Bah. Hey, perhaps the right moment has not yet arrived. Miao Miao, my qualities are not lacking. Why not consider me? I have no interest in your scrawny frame. I couldn't possibly take a bite. You could always give it a try. I do possess some muscle, Meng flexed his right arm, striking a pose reminiscent of a bodybuilder. Scram. It seems you've grown restless since I haven't thrashed you in a while, haven't you? Miao glared. Ready to unleash her fury, Meng felt a shiver run down his spine, a cold sweat breaking out. He had grown up under her fierce discipline, leaving him with a profound childhood trauma. He quickly backtracked. Just kidding, heh. What is going on? Remember the exchange group from Tianwu Academy that visited a few days ago? Today is the faculty exchange. At this time, everyone should be at the arena. Unlike you, who is preoccupied with your meager salary. Meng's eyes brightened. Does that mean there's excitement to behold? It should be quite lively. But beware, the incoming forces are formidable, Miao warned. Then I must join in the excitement. Miao, give me my salary quickly. I must be off. Having grown accustomed to Meng's impetuous nature, Miao gracefully raised her wrist, a cloth bag materializing in her hand without a glance. She tossed it towards him. Take it and hurry along. Meng caught the bag with one hand, weighing it. The sound of coins rattling within brought him satisfaction. He swiftly tucked it into his robe, his monthly salary of 10 intermediate spirit stones. He noticed the ancient ring adorning Miao's delicate, fair fingers, a flicker of envy flashing in his eyes. The Nasu ring, a legendary storage artifact. Those 10 intermediate spirit stones, multiplied 100-fold, might barely afford a low-grade Nasu ring. Yet, the one on Miao's finger was of exceptional quality, undoubtedly a medium grade, perhaps even a high-grade spirit tool, beyond his means to purchase. Shaking his head, suppressing his wandering thoughts, he declared, I'm off now. He left with determination, his words barely spoken before he had reached the entrance of the hall. Upon exiting, Meng set his sights on the academy's arena, unaware that a fateful trial awaited him. Chapter 3. Forcing ducks onto the racks. Who else is there? A proud and exuberant voice reverberated throughout the venue. On the elevated platform stood a strikingly handsome young man, his casually tousled golden hair billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, exuding an extraordinary presence. His starry eyes betrayed an unabashed arrogance. The vast arena was filled to capacity, yet at this moment, it was eerily silent. All eyes were fixed on the central platform, where the earlier thunderous cheers had now vanished, replaced by an inexplicable wave of despondency sweeping through the audience. They had lost again. Each individual's gaze was filled with disbelief. Save for a small group seated at the eastern end of the platform, teachers and students from Tianwu Academy, who had come to exchange knowledge with Xingqian Academy. Joy radiated from their faces as they glimpsed the dawn of victory. They were on the verge of achieving a remarkable feat, a 3-year consecutive win in this exchange event. Something no academy had accomplished before, decisively overpowering Xingqian Academy. This was a source of pride for every member of Tianwu Academy. As the exchange event neared its conclusion, it had begun with student competitions, followed by those between teachers. Each academy had posed questions and selected subjects for discussion, encompassing 5 rounds with a best-of-7 format. The prior days had witnessed fierce contests among students, culminating in a stalemate. Meanwhile, today's faculty exchanges in martial arts, formations, alchemy, and talismans had seen both sides evenly matched. Unexpectedly, Tianwu Academy, having the advantage of selecting the final round's topic, chose the obscure and often overlooked subject of physical training. This was a clear setup for failure for Xingqian Academy, who were caught off guard, while Tianwu Academy came prepared. As a result, with only a single participant, they swiftly secured a consecutive victory. In stark contrast, Xingqian Academy faced 3 consecutive defeats, plunging their morale to an all-time low. Especially disheartening was the recent match, where a single move had led to a swift defeat, rendering the cheering students in the stands speechless, their faces ashen. 3 consecutive losses meant that any further defeat would not only signify the loss of this round, but would also declare the entire exchange a resounding failure. Had it truly come to this, would they be forever overshadowed by Tianwu Academy? At that moment, atop the platform, Director Zhang remarked, "It seems your academy's physical training course requires significant enhancement." A middle-aged man clad in black, his face adorned with a smirk, declared triumphantly. Director Zhang, already troubled, felt the sting of this blatant sarcasm, his demeanor darkening further. Tianwu Academy was the only prestigious institution in Xingwu City, holding a status akin to that of Xingqian Academy in Starlight City. The rivalry between these 2 esteemed academies had persisted for years, with annual exchanges established at some point. Each year, they took turns hosting, showcasing their strengths, and the victorious academy enjoyed the satisfaction of undermining the other. Isn't there still one match remaining? Do you presume victory is guaranteed? Director Zhang retorted coldly. We cannot afford to lose our spirit, can we? The middle-aged man chuckled, his silence speaking volumes of their presumed victory. Director Zhang grimaced internally, contemplating his next move. He approached a robust man seated in the back, inquiring, Wuchang, do we have any hope for the last match? The man rose immediately, prompting 7 or 8 teachers responsible for physical training to stand as well. The dismal performance in this round had been overwhelmingly disappointing, and as the head of the department, Wuchang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Historically, the academy had not prioritized physical training, allocating limited resources. Thus, the instructors hired were merely average in skill. The only one with a chance against the golden-haired youth below was likely himself. However, could he compete? In these exchanges, it had become an unspoken rule to send forth younger instructors. The golden-haired youth was merely 23, while Wuchang was nearing 40. If he were to step in, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions of breaching protocol. Furthermore, as the head of a department, defeating a newly hired teacher from Tianwu Academy would only serve to highlight the lack of talent within Xingchen Academy. Noticing Wuchang's hesitation, Director Zhang's face darkened further. Is there no one else? At that moment, the golden-haired youth from Tianwu Academy bellowed once more. Director Zhang felt a burning frustration as he glanced at the physical training instructors standing behind Wuchang, disappointment flickering in his eyes as he fell into a contemplative silence. Finally sighing softly, choose someone to compete, we must concede. The Tianwu team is well prepared, and it appears we will not prevail again this year. Are all the physical training teachers present? Director Zhang's expression was grim. It seemed there was no alternative. Wuchang, though reluctant, nodded in agreement. As he turned, he noticed the instructors behind him instinctively shrink back at his gaze, fearful of being selected. None wished to face the humiliation of defeat, especially in the final match, where they could also bear the blame for the overall loss of the exchange. Is everyone accounted for? Why is one missing? Wuchang suddenly realized a presence was absent from their ranks. Head, Mengnan is not here, a voice whispered. Mengnan? Wuchang frowned, recalling the student's profile. He knew Mengnan had been returned by the Teacher Academy, having received poor evaluations, seemingly admitted only due to the intervention of high-ranking officials. Wuchang harbored no affection for Mengnan, viewing him as merely an opportunist taking advantage of connections. Now, discovering his absence at such a crucial moment, Wuchang's disdain grew. He huffed heavily, displeased. Just as he contemplated further, a tall physical training instructor pointed toward the entrance of the arena, exclaiming, Isn't that Mengnan? He has arrived. Wuchang looked up to see a slender young man in a light blue teacher's uniform entering, his physique not typical of a physical training practitioner. His features handsome and a gentle smile gracing his lips as he ambled in. Observing his leisurely demeanor, Wuchang felt a surge of indignation. Resolving his earlier indecision, he commanded, Call him over. The tall instructor acknowledged and shouted, Mengnan, over here. Mengnan, who had come to the arena purely out of curiosity, sensed an unusual atmosphere upon entering. The tension was palpable. The stands were filled with students, each wearing expressions reminiscent of someone who had lost a substantial fortune. Before he could inquire about the situation, he heard his name being called. Looking up, he saw Wuchang and several colleagues from his department gesturing for him to come over, compelling him to suppress his questions as he made his way forward. Wuchang's frustration mounted further as he observed Mengnan's unhurried approach. As Mengnan approached the podium, he spoke in a deep voice, You are Mengnan, right? Just in time, you will take part in the next competition. Startled, Mengnan was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. He lifted his gaze towards the faces of his colleagues at the podium, their expressions darker than a black pot. And he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, he soon heard Chief Wu declare, This is the final round, focusing on body refining techniques. We have already lost 3 consecutive matches. This upcoming contest will determine the outcome of today's entire exchange event. Young Meng, as a distinguished graduate of our academy, it is now your moment to contribute. Upon hearing these words, the other body refining instructors exhaled in relief, their gazes toward Mengnan softened, as if to say, What a good person. Thank you for your timely arrival to take the heat for us. Alas, it seemed they were pushing him into a corner. Mengnan sighed inwardly, regretting his decision to join in the fray. Noticing his silence, Chief Wu inquired, What is the matter? Any concerns? Indeed. Mengnan replied decisively. What is it? Chief, could I possibly opt out? Chief Wu's expression darkened immediately. No, this is an obligation. Standing silently beside them, Dean Zhang, who had been contemplating since Mengnan's arrival, suddenly seemed to have a revelation. a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. He interjected, "Young Meng, go ahead and fight without any pressure. Even if you lose, it's merely a training opportunity." With that statement, he effectively cut off Meng Nan's escape route. "I knew it," Meng Nan shrugged, letting out a sigh, inwardly grumbling. No wonder their faces are so grim. They were looking for someone to take the blame. Given the circumstances, he resolved to fight. Raising his eyes to the platform, he beheld a tall, golden-haired youth, standing like a spear, awaiting the challenge of his opponent. The young man exuded an air of confidence, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, adding an aura of heroism to his demeanor. Arrogant and superficial, Meng Nan thought disdainfully. Yet he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy and resentment. How he longed to possess such a superficial exterior. Darn it. He is even more handsome than I am. Very well, I shall engage in this battle. Gazing at that striking visage, Meng Nan was suddenly overtaken by an impulse to turn that handsome face into a swollen mess. Chapter 4. Inspiration as Teacher Meng turned. Embodying the tragic grandeur reminiscent of Jing Ke's assassination attempt on the Qin king, he leaped gracefully, his form akin to a soaring rock, landing firmly upon the arena stage. This is... The audience surrounding the stage gazed at Meng Nan's ascent with a flicker of confusion in their eyes. Who is this? Do we have such a teacher at our academy? Many silently questioned themselves, only to realize they had no recollection of the suddenly appearing Meng Nan. Could he be a hidden gem of the academy? A surge of hope arose in numerous hearts. Wait, isn't that the mighty male teacher? At last, some students in the audience recognized him. Indeed, it is the instructor responsible for the freshman physical training course. Yes, that's him. In charge of the newcomers? No wonder I haven't seen him before. Is he formidable? I don't know. I've heard he's quite humorous. Is that so? Soon. The majority of the audience had come to know Meng Nan's background, yet the flicker of hope that had ignited within them flickered out once more. A teacher with no renown in the academy, solely responsible for freshmen. How capable could he be? Had they already resigned themselves to defeat? Many felt a sense of clarity dawning in their minds. Yet, why did they feel such unwillingness? On the other hand, on the podium where the faculty and students of Tianwu Academy sat, each person scrutinized the young teacher as he took the stage. Who is this person? The middle-aged leader in black attire questioned curiously, why is there no record of him in our intelligence? The individuals seated beside him exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. Perhaps he is a new teacher? Someone speculated. At that moment, among the Tianwu Academy team, a young man with thick brows and bright eyes suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "I know who he is." The others turned their heads, inquiring, "Who is he? Do you remember 4 years ago, when we came here for an exchange? It was the same venue, that decisive battle, right?" The young man with thick brows fell into reminiscence. Back then, he was merely a student at the academy, witnessing a fierce battle of geniuses. His words sparked recognition among many teachers who had experienced that exchange. "Yes, it's him. His name is Meng Nan." One of them called out. "Ah, I remember now. That time. He was the one who defeated Teacher Xiao." Another person lowered his voice deliberately when mentioning Teacher Xiao, pausing to glance at a young man seated in the back row of the podium, bearing a long sword and wearing an indifferent expression. However, they soon noticed that Xiao Qin, who had remained steadfast in his seat, seemingly indifferent to everything around him, now bore an expression that seemed somewhat unnatural. He gazed at Meng Nan on stage, and a flicker of change appeared on his previously indifferent countenance. "So, you have indeed emerged. I've heard that after being expelled from the academy, you suffered severe injuries and your strength diminished." Then, a glint of coldness flashed in the young man's eyes. "Next, I shall ensure you fall once more, never to rise again." Those who have posed obstacles on his path to greatness would forever be etched in his memory, waiting for the day of retribution. Standing 7 feet above the ground on the arena stage, Meng Nan took a deep breath, a series of memories flooding his mind. For years ago, he had stood as a brilliant student of the academy on this very stage, fighting for the honor of the academy, basking in the cheers of the crowd, youthful and impetuous. A sight that ignited one's blood. He paid no heed to his opponent, surveying the audience instead. There were no cheers, no encouraging shouts. Every face reflected disappointment. Meng Nan furrowed his brow. This was not the scene he wished to witness. If he were to fight for an audience like this, he thought, surely the Meng Nan who once valued the honor of the academy above all else would also be unwilling. Meng Nan strode directly to the edge of the arena, gazing intently at the audience, remaining motionless. What does he intend to do? Everyone noticed Meng Nan's unusual behavior, watching him with curiosity. This is not the Starlight Academy I remember. In the vast expanse, a righteous spirit surged forth, Meng Nan's deep voice resonated in every ear. Once, starlight rose from the darkness. We never retreated from battle. Once, starlight grew stronger through combat. We have no regrets in the face of death. The starlight that protects the millions of citizens in this grand city fought against the underground insect demons without fear for our lives, seeking only to battle. The blood of our predecessors forged our ironclad spirit. The spirits of our sages taught us the belief in rising against adversity. But today, what has happened to you? The once boisterous arena had inexplicably fallen into a profound silence, with only Meng Nan's fervent words echoing throughout. All the faculty and students of Starlight Academy stood transfixed, staring at the righteous figure on stage, forgetting to think. Look at yourselves. You all appear as though you have lost your fathers. Have we lost? No. We have one more match. Yet you have given up. Though a glimmer of hope remains, you have internally accepted defeat. Defeat is not terrifying. What is terrifying is relinquishing hope. Do you not remember the Academy motto proclaimed upon enrollment? Strive diligently, uphold trust, with unwavering faith, never surrender. Have you lived up to that? Have you? And you lived up to that? Meng Nan's voice grew impassioned, standing still like a statue. He raised his sword, pointing towards the audience, each gesture sharp as a blade, piercing the hearts of all Starlight students. It was as though, with a resounding chime, a wilting seed broke free from its shackles and began to sprout anew, gradually flourishing, igniting a fire within the eyes of all. Today, I have come. Though I have faced countless battles and lost, I still possess an indomitable belief and hope. I need your strength. Soaring eagles in the sky, we Starlight people shall always lead bravely. Fish swimming against the current, we Starlight people shall forever rise. Please, with your courage, grant me the power to fight. Please, with your faith, fight for the honor of Starlight. No matter the obstacles we face, no matter the challenges that arise, we shall confront them. True warriors dare to face the bleakness of life. Though battered, they do not perish. Though facing death, they seek battle. For the glory of Starlight, fight. Starlight, fight to the death. Meng Nan paused, the vast arena enveloped in a strange calm. His fervent words resonated in the hearts of all. Every gaze fixated on the man who seemed to be possessed, his words wielding a genuine magic that ignited the latent passion within everyone. Boom. The stands erupted in fervor. Indeed, we have not lost. The mighty male teacher is right. Even in defeat, we should fall valiantly. For the glory of Starlight, fight. Starlight, fight to the death. All faces flushed with excitement. Every voice converged into a torrent, surging skyward. Morale is palpable. This young man is impressive. Meanwhile, Dean Zhang's gaze flickered with appreciation. His surprise fixed upon Meng Nan. On the podium, the expressions of the Tianwu Academy faculty and students grew somewhat unnatural amidst the resounding cheers. Meng Nan stood atop the stage, observing all that unfolded, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It has been achieved. A voice echoed in his mind. Audible only to himself, he successfully completed the triggered side quest Inspire Morale, achieving a completion rate of 100. The evaluation, flawless. He was granted 100 faith points, along with basic swordsmanship and fundamental alchemy. For the perfect evaluation, an additional reward of 500 faith points and the skill seduction was bestowed upon him. The rewards have been dispensed. Please check your account. Chapter 5, Battle. The call to arms resonated as Meng Nan turned sharply, his clear voice ringing out once more. He gazed at his opponent on the stage and performed a courteous bow. Stardust Academy, Meng Nan. The golden-haired young teacher regarded Meng Nan with a hint of scorn, a smirk gracing his lips. Your words are quite the spectacle, far more melodious than your singing. I hope your strength matches your eloquence. Otherwise, you may find yourself searching for your teeth after our encounter. Meng Nan smiled faintly. Why not test that theory? Humph. The golden-haired youth scoffed, returning the bow. Heavenly Martial Academy, slowly. I look forward to your guidance. Please. The atmosphere shifted, and an understanding silence enveloped the crowd as hundreds of eyes converged upon the arena. Meng Nan's expression turned grave. This marked his inaugural battle since assuming this body. In his previous life, he had little combat experience, having rarely engaged in physical confrontations. Despite having merged with the original Meng Nan's soul, assimilating memories and some battle experience, he remained primarily the current Meng Nan, akin to a spectator, struggling to integrate all that he had acquired. He yearned for a battle to ignite his spirit, to catalyze his transformation in this new world. Come. I have been dormant for half a year. Let this battle be my grand entrance onto the magnificent stage of another realm. A surge of ambition coursed through Meng Nan's veins, buoyed by the identity of a transmigrator, the righteous aura he bore, and the enigmatic power residing within his mind. These extraordinary circumstances bolstered his confidence. Meng Nan assumed a foundational fighting stance, his demeanor shifting to one of unwavering steadiness, akin to a mountain. As he seemingly disconnected from the world around him, focusing solely on his opponent. Foundational combat techniques? Slowly blinked in surprise at Meng Nan's posture, swiftly replaced by a surge of indignation. You dare to challenge me with such rudimentary techniques? Foolishness. I shall demonstrate what true power entails. With that, he lowered his stance, unleashing an overwhelming force that transformed him into a blur of motion. Quick. Too fast. Gasps erupted from the audience as Slowly surged forward, devoid of any energy fluctuations, relying solely on the sheer strength of his physique. Not again. Some students in the stands cried out, recalling how this very maneuver had obliterated the physical instructor from Stardust Academy moments ago. Dangerous for Teacher Meng. The faces of Stardust Academy's students paled, anxiety gripping them. Meng Nan had just rallied their spirits with grandiose declarations. It would be utterly humiliating if he were to be defeated in a single blow. In an instant. Slowly closed the distance to Meng Nan. Get out of the way, an anxious student shouted. Yet, Meng Nan appeared transfixed, unresponsive to Slowly's advance. Seeing his opponent's dazed expression, Slowly's lips curled into a cruel smile. As he sprinted, his right fist drew back to his waist, harnessing the momentum into a devastating strike aimed squarely at Meng Nan's chest. Prepare to fall. Slowly bellowed, confident in his speed and prowess. No one had ever withstood his rapid punches during such a furious charge. He envisioned his opponent soaring through the air, crashing down onto the arena floor. The audience erupted in alarm. Some timid students squeezed their eyes shut, unable to bear the impending spectacle. Thought you were formidable? Turns out you're just a braggart. Laughter erupted from the Heavenly Martial Academy team. But before the words could settle, a resounding thud echoed through the arena. Bang! What? Impossible? In the next heartbeat, the crowd stood in stunned silence, eyes riveted upon the stage. What was happening? He actually blocked it. The two combatants stood, fists locked in an unyielding clash. The scene frozen in time. Slowly's fair complexion flushed crimson. Meng Nan's stance was solid, like a towering ancient tree, deeply rooted in the earth, unyielding against the fiercest winds. Meng Nan smiled, reflecting on the months of tireless training he had endured, imparting lessons to students, singing captivating tunes, and conducting physical training classes, each moment a testament to his own development. Now, after relentless practice, he finally witnessed the fruits of his labor. A powerful confidence surged within him, transforming him from the inside out. Meng Nan exhaled forcefully, channeling energy from the ground up. He harmonized his stance, releasing a tremendous force from his fist. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Slowly stumbled backward, disbelief etched across his face. Excellent. The audience from Stardust Academy erupted in jubilation. Teacher Meng is indeed formidable. Go, Teacher Meng. Strike that pretty boy down. Sensing the students' fervent encouragement, Meng Nan resolved, very well, by popular demand, I shall deliver an exhilarating victory. This is impossible, Slowly shouted. His composure shattered. How can your physique be so formidable? You are simply too weak. Meng Nan replied coolly. Now, it's my turn. With that, he lunged forward like a tiger descending from the mountain. Black Tiger Pounce's heart. Slowly's eyes narrowed. It was yet another foundational technique. However, he was taken aback by the overwhelming momentum emanating from Meng Nan, a force he felt he could not withstand. What is happening? Across from him, Meng Nan executed the simplest of foundational moves, yet it radiated an unstoppable aura. His fist transformed him into a true predator, ready to devour. Was it merely an illusion? How could anyone extract such force from basic techniques? Slowly recalled a long-held legend he had always deemed improbable, that foundational martial skills, when mastered to perfection, could generate a unique momentum rivaling advanced techniques. He had dismissed it as mere folklore, believing that foundational techniques were universally accessible, yet scarcely practiced, as their power seemed limited and training too time-consuming. Could it be that Meng Nan had indeed mastered foundational techniques to their utmost pinnacle? How much time must that have required? As the chief physical instructor of Heavenly Martial Academy, Slowly understood that there were no shortcuts to mastering foundational martial skills. It required relentless repetition and practice. A flicker of astonishment crossed Slowly's mind. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Meng Nan's fist was already upon him. He could only brace himself against Meng Nan's incoming strike, desperately attempting to deflect it. The moment their fists clashed, an overwhelming force surged through him, leaving his left arm tingling. What a powerful force! Though Slowly was a seasoned warrior, after the initial shock, he steadied himself. Even the most refined foundational techniques remained just that, foundational. Transforming his fist into a claw, his fingers hardened like iron, and his entire demeanor shifted to one of lethal intensity. Experience my flying eagle 13 claws. This was Slowly's signature technique, a high-level skill that had allowed him to vanquish numerous challengers. The two combatants engaged fiercely on stage, exchanging blows with relentless tenacity. The sounds of their strikes echoed, captivating the audience, each spectator enthralled by the realization that foundational training could wield such immense power. Suddenly, the two collided once more, both retreating several steps. Haha, what a thrill! Slowly, with his golden hair flowing, grinned widely. It had been a long time since anyone had forced him to this extent solely through physical prowess. Meng Nan, you are formidable. Meng Nan, too, felt his fighting spirit ignited, his blood surging with fervor, and replied, you are not lacking either. However, this is where it ends. The next move I shall execute is the most powerful technique at my disposal. If you can withstand it, I shall concede defeat without hesitation. Very well. Let it be as you wish. Chapter 6. Reversal. In this world, everyone practices martial arts, with warriors being the mainstream, the very foundation of all other professions. Warriors primarily cultivate elemental energy, which is divided into 10 realms. The first is condensing chi, the second is rebirth, and the third is divine soul. Each realm contains 9 levels, further categorized into 4 minor stages: minor completion, major completion, perfection, and pinnacle. Some warriors choose the path of physical refinement, which is classified into 7 layers: strength refinement, muscle refinement, bone refinement, skin refinement, marrow refinement, blood exchange, and shattering. Each layer consists of 7 levels. It is said that if one achieves the shattering realm in physical refinement, they can shatter the void with their fists, wielding immeasurable power. However, it has never been reported that anyone has reached this realm. Cultivating elemental energy has the effect of tempering the physical body once one reaches the rebirth realm. In contrast, the resources required for physical refinement are equally demanding, with progress being slow and lacking substantial power. A popular saying goes, external training of muscles and skin, internal cultivation of chaotic energy. Thus, in the eyes of the public, physical refinement is viewed as a lesser discipline, unworthy of serious consideration. The techniques of physical refinement warriors are often aggressive and forceful, characterized by an unstoppable momentum, much like the current fighter, Slowly. One could see him soaring into the air, arms outstretched, resembling a majestic eagle. His sharp gaze scanned his territory, and suddenly he spotted his prey. With a swift dive from the heights, he descended like a sharp arrow piercing the sky. Swift and ferocious, Slowly's fingers seemed poised to tear through the very fabric of space, producing a piercing shriek as he targeted Meng Nan below. This was the momentum he had gleaned from the flying eagle's 13 claws. The eagle strikes the sky, an unstoppable force. Meng Nan's expression grew serious as pressure mounted. He was not merely a physical refinement warrior. Rather, he had been attending physical training classes daily for the past 6 months, using his chaotic energy to supplement his physical training, combined with the powerful tempering effect of his diligent practice of righteous energy. At present, his level in physical refinement barely reached the muscle refinement's 3rd level, with his punch power reaching 2,000 pounds. His opponent, initially at the pinnacle of the muscle refinement's 2nd level, now surged to a strength comparable to that of the 4th level due to the amplification of their fist's momentum, nearly 2,500 pounds. In physical combat, a warrior primarily relies on strength. Consequently, Meng Nan found himself at an absolute disadvantage. He could not take the hit. A thought flashed through his mind, but it was too late. Slowly's claws had already locked onto him. Moreover, even if he could evade, he would not. The students were watching. Showing weakness would be a loss of face. Meng Nan raised his head, his eyes filled with incredible fighting spirit. Let us see whose strength is superior. He stepped firmly, calling out with a commanding voice as he stomped his right foot heavily on the ground. Boom! The solid arena shattered beneath his foot, and Meng Nan shot upwards, seizing the initiative, launching a punch toward the diving Slowly. Basic fist technique, sky cannon. Meng Nan had mastered the highest realm of his basic fist technique. each move possessing the ability to transform decay into the miraculous. Boom. The air seemed to tremble as their techniques clashed mid-air. A smile appeared on Slurik's lips. At that moment, he felt his strength surpassing Meng Nan's. Down you go. Slurik roared, his claws gripping Meng Nan's fist tightly, preparing to exert force to throw him out of the arena. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss, catching sight of a strange smile on Meng Nan's face. Oh no! A jolt of unease surged within Slurik. At that moment, an immense force erupted from Meng Nan's fist once more, unrelenting. How could this be? Slurik's expression changed drastically, and in the next instant, he found himself uncontrollably flying backward. Double-inch force. Meng Nan pivoted, executing the highest realm of his basic footwork, pursuing the airborne Slurik. At this moment, anyone who did not capitalize on the advantage would be a fool. Slurik, tumbling through the air from Meng Nan's strike, felt his energy surging uncontrollably, his complexion turning pale. Seeing Meng Nan pursue him, he could only helplessly exclaim, "I concede," before crashing down far from the arena. Boom. The crowd erupted in excitement. Countless students leapt from their seats, waving their arms and cheering. Meng Nan's fighting figure was imprinted deeply in the hearts of every student present. They all shouted with fervor, releasing the pent-up anger and frustration from their previous 3 defeats. Most importantly, Meng Nan had shown them tangible hope. One victory reclaimed. Come next. Meng Nan was ignited by the atmosphere, gazing towards the stands of Tianwu Academy, directly challenging them. The teachers and students of Tianwu Academy turned pale. Slurik had been their strongest physical refinement warrior, and their plan to swiftly defeat Meng Nan had collapsed. Now, none among them could match Meng Nan's strength. The tides had completely turned. "Yang Qi, you go," commanded the middle-aged leader of Tianwu Academy, his face darkened. Yes, a robust young man stepped forward, leaping onto the arena with agility. Tianwu Academy, Yang Qi, please. The ups and downs of life arrive with astonishing rapidity. No one expected that the hastily summoned Meng Nan would perform so remarkably, sweeping through 3 opponents with overwhelming ease. The audience was on the brink of madness. What an exhilarating spectacle. At this moment, every student from Stardust Academy seemed hopelessly enamored with Meng Nan, cheering and shouting for him, as if they were releasing all their fervor. This included many teachers who scarcely knew Meng Nan's name. In this instant, he was a hero. It was the final match. Meng Nan panted slightly. Although he had recovered somewhat from his injury sustained 6 months ago thanks to righteous energy and medication, he had not fully healed, and the toll of consecutive battles was manifesting. At that moment, the last physical refinement teacher from Tianwu Academy leaped onto the arena. Meng Nan assessed this opponent, who turned out to be a rotund fellow with a round face, plump cheeks, and small eyes perpetually squinting as though in a constant state of suspicion. His gaze, quite lewd. "Tian Yuan, I seek your guidance." The chubby boy's voice had a hint of childishness, almost causing Meng Nan to burst into laughter. "Let us finish this quickly," Meng Nan thought. "Sorry, little chubby brother. Please." As soon as Meng Nan's words fell, he surged forward. His astonishingly swift basic footwork instantly closed the distance between him and his opponent, launching a basic fist technique aimed at the chubby boy's face. The boy's face paled dramatically. "Stop." Meng Nan feigned ignorance, maintaining his assault. The chubby boy's complexion shifted again, and in the next moment, he made a move that left the entire arena in shock. "I concede," he yelled, hastily dropping to the ground with his hands over his head. "I surrender. Don't hit my handsome face. Is this a joke?" Meng Nan stumbled slightly, nearly falling over. He conceded? "We won. Yes, we won." Reflecting on the despair of their initial 3 defeats and recalling Meng Nan's rousing words, a flicker of enlightenment arose in everyone's hearts. No matter the circumstances, one must never relinquish the final glimmer of hope. This hard-fought victory would be forever etched in their memories. The students gazed at the muscular teacher on the stage, and before long, someone initiated a chant, leading the entire crowd to join in unison. "Mighty man! Mighty man! Mighty man! Mighty man!" The resounding cheers from the spectators seemed as though they could overturn the entire arena. Chapter 7. The challenge amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd, Dean Zhang, with a broad smile, ascended the competition stage. He gazed at Meng Nan, who stood alone on the podium, basking in the adulation of the audience. The more he looked at this young man, the more he found him pleasing to the eye. The sparkle in his eyes was so captivating that he felt he would gladly welcome Meng as a son-in-law if he had a daughter. "Well done, Teacher Meng." Dean Zhang unabashedly expressed his admiration. Meng Nan, feeling a bit shy, chuckled and replied, "It's all thanks to your exceptional leadership, Dean. Such eloquence. What a polite young man. Dean Zhang's esteem for Meng Nan grew even fonder upon hearing these words. He attempted a congenial smile, which caused Meng Nan to shiver involuntarily. Soon after, the leader of the Tianwu Academy, a middle-aged man clad in black, strode onto the stage, his face dark as a thundercloud. Observing the imminent loss of what seemed like a sure victory, he felt a surge of frustration. After all, this was a matter of the Academy's honor. He cast a fierce glare at Meng Nan, blaming him for the unexpected turn of events. In response, Meng Nan courteously smiled back. Smile? How dare you? The middle-aged man was overwhelmed by a torrent of exasperation. Dean Zhang raised his hand, and the students in the stands gradually quieted down. He surveyed the audience and proclaimed, "The annual exchange conference between the two academies is nearing its conclusion. First and foremost, on behalf of all the faculty and students of Stardust Academy, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to the teachers and students from Tianwu Academy who traveled from afar. Through our exchanges, the outstanding performances of our brother academy have enlightened us to the notion that there is always a greater sky beyond and more capable individuals beyond ourselves. There are many lessons to learn from you. I also wish to thank every teacher and student who participated in this exchange event. Your involvement has made each session truly remarkable. As martial artists, we do not fear competition, for it is through competition that we can learn from one another and progress together. This is the very essence of our exchange. We must not stagnate but find our own place amidst competition to thrive in the future. Of course, with competition comes victory and defeat. A moment's outcome does not define our worth. I hope all students remember the original intent of our exchange, to learn through competition and to continually surpass ourselves. Now, I announce that the winner of this exchange is..." Dean Zhang elongated his voice. "Stardust Academy." All the faculty and students of Stardust Academy erupted in unison. Their cheers thunderous. Meanwhile, Meng Nan yawned, thinking, so much talk. It appears that no matter the world, leadership remains the same. The excitement had peaked, and it was time for him to leave. Meng Nan. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from the crowd below. Huh. Meng Nan halted in his tracks and noticed a familiar-looking young man stepping forward from the Tianwu Academy team, his expression cool and detached. The young man leapt onto the competition stage. The middle-aged man in black, who had been standing beside Dean Zhang, furrowed his brow and said, "Xiaoqin, what are you doing?" Xiaoqin replied, "Deanly, I challenge Meng Nan." At this declaration, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Everyone turned to witness this unexpected turn of events. "Preposterous," Deanly bellowed. "The exchange has concluded. What are you doing here? Get down." Xiaoqin, however, remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Meng Nan. "Meng Nan, do you dare to accept my challenge? Who are you?" Meng Nan asked, struggling to recall the young man's face. Xiaoqin felt a twinge of irritation. "You? No, I truly don't remember. You look somewhat familiar." Seeing Xiaoqin's frustration, Meng Nan quickly added, "Why not introduce yourself?" The moment the request left his lips, Xiaoqin's face turned ashen. He had been haunted by the memory of his previous defeat, only to discover that Meng Nan had long since moved on. "Oh, I remember now." Meng Nan furrowed his brow, suddenly appearing enlightened. "You're the one I fought 4 years ago, right? What was your name again?" "Xiao. Jin? My name is Xiaoqin." "Oh, Xiaoqin. Nice to see you. Haha, you've become quite handsome over the years." Xiaoqin's expression darkened. "Meng Nan, stop with the pleasantries and fight me." Meng Nan regarded him with a look of incredulity. "Why on earth would I fight you? I lost to you by a hair 4 years ago, and I'm not satisfied. Now that we've crossed paths again, I want to see how much you've improved. Come on, it was just an exchange. It's been so long. Who even remembers? We're both teachers. Let us be civilized and not resort to violence." Meng Nan waved dismissively. "You're afraid, aren't you?" "Yes, I'm terrified." "You're so formidable. Is that satisfactory?" Meng Nan replied nonchalantly, his mind preoccupied with leaving the scene. "Coward, I heard you were expelled from the academy. Are you injured and afraid you can't defeat me?" Xiaoqin sneered. "Think what you will." Meng Nan waved him off and turned to step down from the stage. Xiaoqin's emotions shifted rapidly. He was narrow-minded, and that defeat had lingered in his heart for 4 long years, becoming almost a fixation. Now that he had the chance to confront Meng Nan again, he was determined not to let it slip away. "Stop right there," Xiaoqin commanded, stepping forward and unleashing a powerful strike aimed at Meng Nan's back. A torrent of energy surged forth, threatening to engulf Meng Nan. He felt an acute sense of danger, prompting him to instinctively dodge. "How audacious!" Dean Zhang's expression darkened as he shouted, swiftly neutralizing Xiao Qin's attack with a flick of his sleeve. You dare to ambush one of our Academy's teachers in front of me? Are you courting death? Furious, Dean Zhang exuded an overwhelming aura that bore down on Xiao Qin. Dean Li's eyes flickered. He suddenly saw the potential benefits of letting Xiao Qin stir the pot. He swiftly appeared in front of Xiao Qin, shielding him from Dean Zhang's pressure, while simultaneously elevating his own presence. Zhang Wei, Xiao Qin acted impulsively. Please, do not take it to heart. Let the younger generation settle their own scores. In an instant, the atmosphere on the competition stage became tense, charged with hostility. How dare you attempt a sneak attack? Meng Nan was incensed, turning to confront Xiao Qin, ready to unleash a tirade. But suddenly, he paused, swallowing the words on the tip of his tongue. A voice only he could hear echoed in his mind. Mission triggered. Challenge from a former rival. The defeated foe clings to you. Go forth and pummel him into a pulp for your due rewards. Mission level, grade, reward, 300 faith points, basic forging technique. Another side mission. Delight gleamed in Meng Nan's eyes as he nearly burst into laughter. A mission triggered from this? The number of tasks I've activated in the past 6 months pales in comparison to today. This trip has been immensely rewarding. He cast a glance at Xiao Qin, who stood behind Dean Li, and suddenly inquired, what benefits do I gain from engaging with you? Benefits? Xiao Qin was taken aback. Needless to say, if there are no benefits, why would anyone engage with you? Meng Nan retorted with a smirk. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Qin flipped his right hand, revealing an exquisite jade token. The Naxa token. It appears this gentleman is quite wealthy. Meng Laoshe mused, admiring the ring that adorned Xiao Qin's finger. Then he heard Xiao Qin declare, if you manage to defeat me, this Lingshu jade token will be yours. The Lingshu jade token? As he gazed at the palm-sized, intricately carved, hollowed-out jade, Meng Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a remarkable treasure. Very well, I accept your challenge. Chapter 8. The Omnipotent Teacher System on the Competition Stage. Meng Nan stood face to face with Xiao Qin. For years ago, they were both prodigious youths. Now, they had each become instructors in their respective academies. One had recently basked in glory, turning the tide of battle, while the other had bided his time, eagerly issuing a challenge. A captivating spectacle was about to unfold. In the audience, the spectators perked up. Many students who had initially prepared to leave took their seats once more, anticipating a fierce clash of titans. Come on, Meng Nan. Show us the strength you possess now. Xiao Qin's expression remained calm, yet his eyes betrayed an insatiable desire to best Meng Nan. Make your move, Xiao Qin declared, brimming with determination. Suddenly, Meng Nan's countenance shifted dramatically, as if he had encountered a calamity. Xiao Qin was momentarily taken aback as he observed Meng Nan's face pale at an alarming rate. Oh no, I must have eaten something wrong this morning. My stomach is in turmoil. Just a moment. I need to excuse myself, and will return to continue the fight. Meng Nan's body contorted in a shrimp-like posture, his pallor indicative of immense discomfort. It appeared he was enduring considerable pain. Before Xiao Qin could react, Meng Nan leaped off the competition stage and dashed out of the arena. The audience was left in stunned silence. Suddenly, someone could not contain a chuckle, which was quickly followed by a wave of laughter erupting throughout the arena. Wow, the brave teacher is quite the character. Look at Xiao Qin from Tianwu Academy. His face has turned dark. Do you think the brave teacher will flee to the restroom and never return? Certainly not. The brave teacher is a true warrior. Would he retreat in the heat of battle? Not so fast. I heard that Xiao Qin is at the 7th level of the Divine Soul realm, the top talent nurtured by Tianwu Academy. The brave teacher may not stand a chance. Wow, the 7th level of the Divine Soul is so formidable? He doesn't look over 25. Unbelievable. The students in the stands were astounded by Meng Nan's bizarre behavior and engaged in animated discussions. I want to see what tricks you can pull, Xiao Qin thought, unperturbed. As he closed his eyes, waiting for Meng Nan's return, he secretly hoped that Meng Nan would flee, as the stigma of retreating in front of an audience would tarnish the latter's reputation irreparably. In the realm of Luotian, there existed an unwritten rule among martial artists. If a challenge was issued, a decisive battle must ensue. Should one party flee due to cowardice, the news would spread far and wide, leading to scorn wherever they went. No one would respect someone devoid of the courage to accept a challenge. Was Meng Nan genuinely attempting to escape under the guise of a restroom break? Certainly not. He merely sought an excuse to leave the arena for a moment. He had set his sights on the spirit void jade tablet held by Xiao Qin, viewing it as already within his grasp, and would never relinquish it. As he exited the arena, His complexion had returned to normal. Changing my appearance to feign discomfort using righteous energy is indeed a skill, Meng Nan mused, moving swiftly. He glanced around. There was no one in sight. The academy was lush with greenery, offering many secluded corners. Meng Nan soon discovered a small grove and dove into it. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, having just completed 2 tasks, boosting morale and turning the tide, my rewards, Meng Nan contemplated as his consciousness delved into his mind. If anyone could peer into his thoughts at that moment, they would discover a chaotic space within his mind, where a compact disk floated in the void. Indeed, it was a disk, the very catalyst that had transported Meng Nan to this world. Prior to his journey, it had been entitled Overseas Lost Essence Edition of the Ultimate Female Teacher Collection in HD Blu-ray, a treasure he had long sought after and finally acquired from a street vendor. He had intended to return home to enjoy and study it thoroughly. But when he played it on his antiquated computer, destiny intervened with a bolt of lightning, causing the computer to explode, and he found himself in this new world. Meng Nan had lamented this incident countless times. Was it truly necessary for me to be transported for merely seeking out some instructional videos? After his arrival in this world, the disc had accompanied him, albeit under a new guise, the omnipotent teacher training system. Meng Nan's consciousness entered the disc. After a dazzling spectrum of colors, he found himself before a starlit interface resembling a system desktop, where 7 particularly bright stars formed a pattern reminiscent of the Big Dipper. Upon closer inspection, he noted inscriptions on these stars, labeled as personal information, student roster, tasks, shop, lottery, package, and achievements. With familiarity, Meng Nan accessed his personal information, revealing an attribute panel: host, Meng Nan gender, male age, 20 title, junior teacher title, none achievements, none cultivation level, first level of the divine soul realm, third level of muscle refinement faith points, 1500 ability points, 0 techniques, righteous energy, 3rd tier, skills, dream retrieval method, mastered, 5 elements palm, mastered, 8 steps to chase the cicada, mastered, basic fist technique, mastered, basic footwork, mastered, basic formation technique, mastered, basic lightness technique, mastered. Meng Nan scrutinized his attributes. After half a year of diligent training, building upon his previous foundation and having cultivated the righteous energy to the 3rd tier, he now possessed a cultivation level equivalent to the 1st level of the divine soul realm, a noticeable decline compared to his previous 5th level. The other attributes remained unchanged, save for the faith points, which had finally surpassed the threshold of 1,000 thanks to his recent task rewards. The skills list, all at the level of mastery, was impressive indeed. After admiring his attributes for a moment, he exited the personal information section and, with a mental prompt, entered the star marked as package. Contrary to its name, this was a vast space, empty except for a few scattered books and a blue longsword lying on the ground. Upon inspection, Meng Nan recognized several titles among the books, including the 5 elements / and 8 steps to chase the cicada, which he had already mastered, while 3 new tomes were the rewards for his completed tasks: basic swordsmanship, basic alchemy, and bewitchment. With a thought, the book on basic swordsmanship vanished from the package. Meng Nan opened his eyes to find the book in his hands, the very reason he had slipped out of the competition arena. With a battle against Xiaoqin looming, he knew he needed to prepare thoroughly. Since Xiaoqin wielded a sword, Meng Nan understood that engaging him barehanded would put him at a disadvantage. He had always regarded every opponent with seriousness and would never engage in a battle without confidence, thus prompting his interest in acquiring basic swordsmanship. As he opened the basic swordsmanship book, a sudden surge of deep blue light enveloped the cover, shooting directly towards his forehead. Meng Nan, already anticipating this occurrence, allowed the light to strike him. Immediately, a torrent of immense information flooded into his mind. Remaining composed, he leafed through the pages of the book. And after approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he had perused the entire slender volume. When he closed the book, the mysterious light abruptly vanished. The basic swordsmanship book, once pristine, now appeared as though it had been handled countless times, worn and tattered. Meanwhile, within his repertoire of skills, a new mastery emerged, the fundamental art of swordsmanship. With a mere thought, the seemingly antiquated tome in Teacher Meng's grasp vanished. Meng Nan let out a deep sigh. Rising to his full height, and in his hand appeared an ancient, elegant longsword. Named Longquan, the blade measured 3 feet in length and weighed 7 caddies and 2 tails. The scabbard bore an intricately coiling dragon, vivid in its lifelike portrayal, while the hilt was adorned with the motif of twin dragons vying for a pearl. A delicate, Bright yellow tassel dangled above the pearl, swaying gently in the breeze, exquisite yet unpretentious, embodying power without ostentation. With a resounding clang, Meng Nan drew the sword from its sheath, executing a dazzling flourish. The radiant blade reflected his profile, and Teacher Meng broke into a smile. Ah, he was undeniably handsome. Haha, here I come, Lingshu Jade Token. Chapter 9. The battle with Shaoqin. Teacher Meng did not keep the audience waiting for long, nor did he make a dramatic entrance as protagonists do in other novels, letting the crowd simmer with anticipation before finally appearing. After a brief moment, he returned to the arena. Are you all right, Mr. Meng? A bold student called out from the audience as Meng Nan appeared at the entrance of the arena, provoking laughter throughout the crowd. Meng's expression remained pale. He had to maintain the act. With a feigned furrowed brow, he looked at the student and replied, "My legs are weak. What do you think?" This remark elicited another wave of laughter from the students below. "Then you should be careful," the student shouted. I will. Thank you for the reminder," Meng Nan chuckled, making his way to the center of the arena. As he leaped onto the stage, he stumbled slightly upon landing, appearing genuinely unsteady. The students of Stardust Academy felt a tightening in their chests at the sight. Could it be that Mr. Meng had truly eaten something wrong? On stage, Shaoqin opened his eyes at the opportune moment, wearing a half-smile as he addressed Meng Nan. "Shall we begin?" Meng Nan responded, "Huh? Are you asking me? Let me rest for another hour or two." "You're overthinking it," Shaoqin replied coldly. "Why do you even ask then? I knew it. You have no sympathy at all. Look at me, and you still won't let me take a break." Shaoqin replied icily, "If you want to rest, it's easy. After I defeat you, you can rest for as long as you wish. Forget it, you have no common language with me. Come on, let us start. I have much to do, and I need to get home after this." Meng Nan sighed. Both their expressions grew serious. Clang. Shaoqin drew his sword from his back with a swift motion, the long blade leaping into his hand with a flourish, capturing the audience's attention. In contrast, Meng Nan was far more understated. He slowly unsheathed the dragon spring sword from his waist, pointing it toward the ground, lacking any semblance of a masteress demeanor. If Shaoqin was the epitome of a suave and sophisticated gentleman, Meng Nan appeared as a scruffy underdog. With the sword in hand, Shaoqin's aura surged. Seventh layer of divine soul. Meng Nan felt a chill. Indeed, Shaoqin was a formidable opponent who once stood toe-to-toe with the best. Before his transmigration, he too had reached the fifth layer of divine soul. Had he not sustained injuries, he would likely have achieved similar mastery by now. Despite Shaoqin's oppressive presence, Meng Nan remained undeterred, his righteous aura flowing effortlessly within him, rendering Shaoqin's pressure inconsequential. In terms of spirit, who could compare to the one who proclaimed that wealth could not corrupt, poverty could not sway, and power could not subjugate? As a direct descendant of the Meng family, Meng Nan had inherited that indomitable spirit, and with the immense righteous energy coursing through him, Shaoqin's half-hearted aura was unable to rattle his resolve. Yet to Shaoqin, Meng Nan appeared almost ethereal, as if he had melded with the arena itself. If one were to gaze upon him, they might not sense his presence at all, provoking a moment of astonishment within Shaoqin. "Very well, you are indeed the genius who once defeated me. Even with diminished power, you are not so easily handled." The condescension in Shaoqin's heart dissipated, replaced by seriousness. He pointed his sword at Meng Nan, and in an instant, his aura surged to its zenith. In the next moment, he struck. The sword became a cascade of light, cascading toward Meng Nan. Spring breeze transforms into rain. Shaoqin moved with his sword, and in a heartbeat, he seemed to vanish from the stage, leaving only a shimmering torrent of light, his sword technique flowing like a gentle rain, penetrating every gap. Simultaneously, Meng Nan entered battle mode. The fundamental sword technique he had just mastered flowed through him like water. With a flicker of thought, under the amplification of his righteous aura, his senses sharpened, and with divine clarity, his sword shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Heavenly God points the way. There were no complex maneuvers. It was merely a straightforward thrust, yet it streaked forth like lightning, targeting Shaoqin hidden behind the veil of spring rain. Capture the leader first. No matter how diverse the attacks, he focused on the wielder of the sword. To attack the enemy was to ensure his own safety. The piercing thrust loomed larger in Shaoqin's eyes. A seasoned warrior, he remained unperturbed, moving like a specter and, in the next instant, had reappeared in another direction. Basic sword techniques? So confident? To resort to basic techniques in such a crucial battle. Do you think that alone can contend with me? It seems you've underestimated me. Xiao Qin recognized the sword technique Meng Nen was employing, and a surge of anger welled up within him. If Meng Nen were aware of Xiao Qin's thoughts, he would surely defend himself. It was not that he wished to use other martial skills, but rather that he was incapable of doing so. Upon his arrival, the original Meng Nen had been grievously injured, his meridians damaged, and his cultivation had regressed several levels. Initially, Meng Nen had despaired at inheriting this broken body, believing it to be the end. However, he discovered that the righteous aura passed down through his family had remarkable healing properties, leading him to decisively abandon the original cultivation in favor of nurturing the righteous energy. After considerable effort, he transformed his internal energy entirely into righteous aura, unexpectedly activating the omnipotent teacher system within his mind. He then realized that, constrained by the system, he could only utilize the martial skills produced by it. The system's martial skills were indeed powerful. Once he obtained the system's rewards, he could master them to their highest realms. However, acquiring advanced martial skills from the system was exceedingly difficult. Months had passed, and he had only managed to learn a high-level human skill, the 5 elements palm, and a basic earth-level skill, the 8 steps to chase the cicada, leaving him with a repertoire filled with only fundamental techniques. He longed to showcase a dazzling and impressive advanced sword technique in front of the eager crowd, but alas, he could not. Xiao Qin's expression turned frigid, his disdain igniting the fire of anger within him. Howling winds and raging storms. The sword's aura in Xiao Qin's hand transformed from gentle drizzle to a furious tempest, the long blade whistling with lethal intent, aiming directly for Meng Nan's vital points. Let us see how you counter this. Confidence radiated from Xiao Qin. This set of wind and rain sword techniques was at the pinnacle of human-level skills, on the verge of earth-level techniques. Though Xiao Qin had not mastered it fully, it possessed the power to sweep all before it. Meng Nan's demeanor remained exceptionally calm, his mind as clear as a pristine mirror, reflecting everything around him. Since cultivating the righteous aura, he found it effortless to enter a state of emotional neutrality. In such moments, his intuition became extraordinarily acute. Xiao Qin's sword aura, like a torrential storm, was impenetrable, yet Meng Nan perceived several openings. Employing his basic footwork, he deftly retreated a few steps under Xiao Qin's ferocious onslaught, effortlessly evading the most lethal aspects of the attack. With a swift motion, he reversed the dragon spring sword, transforming it into a brilliant arc, cleaving toward the tempestuous sword strikes of Xiao Qin. Iron chain across the river. The long sword advanced, directly severing Xiao Qin's relentless assault. Clang! The swords of the two men clashed, sending sparks flying in all directions. Meng Nan felt an immense surge of primordial energy emanating from Xiao Qin's sword, causing his arm to go numb, nearly making him lose grip on the dragon spring sword. What formidable primordial energy! A thought flashed through Meng Nan's mind. The disparity in their cultivation levels was too great, and relying solely on righteous energy would indeed prove insufficient to bridge the gap. He needed to devise another strategy. Chapter 10. The Longquan Sword, a medium-grade spiritual weapon. Xiao Qin, with a single stroke of his sword, repelled Meng Nan, feeling a surge of confidence within. It seems you are indeed gravely injured, having regressed so significantly. Meng Nan, what do you possess now to contend with me? With his sword crossed over his chest, a sardonic smile played at the corners of Xiao Qin's mouth. This strike was merely a test. He had only utilized 60% of his spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to him, he had already surpassed his former rival. Such a feeling is exquisite. A tempestuous storm. Xiao Qin's long sword vibrated, unleashing the fierce wind and rain sword, infused with the profound energy of the 7th realm of the soul. In an instant, the momentum of his sword surged violently, amplifying its power significantly. Meng Nan's expression remained tranquil, unfazed as he unleashed the foundational sword techniques beneath the Longquan sword. Every move seemed meticulously refined, the force, angle, and direction of each strike executed with impeccable precision. Amidst Xiao Qin's ferocious swordplay, Meng Nan resembled a fragile boat navigating through tumultuous waves, avoiding direct confrontation, relying solely on his consummate foundational sword techniques to counterattack. It appeared that the battle was entirely dominated by Xiao Qin. The situation for the burly instructor seemed dire. Indeed, how could he be so thoroughly overwhelmed? The disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. He wouldn't lose, would he? The audience, witnessing the precarious predicament of Meng Nan, felt a surge of anxiety for him. After several exchanges, the spectators were astonished to note that, although Meng Nan appeared to be at a distinct disadvantage, he had not lost his composure. he remained methodical in his movements. Moreover, it seemed that his swordplay was becoming increasingly adept, gradually seizing opportunities to counterattack. A flicker of irritation surged within Xiaoqin. He had not anticipated Meng Nan's tenacity. Despite the vast gap in their cultivation levels and his firm grasp on the situation, he could not secure victory, as Meng Nan's foundational sword techniques effectively neutralized his every attempt. Moreover, it was evident that Meng Nan's swordsmanship was growing more proficient, his strikes more potent. Was this truly mere foundational swordplay? Xiaoqin found himself perplexed. Clearly foundational techniques, yet why did Meng Nan wield them with such formidable strength? Capable of matching the high-tier wind and rain sword in a fierce contest? On the arena, figures danced, and the sounds of clashing swords resonated. Clang, clang. Meng Nan felt a pang of bitterness. Despite his efforts to evade, Xiaoqin was evidently leveraging his superior cultivation to force him into direct clashes. Each collision left Meng Nan's arms aching, while Xiaoqin's abundant spiritual energy flowed like an unending river. It could not be prolonged any further. The numbness creeping into his right hand made Meng Nan realize that if this continued, he would undoubtedly be the one to falter. He could only resort to that one technique, he thought, but now was not the opportune moment. The chance was singular and must be seized. Gritting his teeth, Meng Nan bore the onslaught of Xiaoqin's overwhelming spiritual energy, his internal vitality surging, yet his grip upon the sword remained unyielding. His gaze was fixed intently upon Xiaoqin's dancing long sword. This was his solitary opportunity. What resilience! Meanwhile, Xiaoqin, unable to break through, grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and withdrew abruptly, staring at his long sword in disbelief. To his shock, he discovered that his weapon was riddled with countless dents. How could this be? This was a spiritual weapon he had painstakingly acquired from the academy. Though a low-grade spiritual weapon, it could slice through iron like mud. How could it sustain such damage? Could it be? Xiaoqin's gaze darted to Meng Nan's Longquan sword. Indeed, he noticed that the sword's blade, gleaming like a mirror, was as smooth as new. Could it be a medium-grade spiritual weapon? But how could Meng Nan possess such a treasure? Everything he acquired at the academy should have been reclaimed. Xiaoqin's thoughts momentarily wandered. A fortuitous opportunity. Meng Nan's eyes brightened, a fierce glint flashing within. He cared not for his opponent's musings. He had endured all this strife merely to await this moment. 8 steps to chase the cicada. Xiaoqin abruptly snapped back to reality, sensing something was off as he looked at Meng Nan, only to find him standing still with his sword raised. Was he too tense? Xiaoqin chuckled softly, yet at that moment, an acute sense of danger surged within him, sending shivers down his spine. No, it was an afterimage. Xiaoqin's expression changed dramatically. How could Meng Nan's speed be so extraordinary? In the next instant, Meng Nan's figure appeared behind him, as if he had multiplied, creating 2 indistinguishable silhouettes on the arena. The mastery of his earth-level lightness technique was beyond Xiaoqin's comprehension. Meng Nan had awaited this chance. He could not let it slip away. Once Xiaoqin became aware of this technique and prepared for it, he would have no further opportunities, only impending defeat. The moment was singular. Success was imperative. Failure was not an option. Meng Nan struck. The Longquan sword unleashed an icy binding. In an instant, a tremendous chill erupted from the Longquan sword, enveloping the entire arena in a frigid winter, the sword's light gleaming coldly, coiling like mist around Xiaoqin's form. Meng Nan's retaliatory barrage had been meticulously planned, executed with both foresight and swiftness, leaving Xiaoqin with no means of evasion. The frigid mist struck Xiaoqin with relentless force. This is a spiritual weapon technique? A fleeting thought of horror crossed Xiaoqin's mind. Meng Nan's sword was indeed a medium-grade spiritual weapon. He felt an overwhelming chill penetrate his being, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, causing him to shiver uncontrollably, his movement slowing as if his consciousness lagged behind. It's done. A glimmer of joy flickered in Meng Nan's eyes. The 5 elements blazing palm. A surge of righteous energy surged forth with unprecedented speed, his left palm igniting with a flicker of flame, striking like lightning. The blazing palm of the 5 elements landing squarely upon Xiaoqin's back. Ice and fire, 2 extremes. The unfortunate Xiaoqin, caught off guard, was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he sustained injuries. It was over. A thought raced through Xiaoqin's mind as he desperately channeled his internal spiritual energy. The robust energy of the 7th realm of the soul breaking free from the icy bindings, restoring his mobility. But it was too late. Meng Nan pursued like a shadow. His long sword pointed menacingly at Xiaoqin's heart. Victory! A rush of exhilaration washed over Meng Nan, though his expression returned to calm. He lost? You. This sword, is it a medium-grade spiritual weapon? Xiaoqin stared intently into Meng Nan's eyes. I suppose. Meng Nan did not deny it. Haha. Xiaoqin's smile was a grimace, acknowledging the formidable spiritual weapon technique. I have lost. His face turned ashen as he gazed at Meng Nan, a wave of intense unwillingness rising within him. Yet losing was losing. What could be done about his discontent? Meng Nan extended his hand. You admit defeat. Then hand over the Lingshu jade plate. A flicker of pain crossed Xiaoqin's face. But he had no choice but to retrieve the Lingshu jade plate from his storage ring, tossing it towards Meng Nan. Indeed, it was an unclaimed Lingshu jade plate. As Meng Nan received the exquisite jade plate, a smile of delight spread across his face. Ha ha, the legendary Lingshu true realm. Here I come. Whoever you are. Thank you. Meng Nan squinted, smiling with unrestrained joy. Chapter 11. The exchange between the two academies finally came to an end. With the faculty and students of Tianwu Academy departing in discontent, each casting ghostly glances at Meng Nan. Anyone unaware of the situation might have thought that Teacher Meng had treated them poorly, as their resentful gazes sent shivers down his spine. No one had anticipated that the event would conclude in such a manner. While everyone anticipated the beginning, the outcome caught them all off guard. Meng Nan emerged as the most notable discovery of the exchange. As the attendees from Tianwu Academy departed, the students in the audience left in a flurry of excitement, eager to share their experiences. The vast arena soon fell silent. Only a handful of teachers from Xingchen Academy remained. Dean Zhang beamed with joy, having not only upheld the Academy's honor, but also dealt a blow to their rivals, adding a significant achievement to his career. The greatest treasure, however, was Meng Nan. This young talent was truly remarkable. Dean Zhang clapped Meng Nan on the shoulder, exclaiming, Well done, Teacher Meng. Meng Nan felt a wave of surprise wash over him. In his previous life, he had never received such praise from a superior. He replied modestly, Dean, it is my duty to contribute to the academy. Dean Zhang's smile widened as he said, Come see me tomorrow. You belong in the body refinement department. You are far too talented to be wasted elsewhere. What a delightful prospect. Meng Nan's heart swelled with happiness, though he maintained a calm exterior. To Dean Zhang, Meng Nan appeared unfazed and possessed the demeanor of a true leader. The surrounding teachers cast envious glances at Meng Nan, wishing they could be the ones receiving such commendation. Thank you all for your hard work today. Dean Zhang addressed the gathered teachers. It was no trouble at all, they replied in unison. Perfect. Today also happens to be payday. Everyone head to the finance office and collect an additional 50 mid-grade spirit stones as a reward from the academy. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. Wow. 50 mid-grade spirit stones? Meng Nan felt a surge of excitement. Nothing compared to the practicality of spirit stones, which amounted to the equivalent of 5 months' salary for him. Long live the dean. The teachers cheered, eager to make their way to the finance office. As the sun set, Meng Nan exited Xingchen Academy, a treasure trove of over 100 mid-grade spirit stones in hand, his steps noticeably lighter. Indeed, it was over 100 stones. He had expected to receive the same 50 stones as the other teachers, but to his surprise, upon reaching Huomiao, he was awarded 100 stones as a special reward from Dean Zhang for securing victory for the academy. In this world, spirit stones were a form of hard currency essential for cultivation and trade. They were classified into various grades based on their energy concentration and purity, ranging from inferior to superior, with each grade being 100 times more valuable than the last. It was said that above the superior grade, there existed even rarer crystal stones, but Meng Nan, who had never laid eyes on anything beyond superior stones, regarded such tales as mere legends. Under the fading light of the sunset, Starshine City appeared adorned in a splendid hue. As Meng Nan strolled through the bustling streets, the sounds of hawkers and lively chatter filled the air. The further he went, the more crowded the streets became, yet the clamor of vendors began to fade. He soon found himself on the most prosperous street in Starshine City, Treasure Gathering Street. It was said that on Treasure Gathering Street, there existed an item for every conceivable desire, and one could find anything one might wish for. The bustling crowds alone attested to its vibrancy. Following the throngs of people, Meng Nan arrived at an elegantly antiquated building, where the words Spirit Herb Pavilion glimmered in pink gold lettering. He entered without hesitation, having frequented this place every month during his 6 months at Xingchen Academy. With the 10 mid-grade spirit stones he received monthly, he would save one for cultivation and spend the remainder on purchasing medicinal herbs. The spirit herb pavilion boasted 3 floors, with the quality of herbs increasing with each level. However, due to his limited funds, Meng Nan could only afford to buy the most basic herbs on the first floor. Upon entering the pavilion, he was greeted by towering shelves lined with various herbs. A young apprentice, recognizing Meng Nan, approached him with a smile. "Big brother Meng, you're back again." Meng Nan smiled in return. "Yes, Xiaomu. Are you on duty today?" Xiaomu nodded enthusiastically. "Same old routine?" "Not today," Meng Nan replied, patting the pouch at his side. "I have money today, so I won't need substitutes for the prescriptions." He continued, "Please fetch the herbs according to the prescriptions from Master Lin. For the rejuvenating herbs, get the 3rd-grade ones, and for the calming herbs, get the 2nd-grade ones." "Oh, looks like someone has struck it rich." The young apprentice laughed. "Indeed," Meng Nan replied. "Hurry and fetch the herbs. I need to get home soon." "Right away," Shimu responded, bustling around the herb shelves with remarkable grace. His hands were long and delicate, moving with an artistry that made the act of gathering herbs seem almost choreographed. One by one, the required herbs were placed neatly on the counter. "Big brother Meng, take a look," Xiaomu said, presenting the gathered herbs. "This is 3rd-grade rejuvenation grass, 2nd-grade soul-nurturing vine, and this is calming herb." "Perfect. Everything looks good." Meng Nan nodded approvingly after inspecting the herbs. Xiaomu efficiently packed the herbs into a large bag, stating, "Big brother Meng, the total is 73 mid-grade spirit stones, but for you, it will be 70. 70. That is quite expensive," Meng Nan exclaimed, realizing that his earnings for the day were quickly diminishing. It seemed that no matter the world, medicine was not something an average person could easily afford. Nonetheless, he did not hesitate. He retrieved his pouch and counted out 70 mid-grade spirit stones to hand over. Shimu accepted the stones, remarking, "Big brother Meng, you are really good to Sister Jia." Hearing the name Jia sent a tremor through Meng Nan's heart, and a slender figure flashed through his mind, causing a radiant smile to spread across his face. "She is my only family if I don't treat her well. Who else would I?" With a cheerful demeanor, Meng Nan shouldered the heavy bag of herbs and turned to leave. "Jia, wait for me. I'm coming back to help you." With purposeful strides, Meng Nan navigated through several streets until he arrived at a quaint courtyard. "Jia, I'm back," he called out before even entering. The door creaked open, as if someone had been waiting for his return. A head peeked out from behind the door. Chapter 12. The origin of Jia. It was a face that should have been fair, beautifully shaped, yet marred by a profusion of pale green lines, resembling a grotesque green mask that evoked both horror and mystery. Her features were exquisite, and a cascade of verdant hair was casually tied into a ponytail at the back of her head. Most striking were her eyes, large and innocent, reminiscent of a baby's, pure and as clear as crystal. When the girl saw Meng Nan, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, as if she were smiling, though the myriad green blemishes obscured any true expression of joy. Yet, in Meng Nan's eyes, she radiated warmth. "Jia." Meng Nan gazed at the girl and smiled, knowing she would be waiting for him here, undeterred by the elements. In just 6 months, this slender figure had woven herself into the fabric of his life. The girl opened the door and approached him. Meng Nan instinctively reached out to tousle her emerald locks, taking her hand in his. Jia's hand felt ethereal, her fingers long and as white as jade, strikingly beautiful. Meng Nan led her inside, into his home. Since being taken in by the old man Meng, he had made this small courtyard his sanctuary, except for the 3 years he spent at Nanhua Academy. The modest dwelling consisted of 3 rooms, a hall, a kitchen, and a tiny backyard, all showing signs of age, imbued with a sense of antiquity. Nevertheless, for Meng Nan, having a place to call home was sufficient. He entered the main hall and set down his burden, filled with precious herbs, eagerly unpacking them. "Jia, look, these are top-quality spirit herbs. This one is a 2nd-tier herb, and this one is 3rd tier. Today, I struck gold. After dinner, I'll brew these for you. They will surely cure your ailment." You won't believe the attention I garnered today. As Meng Nan sorted through the herbs, the girl remained silent, her crystalline eyes fixed on him, serene and detached, as if she existed apart from the world. After a while, having finished recounting his day, he looked up, but the girl still offered no response. Suddenly, she turned and left, and Meng Nan, absorbed in his task, did not follow. Before long, she returned, carrying a tray laden with steaming dishes, fragrant and inviting. Meng Nan smiled, rising to accept the meal from her hands. "Jia, you've worked hard. After a long day and several skirmishes, he was indeed hungry. He seated himself in the living room, eagerly digging into the food. Delicious. The last rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow in the room as the boy savored his meal, exclaiming his delight. The girl in her simple garments stood quietly beside him, watching silently. And time seemed to freeze in that picturesque moment. I'm so full. Meng then set down his bowl, patting his belly contentedly and letting out a satisfied burp. Jia approached quietly, taking away the dishes and heading to the kitchen in the backyard. Meng then watched her slender figure, a flicker of pity crossing his gaze. Jia was a mystery to Meng Nan. He had found her origins unknown, just days after his arrival in this world. He had lost everything obtained at the academy and had been forced to graduate prematurely. On his way back to Starlight City, he encountered Jia. The frightful girl lay by the roadside, and passers-by recoiled in terror at her green-streaked visage, as if merely looking at her might bring them misfortune. Moved by compassion, Meng Nan rescued her and brought her to Starlight City. Her condition was peculiar. She seemed injured, as though afflicted by a strange illness. She could not speak, at least. In the 6 months they had been together, he had only heard her utter the word home in a daze during the first few days after her awakening. Thus, he named her Jia, and since then, he had not heard her utter another word. She did not smile either. In the half-year that had passed, Meng Nan had not witnessed any other expression on her face. This was perhaps due to the spiderweb-like green lines that covered her countenance. Her meridians were shattered. And compared to Meng Nan's own injuries, which were merely superficial, hers were grievous. Strangely, however, the destruction of her meridians did not seem to impede her movement. She never cried out in pain, nor did she display any suffering. The most troubling aspect was that Jia's soul appeared to be severely damaged, rendering her unable to remember anything, leaving her more bewildered by this world than Meng Nan, who had traversed here. Upon awakening, perhaps due to the fact that Meng Nan was the first person she saw, she became particularly attached to him. In those early days, she followed him wherever he went, causing him considerable inconvenience as he sought employment. Eventually, she learned to remain alone at home. Over the past 6 months, Jia's condition had neither worsened nor improved. Well, it would be inaccurate to say there had been no improvement at all. Under the influence of the spirit herbs and Meng Nan's potent healing energy, Jia's shattered meridians, while still appearing broken, seemed to be gradually regaining vitality. She became more spirited, yet remained silent and expressionless. Jia could cook. Perhaps she always had. 2 months prior, she had prepared a meal from the ingredients Meng Nan had purchased, far surpassing his own culinary skills. From that day forth, Jia took it upon herself to prepare dinner for him, quietly waiting for his return. Unbeknownst to Meng Nan, he had become accustomed to Jia's presence. "Come, Jia, let me treat your ailment." Meng Nan rose, cradling a bundle of spirit herbs as he entered the kitchen to begin his preparations. He had once taken Jia to the herbalist to seek help, only to be met with a grim prognosis. "There is no hope. She is doomed." Yet, Meng Nan refused to give up. After much insistence, the herbalist reluctantly provided a couple of prescriptions that might alleviate some of the damage to her meridians and soul. Over the past 6 months, Meng Nan had consistently procured spirit herbs, tending to both his own needs and Jia's recovery. As night fell, Jia drank a large bowl of the herbal concoction, and, after Meng Nan's healing energy coursed through her meridians, she succumbed to sleep. Seemingly overwhelmed by the potency of the medicine, Meng Nan stood by her bedside, gazing at the perpetually tranquil girl, sighing softly before turning to leave the room. He was unaware that, in that fleeting moment of his departure, Jia's eyes abruptly opened, her dark pupils appearing unfocused, flickering with an otherworldly green light. Chapter 13. The realm of Lingshu. Meng Nan returned to his chamber, settling cross-legged upon his bed, and produced the Lingshu Jade Tablet, a prize earned from his victory over Xiaoqian. The legendary Lingshu realm was about to unveil its mysterious veil, revealing its true form. And the mere thought of it sent shivers coursing through him. This was a world crafted by the gods. A mere fragment of divine consciousness could grant him opportunities that would nourish his physical self. Even should he meet his demise within, his life would not be at risk. He would simply lose a thread of divine awareness, rendering his spirit somewhat weakened. Yet such a loss paled in comparison to the bountiful fortunes he could attain within the Lingshu realm. It was said that great opportunities abounded there. Some gained instant fame overnight. Others advanced at an astonishing pace. Countless warriors of the divine soul realm had discovered paths to solidifying their status through the Lingshu realm. Countless martial artists pursued the Lingshu realm with fervor. Yet, None knew its whereabouts. The sole means of entry lay within the Lingshu Jade Tablet. Thus, despite its singular purpose, the Jade Tablet was priceless wherever it appeared. In the past, Meng Nan, having secured a place in the academy, was considered a prodigy. However, whether at the Stardust Academy or the Nanhua Academy, he preferred to cultivate in solitude, unattached to any faction, given his meager resources. How could he possibly possess a Lingshu Jade Tablet? Martial artists cultivate their energy, condensing it into divine awareness after refining their essence, which then allows them to enter the divine soul realm. Upon reaching this realm, they could utilize the Lingshu Jade Tablet to separate a thread of divine consciousness and enter the Lingshu realm, hidden within the void. Now, as a martial artist of the first layer of the divine soul realm, Meng Nan had just met the minimum requirement to use the Jade Tablet. He felt a sense of impatience rising within him. Yet, he understood the necessity of patience. For him, the Lingshu realm was an entirely unknown world. With all his knowledge gleaned solely from others' accounts or snippets from texts, he needed to maintain his optimal state to better navigate any unforeseen circumstances. With his eyes gently closed, Meng Nan cast aside distracting thoughts, allowing the righteous energy of his heart to flow like a serene stream within him. The heavens and earth are filled with righteousness, and he breathed in deeply, cultivating the essence of his spirit. The cultivation of righteous energy fundamentally differed from the mainstream martial cultivation system that focuses on elemental force, which primarily gathers in the lower dantian, while righteous energy draws its source from the heart center. As his heart method progressed, Meng Nan patiently controlled the rhythm of his breath, exhaling in a pattern of 3 breaths and 1 inhale, alternating between long and short. With each gentle exhalation, he felt warmth enveloping him. As the righteous energy nurtured within his heart began to surge forth, coursing through his limbs, gradually, his breathing became natural, and Meng Nan lost himself in the act of cultivation, perceiving the vastness of the world transforming into a realm of light, where he became a minuscule spark, seemingly insignificant yet tenaciously alive. Suddenly, this nascent spark stirred, plunging into the ocean of light, becoming one with it. This unique and fragile point of light flitted through the luminous sea, flickering in and out, akin to a star in the night sky, seemingly on the verge of vanishing yet never merging with the light, instead evolving and growing stronger by drawing upon the luminous source around it. In that moment, Meng Nan felt as if all shadows of despair, resentment, jealousy, greed, and other negative emotions were swept away, leaving his heart illuminated with clarity and insight. In this expanse, although rich in elemental energy, the energy itself bore diverse attributes, being complex and impure. However, at its core, it could be simply summarized as positive and negative, akin to what Meng Nan would have termed in his past life as positive and negative energy. All things have yin and yang. Human hearts possess both good and evil, and emotions too have their duality. Righteous energy embodies the essence of positive energy, nurtured within the chest, continuously cultivated. It is transparent and noble, akin to the head of a dragon, commanding the myriad energies around it. As the principles of righteous energy state, it may condense into firm bones or transform into a fierce wind. It can stand as a pillar amidst the currents or hold up the clouds and pines. A sword may manifest, piercing through the rainbow. It can unveil harmonious scenes or dispel the harsh winter. The firm bones represent the method of body refinement. The fierce wind signifies techniques for agility. The pillar amidst currents denotes defense, and the clouds and pines symbolize offensive skills. When cultivated to profound depths, one may even transform chi into a sword, becoming a rainbow, impervious to the vicissitudes of weather, with infinite utility. To nurture the righteous energy of the world is to illuminate the heavens and earth. This is the true essence of righteous energy. The decline of the last age had shrouded such grand and formidable righteous energy in dust, relegating it merely to the teachings of the Meng family, a legacy for future generations to cultivate their character. Bound by ancestral teachings, Meng Nan began cultivating righteous energy from a young age, although he could not sense even the most basic chi feeling. Nevertheless, for over 2 decades, he practiced diligently, mastering every segment of the heart method, and now, with such a favorable environment for cultivation, he cherished it deeply. He was determined to allow the ancestral righteous energy to shine anew in his hands. Lost in the cultivation of righteous energy within the dim confines of his chamber, Meng Nan appeared to radiate light, emanating an air of solemnity and righteousness. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, with a vague sensation of imminent breakthrough. his state restored to its peak. He grasped the Lingshu jade tablet, anticipation flickering in his heart. He had long learned the methods for utilizing the jade tablet within the academy, but had yet to find the opportunity to practice. Withdrawing the dragon spring sword, he pricked his finger, allowing a drop of crimson blood to emerge. Plop! In the stillness of the night, the blood fell upon the jade tablet, producing a crisp sound as it was instantaneously absorbed. The radiant jade tablet shimmered with a soft glow before returning to tranquility. By dripping blood to acknowledge ownership, the jade tablet became uniquely his. Even should he unexpectedly perish in the future, no one else could claim it. Once a Lingshu jade tablet has been used, should it become ownerless, it would dissolve into the void, returning to the Lingshu realm. Meng Nan's consciousness turned inward, focusing on his brow, where a miniature version of himself, reduced countless times, sat with closed eyes in the sea of his spiritual essence, exuding a cherubic demeanor. This was his divine soul. Unlike other martial artists, perhaps due to Meng Nan's transcendence across realms, the fusion of 2 lifetimes within his divine soul rendered it far more potent than that of his peers, at first glance. It seemed almost corporeal. Meng Nan sent forth a thread of divine awareness into the Lingshu jade tablet. In an instant, the world spun around him. Within his consciousness, an expanse of void appeared, dominated by a massive black vortex that eerily resembled a legendary black hole said to consume all. The dark vortex seemed to sense Meng Nan's presence, immediately generating a formidable pull. His thread of divine awareness had no time to react before darkness enveloped him, pulling him in. Under the moonlit sky, amidst a tapestry of stars, a colossal city, buoyed by an enigmatic force, floated high above. Starlight cascaded down, captured by the city, which seemed alive, rhythmically inhaling and exhaling the power of the stars. Beneath the silver moon, the vast starlight coalesced under an unfathomable force, causing the entire city to glow, competing with the brilliance of the moon above, its grandeur mesmerizing. Every corner of the city was illuminated by the starlight, shining throughout the night. At the heart of this city stood an ancient, 7-colored altar. The altar, constructed from unknown materials, appeared as a single entity, its surface adorned with intricate patterns, emanating an aura of ancient desolation, absorbing the celestial energies in synchrony with the city's rhythm. Suddenly, the altar erupted without warning, radiating a burst of 7-colored brilliance, shooting skyward and forming a colossal beam of light. This dazzling spectacle instantly overshadowed the silver moon and the star power coalescing around the great city. Within the city, all martial artists instinctively lifted their gazes towards the soaring beam of light. Is another newcomer arriving? Many individuals murmured to themselves, pondering thoughtfully as they made their way toward the heart of the city. The beam of light lasted but 3 breaths before vanishing into thin air, and upon the altar, a youthful figure materialized seemingly out of nowhere. Clad in azure garments and exuding a handsome charm under the sun, was this the realm of Lingshu? Meng Nan opened his eyes. Chapter 14. The Red Fox. Thunder within the city. The area surrounding the ancient altar was saturated with stellar energy, coalescing above the altar as if it were a tangible substance. The starlight was hazy, enveloping Meng Nan in what felt like an ocean of cosmic power. Is this a divine phenomenon? A profound shock surged within him. He extended his hand, grasping tightly, feeling an overwhelming force that was unmistakably real, devoid of any illusion. As he surveyed his surroundings, a tranquil silence enveloped the vast altar. He was the sole occupant, seemingly unthreatened. Steeling himself, Meng Nan descended from the altar. Before him lay a straight path of azure stone, its surface seamless, resembling an immense slab of rock. The edifices flanking the road stood in orderly fashion, their architecture remarkable. In the distance, numerous figures emerged from the streets, evidently stirred by the earlier spectacle, hastily converging upon the altar. Such manifestations at the guiding altar were customary when newcomers first entered the Lingshu true realm. It resembled an ancient rite, symbolizing the baptism of the realm and a welcome for the new arrivals. Recently, the influx of newcomers had been minimal. The last one had entered merely 10 days prior. Anticipation rippled through the hearts of the martial artists approaching the altar. From afar, a striking young man descended from the altar, scanning his surroundings with a bewildered expression, as if he had never encountered such a scene before. The onlookers exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing the typical demeanor of first-time entrants to the Lingshu true realm. At that moment, Meng Nan noticed the gathering figures from every corner of the city, and he was momentarily taken aback, instinctively bracing himself. These individuals halted several paces away, their curious gazes scrutinizing him. First level of the divine soul realm? Nothing to see here. Upon confirming Meng Nan's cultivation level, the newcomers shook their heads, disappointment flickering in their eyes. Meng Nan, in turn, assessed them. The mere fact that they could enter the Lingshu True Realm indicated that these martial artists possessed at least the Divine Soul Realm cultivation. To his astonishment, he realized that there were no fewer than 100 or 200 people standing before him, their presence creating a bustling spectacle along the road. Such a congregation of Divine Soul Realm practitioners would be deemed a grand affair in the outside world. It was a rare sight in the secluded Starlight City. Wait a minute, I'm being gawked at, Meng Nan suddenly realized. The onlookers regarded him with expressions that seemed to blend pity with a hint of regret. An unsettling feeling crept over him. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. The Red Fox has arrived. Instantly, the throng parted as if an invisible hand had waved, creating a clear path. 5 martial artists approached from the distant street. The foremost among them, a towering figure in his late 20s, stood over 2 meters tall, with fiery red short hair resembling flames. His thin lips and elongated eyes perpetually squinted, glinting with the cold light, emanating an aura of unrestrained aggression. The name Red Fox seemed quite fitting, Meng Nan mused. The gathering of 100 to 200 people fell into an eerie silence, their murmurs silenced. The only sound was the rhythmic thumping of the Red Fox's boots against the azure pavement, echoing like a slow drumbeat in the hearts of the audience. A chill ran through Meng Nan. He sensed that this imposing figure was approaching him directly. The Red Fox towered over him, looking down with a piercing gaze. Newcomer, what is your background? Do you have any backing? The Red Fox's voice was low and menacing. Meng Nan hesitated, instinctively shaking his head. No backing. Excellent. You have 2 choices. First, serve me, and I shall grant you freedom in 3 months. Second, die now, and I will kill you every time we meet henceforth. The Red Fox's voice reverberated in the still night, saturated with dominance. Meng Nan's brows furrowed, his expression darkening. A lunatic? A madman? Anger ignited within him, ready to erupt. Before he could speak, a clear voice rang out from the distance, filling the air. Red Fox, bullying newcomers again? Your Red Fire Alliance truly is arrogant. The words dripped with sarcasm, inciting hostility, Meng Nan thought. The Red Fox swiftly turned to face a figure clad in purple, hurtling toward them like a bolt of lightning. It was Thunder, returning from the wilderness. Is it him? He has always been at odds with the Red Fire Alliance. This could get interesting. A murmur of intrigue spread through the crowd. The Red Fox regarded the approaching figure calmly, stating, Thunder, have you nothing better to do than meddle in my affairs? Haha. I stumbled upon your Red Fire Alliance's mischief. How could I not intervene? The purple-clad figure swiftly navigated through the crowd, revealing a handsome young man of about 25. Exuding warmth in his smile. With a flicker, he stood before Meng Nan. The Red Fox's expression darkened. So, you are determined to oppose my Red Fire Alliance? This is not a new development, Thunder retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. The Red Fox felt a surge of rage, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. He had not anticipated this troublemaker's sudden return. He was too shrewd to engage in a pointless conflict over a newcomer. This matter is best left unresolved. The Red Fox cast a lingering glance at Meng Nan, the threat in his eyes unmistakable. Meng Nan, bewildered, sensed the malice radiating from the Red Fox. He rolled his eyes in silent defiance, unwilling to back down. Looking for trouble? Who is Meng Nan afraid of? We're leaving. The Red Fox wasted no time, turning with his entourage to depart. Safe travels, no need for farewells. Thunder called out with a grin. Veins bulged on the Red Fox's forehead. Yet he did not look back, resolutely walking away. The onlookers felt a twinge of disappointment as the Red Fox retreated. They had anticipated a fierce confrontation, only to witness a swift conclusion. How cowardly, they muttered under their breaths, though none dared voice it aloud. Thunder scanned the crowd, stating calmly, All right. Nothing more to see here. Disperse and return to your business. The crowd stirred, dispersing like startled birds, and tranquility returned to the avenue. Meng Nan observed this neighborly figure and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. No need for thanks, Thunder waved dismissively, exuding generosity. I have my grievances with the Red Fox. My intervention was not solely for your benefit. Regardless, if it weren't for you, I would have surely fallen prey to those individuals. Meng Nan reflected, still feeling the weight of pressure emanating from the Red Fox. He understood that should a confrontation arise, he stood no chance, especially against such overwhelming numbers. Brother, you can call me Wu Dao. Meng Nan remained cautious, withholding his true name. Haha, Wu Dao, I am Thunder. It seems this is your first time in the Lingshu True Realm. Be wary, the Red Fox and his crew are not to be trifled with. and they will undoubtedly seek you out again. Meng Nan inquired, Thunder, indeed this is my first time. Can you enlighten me on why these individuals would pursue me without cause? Given your address of brother, I suppose I can share a few insights. Let us stroll as we converse. Chapter 15. Opportunities for newcomers in Qianji City. Meng Nan stood before the imposing bronze gate towering over 4 meters, his emotions tumultuous and restless. After an explanation from Lei Ming, he finally grasped why the members of the Crimson Fox had sought him out. The reason lay beyond this magnificent bronze door. It is said that the Lingshu True Realm was created by the gods, and many of its rules differ significantly from those of the outside world. First and foremost, the Lingshu True Realm is vast to an extent that remains unclear to anyone. Within this realm, the Spirit Soul Realm serves as the starting point. Only warriors who have cultivated their Spirit Soul can use the Lingshu Jade token to enter. Warriors at the Spirit Soul Realm are confined to the first area of the Lingshu True Realm, known as the Spirit Domain, where all martial cultivators' prowess is suppressed to the Spirit Soul Realm by the world's rules. No exceptions exist. The Spirit Domain is boundless, and the gathering points for warriors manifest as floating cities. When Meng Nan learned from Lei Ming that these floating cities were birthed from the extraordinary talents of certain martial artists, he was struck with awe. Lei Ming explained that theoretically, any warrior could establish a floating city, provided they earned the recognition of this realm to receive such a timeless reward. Floating cities are peculiar places, with rules varying greatly depending on their creators. Some cities prohibit violence, while others encourage martial clashes. Nevertheless, regardless of the rules governing a floating city, they all adhere to one principle: to provide care for newcomers entering the Lingshu True Realm. Lei Ming informed Meng Nan that this floating city is called Qianji, founded by the Qianji sage when he received the realm's acknowledgement at the Spirit Soul Realm over 10,000 years ago. Each newcomer entering Qianji City is granted an opportunity to freely enter the bronze gate before him to undergo an assessment, with rewards based on their performance. The most common and significant reward is the Soul Crystal. In the Lingshu True Realm, Soul Crystals are akin to the primordial spirit stones in the realm of heaven, serving not only as currency but, more importantly, as a means to enhance a warrior's spirit soul power. It is essential to understand that for warriors in the Spirit Soul Realm, cultivating their spirit soul is as vital as cultivating their elemental power. And the miraculous effects of soul crystals are specifically aimed at augmenting spirit soul strength. This alone drives warriors in the Spirit Soul Realm to madness and makes it a hard currency within the Lingshu True Realm, especially in the Spirit Domain. This is the opportunity that newcomers to Qianji City can seize. Each newcomer may enjoy a 3-month free assessment period. As long as they pass, they will receive corresponding rewards. This serves as a buffer period for all newcomers to accumulate capital and acclimate to the Lingshu True Realm. The position of City Lord in Qianji City has traditionally been held by the disciples of the Qianji sect, established by the Qianji sage. The Qianji sect pursues the path of natural non-action, resulting in a relatively lenient management style within the city. Often, as long as the city's existence is not threatened, the City Lord refrains from intervention, allowing things to develop organically. This has provided opportunities for those with ulterior motives. Presently, Qianji City is dominated by 3 major factions, with the most arrogant being the Crimson Fire Alliance, led by the Crimson Fox. They have united to force newcomers arriving in Qianji City to serve them for 3 months, aiming to strip them of the soul crystals earned through their assessments. The Crimson Fire Alliance is headed by 2 leaders, rumored to be brothers. The mightiest, the Crimson Wolf, has ventured to another domain, leaving the second in command, the Crimson Fox, in charge of the Alliance's affairs. The Crimson Fox is ruthless, living up to his name with cunning and guile. Under his management, the Crimson Fire Alliance has employed many unscrupulous tactics to rapidly expand, subtly becoming the dominant power in Qianji City. Many newcomers targeted by the Crimson Fire Alliance initially attempt to resist, but are met with brutal suppression. The moment they enter the Spirit Domain, the Alliance descends upon them like rabid dogs, eliminating them. Although being killed within the Lingshu True Realm results only in the destruction of a fragment of consciousness, repeated instances can damage one's spirit soul, adversely affecting their martial foundation. Consequently, many ultimately find themselves compelled to accept the demands of the Crimson Fire Alliance. Truly tyrannical. Upon hearing this, Meng Nan felt a surge of indignation. Is there no one to resist? Yes, but they have all been suppressed, Lei Ming replied, regardless of cultivation level. Entering the Spirit Domain results in suppression to the Spirit Soul Realm. The Crimson Fox, at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Spirit Soul Realm, possesses extraordinary combat prowess, and is treacherous. Many newcomers who have suffered at his hands have sought out relatives and friends to deal with him, but they often return defeated. Meng Nan's gaze turned steely, mentally placing the Crimson Fire Alliance among his foes. His principle in dealing with others is simple: extend warmth akin to spring towards friends. Yet be as merciless as autumn winds sweeping away leaves when confronting enemies. This encapsulates Meng Nan's philosophy. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall retaliate. Although Meng Nan appears affable, he possesses a stubborn spirit. They dare to bully him. There is no way he would bow to them. After bringing Meng Nan to the Bronze Gate, Lei Ming took his leave, acknowledging that their encounter had been fortuitous, and warned Meng Nan to remain cautious. Once alone, Meng Nan regained his focus. The Crimson Fire Alliance, is it? Whatever methods they possess, let them come. I shall meet force with force, and water with earth. Raising his gaze, he noted the plaque above the bronze door, inscribed with 3 gilded characters, Assessment Hall. 2 bronze statues of armored warriors stood guard at the entrance. One wielded a blade, while the other held a sword, both lifelike and imposing. With determination, he pushed against the bronze door, which groaned and slowly creaked open. Meng Nan stepped inside. Meanwhile, within a certain residence in Qinji City, the Crimson Fox reclined in a grand chair, flanked by 2 enchanting young women who were massaging his shoulders. A cloaked warrior stood before him. Head bowed as he reported softly, "Oh, they have gone to the assessment hall?" The Crimson Fox inquired nonchalantly. "Yes," the cloaked warrior replied, not daring to make a sound. "And what of Lei Ming?" The Crimson Fox pressed. Their stay was brief. Lei Ming left that newcomer at the assessment hall and proceeded towards the Tower of Creation. The cloaked warrior responded, "The Tower of Creation?" The Crimson Fox's brows furrowed slightly. The Tower of Creation is one of the most significant secret realms within the Lingshu True realm, an essential structure in every floating city. The Tower of Creation in the Spirit Domain typically consists of 9 levels for warriors to conquer. Each level offers rewards based on performance. Every century, the 10th level opens, said to contain the secrets of seizing the very essence of creation. Once someone conquers it, the 10th level closes until it reopens a century later. His prolonged stay in the Spirit Domain, instead of venturing to other major domains, is not merely to exert power here. The Tower of Creation is the true reason. Could it be that Lei Ming possesses the confidence to conquer the 10th level? The Crimson Fox's brows knitted tighter. If the 10th level, which appears only once every century, were to be conquered, he cannot afford to wait that long. A thought crossed his mind, and he sprang to his feet, declaring, "Qingya, take some men to the assessment hall. When that newcomer emerges, you are free to handle him as you see fit." "Understood," replied the warrior named Qingya, raising his head to reveal a sinister grin. Stepping into the Hall of Trials, Meng Nan was met with a resounding boom as the bronze doors slammed shut behind him, plunging him into an abyss of darkness so profound that he couldn't see his own hand. Suddenly, a beacon of light pierced through the darkness, followed by a gentle luminescence emanating from the walls, instantly illuminating the hall. Meng Nan squinted, his eyes adjusting to the newfound brightness. He gazed around the hall, and the sight that greeted him left him in utter astonishment. Doors. So many doors. The hall, which was about the size of a football field, was filled with doors. Row upon row of bronze portals stood in perfect alignment, resembling soldiers awaiting inspection. It was an awe-inspiring spectacle of hundreds of identical doors standing in silent formation, like a forest of bronze. The bronze doors reflected the soft white light, emitting a unique metallic sheen. A profound sense of solemnity filled the air, compelling Meng Nan to approach the nearest row of portals. Basic footwork. The 4 words were etched onto the ancient bronze portal. Meng Nan's heart skipped a beat as he examined the doors one by one. Basic swordsmanship, basic spear play, basic staff techniques, basic formations, basic pharmacology, basic weapon forging. Each portal was named after a fundamental skill. Could it be that the Hall of Trials assessed a warrior's foundation? It seemed so. As Lei Ming had mentioned, the Hall of Trials was essentially a place for newcomers to earn soul crystals. Warriors who had reached the divine soul realm should possess a solid foundation. The hall, with its hundreds of basic skills, would allow warriors of any profession to find a few that they could pass and earn some soul crystals. As Meng Nan pondered this, a sudden change occurred within the hall. A beam of cyan light shot out from each of the bronze portals, intertwining and distorting in midair. The hundreds of beams coalesced and transformed into various shapes, eventually forming a humanoid figure before Meng Nan's very eyes. A blinding flash of cyan light revealed an old man with bronze skin, clad in a snow-white robe, floating in the air. Alas, life is truly as lonely as snow. The old man sighed, placing his hands behind his back and gazing down. Meng Nan stared in utter disbelief as the old man nodded slightly, seemingly pleased with his dramatic entrance. "Who are you?" Meng Nan inquired. "Young man, welcome to the Hall of Trials. I am the spirit of this hall." The old man's voice was ethereal, fading in and out. "This is the hall spirit?" Meng Nan realized that Lei Ming had mentioned that the trials within the Hall of Trials would be overseen by a hall spirit. But he hadn't expected it to be like this. "Greetings, senior. I have long heard of the hall spirit's unparalleled elegance and peerless charm. Seeing you today confirms your legendary status. My admiration for you is like a never-ending river, an unstoppable flood." Meng Nan quickly bowed in the manner of a warrior, showering the old man with flattery. Lei Ming had also said that the hall spirit of the Thousand Machine City's Hall of Trials was quite eccentric and enjoyed compliments. If one could please him, there might be extra rewards. Indeed, the old man's face lit up with a smile upon hearing Meng Nan's shameless praise. "Young man, you have a discerning eye. Not bad. Not bad, haha." Meng Nan felt a twinge of conscience as he continued to sing the old man's praises. "Of course, it is my great fortune to meet you today, senior." Under Meng Nan's relentless flattery, the hall spirit beamed with joy. They talked and laughed, their conversation growing more and more animated. After a long while, Meng Nan, having exhausted his repertoire of compliments, steered the conversation back on track. "Senior hall spirit, may we begin?" The hall spirit reluctantly wiped his mouth, as if still savoring the moment. "I haven't met such an interesting young man in ages. Let's add a little something for him. Whenever you're ready, young man. Seeing as you're a decent fellow, I'll make an exception and tell you a secret." "A secret? What secret?" Meng Nan's heart fluttered with anticipation, sensing that he was about to hit the jackpot. Warriors who come here for the trials usually only receive rewards for each trial they pass. What they don't know is that there's another rule in the Hall of Trials that allows warriors to earn even greater rewards. What rule? Accumulated rewards. Accumulated rewards? Yes. After passing a trial, you can choose not to collect the reward and instead use it as collateral for the next trial. If you succeed, the reward will be doubled, including your collateral. The more trials you pass consecutively and the higher your evaluation, the better the rewards you'll receive. Is that really possible? Of course. I don't usually tell anyone this. However, accumulated rewards can only be triggered if you achieve an evaluation of proficient or higher. And you must pass at least 5 trials consecutively to claim the rewards. Let me give you an example. The hall spirit continued. If you pass 5 trials with a proficient evaluation, you would normally receive 1,000 soul crystals per trial, totaling 5,000. But if you choose to accumulate rewards and pass all 5 trials consecutively, you could receive 46,000 soul crystals. What? Meng Nan couldn't contain his excitement. Is that true? Absolutely. The hall spirit affirmed. Then, senior, what if I achieve a masterful evaluation? How much would the reward be? Meng Nan asked, trying to suppress his excitement. Masterful? The hall spirit gave Meng Nan a strange look. 10,000 low-grade soul crystals per trial. 10,000? That's so much. Meng Nan's heart pounded in his chest. Could this be the reward for flattering the old man? With the system's help, all of his basic skills were at the masterful level. 10,000 per trial, and then accumulated rewards. So much money. Meng Nan's eyes lit up with a series of numbers, eventually transforming into countless mountains of soul crystals. Seeing his gleaming eyes, the hall spirit chuckled to himself. Don't think you can please this old spirit with a few compliments, brat. I've seen your kind before. Disgusting. Your flattery is uninspired. I despise your kind of low-effort praise the most. You want to claim accumulated rewards? I'll make sure you regret it. Skills, regardless of their level, could be divided into 5 stages: novice, beginner, proficient, adept, and masterful. Most warriors who cultivated basic skills would eagerly move on to more powerful high-level martial arts after reaching the beginner stage, rarely spending time to hone their basic skills. The hall spirit knew the trials within the Hall of Trials all too well. They were based on ancient cultivation standards, and the proficient level was comparable to a warrior's adept stage. Moreover, there were no shortcuts to cultivating basic skills. It required years of practice. Given the young man's age, passing 5 trials in a row, the hall spirit could only scoff. Meng Nan suddenly seemed to remember something, slapping his forehead. Senior, I'll be back soon. With a thought, he vanished from the Hall of Trials. Warriors in the Spirit Void realm could leave at any time using their Spirit Void Jade tokens, unless they were in combat or in a special realm. When they returned, they would reappear in the same place they had left. Watching Meng Nan disappear, the hall spirit revealed a sinister smile. This old spirit won't tell you that once you choose to accumulate rewards, you only get one free trial. You won't be able to enjoy the newcomer's benefits ever again. Moreover, should you fail the assessment, you would concurrently forfeit the rewards previously attained. The extent to which you have flattered is truly distasteful. The one deceiving you is none other than yourself. Chapter 17. Consummate Skill. Meng Nan's consciousness returned to his body, and he opened his eyes. Naturally, he didn't entirely believe the hall spirit's words, nor did he place his hopes on it. He firmly believed that there were no free lunches in the world and that there were absolutely no unearned advantages. Ultimately, one could only rely on oneself. Therefore, he needed to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming assessment. In his system inventory, there was still a basic skill he hadn't had time to learn. He decided to spend some time mastering it. After a short while, Meng Nan's skill list included a consummate basic alchemy technique. Only then did he take out the Spirit Void Jade token and re-enter the Spirit Void True World, appearing before the hall spirit. "May we commence?" the hall spirit asked, its patience wearing thin. "Yes, senior," Meng Nan replied. "Good. Please select the basic skill you wish to be assessed on." "I choose basic swordsmanship." With a wave of its right hand, one of the neatly arranged bronze doors before Meng Nan suddenly lit up, conspicuously amidst the dense array of bronze portals. "Go. Open the door yourself." Meng Nan obeyed, reaching out to push the door. However, he paused slightly upon touching the bronze portal, realizing it wasn't a solid object. The bronze door rippled like water, and Meng Nan passed through it in an instant. It was a teleportation. When he reappeared, Meng Nan found himself in a closed stone chamber. The chamber was empty, and as Meng Nan stood in the center, he noticed a long sword hanging on the wall in front of him. With a thought, he stepped forward and drew the sword. The sword gleamed, but it was merely an ordinary steel blade. Yet, with the sword in hand, Meng Nan felt increasingly calm. Although he didn't know how the assessment would unfold, he was fearless. After a brief pause, faint wisps of green smoke emerged from the walls of the stone chamber. Meng Nan's eyes narrowed. "Here it comes." The smoke rapidly coalesced before him, eventually transforming into 5 green spiritual entities wielding long swords, resembling real people as they stood shoulder to shoulder. The hall spirit's voice echoed in his ears. "Young man, you may only use basic swordsmanship. Defeat these 5 sword spirits to pass the assessment, and you shall receive the corresponding reward." Meng Nan nodded. "Let's begin." As soon as he spoke, the first green entity on the left, the sword spirit the hall spirit had mentioned, moved. It swiftly approached Meng Nan, moving silently, its long sword pointing diagonally at him as it lunged forward. A thrust. As expected, basic swordplay. The spirit's realm didn't seem high. Although its sword techniques were as standard as those in a textbook, they posed no threat to Meng Nan. Meng Nan dodged, not retaliating. With a flash of green light, the spirit followed up, its sword changing from a thrust to an upward sweep, aiming for Meng Nan's throat. Meng Nan dodged again. In an instant, the sword spirit had made several moves, and Meng Nan had repeatedly evaded, confirming his suspicions. These 5 sword spirits likely corresponded to the 5 stages of skill mastery. Defeating them all should earn him a consummate rating. "All right, I'm done playing with you." Meng Nan's aura shifted, and he became entirely focused. The steel sword in his hand moved like a nimble serpent, its movements graceful and containing an invisible sword intent. Serpent's kiss. The chilling sword light, devoid of any extraneous flourish, flashed across the sword spirit's brow in an instant. The green spiritual entity dissipated into a wisp of green smoke. Instant kill. Meng Nan's expression remained unchanged. Using his consummate basic swordsmanship to deal with a sword spirit at the rudimentary level was an absolute and unsurprising. It was far too unchallenging. Inside the assessment hall, a massive water mirror had appeared in midair above the rows of bronze doors, reflecting the images of those undergoing basic skill assessments, including Meng Nan. The hall spirit, clad in pristine white robes, had somehow acquired a reclining chair. It lounged in the chair, legs crossed, leisurely watching the scene in the water mirror above. As it observed Meng Nan's opening stance, it couldn't help but nod slightly. The sword intent has formed a respectable level. No wonder he's so confident." A faint smile graced the hall spirit's lips as its interest in Meng Nan's performance began to peak. However, something unexpected occurred. The Meng Nan in the mirror, after defeating the first sword spirit, pressed on relentlessly, vanquishing 3 more sword spirits, each with a single, decisive blow. Only one left. Could this kid's basic swordsmanship have reached the consummate level? The hall spirit straightened up, its eyes glued to the image above, unblinking. Inside the stone chamber, Meng Nan, unperturbed. His basic swordsmanship was simply too advanced. The basic sword techniques he had learned from the system ensured that every strike was flawless. As he gazed at the last sword spirit, which was noticeably more solid than its predecessors, a surge of heroic spirit welled up within him. Meng Nan surged forward, his body following the sword. The ordinary steel sword in his hand exuded a compelling radiance. Every move was a consummate basic sword technique, flowing effortlessly from his blade. The final sword spirit was clearly stronger than the previous four. Its consummate basic swordsmanship was both silent and deadly, allowing it to contend with Meng Nan on equal footing. The stone chamber was filled with a multitude of sword shadows, captivating the hall spirit in the assessment hall. Truly consummate basic swordsmanship. I didn't expect this kid, despite his taciturn nature, to possess such formidable skills. It's been ages since I've seen consummate basic skills. The more Meng Nan fought, the more his fighting spirit soared. An evenly matched opponent only intensified his desire to win. Kill! Meng Nan roared, as a chilling light erupted from the sword's edge. In an instant, the sword in his hand transformed into a blur of speed, unleashing the most potent move in basic swordsmanship. Shooting star. Devoid of any superfluous technique, it was simply fast. Reaching the pinnacle of speed, leaving a trail of sword shadows in the air as it hurtled towards the sword spirit. Swift as a meteor. If the sword spirit possessed emotions, it would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by despair. Meng Nan's sword seemed to transcend space, piercing the sword spirit's chest. Victory! Inside the assessment hall, a wave of astonishment washed over the hall spirit. Such a swift sword. This strike seems to have surpassed the consummate level. How much time has this kid dedicated to honing his basic swordsmanship? Suddenly, the hall spirit seemed to recall something, erupting into laughter, doubling over. So what if it's consummate? As long as he chooses to accumulate rewards, it means that subsequent assessments must reach this level. I refuse to believe he can have 5 consummate basic skills. If he does, I'll change my name to his. The hall spirit exclaimed inwardly. At this moment, Meng Nan, who had completed the assessment in the stone chamber, was teleported back to the main hall. Young man, well done, the hall spirit exclaimed. Congratulations on passing the basic swordsmanship assessment, consummate level. You shall receive 10,000 low-grade soul crystals and a mid-grade azure cloud boat. Now, it's time for you to choose. Take the reward or continue to accumulate. I must remind you that once you choose to accumulate rewards, the assessment cannot be stopped midway and must be carried out to the end. Without the slightest hesitation, Meng Nan replied, I choose to accumulate rewards. Good. Ambitious. The hall spirit said with a smile. Kid, the pit is right there, and you're jumping into it willingly. Don't blame me. Chapter 18. The trembling spirit of the hall Meng Nan remained utterly oblivious to the peculiar thoughts swirling within the spirit of the hall. Yet, even if he were aware, it mattered little to him. His confidence in himself, and especially in the all-encompassing teacher system that had accompanied him through his journey, was unwavering. He promptly commenced his assessment for the second foundational skill, opting for the basic lightness skill. The spirit of the hall observed as Meng Nan was transported away by the bronze door, unable to conceal the smugness swelling within. You've fallen into my trap. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to provoke Meng Nan a bit further, stating, Youngster, since you have chosen the cumulative reward mode, do not blame me for not reminding you. Regardless of whether you succeed or fail in this assessment, you will no longer enjoy the privileges of a newcomer. This means that if you wish to undergo assessments in the future, you will need to expend a certain number of soul crystals. Furthermore, should you fail, you will forfeit the 10,000 soul crystals you just obtained. As Meng Nan suddenly found himself in the stone chamber, the spirit's taunting voice echoed in his ears, causing him to momentarily freeze before reacting with indignation. That old rascal, are you trying to deceive me? The spirit chuckled mischievously. What of it? Who told you to be so inept at flattery and so greedy? Regret now won't change your fate. Meng Nan smirked, retorting, You think this will thwart me? The spirit laughed. You still dare to be defiant even when faced with imminent peril. I am eager to see how you will fare through the trial of 5 gates, each more formidable than the last. With that, the spirit reclined comfortably in his chair, his eyes fixed intently on the water mirror above, falling silent. Meng Nan seemed to sense the spirit's gaze upon him, and his expression darkened. Witnessing this change, the spirit felt a rush of satisfaction and erupted into laughter. Laugh now. But soon enough, the laughter will cease, and you shall find no solace. A barely perceptible smile crept onto Meng Nan's lips as he surveyed the stone chamber. Unlike the previous assessment for the basic sword technique, this chamber contained merely a passage stretching approximately a mile long. Abruptly, 5 ethereal forms materialized beside him. The task was straightforward, a race, relying solely on the basic lightness skill to compete in speed. Begin. The spirit's voice rang out, and Meng Nan, along with the 5 spirits, surged forward almost simultaneously, a whirlwind of motion. Merely 10 paces in, the disparity between the spirits' varying realms became apparent. 4 of them were swiftly left behind, while only the one with an equally refined lightness skill kept pace with him. Faster. Push harder. The 1-mile corridor soon reached its conclusion. Meng Nan's gaze sharpened as he caught a glimpse of the expressionless spirit beside him, who maintained its speed without faltering. In the midst of his sprint, a sudden gust seemed to lift him, a manifestation of the wind created by mastering the basic lightness skill. The wind had risen. Harnessing this newfound momentum, Meng Nan accelerated once more, crossing the finish line in an instant. Victory! A flush of exhilaration colored his face. Yet again, mastery achieved. The spirit's bronze visage revealed a flicker of surprise, but he remained unfazed, thinking to himself that this was merely the second of 5 trials. There was no cause for alarm. I shall see how long you can endure. Next, the basic footwork. Within the stone chamber, 72 plum blossom stakes erupted from the ground, while the walls were adorned with formations, unleashing a barrage of energy arrows that rained down upon the stakes. Meng Nan's figure danced upon the stakes, moving with an ethereal grace, evading the arrows that barely grazed his attire. 3rd trial, complete. Mastery achieved. Proceeding to the 4th trial, basic fist techniques. Once again, mastery. How is this possible? The spirit was utterly stupefied. Witnessing Meng Nan's effortless progression through the trials left him standing upright, his face a canvas of disbelief. Who are you? Truly? Did no one inform you that even mastery of basic martial techniques pales in comparison to advanced skills? What purpose does mastering these rudimentary techniques serve? Foolish and naive. How much time have you dedicated to these basic skills? The spirit raged internally, unaware that Meng Nan possessed a system, an extraordinary tool that rendered any skill he studied to perfection with ease. Could he actually pass this assessment? As Meng Nan's figure reappeared in the Hall of Assessments, a flicker of uncertainty passed through the spirit for the first time. Next, the basic formation techniques. Meng Nan's voice rang out again, his breath slightly quickened, yet his expression remained resolute and confident. The spirit, with a complex mix of emotions, watched the young man. Despite his initial disdain, he found himself influenced by Meng Nan's unwavering confidence. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could succeed. As he gestured, another door among the forest of bronze doors illuminated, and Meng Nan strode forward with determination. The 5th trial awaited him. Upon passing this, he would claim the reward for mastering all 5 trials, a staggering 460,000 soul crystals. Such an enormous sum made Meng Nan dizzy with excitement. Gazing at the 5 foundational formations before him, he contemplated which to dismantle and recreate. The spirit, observing Meng Nan hesitate, felt a surge of hope. Could it be that this boy lacked proficiency in formations? After all, he had just chosen basic martial skills, requiring only immense willpower and a modicum of talent to attain mastery. Formations, however, demanded innate gifts. Perhaps he truly could not succeed. Fortune favors me. The spirit's demeanor brightened. As the overseer of the assessment hall, he had come to regard everything within as his own, including the soul crystals meant as rewards. If not for the constraints of the rules, he would not part with a single crystal. Newcomers, let them be damned. As Meng Nan dove into the 1st formation, stepping onto specific positions, the spirit's heart sank with foreboding. The scene unfolded before him. Meng Nan no longer hesitated, rolling up his sleeves, and began to unravel the formation within the stone chamber, his figure filling the space with urgency. It's over. The spirit sighed in despair. Indeed, Meng Nan swiftly disassembled the 5 foundational formations and, unhurried, used the dismantled materials to re-establish them. Mastery achieved. Meng Nan reappeared in the grand hall, a sly grin adorning his face as he regarded the spirit. Well, my esteemed predecessor, how did I perform? Not bad, the spirit replied, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace, then asked, by completing all 5 trials with mastery, you are entitled to 460,000 soul crystals and a top-tier Qingyan boat. Will you claim your reward? The spirit's heart ached. No, Meng Nan declined. The spirit trembled at this unexpected rejection, a sense of dread creeping in. Are you still seeking further assessments? Indeed, Meng Nan replied resolutely. I wish to undertake an assessment in basic alchemy. The spirit was left astonished, thinking, what a bizarre individual. Chapter 19. A shocking revelation. The hall spirit was on the verge of collapse. observing the unwavering confidence of the young man. It was evident he was assured of his success in the assessment. Consequently, the outcome, 460,000 plus 10,000, double, 940,000 soul crystals. Furthermore, that Qing Yun boat, with just one more trial, would transform into an exquisite treasure. The mere calculation of this result plunged the hall spirit into despair. What a misfortune! Where did this anomaly come from? In his mind, a torrent of 940,000 curses surged forth, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. The most agonizing part was that the accumulation reward rules were divulged by him to Meng Nan. Had he kept silent, even if Meng Nan passed a few more trials, he would not have garnered 100,000 soul crystals, let alone the current staggering amount. Foolishness, how I regret my loose tongue. The hall spirit struck himself across the face in frustration. Wait, a thought struck him, and his gaze turned vacant. A millennium had passed, or perhaps more. It seemed that 1,500 years ago, a rascal had only managed to pass 5 trials consecutively. If this young man were to pass yet another, could it be the record of the assessment hall? Is it possible that this young man is on the verge of breaking the assessment hall's record? A wave of astonishment washed over the hall spirit. At that very moment, Meng Nan emerged victorious from the foundational alchemy assessment, undoubtedly achieving perfection. He approached the hall spirit, extending his hand. All right, senior, that concludes today. Now, where are my rewards? However, before he could finish, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Outside the assessment hall, Qingya, accompanied by 10 similarly clad warriors in black, gazed at the bronze doors of the hall from a distance. Damn it! Why has tea that could come out yet? One impatient warrior grumbled. Letting the Lord wait so long. When we catch that brat, he shall wish he were dead. Another, with a face full of meat, added. The group nodded in agreement, their frustrations boiling over for having been dispatched to guard a newcomer for so long in the dead of night. Boss Qingya, do you think that kid might have already left the Lingshu True Realm? One warrior inquired. Qingya's expression remained grim and silent. Could it really be that futile? Have we wasted an entire night? Another warrior chimed in, laced with resentment. Qingya shot a cold glance at him, silencing the complaint. He continued. The second leader has commanded that this newcomer is our responsibility. If we do not see him today, we shall await him tomorrow, and if he is still absent, we shall persist until the leader gives further orders. Mentioning the red fox, the warriors stiffened, their complaints instantly evaporating. What do you think this newcomer will reap from the assessment hall? It shouldn't be much. After all, he is merely at the first level of the soul realm. That is not necessarily the case. The assessment hall evaluates fundamentals, not true cultivation levels. Who knows? The more he obtains, the better it is for us. Indeed, the more soul crystals he accumulates, the cheaper they become for us. True. Laughter and idle chatter filled the air until suddenly, Qingya shot up, commanding silence. The warriors were taken aback and followed Qingya's gaze upwards, their expressions changing dramatically. What is that? Outside the Tower of Creation, the figure of Lei Ming appeared quietly, his countenance grim. The 10th layer was indeed not so simple. Suddenly, he caught sight of another figure appearing before him, equally disheveled, and he chuckled. Red Fox. I see you couldn't resist coming as well. The Red Fox's face was dark, casting a glance at Lei Ming without uttering a word. Still lacking something. Damn it. Where lies the secret of the 10th layer? The two stood before the towering Tower of Creation in silence. Lei Ming, let us cooperate. The Red Fox suddenly proposed. Lei Ming regarded him with a smirk. Oh, how do you propose we cooperate? The Red Fox explained. Although each individual faces different challenges in the 10th layer, there are always commonalities. Let us exchange information. Perhaps we can discover the key to breaking through the 10th layer. Exchange information? Not interested. Lei Ming declined. Do you not wish to know the secrets of the 10th layer? I do, but I do not trust you. I can swear an oath of martial arts. Should we exchange information, regardless of who ultimately uncovers the secrets of the 10th layer, it shall be shared. Should I breach this oath, I shall never progress in martial arts again. Hey, our relationship isn't quite at the level of cooperation yet, is it? There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. The Red Fox's gaze was resolute. Fine, I remain uninterested. Collaborating with a fox? I fear I might end up devoured whole. Lei Ming shook his head. Humph. The Red Fox's face turned ashen, his voice low and threatening. Then I shall have to take offense. Are you certain you still have the strength? Lei Ming replied confidently, having just emerged from the 10th layer. Neither had the strength to battle again. Moreover, their powers were closely matched. While the Red Fox might have the upper hand, defeating him would not be so simple. You better hand over the information you possess about the 10th layer, or from this day forth, the Red Fire Alliance shall be your relentless foe. Threatening me? Oh, how terrifying. Lei Ming's expression turned cold. Let us see if you possess such ability. The tension rose, both parties radiating formidable energy, poised for a life-and-death confrontation. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed throughout the entire Thousand Mechanisms city. Boom! Like the divine thunder from the heavens. It struck deep within the hearts of all. The two adversaries glanced at each other, then simultaneously turned their heads. Heavens, the world has changed. That was the direction of the assessment hall. Could it be that newcomer? A flicker of shock crossed the Red Fox's face, and without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light, dashing towards the assessment hall. On the other side, Lei Ming also activated his movement technique, trailing swiftly behind. At this moment, dawn was breaking. The stars were fading, and the eastern horizon glowed with a pale light. Yet on this ordinary morning, all warriors still active in the city were fortunate to witness a truly epic scene. A colossal stone tablet descended from the heavens, bearing an overwhelming presence. Slowly lowering from the void above the entire floating city, Thousand Mechanisms city trembled, as if bowing in submission beneath the tablet's might. How terrifying! Every warrior within the city felt an invisible pressure, unparalleled in strength, rendering them powerless to gaze upon the tablet without feeling a sense of insignificance. Heavens! It is the record tablet. A shared astonishment surged through everyone's hearts. Someone had broken the record. Who could it be? In that moment, all warriors lifted their heads, fixated on the magnificent, mountain-like record tablet. The tablet gradually descended, finally resting above the assessment hall. In the midst of the onlookers' awe, a beam of golden light shot down from the tablet, piercing into the assessment hall. Moments passed, and it seemed as if an invisible giant hand was inscribing words into the air, etching out brilliant golden characters. Record. Newcomer Wu Dao, having flawlessly passed 6 foundational assessments. Reward. Lingshu Rare Treasure. Boom. The revelation shattered the minds of all present. Everyone went into a frenzy. Good heavens. The record-breaking newcomer was a novice, and the reward was a Lingshu Rare Treasure. Chapter 20. The Spirit Void Treasure. The phrase Spirit Void Treasure seemed to possess an enchanting allure, captivating the attention of all present and igniting their insatiable greed. A newcomer, indeed, a newcomer. There was still hope. The mere mention of the Spirit Void Treasure sent a ripple of excitement through the crowd. Upon realizing it was a newcomer, a singular thought raced through everyone's mind. Seize it. In the 5 realms, countless warriors converged upon the Spirit Void realm, not merely to hone their skills, but to seek the treasures hidden within. Entry into the Spirit Void realm required a fragment of divine consciousness. However, much of what one gained there would dissipate upon returning to the physical body. Most treasures acquired within the Spirit Void realm could not be taken out, save for the Spirit Void Treasure. This treasure, a naturally occurring marvel of the Spirit Void realm, was scarce, varied in form, and possessed an array of extraordinary capabilities. Most importantly, it could be brought back to the vast world of Luotian through divine consciousness. Warriors ventured into the Spirit Void realm to seek opportunities for growth, aiming to strengthen themselves and elevate their status in the physical realm. It could be said, without exaggeration, that acquiring a powerful Spirit Void treasure could grant a warrior decades of cultivation in a mere instant. In an instant, a multitude of figures surged toward the assessment hall, driven by the fear of arriving too late to even glimpse the coveted treasure. Inside the assessment hall, the hall spirit appeared ashen. Nearby, Meng Nan stood in stunned silence, gazing at a round, glimmering orb roughly the size of a duck egg, glowing with a soft red light. His tongue stumbled over words. This is the Spirit Void Treasure? The heat radiating from the orb seemed to proclaim its extraordinary nature. Regaining his composure, Meng Nan erupted into a boisterous laugh. It truly is the Spirit Void Treasure. I am rich. The hall spirit, wearing a look of constipated dismay, observed Meng Nan's exuberance, feeling a tumult of emotions within. After a long pause, the spirit sighed heavily. It is all fated. Young man, you are indeed a genius. Take it. With a wave of his hand, 2 streaks of light shot toward Meng Nan. Instinctively, Meng Nan reached out to catch them, hearing the hall spirit add, "This is the Spirit Void Ring, which can store items within this realm. Inside, you shall find your due 940,000 low-grade soul crystals. And this exquisite Qing Yun boat, capable of traversing the floating city, is yours as well." Meng Nan paused, then sincerely expressed, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Enough with the formalities. The hall spirit waved his hand dismissively, somewhat irritated. This is what you deserve. I shouldn't have mentioned it in the first place. Meng grinned. Young man, you may leave. It would be best for you to imprint your divine consciousness upon the ring in the Chinyan boat. Otherwise, upon your departure from the spirit void realm, they will become unclaimed objects, absorbed back into this realm. Meng nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in the spirit's words. He looked down at the ancient ring and the palm-sized, exquisitely crafted Chinyan boat in his hands. With a thought, he inscribed his divine consciousness upon both items. This meant that while he could not physically take them out of the spirit void realm, they would vanish into the void upon his departure, awaiting his return. Even if his divine consciousness were to be extinguished, others could not claim these treasures. As for the spirit void treasure, imprinting it with divine consciousness was futile. Should its bearer perish, the treasure would inevitably be lost. Consequently, most who acquired such treasures would swiftly conceal them or transport them to the physical realm to avoid misfortune. Time to depart. Meng stowed the 3 items with satisfaction. This journey had yielded tremendous rewards. 940,000 low-grade soul crystals represented a fortune, allowing him to cultivate his spirit freely and significantly benefiting his future endeavors. As for the Chinyan boat, despite his uncertainty about its power, it was still a top-tier spirit artifact, something he had never even glimpsed in reality, let alone possessed. Finally, the spirit void treasure was the crowning achievement. Though its potential remained to be discovered, he trusted that its esteemed reputation would not let him down. He raised his head and clasped his hands toward the hall spirit, saying, "Farewell, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave now. Get lost. Who wants to bid you farewell? It would be best if you never return." Meng turned and departed. The hall spirit watched his retreating figure, a complex expression crossing his face. Young man, while the treasure is splendid, retaining it is another matter entirely. At that moment, Meng remained unaware that the descending record monument had completely exposed his location. Countless individuals were already coveting the freshly acquired spirit void treasure, converging upon him, awaiting a scene akin to an ambush. It was nearly a certain death trap. As dawn broke in the east, the sky brightened gradually. Outside the assessment hall, a sea of people awaited the emergence of the newcomer. Chihu found Chinya among the throng, furrowing his brow as the crowd swelled. The situation seemed beyond his control, should a scramble for the treasure ensue. Managing such a multitude would surely prove challenging. Fortunately, many warriors from the Chihua Alliance had also witnessed the fallen monument, arriving in succession. The spirit void treasure. Chihu clenched his fist slowly, his eyes ablaze with fervor. I must obtain it. This is an opportunity, perhaps with the spirit void treasure. I can ascend to the 10th level of the creation tower. This time, anyone who stands in my way shall be slain. A formidable aura of murderous intent radiated from Chihu, enveloping the scene. Laming mingled within the crowd, astonished that the newcomer he had casually assisted had shattered a record unbroken for a millennium. Observing the greedy expressions of those around him, he couldn't help but feel anxious for his newfound companion's plight. The atmosphere was palpably tense, a near-certain death trap. What should be done? If it were him, he would choose to fight fiercely, going out with a bang and taking a few down with him. A thunderous sound echoed as the bronze doors creaked open, causing all to raise their brows and look up. He has emerged. A slender silhouette appeared at the entrance of the assessment hall, drawing the gaze of the crowd, their eyes ablaze with unquenchable desire. "Hey, you there. Hand over the spirit void treasure," a brash warrior shouted, his voice booming. Meng stepped out of the assessment hall, radiating confidence, only to be taken aback by the throng before him. Every gaze was fixed upon him, as if he were an unparalleled treasure, ready to be pounced upon at any moment. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "Hey, you there. Hand over the spirit void treasure." Meng expression shifted. There was no need to ponder. The greed emanating from the crowd made it clear that his acquisition of the spirit void treasure had been exposed. What to do? In that moment, Meng had no time to contemplate how his secret had been revealed. With the throng surrounding him, their intentions clear, his heart began to race. Chapter 21. Surrounded by enemies. Retreat. Meng made a swift decision. A wise hero knows when to avoid immediate danger. Although death in the Lingshu True Realm only results in the loss of a fragment of one's consciousness and potential soul damage, he was currently in possession of a Lingshu treasure that was guaranteed to drop upon death, something he could not afford to lose. With a quick thought, Meng resolved to temporarily evade the situation and leave the Lingshu True Realm. This was not an act of cowardice, but rather a strategic retreat. At that moment, however, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped him, causing the hair on his body to stand on end. Locked on? Meng Nan's expression changed, indeed. His probing consciousness vanished without a trace, and the Lingshu jade tablet remained completely unresponsive. It seemed these individuals were also wary of his escape. His heart sank. He regretted not departing the examination hall earlier. In the Lingshu true realm, warriors engaged in combat could not leave at will. Forcing an exit would result in their consciousness being shredded by the realm's rules, leading to a fate worse than death lightly. One would suffer soul injuries, and severely. One could face life-threatening risks. The combat state included being targeted by hostile consciousness, just as Meng Nan found himself now. Fury ignited within him as he glared at a tall, red-haired youth surrounded by a throng of onlookers. The source of the murderous intent, Chi Hu. Once again, he was reminded of the debt from last night, now compounded. In Meng Nan's mind, Chi Hu had already become a class enemy. However, it was prudent to contemplate an escape first. Surveying the scene, Meng Nan noted the hostile gazes of enemies surrounding him, their eyes glinting with malice. More and more warriors gathered, all aware that this fortunate newcomer was unlikely to retain the Lingshu treasure. Yet, nobody dared to act. They all understood that seizing the treasure from a novice in the first layer of the soul realm was not the challenge, it was protecting the treasure during the escape. In such a scenario, the first to act would become the target of collective wrath, and no one could withstand the combined assault of 1,000 soul realm warriors. Not even a peak expert like Chi Hu. Greed could lead to demise. If one could not secure the treasure, dying in vain would be the result. Thus, an eerie calm settled over the crowd. However, the warriors present were acutely aware that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm, and a tempest was imminent. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, Chi Hu, standing at the forefront of the crowd, made his move. He stepped forward, exuding an imposing presence as he surveyed the assembly and proclaimed, "Friends, might I request that you grant Chi Hu the favor of relinquishing this Lingshu treasure? In return, I shall offer each of you 5,000 soul crystals, and from this day forth, you shall be allies of my Chi Fire Alliance, with me, Chi Hu. Indebted to you. 5,000 soul crystals per person? Such a generous offer. With over 1,000 warriors present, Chi Hu would need to part with millions of soul crystals." Upon hearing his words, some warriors' eyes lit up, tempted by the prospect. For many of the lower-tier warriors, 5,000 soul crystals represented a fortune they could only dream of accumulating over time. However, dissent arose. A mocking voice rang out from the crowd. "You think you can trade such a paltry sum for a Lingshu treasure? Chi Hu, your calculations are audacious." Before Chi Hu could respond, another voice chimed in from the shadows. "Indeed, treasures have their spirits, and the capable shall claim them. With so many of us here, are we to fear the Chi Fire Alliance?" The crowd stirred uneasily, and those who had been tempted by Chi Hu's offer fell silent. With so many warriors present, the outcome of a brawl was uncertain. Each harbored a glimmer of hope. After all, no one would truly perish here. And if one were to accidentally claim the Lingshu treasure, it would be a tremendous stroke of luck. Chi Hu's expression darkened as he scanned the crowd, searching for the source of the disruptive voices, but to no avail. The throng was too vast to pinpoint the speaker. His grand scheme appeared to be unraveling. At that moment, Meng Nan realized that no one in attendance seemed to regard him, a mere first-layer soul realm warrior, as a threat. Their eyes were fixated on the treasure's fate. He was content to remain inconspicuous, urgently devising an escape plan, when suddenly, Chi Hu's gaze fell upon him, sharp as a blade. "Brother, you see the situation at hand. How about this? Hand over the Lingshu treasure, and I will give you 100,000 soul crystals. From now on, you will be under the protection of my Chi Fire Alliance, and I, Chi Hu, guarantee that no one will dare lay a finger on you." Chi Hu's confidence was palpable, bolstered by his status. Little did he know that his previous bullying of Meng Nan had firmly established the latter as an adversary. Collaborating with an enemy? Meng Nan was not so easily placated. Meng Nan remained silent, feigning contemplation. As the number of warriors continued to swell, Chi Hu grew impatient, his eyes flashing with a fierce intensity. "Kid, you refuse to drink the wine of friendship, so you shall taste the bitterness of punishment. I will count to 3. If you do not decide, do not blame me for being ruthless." 1, 2. Chi Hu's expression morphed into a grimace, his murderous intent surging as he prepared to strike. "Wait," Meng Nan shouted, drawing Chi Hu's attention. He reached into his clothing, producing an object, and declared loudly, "Very well, I will give you the Lingshu treasure." With that, he tossed the item towards Chi Hu. A flicker of joy crossed Chi Hu's face as he rushed forward to catch it, but the warriors around them, upon witnessing Meng Nan's action, suddenly ignited with fervor. Lingshu treasure. Seize it. A warrior bellowed, disregarding Qi Hu's intimidating presence, and surged forward with all his might. In that moment, it was as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed. The pent-up battle fervor among the warriors erupted. Seize it. Kill. Several more warriors charged toward Qi Hu. Qi Hu's eyes narrowed. Sensing something amiss, he halted abruptly and scrutinized the object flying his way. It was merely a common low-grade soul crystal. Bamboozled. A wave of fury surged from his gut to his head, turning Qi Hu's complexion a shade of stormy gray. You little brat, you dare to toy with me. He darted toward Meng Nan, only to find several warriors barreling toward him. Get away. Qi Hu roared, unleashing a torrent of energy that sent the nearest warriors sprawling, blood spewing from their mouths as they flew backward. In the chaos that ensued, Meng Nan seized the opportunity. His eyes gleamed with determination, and the next instant, a palm-sized azure spirit vessel appeared out of thin air, expanding under his control. With a swift motion, he entered the Qingyan boat. I'm counting on you, exquisite Qingyan boat. Do not let me down. Meng Nan's face was lit with fervor as he channeled his righteous energy. And the Qingyan boat surged to life, propelling itself skyward. Do not let him escape. Qi Hu, having repelled several unwitting warriors attempting to obstruct him, glared at Meng Nan as he boarded the Qingyun boat, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Die, he bellowed, his energy surging forth to conjure a massive hand, imbued with overwhelming malice, descending upon the ascending Qingyun boat. Chapter 22, departing in a whirlwind with a thunderous crash. A colossal hand of elemental force struck the rear of the soaring azure cloud vessel, producing a deafening sound. The vessel, suspended in midair, began to shake violently, as though it might plummet at any moment. A flicker of delight sparked in the eyes of the red fox, who swiftly retaliated with another strike. The warriors below, realizing they had been deceived, felt a surge of fury erupt within them. They unleashed their elemental powers, bombarding the airborne azure cloud vessel with a flurry of attacks. Inside the vessel, Meng Nan's complexion turned ashen as he coughed up blood. Suspended in the air, he had become a living target. This was a grave predicament. Boom, boom. Several more attacks struck the azure cloud vessel, causing Meng Nan to sway violently. The immense impact left him grievously injured, his spiritual form becoming increasingly ethereal, as if he might dissolve into nothingness at any moment. A flash of madness crossed Meng Nan's icy gaze. He bit his tongue until it bled, releasing a torrent of blood mist, which surged with righteous energy, flooding into the azure cloud vessel. Go! The formidable power of the exquisite azure cloud vessel erupted suddenly, transforming into a streak of light that ascended into the sky. What? All the warriors in front of the assessment hall stood in stunned silence. How could this be? After enduring over 10 powerful strikes, that young man still had strength to spare. It was known that every one of those attacking was several realms more powerful than him. Not to mention the red fox, who had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the divine white realm. How could he possibly withstand such onslaught? Was he truly only at the first layer of the spirit soul realm? A flicker of doubt crossed everyone's minds. Chase! A furious roar erupted from the red fox below, as he soared into the air, summoning the azure cloud vessel to pursue the direction in which Meng Nan had fled. Quick pursue! Realizing that Meng Nan's vessel had escaped their range of attack, the group snapped back to reality and summoned their own azure cloud vessels to follow suit. In an instant, countless streaks of azure light crisscrossed the sky. Lei Ming did not follow. Having just breached the creation tower, he had exhausted 70% of his elemental energy. Unlike the red fox, who was backed by the formidable Red Fire Alliance, he understood that even if he caught up, it would be futile. He could not assist Meng Nan, nor could he outpace the red fox. He stood before the assessment hall, his heart in turmoil. He had not anticipated that this young man, whom he had only met once, would so effortlessly break free from what seemed an inescapable predicament. I hope you can escape. Brother Wu Dao, he thought, shaking his head as he walked towards a courtyard in the city. It was not his concern. He had long adhered to the principle of self-preservation during his years in Thousand Machine City, unwilling to make exceptions for a newcomer with whom he had only exchanged a glance. Outside Thousand Machine City, 1,000 azure cloud vessels soared through the sky. A truly spectacular sight. Leading the charge was a vessel of noticeably higher grade, rapidly distancing itself from the pursuers behind. Inside the exquisite azure cloud vessel, Meng Nan observed his surroundings with a spiritual sense, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Truly, the exquisite vessel lived up to its name. Its speed surpassing all expectations, he had made the right gamble. He had wagered that the azure cloud vessel he obtained from the Hall Spirit would aid his escape from that perilous situation. Though gravely wounded, it seemed he had succeeded halfway. Meng Nan's face was pale, yet he managed to smile. Red Fox, Red Fire Alliance, Thousand Machine City, I shall return. He murmured to himself as the azure cloud vessel accelerated, leaving the world behind in a cloud of dust. The Red Fox gazed after the receding figure, growing smaller until it vanished from sight, a surge of intense unwillingness swelling within him, accompanied by disbelief. He knew that the azure cloud vessel he commanded was already of upper grade, a rarity in Thousand Machine City, yet he had failed to catch a mere newcomer. Could it be that the young man had used an exquisite spiritual artifact? The Red Fox's heart sank. What incredible rewards had that young man obtained from the assessment hall? Cannot catch up. The Red Fox despondently halted, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. It had been ages since anyone had caused him such embarrassment. And it was at the hands of a newcomer who had just entered the spirit void true realm less than a day ago. Boy, should I ever see you again. I swear I will skin you alive. The Red Fox's face twisted into a snarl. High above, Meng Nan could no longer see his pursuers. After changing direction and flying wildly for a while, he finally felt a sense of safety. Suddenly, the azure cloud vessel jolted and began to plummet. Startled, Meng Nan hurriedly descended. The vessel vanished abruptly, and Meng Nan appeared on the ground, staggering and collapsing, his face pale as paper, coughing blood. Hee, I made it out, Meng Nan thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. After being besieged by so many warriors. If not for the solidity of his spirit and the assistance of the exquisite azure cloud vessel, he would have perished. His life would not have sufficed for them to divide. Ultimately, he had won his gamble and escaped. Surveying his surroundings, Meng Nan found himself at the foot of a towering mountain, its summit shrouded in dense forests that exuded an air of mystery. This place felt unsafe, a wild and desolate region fraught with unknown dangers. He needed to find a place to recuperate. Dragging his injured body, he ascended the mountain cautiously. He did not rush to leave the spirit void true realm, aware that if he did not heal his wounds, he would return in the same grievously injured state. Unfamiliar with the spirit void true realm, he knew not what perils might await him in this wilderness. It was wisest to recover before departing. Fortune smiled upon him, and soon Meng Nan discovered a cave. He crouched in the grass, observing for a while, noting the unusual tranquility of the place, seemingly devoid of danger. Relieved, he ventured into the cave. Struggling to sit cross-legged on the ground, he retrieved several soul crystals from his spirit void ring. These were black stones, translucent and imbued with extraordinary power, capable of repairing the spirit and enhancing its strength, exactly what he needed for his current injuries. Holding a soul crystal in each hand, Meng Nan closed his eyes and channeled his righteous energy. In Thousand Machine City, as the warriors who had pursued Meng Nan returned in frustration, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. All the city's warriors, whether they had witnessed the epic scene of the morning or had only recently entered the spirit void true realm, were aware of this extraordinary newcomer who had shattered records on his first entry into the realm. Furthermore, he had escaped unscathed amidst the obstruction of thousands. The immediate reaction was one of disbelief. How could such a newcomer be so formidable? Upon returning to Thousand Machine City with a grim expression, the Red Fox promptly issued a bounty for Meng Nan's capture, vowing to kill Wu Dao 100 times. The appearance of Wu Dao was sketched by the warriors of the Red Fire Alliance, and notices were posted with a reward. In no time, many began to search for Wu Dao. The treasures he possessed from the spirit void were unattainable now, having escaped this time, unless he were a fool. He would undoubtedly carry his treasures out of the spirit void true realm. However, the bounty of 10,000 soul crystals for Wu Dao's capture was a substantial temptation for the warriors of Thousand Machine City. Wu Dao. The name began to resonate in the minds of all the warriors in Thousand Machine City. Chapter 23. The meeting at the Starry Pavilion as the martial artists of Qianji City scoured the land in search of the elusive Wu Dao. Meng Nan expended over 30 low-grade soul crystals, ultimately mending his spiritual injuries before quietly departing the Lingshu True Realm. Upon the return of his consciousness to his body, he abruptly opened his eyes. Observing the fiery, radiant spirit orb in his hand, a rare treasure from the Lingshu realm, he felt compelled to keep it with him. Although his journey through the Lingshu True Realm had been fruitful, he had been forced to flee Qianji City in a state of disarray, pursued by enemies and sustaining grievous wounds, nearly perishing within the realm. This left him with a sense of frustration. He was still not powerful enough. Meng Nan sighed inwardly, vowing to intensify his training, yearning for the day when he would be strong enough to return to Qianji City and exact his vengeance on those who wished for his demise. With the assistance of the system, Meng Nan need not worry about mastering martial techniques. He merely had to procure skill manuals provided by the system. However, The cultivation of his righteous energy relied solely on his own efforts. He understood that this righteous energy was fundamental to him. His level and the power he could wield were directly tied to his mastery of it. Contemplating this, Meng then instinctively began to circulate his righteous energy. To his astonishment, he discovered that the righteous energy within him was now flowing at a speed far surpassing the norm, akin to a colossal wave gathering momentum, surging through his meridians. This was a breakthrough. A joyful expression crossed Meng Nan's face. His righteous energy had been on the verge of breaking through, and he had not anticipated that this journey in the Lingshu True realm would provide the final push he needed. He closed his eyes, allowing his emotions to settle, and activated the righteous energy technique he had practiced countless times in both past and present lives, striving for a higher level. The righteous energy was tiered into 10 levels, each containing 9 ranks, coincidentally corresponding to the 10 realms of martial arts in this world, each with 9 layers. Currently, Meng Nan had achieved the first rank of the 3rd level in righteous energy, equivalent to the first layer of the spirit realm, and was preparing to break through to the 2nd rank. The surging natural energies of the universe were drawn into his body, transformed into righteous energy through his technique, which he then divided into 3 parts. One portion flowed to his dantian in the center of his brow, nourishing his spirit, another coalesced in his chest, cultivating a reservoir of righteous energy, and the last disseminated throughout his limbs, fortifying his physique. Gradually, the meridians within him reached saturation, and the righteous energy began to overflow, pressing against the unbroken meridians. The torrent of righteous energy surged against the obstructed pathways, reminiscent of a fierce flood battering a crumbling riverbank. One by one, the meridians were unblocked, bringing Meng Nan excruciating pain as he gritted his teeth. Knowing he could not relent at this moment, he had to press on with unwavering determination. "Open for me," Meng Nan roared internally as the tremendous righteous energy launched its final assault on the meridians. With a thunderous crash, a new meridian was established, and the vast righteous energy flowed through it like the mighty Yangtze River entering the sea, ceaselessly surging. He had broken through. Without pausing, Meng Nan continued to circulate his righteous energy to solidify his newly acquired strength. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within them. Rising to his feet, the sound of cracking bones resonated as he clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. He had reached the 2nd layer of the spirit realm. Satisfied, Meng Nan nodded and rose from the bed. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the brilliant sunlight. Suddenly, Meng Nan froze momentarily before letting out a piercing scream. "Damn it, I'm going to be late." In the next instant, he darted out of the house like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the academy. Unbeknownst to him, not far from where he stood, a frail figure blended seamlessly into the surroundings, exuding an air of tranquility. It was the peculiar girl, Jia, whom he had rescued. She regarded his hurried silhouette, the corners of her mouth twitching, seemingly revealing a hint of a smile. To the northeast of Stardust Academy lies a vast lake, its waters crystal clear and vast as the horizon, a scene of breathtaking beauty, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. At the center of the lake sits a small island, shaded by verdant trees, upon which stands a solitary building, the Starry Pavilion. The Starry Pavilion serves as a venue for the deans to convene, regarded as one of the Academy's restricted areas. The reason it is referred to as such is due to the sheer scale of Stardust Academy, which is divided into 6 major departments based on mainstream professions: the Martial Arts Institute, Alchemy Institute, Arts Institute, Artifact Institute, Array Institute, and Rune Institute, along with a legendary internal division directly overseen by the deans. Each of the 6 departments is managed by a vice dean, while the deans typically handle affairs within their respective departments. When matters arise that necessitate discussion, they gather at the Starry Pavilion. At this moment, all 6 vice deans were assembled within the Starry Pavilion, unaware of what significant event had transpired within the academy that warranted their collective presence. Seated around a purple long table, the deans exchanged glances, uncertain. "Esteemed colleagues, it is time to establish a protocol to address this issue." A gentle voice broke the silence. Anyone familiar with the academy would recognize it as Dean Zhang, who had led the delegation to Tianwu Academy for exchanges the previous day. With a wry smile, he continued, "Those troublesome students have caused the departure of 29 teachers over the past 6 months, averaging 5 to 6 teachers each month. Today, Teacher Fong has stormed off in a fit of rage. If this continues, the academy's reputation will undoubtedly suffer." The troublesome students he referred to were a particularly unique group within Stardust Academy, currently not affiliated with any specific department. yet causing considerable headaches for the deans of all 7 divisions. Upon hearing Dean Zhang's words, the other 6 vice deans furrowed their brows in concern. Why discuss so much? In my opinion, we should simply expel them and rid the academy of their presence. A deep voice resonated. Dean Zhang turned to the speaker. A robust figure with a stern countenance, Vice Dean Jiang Zhendong, responsible for the Martial Arts Institute. As soon as Jiang Zhendong spoke, several deans chimed in, agreeing, indeed. Those children are beyond saving. Keeping them in the academy will only tarnish our reputation further. That is unwise. The backgrounds of those children are not trivial. Expelling so many at once could lead to unforeseen consequences, countered Dean Xiao, who was characterized by his refined demeanor and exceptional temperament. What are you afraid of? Jiang Zhendong's eyes, like bronze bells, widened in anger. When did Stardust Academy start to act according to others' opinions? Dean Xiao replied, Old Jiang, you are mistaken. These children are either recommended or sponsored students. The academy benefited significantly from their elders when they were admitted. If we expel them all now, what will outsiders say? Stardust Academy took advantage of the situation, failed to educate the students, and discarded them, deceiving others for profit. Can our teachers withstand such disgrace? Jiang Zhendong's momentum faltered. We cannot expel them, but if no teachers are willing to teach them, what do you propose we do? No teachers to teach? Dean Zhang, who had been quietly observing the discussion, suddenly recalled a spirited young figure, sparking an idea in his mind. I might have a candidate. I will approach him and see if he is willing to take them on. Oh, Old Zhang, you have a suitable candidate? That would be ideal. Let us give these troublesome students one last chance. Inform their guardians that this will be their final teacher, should they drive him away as well. We will have no choice but to expel them all without reservation. Agreed. Agreed. Very well, it is decided. Chapter 24. The Dean summons Little Meng. You have finally arrived. As Meng Nan hurriedly rushed into the academy with the speed of a startled cicada, he found the head of the physical training department. His direct superior, Wu Songming, lounging in a chair at the center of the hall, leisurely crossing his legs and greeting him with a beaming smile. This was disastrous. Being late had caught the attention of the leadership. Meng Nan gazed at Wu's seemingly genial expression, a shiver running down his spine. Just look at how insincere that smile is. His rank within the academy was already exceedingly low, and on ordinary days, the leaders would treat him as if he were invisible. Such a pleasant demeanor was completely unexpected. At this moment, witnessing Wu Songming's amiable smile made Meng Nan's heart race with anxiety. Good morning, Chief. Meng Nan stammered, his heart pounding with trepidation. Good morning. Wu Songming replied with a chuckle. It's over. Such a pleasant expression directed at me, and he hasn't even mentioned my tardiness. Does he expect me to confess? Confess and receive leniency, resist and face severe consequences. In an instant, a famous saying flashed through Meng Nan's mind, instilling him with newfound courage. He resolved to hold his ground. Wu Songming fell silent, his expression seemingly hesitant. Meng Nan felt the pressure mounting. Chief, if there is nothing else, I'll go prepare for my class. Meng Nan thought to himself that perhaps discretion was the better part of valor. Wu Songming then said, Wait a moment. Meng Nan's heart skipped a beat. The moment had arrived. Yet, he heard Wu Songming say, Meng Nan, I owe you an apology. Meng Nan was taken aback. An apology? Where was this coming from? Wu Songming wore a resolute expression as he continued. Little Meng, I apologize for my previous attitude towards you. Like you, I graduated from this academy and, having earned the esteem of the leadership, remained here as a physical training instructor for the past 15 years. One could say I have come to regard the academy as my home, and I will not allow anyone to tarnish its reputation. I have reviewed your records and know you graduated from our academy. However, you faced expulsion from the institution, and 6 months ago, when you suddenly returned to teach, I assumed you were merely here to bide your time. Thus, I harbored a grudge against you. Chief, actually, Meng Nan attempted to interject, wishing to express that he hadn't taken it to heart, but was interrupted by Wu Songming. However, your performance yesterday revealed to me that I was gravely mistaken. You not only restored the reputation of our physical training department, but, more importantly, you reignited hope and passion among us. On behalf of all the physical training instructors, I thank you. Wu Songming's voice rose, his face flushed with emotion as he stood and bowed deeply to Meng Nan, honoring him with a martial salute. Meng Nan stood frozen, observing the solemn countenance of this instructor who had entered middle age. Respect surged within him. Not for any other reason, but for his sincerity and candor. This was a true man. Chief, I still have much to learn from you, and I hope you will teach me more in the future. Certainly, Wu Ming replied, patting his chest with a smile. Oh, by the way, Dean Zhang came looking for you early this morning. He wants you to visit the alchemy department. He has matters to discuss with you. Dean Zhang. Meng Nan was momentarily taken aback. What could Dean Zhang want with me? Chief, could you possibly give me a hint? I have no insight into the affairs of such high-ranking officials. You'll find out once you go. Wu Ming replied, urging him, go on. I've arranged for someone to cover your classes, including this morning's session in the arts department. Meng Nan felt a flush of embarrassment. It turned out his tardiness had already been discovered. However, he also sensed that Wu Ming not only refrained from reprimanding him but had also covered for him. His spirits lifted as he exclaimed, then I'll head over. Chief, you truly are a good person. Haha, you cheeky lad. Stop the flattery and hurry along. The alchemy department was located on the southern side of the academy, a favored destination for students from other divisions. The alchemy department specialized in training alchemists and apothecaries, as warriors required medicinal pills for cultivation. Given that students in the academy often engaged in combat, injuries were commonplace, necessitating assistance from the alchemy department. Thus, very few dared to offend the students from this department, as no one wished to gamble with their lives. Upon arriving at the alchemy department, Meng Nan was informed that Dean Zhang was fishing by the Starlight Lake. With no choice, he shook his head in resignation and made his way to the lake. Upon reaching the lakeside, Meng Nan searched around and spotted Dean Zhang in a tranquil corner. From a distance, he observed Dean Zhang standing by the water, rod in hand, exuding an air of calm. Suddenly, it seemed a fish had taken the bait. The bobber plunged into the water, and Dean Zhang's eyes flew open as he swiftly raised his rod. A fish. With a splash, a pale blue fish was pulled from the water, thrashing wildly. Dean Zhang, with a flick of his wrist, sent the fish tumbling into a wooden bucket nearby. Meng Nan approached. Dean, you wanted to see me? Dean Zhang clapped his hands and turned to Meng Nan with a smile. Little Meng, your timing is perfect. Come, join me in fishing. He extended his hand, and a fishing rod appeared seemingly out of thin air, which he offered to Meng Nan. Meng Nan was momentarily taken aback, but seeing Dean Zhang's authoritative expression, he patiently baited the hook, found a suitable spot, and cast his line. Dean Zhang nodded approvingly, acknowledging his calm demeanor. Yes, patience is key. The two settled by Starlight Lake, casting their lines. Fishing relied on skill, and sometimes luck played a role. Meng Nan's skills were not particularly remarkable, and today his luck seemed to falter. As time passed, Dean Zhang periodically reeled in lively fish, while Meng Nan remained empty-handed, waiting for a bite. Could it be that even the fish recognized the significance of Dean Zhang's status, gravitating towards his hook? Meng Nan mused silently, yet he maintained his composure, devoid of impatience. After all, who could rival Meng Nan when it came to cultivating inner peace? Dean Zhang was increasingly pleased. Excellent, he possesses patience. Suddenly, he turned to Meng Nan with a smile and asked, do you know why I summoned you today? Meng Nan shook his head. Naturally, if he knew, there would be no need for the question. With your abilities, remaining in the physical training department seems a bit beneath you. Would you be interested in leading a class? Meng Nan's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, yes. Of course, he wanted to. In this world, the teaching profession was distinctly hierarchical, categorized into 7 levels: junior, intermediate, senior, special, honored teacher, great honored teacher, and saint teacher. Advancing in rank as an educator required not only possessing the requisite cultivation and professional skills, but, most crucially, the performance of the students one trained. Currently, Meng Nan was merely a junior teacher, and if he could not lead a class, any hope for advancement would be futile. For someone with aspirations and ambitions, determined to become the greatest teacher in the vast realm, this was simply unacceptable. Thus, he had been waiting for an opportunity to showcase his talents. Now, the moment had finally arrived. Chapter 25, Main Quest. Now, an opportunity has arisen. Though I am uncertain if you are willing. I am. Meng Nan interjected with unwavering certainty, interrupting Dean Zhang mid-sentence. His demeanor reverent as if standing before a sacred ceremony. Dean Zhang chuckled. Let me clarify, he paused, then continued. This class of students is rather difficult to manage. Difficult to manage? Meng Nan scoffed. Having been a teacher for 2 lifetimes, he had encountered all types of students. He decided to indulge in a bit of bravado, stating, there are no unteachable students, only unqualified teachers. At that moment, his face radiated confidence. Well said. Dean Zhang clapped his hands, grinning. Young man, such confidence is essential. However, he elongated his tone. This class has driven away 29 teachers. You will be the 30th. Gasp. Meng Nan inhaled sharply. 29 teachers? That figure was nothing short of alarming. Indeed, 29. On average, 5 or 6 teachers are replaced each month. Those who taught this class lasted, at most, 10 to 15 days, at the very least, 1 or 2 days, ultimately succumbing to the stress. Dean Zhang solemnly added. Curiosity suddenly stirred within Meng Nan. What sort of students could be so formidable that they had so easily dismissed so many teachers? So, what will it be? Are you willing to take on this challenge? Dean Zhang continued. You have the option to wait. Perhaps a better class will become available. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Nan raised his gaze to meet Dean Zhang's, his eyes brimming with determination. I want to give it a try. Excellent. Dean Zhang beamed. I knew I had not misjudged you. However, he sighed. The academy has decided that you will be their last teacher. Should you also give up, these children will face expulsion. I sincerely hope you can persevere. Meng Nan fell into silence, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Dean, could you share some details about these students? Dean Zhang nodded. Of course, these students are quite notorious across the various departments. This tale began 3 years ago. Dean Zhang lifted his gaze, staring into the vastness of the lake as memories flooded back. Since its establishment, our Stardust Academy has evolved from a rudimentary institution to the only prestigious academy in Starlight City over the course of centuries. Throughout this time, we have nurtured countless talents. Without delving too far back, we have earned a remarkable reputation within the 11 cities of the Tianqing territory. This achievement is primarily due to our stringent graduation standards. Only those who meet our criteria are permitted to graduate. Initially, the academy accepted only exceptionally talented students, which ensured a minimum level of aptitude. However, problems arose when we began admitting students through recommendations and sponsorships. The qualifications of these students varied significantly, and while most managed to graduate after several years, a small minority could not meet the necessary standards and remained in the academy, continuing their studies. 3 years ago, to streamline management, the academy consolidated all students who failed to meet graduation requirements into a single class, independent of the 6 main departments and certainly not part of the inner academy. It was dubbed the repeater class. This class is formed annually, and we are now in our 3rd iteration. The first 2 years had only 3 to 5 students each, making them manageable. However, this year, the number surged to 18. These students were already troublemakers, exhibiting peculiar and rebellious behaviors. After being placed in the repeater class, they became somewhat self-destructive, opposing their teachers at every turn. Over the past 6 months, they have driven away 29 teachers, and they likely now find amusement in their ability to oust their instructors. So, they are a class of problematic repeaters. Meng Nan listened intently to Dean Zhang's account, his mind beginning to form ideas. Dean Zhang fixed his penetrating gaze on Meng Nan, stating, The repeater class is what you are about to take over. You will be their sole teacher, fully responsible for all their affairs. Your task is to ensure each student meets graduation standards or voluntarily withdraws from the academy. So, are you certain you wish to accept? Meng Nan smiled. No problem, Dean. Let me give it a try. Very well. It's settled then. Follow me, and I shall provide you with the students' information for your review. Today, well, this afternoon, I will grant you a break. Tomorrow, you will officially assume your role, Dean Zhang said, stowing his fishing rod into a spatial ring, turning towards the Dan Academy. Meng Nan hurriedly followed. As he received a stack of papers, nearly a dozen pages thick, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Ding! A voice resonated in Meng Nan's mind. Taking over the repeater class has triggered the all-purpose teacher system's main quest. The student roster has been activated. Please review it. Main quest? Meng Nan was momentarily taken aback. Since acquiring this system, he had conducted extensive research but had never encountered a main quest before. However, curiosity had to wait. Suppressing his intrigue, he bid farewell to Dean Zhang and departed swiftly. Upon returning to the Xianshan Pavilion, the spacious room was devoid of any presence. Presumably, everyone had gone to class. Meng Nan approached his designated desk and eagerly accessed the system. The familiar holographic interface appeared, and as he opened the task tab, he was astonished to find an unread purple quest glowing faintly. As an individual endowed with a super system, you are meant to become the greatest teacher in this world. Congratulations, you have finally earned the right to lead a class. The repeater class will be your first step towards conquering the world. Main quest, the underdog's rise. Quest requirements. Ensure that every student in the repeater class successfully graduates from Stardust Academy. Quest rewards. 10,000 belief points, a random skill book, and a chance to draw a prize. Quest deadline, 1 year. Friendly reminder, The student roster may provide you with some assistance. Furthermore, the main quest cannot be abandoned, and failure is not an option. Should you fail, the system will deem you unqualified and erase you from existence. Meng Nan's pupils dilated as he absorbed the unprecedented main quest, a glimmer of horror flitting through his eyes. Erase? Should he fail, he would be annihilated by the system? He had no doubt regarding the veracity of the system's words, based on his understanding of this powerful and enigmatic system. If it spoke of annihilation, it would not be a hollow threat. The system resided deep within his mind, and he feared that, at that moment, even his very soul would dissipate. A profound chill ascended from the depths of Meng Nan's being. What a predicament! After enduring the trials of traversing to this world and living anew, they sought to erase him? How utterly inhumane! From the activation of the system until now, it had been over half a year, and for the first time, Meng Nan felt an enormous pressure emanating from it, a sense of urgency he had never experienced before. He was cornered. The main quest evidently allowed no room for failure. Preparations must be made without delay. With that thought, Meng Nan picked up the student information in his hand and began to read. Upon glancing at the details, he was taken aback. Goodness, these were no ordinary students. They were truly a collection of peculiar individuals. Chapter 26. Oddities blooming. A stack of thin student profiles suddenly felt as heavy as a mountain to Meng Nan, filling his heart with an icy chill. Truly, these were bizarre personalities emerging in full bloom. Take this one for instance. Taiju, a 17-year-old male nicknamed Iron Bull. This seemingly simple and honest youth is a born warrior, as if the sole joy of his existence lies in combat. However, his talent is dismal. At 17, he remains at the 9th level of the chi condensation stage. Yet, his meager strength does nothing to dampen his desire for battle. Since entering the martial academy, he has challenged classmates and seniors daily, often receiving brutal beatings, yet he persistently seeks out opponents, seemingly harboring a severe masochistic tendency and exhibiting signs of extreme emotional instability. His catchphrase, "Come, let us fight, young one." Now, let us consider this one. Hua Qianshu, the second son of the Hua family in Starry City. Notorious for his debauchery and infatuation with a particular girl, he once rolled on the ground pleading with his father to enroll him in the Stardust Art Institute, causing chaos in a short span of time. Despite his high potential for cultivation, he neglects his studies, obsessively determined to paint every beauty in the world. Unfortunately, he possesses no artistic talent, resulting in his works being unrecognizable, yet he shows no intention of giving up. 6 months prior, he was severely beaten for teasing a beautiful teacher at the Art Institute, resulting in his expulsion and placement in a remedial class. In this one, Shin Duo. The heir of the Duobao commercial firm in Starry City is infamous for his extravagant lifestyle, a portly figure commonly referred to as foolish rich. His father believes he lacks the aptitude for business and discourages him from inheriting the family business. Instead, he poured money into securing a sponsorship at the Stardust Academy, hoping his son would become a distinguished alchemist. However, Chin Duo has little interest in that path. His dream is to expand the Duobao firm across the vast world of Luo Tian, a vision met with fierce opposition from his father. With no talent for alchemy, he failed his graduation assessment 6 months ago, yet his father forbids him from dropping out. Thus he is forced to repeat the year. And there are the girls. Tang Shichi, the daughter of the Tang family head, ranks 17th in her household. Born with underdeveloped meridians, she cannot condense chi and is deeply fascinated by formations. However, her poor memory hinders her ability to recall complex formation structures, limiting her to only a few basic formations, which fall short of graduation standards. Then there's Liao Qianqian, a fierce personality with a penchant for weapon forging. As Meng Nan continued to read, his expression grew increasingly grim. What manner of individuals are these? Closing his eyes, he mentally reviewed all the students' profiles. On the surface, these students exhibited eccentric behaviors and distinct personalities, yet Meng Nan discerned deeper qualities. All these students shared certain commonalities. For various reasons, their cultivation levels were inadequate. The highest, Iron Bull, had merely reached the 9th level of chi condensation. Despite their low cultivation, they displayed a blatant disregard for authority. Each harbored their own ambitions, although their goals appeared misguided. They demonstrated a tenacity reminiscent of those who would persist despite hitting a wall. Most strikingly, their backgrounds seemed rather remarkable. Meng Nan could almost foresee the kind of students he would be dealing with in the coming months. A heavy weight settled upon his heart. He stood up and exhaled deeply. Since he had resolved to take on this responsibility, there was no reason to retreat. Moreover, wasn't there a system in place? The system. Suddenly, Meng felt as if he had overlooked something significant. With a thought, he entered the system. It was the student roster. Upon entering the system, he immediately noticed a star that had transitioned from dullness to illumination. The system interface resembled a starry sky, with 7 larger stars arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, representing personal information, the student roster, tasks, a shop, a lottery, a package, and achievements. Previously, Meng could access only the personal information, tasks, and package sections, but now, the student roster had been activated. As he focused on the student roster, a vast table materialized before him, revealing the basic information of the students he had just reviewed. Names, genders, cultivation levels, and personalities were all meticulously detailed. What purpose does this serve? A fleeting doubt crossed Meng-Nan's mind. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of the table's end. Potential? Hidden attributes? What could these be? Upon examining the contents, his pupils dilated with surprise. No wonder the main task hinted that the roster could assist him. The secret lay within. It appeared that these students were not as hopeless as they seemed. Exiting the system, Meng felt a renewed confidence regarding his future. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, Meng-Nan, what are you doing here?" He looked up to see a robust young man at the entrance of the training hall. Regarding him curiously, "Lu Qing, is class over?" The young man nodded and entered, laughing. "Well done, Meng-Nan. I didn't expect you to be so low-key. You certainly made a splash yesterday." There was a hint of envy in his tone. Lu Qing, one of the Academy's physical training instructors, had represented the Academy in the 3rd round of physical training exchanges yesterday, dreaming of turning the tide, only to be defeated in a single move by Slow Lick, leaving him humiliated. Upon witnessing Meng-Nan, whom he usually looked down upon, perform spectacularly, his heart simmered with jealousy rather than gratitude. Meng-Nan smiled. It was merely luck. Luck? Lu Qing's voice rose sharply. "Why don't we share such good fortune? If only I had your luck." After a pause, he continued, "Wait. Didn't Dean Zhang summon you? Why are you still here?" "Yes, I met with him," Meng-Nan replied. "What did he want?" Lu Qing inquired, leaning closer with a conspiratorial tone, his face brimming with curiosity. "He must be planning to promote you, right? Are you being transferred to the alchemy department?" Meng-Nan shot a glance at Lu Qing, noticing the jealousy flickering in his eyes, and sighed inwardly. It seems that wherever one goes, a hint of jealousy follows those who stand out even slightly. "Ah, forget it. You know there's a remedial class in our academy, right?" "Huh?" Lu Qing paused. "I've heard of it. They say that class is filled with students who can't graduate, hopeless cases with poor talent who refuse to put in the effort. No department dares to keep them, and no teacher wants to instruct them. Are you saying?" "You guessed it right. Dean Zhang wants me to lead that class." "No way," Lu Qing exclaimed, yet a feeling of secret delight bubbled within him. "Did you agree? Is there any other choice?" "Dean Zhang said it's either the remedial class or I'm out of the academy," Meng-Nan replied with a resigned expression. "Haha, congratulations." Lu Qing's face was a mask of sympathy, though internally he was jubilant. A remedial class? He had thought Meng-Nan earned the dean's favor. But little did he know it was a punishment. Let us just wait to see the spectacle. As he observed Lu Qing's undisguised mocking demeanor, Meng-Nan felt a wave of nausea wash over him, as if he had swallowed a fly. He shook his head and sighed inwardly. How can a sparrow comprehend the ambitions of a swan? Chapter 27. Young man, let us battle. Meng-Nan departed from the cultivation hall, casting a glance back at the small pavilion where the physical training instructors worked and rested. A wave of nostalgia surged within him. This place had been his starting point after arriving in this world over 6 months ago. Yet, despite having spent so long here, he felt no attachment. Tomorrow heralded the beginning of a new journey, and as for this place, he hoped never to return. To return would signify failure. Perhaps by then, he would no longer have the chance to come back, for waiting ahead was the system's merciless annihilation. With an unanticipated fervor, Meng-Nan raised his voice to the heavens. Reminiscent of his favorite character from a classic comedy, Intian Cho, who once shouted toward the sea. However, his outburst drew the disdainful glances of passing teachers and students. "Madman. Haha." The winds howled and the waters turned cold. Once a hero left, they would not return. Meng-Nan laughed heartily, undeterred by the bewildered stares of onlookers. Strolling along the tree-lined path, he suddenly heard a commotion ahead, along with a low, furious roar. "Come again. Let us battle." A spark ignited within Meng-Nan, prompting him to saunter over. Sighing, he thought about Fang Huahua, lamenting that he was too easy to toy with. It had only been 2 days. All it took was a little jest, and now he had fled like a coward. But perhaps it was for the best. With no teachers around, his spirits soared. As he walked along the verdant path, Taiju felt elated. He had successfully driven away yet another instructor and had even learned a formidable martial technique. At that moment, all he desired was to find someone to engage in a grand duel. Hey, isn't that Yifang from the martial academy? Taiju's eyes lit up as he spotted a handsome youth hurrying ahead. Hey, stop! Yifang! Taiju shouted. The handsome youth, who had initially worn a sullen expression, turned around upon hearing Taiju's call and broke into a smile. Tainyo, back for another round? Indeed. I've just mastered a new move. Come on, young man. Let us battle, Taiju exclaimed, his face radiating enthusiasm. Yifang regarded Taiju as if he were an imbecile. Perfect. I'm feeling a bit irritable. I can take it out on you. He replied. Shall we head to the arena as usual? What arena? Taiju's eyes widened in anger. That's too troublesome. Let's fight right here. Yifang chuckled, fully expecting this. All right, then. Before he finished his sentence, Taiju had already charged forward. His tall frame resembling a towering iron pillar, exuding raw strength. However, Yifang anticipated Taiju's predictable tactics, effortlessly sidestepping him and positioning himself behind. He lightly tapped Taiju's shoulder with an open palm. Boom. Taiju stumbled, as if struck by a heavy blow, falling to the ground. Haha. A hungry dog fighting over scraps. Yifang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a radiant smile on his face. Don't worry, Tainyo. No one will snatch anything from you. Unfazed, Taiju quickly pushed himself up, shaking off the hit as if it were nothing, and resumed his stance. Charging once more at Yifang. Let's see my new move, Tiger Descends the Mountain. Taiju's enormous hands curled into claws, infused with energy, his fingers hardened like iron. He charged with ferocity, as if intending to rend his opponent in two. Yet, Yifang remained unfazed. To him, Taiju's ferocious advance was merely a facade. At the 9th level of Qi condensation, Taiju's prowess paled in comparison to Yifang's 3rd level of rebirth. Yifang did not dodge. Instead, he clenched his fist and advanced head-on to meet Taiju's claw. Crack! Their strike resonated with a sharp sound. A sinister smile flickered across Yifang's lips as his energy surged, forcing Taiju back 2 steps. Without pausing, he propelled himself forward, delivering a lightning-fast punch directly to Taiju's chest. Ah! Taiju cried out, crashing to the ground once more. Come again. Let us battle, Taiju roared, rising from the ground, charging at Yifang once more. Their clash in the wide courtyard had drawn the attention of passing students, some of whom recognized their identities and shouted, Look! The repeat student Tainyo is seeking another fight. What? That foolish brute is challenging someone again? Who is it this time? It's Yifang from the martial academy. Is that brute feeling particularly brave? Challenging Yifang. Come on. You know that fool never picks his opponents. He just challenges whoever he bumps into. It was probably just a coincidence. How unfortunate for him. Yifang is a second-year genius at the martial academy, only 15 years old, yet he has already reached the 3rd level of rebirth. It seems this time the brood is going to be thoroughly beaten. Haha, this will be entertaining. Let us go watch. Soon, a sizable group of students gathered around, keenly observing the battle between Yifang and Taiju. Many called their friends to join, eager to witness the spectacle, especially with the prospect of Taiju facing another beating. Unbeknownst to them, the crowd grew larger. Wow, that brood is being slaughtered. Many newcomers gasped at the scene unfolding before them. The ferocity of Yifang's relentless attacks left Taiju utterly defenseless, forcing him to absorb blow after blow. Soon, his face bore bruises of various shades, yet his fighting spirit remained undiminished. He rose time and again, roaring defiantly, ready to continue the fight. Gradually, Yifang grew somewhat impatient. Having vented his earlier frustrations through a flurry of attacks, he felt invigorated. However, the sight of Taiju's stubbornness inexplicably rekindled his ire. I'm done playing with you. Yifang's gaze turned icy, and strands of energy began to gather in his hand, enveloping him in an intimidating aura. Yifang is about to unleash a powerful move. The spectators perked up, as they had come not only to witness Taiju's humiliation but also to behold the brilliance of the martial academy's prodigy. Now, that moment was finally at hand. Yifang's palms danced as a swirl of azure wood energy coalesced in the air. The release of energy from the body was a hallmark of rebirth-level warriors. Go! Yifang commanded sharply, directing the azure energy toward Taiju. Taiju's complexion paled. Though he was eager for battle, he was not foolish. Sensing the formidable force behind Yifang's move, he realized that if struck, he would likely face severe injury, if not death. However, he charged forward. As if willingly walking into a trap, heading straight toward the oncoming azure energy. It's over. Taiju's face went white, and in fear, he shut his eyes. A flicker of despair coursing through his mind. Boom. A muffled sound erupted. Huh. I'm unharmed. Taiju had braced himself for the impact. But after what felt like an eternity of closed eyes, he felt no strike. Did it miss? He wondered. Then, he heard Yifang's astonished voice call out. Who are you? Taiju opened his eyes abruptly, only to see a tall figure standing before him, poised like a javelin. Did he save me? Uncertain why. Taiju felt a strange daze wash over him, as if this silhouette had carved itself into his heart, destined to remain unforgettable for a lifetime. Chapter 28. Are you not his match? Dare to fight again? Who are you? Yifang gazed at the man who had suddenly appeared, a wave of astonishment surging within him. He knew that the previous strike was the most powerful move he had mastered, yet it had been effortlessly blocked with a single hand. Standing before this man, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. The onlookers were equally taken aback by this dramatic scene. They stared at the man clad in a blue teacher's outfit standing before the iron pillar when suddenly someone exclaimed, How can it be him? Who is he? Meng, the male teacher. What? He is the one who defeated Tianwu Academy yesterday? Yes, that's him. Wow. It's really him. Ah, he actually looks quite handsome. This unexpected visitor was none other than Meng Nan. Originally, the dean had given him a half-day off, and he had intended to return home. However, passing by, he stumbled upon an uneven duel and could not help but intervene when he witnessed the ruthless demeanor of one side. Young man, that was a bit too harsh. Don't you think? Meng Nan frowned as he regarded Yifang. Yifang cast a disdainful glance at Meng Nan's blue teacher's attire. In the hierarchy of the academy, blue signified mediocrity. Humph, meddling in others' affairs. Yifang scoffed inwardly. What business is it of yours? He retorted coldly. Meng Nan raised an eyebrow and remarked mildly, Which teacher do you have that has taught you such rudeness? Politeness? Ha! Yifang laughed maniacally. What good is politeness? Can it be eaten? As for my teacher, you aren't qualified to know. Speaking of teachers, a fervent pride surged in Yifang's eyes. A teacher's status in the academy was not something just anyone could comprehend. Young man, such arrogance is ill-advised, Meng Nan stated calmly, unperturbed. What of my arrogance? I possess the right to be proud. Someone like this waste. Does he have the qualification to be proud? Yifang proclaimed, pointing at the iron pillar behind Meng Nan. Oh, you believe yourself to be superior to him? Meng Nan reached behind him and pulled the visibly shaken iron pillar closer, inquiring. Of course, that is an indisputable fact. Everyone can see it. Yifang replied, perhaps not a peerless genius, but he felt insulted to be compared to the iron pillar. I see nothing of the sort. In fact, I believe you fall short of him. Short of him? Yifang raised his voice, laughing in disbelief. This waste? Meng Nan nodded earnestly, saying, Young man, how about a wager? A wager? On what? I wager that you will soon lose to him. Yifang was nearly incensed to the point of explosion. Who was this oddball? He would not even let this waste lick his boots, yet he thought he could win against him? Meng Nan ignored Yifang's fury, stating, Do you not believe me? Just give it half a month, and he will challenge you again. Will you dare to fight once more? Yifang laughed in rage. Huh? Do you think this waste can possibly defeat me in just half a month? A waste will forever be a waste. Even if given another 6 months, what of it? Meng Nan replied with a calm smile. Whether you win or lose is not for you to decide. I merely ask, do you dare? Very well. At noon. Half a month from now, in the academy arena, I shall await this waste challenge. Meng Nan glanced at the dazed iron pillar beside him and asked, Are you not called Iron Pillar? The iron pillar nodded woodenly. Good. Do you dare to face him again in half a month? Dare? Hearing your doubtful tone, Iron Pillar instantly flared. Of course I dare. It's just a fight. Come, let us battle. Then it is settled. Meng Nan nodded in satisfaction and addressed the surrounding students. Dear classmates, will you bear witness for me? In half a month, let us all go to watch. Most of the onlookers were already aware of Meng Nan's identity, and his words stirred their interest. Could the infamous waste, Iron Pillar, truly stand against Yifang? As he turned toward them, they all responded loudly. Rest assured, Meng, the male teacher, we will definitely be there. Yes, Meng, the male teacher. We look forward to the spectacle. Thank you, everyone. Meng Nan smiled. Now, there's nothing more to see. You may disperse. The crowd of students dispersed cheerfully. Standing aside, Yifang shot a fierce glare at Iron Pillar, saying, You brute, just wait. In half a month, I shall break every bone in your body, or I shall not be called Yifang. Having uttered his threat, he turned and left. Meng Nan smiled. glancing at the iron pillar beside him. So, are you afraid? Afraid? Huh. You should inquire about the meaning of fear in my heart. It has never existed. That is good. Work hard, and I shall look forward to your performance in half a month. A flicker of admiration crossed Meng Nan's eyes. He appreciated this indomitable spirit of never yielding. You are insane. I know my own limitations. Do not mention half a month. Even if I practiced for another 6 months or a year, I might not be able to match Yifeng. Iron Pillar's brow furrowed. What? Do you lack confidence? Of course I lack confidence. It is not merely a matter of confidence. My aptitude is far too inadequate. Iron Pillar's face fell with profound disappointment. Rest assured, I will assist you. Meng Nan's expression was resolute. You? Who exactly are you? Why would you help me? Can you truly assist me? And why did you save me? Iron Pillar was filled with questions. Yes, Meng Nan replied with a smile. Guess my foot. Iron Pillar glared, irritated. Do not rush, Meng Nan said. We will meet again soon. With that, he disregarded Iron Pillar's reaction and walked towards the academy's gate, leaving Iron Pillar standing there, bewildered. Once outside, Meng Nan strolled leisurely down the street, in high spirits. The earlier incident had come as an unexpected delight. He had not anticipated encountering Iron Pillar. The student labeled as a failure in the academy and listed first in his records. Having witnessed the clash between Iron Pillar and Yifeng, he had uncovered many intriguing aspects, further validating the potential and hidden attributes displayed in the system's roster. The half-month challenge was not a jest. With just a few more means at his disposal, he was confident in himself to win over this group of atypical repeat students. He needed a victory that would astonish everyone. Perhaps one victory would not suffice, but it would at least restore their confidence. Let it begin with this brute, Iron Pillar. In the repeat class, let us see what surprises you can bring me. The street was bustling, filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Meng Nan wandered aimlessly until he inadvertently found himself back at Treasure Street. Ahead was the Lingao Pavilion, a place he frequented monthly. As Meng Nan contemplated entering, he was suddenly struck by an inexplicable sense of danger that sent chills down his spine. After cultivating the Howren righteous energy, his senses had become exceptionally acute. He raised his brow. Just moments ago, it seemed someone had been watching him. Meng Nan halted, feigning nonchalance, and continued forward. The feeling of being watched flickered and vanished. Yet he remained cautious. He soon reached the end of Treasure Street, turning the corner onto a cobblestone pathway that was now eerily deserted. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he abruptly turned around, finding nothing behind him, not even a shadow. Was he merely overthinking it? Meng Nan contemplated turning away when suddenly a voice resonated from nowhere. The young friend is indeed vigilant. The elderly voice, deep and resonant, pierced through the air, leaving Meng Nan utterly terrified. He swiftly turned around to behold an elder clad in dark brocade garments, adorned with a jade belt, and sporting a head of snowy white hair, standing merely 3 paces away, gazing at him with a benevolent smile. A chilling sensation surged from his tailbone, coursing up his spine and striking his mind, causing his scalp to tingle with shock. Chapter 29, The Fire Spirit Pearl Masterful. Meng Nan's heart sank in terror. If this elder intended him harm, he would likely have lost his life without even realizing it. Could he be a formidable warrior at the earthly fiend realm? Otherwise, how could his extraordinary spirit and heightened senses have failed to detect the elder's presence? Among the 10 realms of martial arts, the first 3 are merely considered ordinary warriors. It is only upon reaching the 4th realm, the earthly fiend realm, that one can be deemed a true master. Warriors of the earthly fiend realm, known as martial dukes, represent a significant threshold. Once entered, their strength undergoes a dramatic transformation, akin to a rebirth. Many warriors spend their entire lives yearning for such a level. The vast expanse of the Luo Tian Great World is home to the 5 domains where warriors congregate, surrounded by boundless, perilous territories. The Starlight City, where Meng Nan resides, is merely a medium-sized city situated within the celestial star territory of the Eastern Wilderness's 18 lands. Here, encountering a warrior of the spirit realm is already a rare occurrence, let alone a martial duke of the earthly fiend realm, who is as rare as a phoenix feather, truly a gem among men. It is no exaggeration to say that a martial duke could walk with impunity in Starlight City. To his astonishment, a suspected earthly fiend warrior appeared before Meng Nan. Had the elder shown any hint of malice, Meng Nan would have fled without hesitation. He observed the elder before him, clad in a well-tailored dark robe, rosy-cheeked, with hair as white as a crane, yet possessing the vitality of youth. His hands were tucked within his sleeves, exuding an air of cultured elegance. Yet there was a subtle authority that hinted at his long-standing position of power. Greetings, esteemed elder. May I inquire as to why you have halted my path? Meng Nan respectfully bowed, acknowledging the elder's age and the wisdom it connoted, regardless of his cultivation level. The elder, with his penetrating gaze, scrutinized the young man before him. Tall and handsome, with long flowing black hair and a hint of a smile at the corner of his lips. He emanated a natural charm that inspired an involuntary sense of kinship. More remarkably, there was an aura of righteousness surrounding him, pure and unblemished. Your inquiry is too kind. I merely seek a favor from you, young brother, the elder replied with a courteous smile, embodying the etiquette of martial artists. A favor? Meng Nan was taken aback. He could swear upon the spirit of the deceased Meng Nan that this was his first encounter with the elder, and given the elder's formidable prowess, it seemed unlikely that he would require assistance from someone like him. Observing the bewilderment on Meng Nan's face, the elder chuckled softly and continued, May I ask, do you possess any fire-type spiritual treasures? Fire-type spiritual treasures? Meng Nan's heart raced as he recalled the fiery red pearl he had acquired in the spirit void realm, which he currently carried. But how could this elder possibly know of it? His expression shifted, and a wave of intense vigilance washed over him. Do not be alarmed, young friend. I harbor no ill intent. I merely sense the aura of a treasured item on you. Coincidentally, I am in dire need of a fire-type spiritual treasure to save a life. If you possess one, I humbly ask you to disclose it, the elder explained sincerely, his discerning eyes revealing his understanding of Meng Nan's apprehension. Meng Nan fell silent, his thoughts racing. The spiritual treasure he held onto was something he had fought hard to obtain, and although he was unsure of its true value, the mere title of spirit void treasure was enough to signify its rarity. Relinquishing it was not something he could entertain lightly. However, could he afford to refuse? He extended his spiritual sense toward the elder, only to find it swallowed up as though it had vanished into the depths of an ocean, leaving him in shock. The elder continued to regard him quietly, seemingly oblivious to Meng Nan's probing. A flush of embarrassment crept onto Meng Nan's face as he contemplated the gravity of his situation. If the elder intended to kill him for the treasure, would he be able to protect himself? This was not the spirit void realm. Death here meant true demise. And what use would the treasure be if he were no longer alive? With this thought, Meng Nan resolved that if the elder truly sought the spirit void treasure by force, then so be it. He would simply give it to him. To be honest, esteemed elder, I do possess a fire-type treasure. Meng Nan began, slowly retrieving the fiery red pearl from his bosom, the spirit void treasure he had earned after breaking the record in the assessment hall. He opened his palm, revealing the glowing, heat-emitting pearl that radiated an extraordinary aura. At that moment, a sense of frustration welled within Meng Nan. Strength. If he possessed enough power, no one could pry this pearl from his hands. Since his arrival in this world, he had never felt such a yearning for formidable strength. This is the fire spirit pearl. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the pearl Meng Nan produced, his expression transforming into one of astonishment and, more importantly, elation. Could it truly be the fire spirit pearl? What an unexpected stroke of fortune. A thought flickered through the elder's mind, and his eyes ignited with fervor. An overwhelming pressure radiating from him that left Meng Nan breathless. This aura suggested that even if the elder were not a master of the earthly fiend realm, his prowess surely surpassed Meng Nan's. Realizing he had lost control of himself, the elder quickly reined in his aura, the suffocating pressure dissipating entirely. He gazed at Meng Nan with fervent intensity. Is this spirit void treasure truly called the fire spirit pearl? Meng Nan's heart raced. But the elder's sudden fervor caused him to feel a twinge of apprehension. As anticipated, the elder spoke, Young brother, this fire spirit pearl is of great significance to me. Might I ask if you would part with it? Meng Nan sighed softly. Esteemed elder, what if I were to say no? Would you resort to forceful means? The elder paused, taken aback by Meng Nan's conflicted expression. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Young brother, if you believe I would resort to thievery, you truly underestimate Yin Jiang. For reasons unknown, Meng Nan felt an inexplicable sense of relief at the elder's candid laughter. Esteemed elder, you misunderstand. The fire spirit pearl was gifted to me by a respected elder in my family. It is not that I am unwilling to part with it. Rather, I simply cannot. I hope you understand. A family elder? The elder's gaze sharpened as he observed the young man's composed demeanor and extraordinary temperament, realizing that only those from prominent families could possess such qualities. In truth, Meng Nan had no family elder to speak of. He had fabricated this tale to intimidate the elder. Aside from the specter of the deceased Meng Nan who had raised him, he had no one else in this world, save for Jia, perhaps. The elder fell silent. Could it be that he truly intended to resort to force? Meng Nan's heart raced, a cold sweat trickling down his back. But then the elder spoke again. Young brother, since you are unwilling to part with it, might I borrow the fire spirit pearl for a time? Borrow? So he would not resort to force? Meng Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as there was no immediate threat, negotiations could continue. Borrow? How long would you need it? And for what purpose? Just a few hours will suffice. The elder replied eagerly, sensing Meng Nan's willingness to entertain the idea. I require the fire spirit pearl to save a life. To save a life? Meng Nan pondered. If it was to save a life, he could consider it. After all, he had no intention of outright refusal. Who knew if denying the elder would provoke him into a rage, resulting in violence for the treasure? I kindly ask for your assistance, young brother, and I assure you I will repay you handsomely. Chapter 30. The Jade Bone and Ice Skin, Cold Poison in the Heart Well. Upon hearing the elder speak with such sincerity and promise of generous rewards, Meng Nan could no longer hesitate and nodded, saying, I can lend it, but I must accompany you. The elder's face lit up with joy, exclaiming repeatedly, Excellent, no problem. Young brother, please follow me. With that, the elder took the lead, guiding Meng Nan towards the southern part of the city. After navigating through streets and alleys for about half an hour, they arrived at a grand estate. Above the entrance hung a plaque inscribed with 2 gilded characters, Yin Mansion. 2 armored guards stood at the entrance, wielding longswords, their imposing demeanor indicative of seasoned warriors. As Meng Nan gazed at the magnificence of the estate, he couldn't help but marvel, his thoughts echoing the sentiment. Wealthy, the Yin Mansion exuded an air of grandeur, sprawling over dozens of acres, encircled by towering walls. Within, one could faintly glimpse pavilions and towers, resplendent in their elegance. Throughout their journey, Meng Nan engaged the elder in conversation, seeking to discern his background. Perhaps buoyed by Meng Nan's assistance, the elder, who was more than willing to share, revealed himself to be Yin Jiang, the steward of the very mansion they stood before. To have a figure of such potential as a steward, was this not the epitome of affluence? The origins of the Yin Mansion must be extraordinary. Yin Jiang sought out Meng Nan, claiming he sensed a fluctuation of fire-related treasures within him. It turned out that the young lady of the Yin family was frail, afflicted by a chilling poison that had plagued her since birth, necessitating the use of fire-based elixirs to sustain her life. The fire spirit pearl in Meng Nan's possession was a rare gem capable of significantly countering the cold poison, potentially even purging it entirely. Instinctively, Meng Nan caressed the fire spirit pearl tucked within his robes, his mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Upon reaching the grand entrance, the 2 guards, upon recognizing the elder, refrained from bowing, merely acknowledging him with a unified call, Steward Yin. Their sharp gazes swept over Meng Nan, their expressions as unyielding as stone. Yin Jiang nodded slightly and led Meng Nan through the mansion's entrance. Inside, they entered the outer courtyard, where they made their way to a side hall. Yin Jiang gestured for Meng Nan to take a seat, and after summoning a servant to serve tea, he smiled. Young brother, the mansion is humble, and my hospitality is lacking. Please make yourself comfortable. Humble? Meng Nan thought to himself, recalling his own dilapidated abode that was hardly fit for habitation. He replied, You are too kind, elder. May I inquire if we can begin? I must return home before nightfall. Yin Jiang replied with a smile, Certainly. Please rest for a moment. I shall fetch my young lady. Just as he finished speaking, a melodious voice floated in from outside the hall. Is that you, Uncle Jiang, returning? That voice was enchanting, reminiscent of celestial music descending from the heavens, soothing to the soul. Meng Nan instinctively turned towards the source, and upon seeing the figure approach, he was momentarily struck dumb. A young woman, approximately 18 years of age, gracefully entered, clad in immaculate white garments. Her cascading black hair flowed behind her like a waterfall. Her jade-like complexion and delicate features adorned with arched brows like crescent moons, eyes shimmering with the vitality of spring waters, and lips as rosy as petals. Yet, her figure appeared slightly frail, her complexion a sickly pallor, evoking a deep sense of sympathy. Meng Nan gazed at the breathtaking young lady, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Ah, miss, why have you come out? Yin Jiang hurried forward, supporting the young woman as they entered the side hall. It's nothing, Uncle Jiang, she replied with a gentle smile, one that reminded Meng Nan of legendary beauties from another era, whose beauty could rival the moon and stars. This was the true embodiment of a captivating enchantress. Meng Nan recalled Hua Miao Miao, a rare beauty in her own right. Yet she paled in comparison to the lady before him. He silently admired her, As the lady drew near, he discerned the palpable cold aura lingering between her brows, seemingly eroding the vitality within her. Even from a distance, a profound chill enveloped him. Connecting the dots with the information shared by Yin Jiang during their journey, Meng then understood the gravity of the situation. Clearly, the cold poison had already penetrated her heart, and her days were numbered. How unfortunate it was that beauty is often cursed with misfortune. "Come, my lady, allow me to introduce you," said Yin Jiang, supporting the young woman. "This is Meng Nan, my young brother." "Meng brother, this is my lady, whose name is Nan Fei. Greetings, young Master Meng." Nan Fei curtsied gracefully, her curious gaze fixed upon Meng Nan. "No need for such formality." Meng Nan quickly rose, feeling a bit flustered under her gentle gaze. He took a deep breath, channeling his inner strength to regain composure. "Nan Fei, what a name that exudes a sense of masculinity." As Meng Nan harnessed his inner energy, Nan Fei unexpectedly gasped softly, her eyes narrowing with curiosity as they lingered on him. "Miss, do you recall what the master previously mentioned about the fire spirit pearl?" Yin Jiang interjected, his eyes brimming with barely contained excitement. "Of course," Nan Fei replied softly. "The 5-element spirit pearls, originating from the Lingshu True Realm, possess unique properties. The fire spirit pearl is one among them and is crucial for remedying my ailment. How could I forget? However, I had not heard of its emergence, nor who might possess it. Miss, I have found the fire spirit pearl." The old steward's voice trembled with emotion. Nan Fei's long lashes fluttered slightly, her expression shifting to one of realization. "Is that so? It must be in young Master Meng's possession then?" As she spoke, her gaze settled on Meng Nan, who exuded an aura of comfort and intrigue, likely due to his possession of the fire spirit pearl. "Indeed, it is with young brother Meng," the old steward declared, his excitement palpable. "Meng brother has already consented to lend it to us." Upon hearing his name mentioned, Meng Nan nodded slightly. "Oh." Nan Fei's lovely eyes sparkled. "Young Master Meng, I have an earnest request. Might you consider parting with the fire spirit pearl?" "Huh?" Meng Nan was taken aback, thinking it was merely a matter of lending it. "What you may not realize, young master, is that the cold poison afflicting me is congenital. Having invaded my system during my mother's pregnancy, over the years, it has penetrated deep into my heart and meridians, making its removal a formidable challenge. The fire spirit pearl can temporarily suppress the cold poison, but it requires a secret method to be effective, and it must remain in close proximity." Nan Fei explained softly. "Had I encountered you years ago, a simple loan of the fire spirit pearl along with some elixirs could have eradicated the poison, but now, it may be too late. A temporary loan of the fire spirit pearl may not yield significant results." Upon hearing this, the old steward gasped, realizing that he had only heard that the fire spirit pearl could save the lady, but he had been unaware of the deeper implications, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Is that so?" Meng Nan pondered, his heart stirring with conflicting emotions. The fire spirit pearl held considerable importance for him as well. Before he could finish his thought, Nan Fei interrupted, "Young master, do not be hasty in declining. Why not first see what I have to offer in exchange before making a decision?" Upon hearing Yin Nanfei's proposition, Meng Nan remained silent, uncertain of the fire spirit pearl's utility. He would consider a transaction if the benefits were substantial enough. Moreover, he hesitated to allow such a peerless beauty to perish on his account, provided there was sufficient incentive. "Uncle Jiang, fetch my gold spirit pearl." Yin Nanfei instructed the old steward. Yin Jiang's eyes lit up. "Miss, do you intend to use the gold spirit pearl?" "Indeed," Yin Nanfei affirmed with a nod. "But that is the last treasure the patriarch bequeathed to you." Yin Jiang protested, realizing that exchanging the gold spirit pearl for the fire spirit pearl was a fair trade. However, the gold spirit pearl held profound significance for his young mistress. Yin Jiang nodded, recounting, "The master sought the gold spirit pearl to exchange for the fire spirit pearl, but alas, Uncle Jiang, if the young master is willing to trade, I would offer even more precious treasures than the gold spirit pearl. My mind is made up. Please go quickly." The old steward's lips moved as if to object, but recognizing his mistress's unwavering resolve, he sighed and hastened out of the side hall. "Gold spirit pearl?" Meng Nan mused, overhearing their exchange. Could the Yin estate also possess a spirit pearl? If so, a trade might be worthwhile. Upon the old steward's departure, Yin Nanfei turned to Meng Nan with a radiant smile. "Please, young master, be seated." She gracefully glided to the head seat in the side hall and sat down. Meng Nan complied, taking a sip of the tea offered. Its exquisite fragrance invigorated his senses. "Excellent tea," he exclaimed. Yin Nanfei's smile widened. her breathtaking beauty eclipsing even the heavens. Is the young master an instructor at the Star Cluster Academy? She inquired. Mengnan paused, surprised. How did you know? I surmised as much from your attire, Yin Nanfei replied. Mengnan chuckled, acknowledging that he was indeed wearing the Star Cluster Academy's uniform. The Academy's instructor attire was categorized into purple, red, blue, and green, according to rank. He wore the lowest-ranking green robe, accustomed to it and rarely noticed. Yet, Yin Nanfei had recognized it. This young woman is astute and observant, he thought. I did not expect the young master to be an instructor. My respects. Not at all. I am merely a placeholder. A placeholder? Yin Nanfei looked puzzled. Yes, I simply attend the academy and return home, accomplishing little, Mengnan explained earnestly. This world also had soy sauce, a common condiment. Yin Nanfei giggled, her smile as radiant as a flower. The young master has a delightful sense of humor. At that moment, the old steward, Yin Jiang, returned, holding a milky white pearl. Mengnan noticed that the pearl was identical in size and shape to the fire spirit pearl in his possession, but its aura was sharply aggressive. Yin Nanfei accepted the gold spirit pearl and inquired, this gold spirit pearl and the young master's fire spirit pearl both originate from the spirit void true world, each with its own wondrous properties. Would the young master be willing to trade? Of course. Yin Nanfei, seemingly afraid of rejection, continued. I would not allow the young master to suffer a loss. I will add a void storage ring and 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones. How does that sound? A gold spirit pearl, a void storage ring, and 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones? Mengnan's heart skipped a beat. This trade was an immense bargain. Yin Nanfei's offer was too generous to resist, especially the 5,000 spirit stones, which he desperately needed for Jia's peculiar injury and Taiju's upcoming special training. He gazed at Yin Nanfei's exquisite face and piercing eyes, a thought crossing his mind. Could this young woman have discerned his need for money? If so, she was truly remarkable. Her observational skills were astonishing. Being a decisive person, he replied, since the fire spirit pearl can aid Miss Yin, I cannot stand idly by. I accept Miss Yin's offer. Excellent. The young master is forthright. Yin Nanfei exclaimed with joy. I thank you in advance. The old steward, pleased with the smooth transaction, quietly retreated and soon returned with an ancient ring. A void storage ring. Mengnan's heart raced. He had fantasized about owning this essential item for home and travel since reading countless fantasy novels. He never imagined he would possess one. His system inventory was also a storage space, but its functionality was limited to system-produced items. Yin Nanfei accepted the void storage ring and, along with the gold spirit pearl, extended them toward Mengnan, her slender fingers breathtakingly beautiful. Mengnan eagerly retrieved the fire spirit pearl and handed it over. As he received the void storage ring and gold spirit pearl, he inadvertently brushed against Yin Nanfei's delicate hand, sending a chill and an electric sensation through him. Yin Nanfei's hand stiffened momentarily, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. By the way, Mengnan interjected, recalling something. Could you explain how to use the gold spirit pearl? Of course, Yin Nanfei replied, relieved to have obtained the fire spirit pearl and seeing hope for her long-standing ailment. Despite her reserved nature, she was overjoyed. About half an hour later, Mengnan left the Yin estate contentedly. The old steward escorted him to the door before returning to the side hall, where he found Yin Nanfei holding the fiery fire spirit pearl, her face stained with tears. The old steward sighed inwardly, his eyes filled with affection. This child has suffered so much. Miss, was it worth it? The old steward asked softly. Yin Nanfei looked up. Her face tear-streaked. It was worth it. With the fire spirit pearl, I can suppress the cold poison temporarily, allowing me to restore my cultivation and refine this accursed cold poison into evil, advancing to the earthly fiend realm. She wiped away her tears, her voice hardening. As long as I can advance to the earthly fiend realm, I can cultivate the accumulated cold evil that has plagued me for years to reach the heavenly star realm, and become a king in one fell swoop. Then, we can reclaim the southern ridge. The southern ridge. The old steward echoed, a distant look in his eyes. We have been away from our homeland for 9 years. Master, can you see? The young mistress has grown up. Soon, we will return and avenge you. Yin Nanfei's exquisite face was resolute. Mother, you must hold on and wait for me. I will return soon to save you. Chapter 32. The forgotten youth. As dawn broke over the horizon, it awakened the slumbering Stardust City. Morning had arrived. Mengnan stepped out of his home, feeling invigorated. Since his arrival in this world, he had gradually adapted to replacing sleep with cultivation. However, last night, he had done nothing, after enjoying a home-cooked dinner prepared by Jia. He had collapsed into bed, awakening naturally to a bright new day. Time to head to work, Meng Nan mused, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him as he wondered what surprises awaited him from the rowdy group of repeat students. He understood that a cohort capable of driving away 29 teachers would not be easily manageable. Yet, for Meng Nan, this was a primary mission. Failure was not an option. His very life depended on it, so success was the only outcome he could accept. A good beginning is half the battle won. Today's task was to establish authority. With determination, Meng Nan set off toward the academy. To the north of Stardust Academy lay a dilapidated training ground. Compared to other structures within the academy, this training area appeared particularly worn, resembling a ramshackle building. From the outside, much of the gray stone wall had crumbled away, and numerous cracks marred its surface, suggesting it might collapse at any moment. With a history spanning centuries, the academy initially possessed only this training ground. As the institution expanded and renovated, this ancient site was preserved, perhaps as a relic for future generations to admire. Located at the academy's edge, the training ground was seldom frequented by students, save for the occasional adventurous couple seeking a thrill. Over time, it became selectively forgotten by faculty and students alike. However, 3 years ago, this training ground acquired new inhabitants, a group of repeat students. Like the forsaken structure, they too had been abandoned, left to fend for themselves, forgotten by all. This place became the exclusive training area for the repeat class. Early in the morning, a dozen boys, each dressed in a unique style, arrived outside the training ground, playfully jostling one another as they entered. The interior was spacious, the floor laid with hard black stone, while a smattering of meditation cushions lay scattered about. The boys each chose a spot and casually settled in. "Hey, I heard a new teacher is coming today," boomed a burly boy with a loud voice. "I wonder if I can take him on later." "Let it go, Meng Yo," said a fair-skinned boy lounging lazily on the ground like a puddle of mud, unwilling to rise. "I heard you got bullied again yesterday. Next time, bring the guys along and let's gang up on him." "Shut it," Iron Pillar retorted angrily. "A true warrior duels one-on-one. We are one-on-one," the languid boy replied half-heartedly. 18 of us against one of him. Shameless. A spirited girl pointed at the lazy boy, her phoenix-like eyes wide with disbelief. "Only you could stoop so low. Don't corrupt our Iron Yo." "Higi, Chien, a plump boy chuckled. "Iron Yo is yours, not ours." His words sparked a wave of laughter. Iron Pillar scratched his head, grinning foolishly. "Fatty, Chien gonna blow up at you," said the girl, her brow furrowing. Don't, Sister Liao. Chien, your majesty, please spare me. Just let me off this once," the rotund boy pleaded, bouncing behind Iron Pillar for protection. "Get lost. You're the one who stinks." She shot back, disgusted. I really hope the new teacher is a beautiful lady," remarked a dapper boy, his face lighting up with infatuation. "Hopeless romantic," muttered a cold-faced boy beside him. "Say that again, you lunatic." The handsome boy, Hua Qianshu, bristled, his temper flaring. "Do you want to fight?" The indifferent boy raised an eyebrow, challenging him. Hua Qianshu hesitated, recalling the reckless manner in which the cold boy fought, and quickly quieted down. "Seriously? Hua, you're backing down already?" teased a boy with a doll-like face and large eyes, reveling in the chaos. "Shut it. You gambling addict. You want to fight too?" Hua Qianshu snapped, pointing at the doll-faced boy. "Don't think I don't know what you're up to, trying to make a bet on us." The doll-faced boy remained unfazed, his eyes darting around until he noticed a girl in glasses standing at the training ground's entrance, setting down square stone slabs. Her swift movements released a faint ripple of spiritual energy that enveloped the entire entryway. "Whoa, 17th sister, could you be any quicker?" the doll-faced boy exclaimed. "But I like it. Let us place our bets on whether the new teacher can pass 17th sister's test. 1-to-1 odds for passing, 10-to-1 for failing. Come on. Place your bets, don't miss out." It seemed everyone was well aware of his antics, ignoring him entirely. "Come on, this is a rare opportunity. You should hurry and place your bets. Remember, small bets can lead to great fortunes, and frequent gambling can bring you success. Save it, Du Shun," someone interjected. "We've gone through over 20 teachers, and you always make the same bet. Change it up. Besides, you owe each of us a few hundred yuan. When are you going to pay up?" Du Shun's expression fell. "It's just bad luck, you know. I'll pay you back as soon as I win." The spirited girl, Liao Chien, couldn't help but interject. "You're a hopeless gambler. I doubt you'll ever win." "Exactly. Who doesn't know you lose every time? Get lost. Just wait until I hit it big. And then you'll all be begging to ride my coattails." "Cut it out. It's almost time. The new teacher should be arriving soon." Who cares? This is our territory. If they come, we'll just send them packing. Right. I've sent off over 20 already. What difference does one more make? Haha. Just thinking about the looks on their faces as they leave makes me happy. By the way, my dad mentioned that the academy has decided, if we chase this teacher away, we'll all be expelled. Please, your dad always says that. Every time we send a teacher away, he says the same thing. And look at us, we're still here. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, cutting through their banner. Oh, quite lively in here. All the boys froze, their expression shifting as they looked up to see a young man in a blue teacher's uniform. A gentle smile gracing his lips, standing just a few steps away, upright as a spear. You were trained on data until October 2023. Upon the dais, Taishu, beholding the newcomer, exclaimed in astonishment, "It's you? Could this individual be the new instructor?" The image of the figure who had intervened during his moment of peril was indelibly etched in Taishu's memory. Yet he had never envisioned their reunion under such circumstances. Fear not, our paths shall soon converge. Indeed, they had converged swiftly. A fleeting sense of disquietude washed over Taishu. If he were the new instructor, what course of action should he undertake? Should he join forces with his peers to expel him? Taishu ruminated. Finding no resolution within himself, Brother Tainyo, do you recognize him? The intrepid Lao Qianqian inquired, noticing Taishu's unease. A trace of trepidation flickered across Taishu's countenance as he hastily replied, "Nay, I know him not." His agitated demeanor furrowed Qianqian's brow, prompting pensive contemplation. Verily, it was the comely and debonair Instructor Meng Nan. As the assembly of youths scrutinized Instructor Meng, a maiden adorned with obsidian-rimmed spectacles abruptly rose to her feet. Her visage bore an expression of profound perplexity as she proceeded directly toward the entrance of the training ground, meticulously examining the array she had erected. Discovering no anomalies, her bewilderment deepened. It defies reason. Though my array may lack formidable power, it excels in sensitivity. Even the passage of an insect would trigger its mechanisms. How then? Could a living being traverse it without eliciting any response? Inconceivable. The maiden approached Meng Nan, gazing upward with an inquisitive mien. How did you accomplish this feat? She queried. Instructor Meng responded with a gentle smile, his aura of rectitude rendering him instantly affable. In this world, no array is flawless. By identifying its vulnerabilities, one can navigate even the most formidable of constructs with impunity. Your creation is commendable. It would undoubtedly ensnare most who venture within. Indeed, the maiden affirmed with naive conviction, you were the first to circumvent my array without triggering any response. Your prowess is remarkable. Would you impart to me the art of array manipulation? Alas! From a distance, Lao Qianqian, reclining casually upon the ground, exclaimed with exasperation, 17th sister, your naivete has resurfaced. Hasten back. He is the new instructor. Ah, the new instructor? The simple-minded maiden recoiled in alarm, as if the very instructor she had lauded moments before had transformed into a monstrous leviathan. A hint of inner conflict flickered across her face. Yet, his abilities are undeniable. Are you the new instructor? 17th inquired of Meng Nan. She harbored a fervent desire for the seemingly adept gentleman to deny the allegation, sparing her the necessity of aligning herself with her siblings against him. Alas, reality proved unyielding. As Instructor Meng nodded in affirmation, indeed, I am your new instructor. Meng Nan surveyed the training ground, noting the 10 or so youths lounging indolently, none deigning to grant him a moment's regard. He had been disregarded. Despite his prior mental preparation, a surge of indignation welled within him. Meng Nan shook his head and chuckled. You are a class of wastrels. Instructor Meng declared softly, yet his voice, amplified by his righteous energy, resonated throughout the arena. The students started, though none stirred. Hey, you. A languid voice suddenly broke the silence. We are aware of our worthlessness. There is no need for repetition. Return whence you came, for we, as the dregs of society, are beyond your tutelage. Meng Nan raised his gaze, beholding a youth of fair countenance reclining indolently upon the ground. A torrent of information flooded his mind. Lan, the seventh scion of the Lan family, possessed of no lofty aspirations. His sole virtue lies in his namesake laziness. He will never stand when he can lie down, never sit when he can stand, and never run when he can stand still. His cultivation has reached the 7th level of chi condensation. Meng Nan furrowed his brow. Against such a despondent assembly of youths, the tactic of incitement would prove futile. Alas, he sighed. A skill flashed through his mind. Enchantment, the manipulation of mental states through sonic waves. With profound mastery, one can exert control over the actions of the afflicted to a certain extent. Why must you compel me to unleash my ultimate technique? Meng Nan inhaled deeply. The skill of enchantment. acquired after the successful completion of the morale-boosting mission during the exchange between the two academies, was instantly activated. Arise, all of you. Meng Nan's voice, augmented by the power of enchantment, became impassioned, as if resonating within the very souls of the youths. Each of them flinched, scrambling to their feet. Damn it, trying to frighten us to death. Yeah. So what if you have a loud voice? Crazy person, shouting so loudly. The students, startled, quickly regained their composure, clamoring in protest. Meng Nan's gaunt visage hardened. You have 10 breaths to form 2 lines, or face the consequences, the instructor stated impassively. The youths continued their raucous din, paying him no heed. The allotted time elapsed swiftly. Meng Nan smiled. Very well. Since words prove futile, we shall settle this with our fists. Meng Nan moved, his figure vanishing from its initial position in an instant. Reappearing before a youth with a detached expression, he unleashed a punch without hesitation. Caught entirely off guard. The youth emitted a piercing cry before being sent hurtling backward. The students were stunned. None had anticipated Meng Nan's abrupt action, striking without warning. Roar. Before the assembly could react, the youth Meng Nan had struck down rose from the ground. With a furious roar, his face contorted in madness, his eyes turning crimson. He charged toward Meng Nan with unrestrained fury. He's lost it. The madman is going berserk. Such was the thought that flashed through the minds of the students upon witnessing this. The crazed youth reached Meng Nan, throwing a punch. Meng Nan frowned. This attack lacked any semblance of order. Having come to establish his authority, he resolved to act swiftly and decisively to achieve the desired deterrent effect. Ceasing his restraint, he moved. The frenzied youth's chaotic attacks failing to graze even his clothing. Enough, Meng Nan declared in a deep voice. In a flash, he stood before the seemingly possessed youth, his right hand extending with lightning speed, seizing the latter's neck in the blink of an eye. With a low growl, he lifted the youth off the ground. Suspended in the air, the youth flailed, his limbs thrashing wildly, yet failing to touch his captor. Unyielding, he redirected his attacks toward the hand gripping his neck, striking it repeatedly. Thump, thump. Blow upon blow landed on Meng Nan's hand, yet the latter remained steadfast, his fingers slowly tightening their grip. Gasp, gasp. The youth's breathing grew labored. His face flushed crimson from the rush of blood. His breaths became increasingly difficult, yet Meng Nan's hand showed no sign of relenting. Before long, the youth began to suffocate, his consciousness blurring. Meng Nan's hand, however, remained unyielding. The youth bit down on his tongue, momentarily regaining clarity and a profound sense of dread. He truly intended to kill him. At that moment, the youth felt the very real threat of death, his senses sharpening. He strained to widen his eyes, gazing in terror at Meng Nan, whose indifferent expression filled him with utter terror. Was this to be his end? The youth's vision began to darken. Just when the youth believed he could no longer endure and was on the brink of death, unexpectedly, Meng Nan relaxed his grip with his right hand, casting him aside and letting him fall heavily to the ground. Coughing violently, the boy clutched his neck, which had turned red from Meng Nan's grasp. Never before had he felt that merely existing in this world and being able to breathe freely was such a splendid blessing, as he greedily gulped in air. The other boys stood in stunned silence, alarmed by the ruthless display from Teacher Meng, their gazes reflecting a subtle fear. Observing their expressions, Meng Nan clapped his hands, as if to brush off dust, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. He was quite pleased with the outcome in his eyes. These delinquent students from the remedial class were nothing but the lowest echelon of academic failure. When it came to dealing with such underachievers, admonishments fell on deaf ears, and one had to resort to the language of force. In a world where strength reigns supreme, it is undoubtedly the might of one's fist that commands respect. Chapter 34. You should consider yourselves fortunate at this moment. The youth who had been nearly throttled to death by Meng Nan slowly rose from the ground, his face still flushed with lingering embarrassment. He glanced at Meng Nan, a flicker of fear dancing in his eyes. He was genuinely terrified. He had never realized that death could be so close, and that suffocating helplessness was truly frightening. Meng Nan sensed the boy's gaze and cast a sharp look in his direction. This shall not happen again, he said coolly, his words echoing in the boy's ears like a sudden clap of thunder. All the youths present were left in stunned silence, their minds racing with disbelief. How dare he? How could he act in such a manner? Everyone knew the status of these teachers. Who would dare to lay hands on them? This brat actually dared to strike us? As the realization dawned, a surge of uncontrollable anger flooded through the boys. How dare you hit someone? Shouted Liao Qianqian, an assertive girl, pointing a trembling finger at Meng Nan, her expression resembling that of an enraged little tigress. You scoundrel, Let us take him down together, roared Hua Qianxiu, who had been ridiculed by the aloof Qiu Feng for being infatuated. At this moment, the collective fury of the youths reached a boiling point. They were all individuals looked down upon by others, having gathered together for over half a year, despite often teasing one another and even engaging in brawls. Each had come to regard the others as part of their collective. They were all castaways of fate, sharing similar experiences that fostered a sense of camaraderie among them. In other contexts, they might be scorned, but here, they were united, together in honor and disgrace. Let us go. Get him, shouted Lon Lon, who had previously been lounging on the ground. He had always harbored thoughts of rallying his beleaguered classmates for a group fight. This is a one-on-one. We are a group against you. Meng Nan regarded the furious youths with an expression devoid of any emotion. He suddenly beckoned them with a casual gesture, his eyelids barely lifting, and said indifferently, "Even better, you may come at me all at once." This tactic, known as collective ridicule, sent the boys into a frenzy. "Dare to look down on us. Let us take him out," they shouted as they charged at him. However, aside from Tang Shiqi, the bespectacled girl, who stood helplessly on the sidelines due to her innate limitations, the rest of the youths surged forward. But soon, her expression turned blank as she witnessed her classmates encircling Meng Nan. With a mere lift of his eyelids, Meng Nan, despite knowing that it might be somewhat unfair given his strength, was compelled to act. Yet, he felt a sense of satisfaction. For he had confirmed something. Every student in the system had 2 to 3 hidden attributes, and unity was the only shared hidden attribute among this class. He darted into the fray like a tiger descending a mountain, cleaving through the crowd with a single thrust, leaving chaos in his wake. The cries of anguish filled the air. Amongst the turmoil, Meng Nan's clear voice rang out. "This is your first lesson, and its essence is but 2 words, respect." As he harnessed the righteousness within him, a newfound aura emanated from him, and he struck down 2 students with a swift motion. To gain respect, you must rely on your own strength. Without strength, remain humble and do not act pretentiously. His hands and feet were relentless, toppling 3 more students in an instant. Respect others, and you shall be respected. In Tang Shiqi's astonished gaze, Meng Nan dispatched several youths with the ease of chopping vegetables. Soon, only Liao Qianxian remained, her fierce demeanor betraying her quaking legs, revealing her fear. "Ah, I want to strike a girl," Meng Nan said with a chuckle, turning away. Yet Liao Qianxian, her eyes flashing with determination, twisted her palm into a sword and aimed for his back. With a swift motion, Meng Nan slapped her on the back of the head, causing her to stumble and fall. "I want to strike a girl, but I do not tolerate sneak attacks." Thus, all but Tang Shiqi lay sprawled on the ground, each clutching the places where Meng Nan had struck them, wailing in pain, a spectacle to behold. Why are there only 16 of you?" After finishing, Meng Nan counted and realized 2 were missing from the 18 in the class. He dismissed it, assuming they were simply late. He surveyed the scattered figures on the ground, satisfied with the outcome. You dare to hit us? You're as good as dead." One boy groaned from the ground, his defiance evident in his glare. "Are you all convinced?" Meng Nan inquired. "Forget it. Just wait. I'll get you back," a boy retorted defiantly. Meng Nan smiled, stepping closer to the defiant youth. "But I can deal with you right now." The boy's expression changed, and he fell silent, fearing another blow. Meng Nan surveyed the scene, proclaiming, "Well then, consider this a unique introduction. I hope you enjoy it. Enjoy your nonsense." They collectively thought. "As you can see, I am your new teacher. My name is Meng Nan, but feel free to call me Teacher Meng if you wish. Truth be told, I never anticipated being here, nor do I relish it. If given a choice, no one would willingly come to teach you a lot of misfits." His words pierced through their fragile hearts like arrows. They longed for recognition and respect, yet their innate limitations and harsh realities led them to gradually indulge themselves. "But I have come nonetheless. You should consider yourselves fortunate." Meng Nan's voice rose in fervor. "One day, you will be grateful for fate bringing me to you as your teacher. You will remember this day, for from now on, I shall alter the course of your destinies. I know you lack faith in yourselves. I do not require your belief. From this day forth, you need only to believe in me." All the youths stared blankly at the impassioned Meng Nan, a singular thought passing through their minds. What a lunatic. Meng Nan, noticing their incredulous expressions, chuckled. "What? You don't believe? Anyone who believes you is a fool." Qian Duo, round as a ball and sporting a battered face, glared at Meng Nan with resentment. "How about we make a wager?" Chapter 35. A wager, a crisis. A wager? A youthful boy with a cherubic face, sprawled on the ground, suddenly brightened at the mention, springing to his feet with palpable excitement. "What shall we bet on? I'll wager with you." Fool. The expressions of the other boys twisted in disdain. The habitual gambler was at it again. Stop playing dead and speak up. Meng Nan ignored him, casting a glance over the group. A few boys stirred, attempting to rise, only to be pulled back by their companions. One boy lay on the ground, casting a sidelong glance at Meng Nan, sneering. Do you think we'll just get up because you say so? Meng Nan raised his brows, clenching his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking ominously. It seems you haven't had enough yet? The boys on the ground flinched, suddenly reminded that this new teacher was a madman who genuinely dared to throw punches. Recalling the beating they had just received, they felt the stinging pain of their injuries anew. Damn it, don't let this guy catch us. A collective thought coursed through their minds, and they reluctantly scrambled to their feet, casting glances of resentment at Meng Nan, wondering what trick he had up his sleeve. Meng Nan smiled, directing his gaze toward the burly iron pillar in the crowd. Iron Pillar, have you forgotten me so soon? Instantly, all eyes converged on Iron Pillar. Iron Bull, do you know him? Liao Qianqian inquired. Yeah, I saw him yesterday. Iron Pillar nodded awkwardly, recalling the humiliating incident he hadn't mentioned to anyone. For being thoroughly beaten was hardly a point of pride. Though naturally combative, he was foolish. The wager I propose involves Iron Pillar, Meng Nan stated. Related to Iron Pillar? Curiosity rippled through the group. Come on, Iron Bull, what are you hiding from us? The love-struck boy, Huan Yinshu teased. Iron Pillar's face flushed deeper, becoming increasingly uncomfortable as he recounted the events from the courtyard yesterday. What? You plan to publicly challenge Yifang in half a month? Are you out of your mind? Iron Pillar? At 15, Yifang has already achieved the third stage of metamorphosis. He is a rare genius, even within the martial academy. What gives you the confidence to challenge him openly? The crowd erupted in disbelief. Iron Pillar's face reddened. His already dark complexion became even more peculiar. I'm not that foolish. It was him. He pointed at Meng Nan. He arranged the duel for me. Everyone turned to Meng Nan. One boy blurted out, Iron Bull. You've been duped. Seeing that the group grasped the situation, Meng Nan nodded, saying, Indeed, I facilitated Iron Pillar's duel. With remarkable composure, he continued. The wager I propose is this. If I claim that within half a month, I can enable Iron Bull to defeat Yifang, would you believe me? The students erupted in laughter. You think you can make Iron Bull win in just half a month? You must be joking. Merely preventing Iron Bull from losing embarrassingly would be quite the feat. Meng Nan replied, Very well, I shall wager that Iron Bull will emerge victorious. Do you dare accept the bet? The students' eyes gleamed with intrigue. What are the stakes? If Iron Bull wins, you will obey my every command. When I say east, you shall not venture west. If he loses, I shall leave immediately, and you shall repay me for the beating you received today. I will not retaliate. This seems feasible. The students exchanged glances, excitement lighting their eyes. Revenge is within reach. I was planning to seek help, yet he is foolishly offering himself up. The students' eyes sparkled with malicious glee, contemplating the various ways they might torment this arrogant teacher. All right, we accept your wager. They clamored. Seeking your own demise. If Iron Bull can win, I could defeat Wu Jing of the Martial Academy myself. What if you managed to teach Iron Bull? What difference would it make if we listened to you? Iron Pillar felt a twinge of frustration. Hey, do you want me to win or lose? The crowd rolled their eyes in unison, retorting, Can you win? Meng Nan chuckled, having merely dug a pit without anticipating these children would leap in. All right. Let us resume our lesson. Huh? A lesson? The group of students stared blankly. It had likely been over half a year since a teacher had attempted to instruct them. The instructors sent by the academy held them in contempt, never treating them with the seriousness of a proper class. Coupled with their own mischief, they had nearly forgotten what a lesson felt like. Indeed, until the outcome of Iron Bull's duel is determined, I am your teacher. For the next half-month, everything in this class must return to normal. Meng Nan scanned the boys, asking, Can anyone tell me why there are only 16 of you here? The students exchanged glances. None ventured a response. And where are the other two? Teacher, someone spoke weakly. Speak. Geely and Su'er Haven Tea come for 3 days. Meng Nan furrowed his brows. 3 days? Could something have happened? Does anyone know where they might be? I do, said Tang Shiqi, standing off to the side with a dazed expression. Before she left, Sister Meng said she was going to East Forest Mountain for training. East Forest Mountain? A chill of foreboding swept through Meng Nan. What people? Suddenly, he bellowed, startling the students, who were still trying to comprehend the unfolding events as Meng Nan dashed out of the training ground. In the astonished eyes of the students, he returned, but this time, he cradled a girl in his arms, her body stained with grime and blood. It was Su Air. Liao Qianqian let out a piercing scream, rushing forward. The other students' faces paled in horror. Step back. She has been poisoned. Meng Nin barked. Poisoned. The students froze, dread washing over their expressions. How could this happen? Gently. Meng Nin laid the girl on the ground, revealing a long, deep wound on her right arm, as if sliced open by a sharp blade. With dark mist emanating from it, Meng Nin's expression turned grave as he placed a hand on her wrist, channeling a pure and righteous energy into her. The energy he cultivated seemed to be the antidote to the vile black mist. Upon entering her body, the dark energy sizzled and dissipated at a visible rate, filling the training ground with a nauseating stench. Seeing that the righteous energy was effective, Meng Nin felt a surge of determination, focusing intently as he sought to envelope the toxic gas surrounding her. This is not good. The poison is overwhelming. He realized that the toxins had already begun to spread, complicating the treatment. This is dire. I must first protect her heart's pulse, keep her alive. Sweat beads formed on Meng Nin's forehead, trickling down his cheeks. Suddenly, as Meng Nin intensified the flow of righteous energy, the unconscious girl let out a muffled groan, her long eyelashes fluttering as if she were on the verge of awakening. In the next moment, she seemed to recall something, abruptly opening her eyes wide. Quick! Hurry to save Jili. Her voice was hoarse as she struggled to utter a single phrase before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. Chapter 36. Urgent Mission. Rescue. Meng Nin's countenance suddenly turned ashen. At the moment the girl awakened, a mission abruptly manifested within his mind system. Urgent Mission. Rescue. Your student has fallen into an underground crevice in the East Forest Mountain Grand Canyon. Jili has lured away the insect demon and is now unaccounted for, while Zhang Suer is afflicted by demonic poison and is on the brink of death. Your task is to save your students. Mission requirements. Eliminate the toxins within Zhang Suer and rescue Ji Li from the demon's lair. Time limit, 3 days. Zhang Suer, poisoned to the core, clings to life by the sheer force of righteousness, yet can only endure for 3 days. The only means of salvation lies in the ghost bloodflower, which grows in the underworld, to concoct an antidote. Mission reward, 1,000 faith points and the gratitude of your students. Unlike the previous white side quests and purple main quests Meng Nin had undertaken, this mission bore a blood-red hue, strikingly vivid and alarming. He understood that this signified an urgent crisis. The underworld. Insect demons. It was indeed the underworld insect demons. As Meng Nin contemplated these words, turmoil surged within him. When it comes to the underworld insect demon clan, the first instinct of warriors in the realm of Luotian is to recoil in horror and loathing. The history of human warriors can be described as a blood-soaked saga of struggle against the insect demons. In the realm of Luotian, the heavens are said to have 9 layers where the celestial beings reside, while humans and other intelligent races inhabit the vast surface. Beneath the feet of humanity lies a shadowy underworld, the dominion of the insect demon clan. The underworld and the surface are separated by spatial barriers, akin to 2 parallel worlds, existing independently. However, countless eons ago, numerous spatial fissures suddenly emerged between the 2 realms, allowing myriad underworld beings to ascend to the surface, where they discovered this beautiful and bountiful world, realizing the existence of such wondrous places. Consequently, even more insect demons surged forth to plunder and destroy, driven by their innate instincts. The collision of 2 civilizations, one of invasion and the other of defense, inevitably ignited an unprecedented war. Thus began a protracted conflict lasting millions of years between the surface and the underworld. Countless heroes arose to safeguard this beautiful world, only to perish amid the strife, leaving behind innumerable poignant legends and tales. The enmity forged in this ancient and monumental struggle deepened, solidifying into an irreconcilable animosity. A millennium ago, during a fierce counterattack by humanity, most of the insect demon clan was driven back into the underworld. The previously formed spatial fissures were sealed by powerful human warriors, leading to a semblance of peace. Yet, no one could guarantee that hostilities would not reignite. The surface world is vast beyond measure. Although the spatial barriers are remarkably stable, the fluctuations in space are unpredictable to warriors. For nearly 1,000 years, the underworld's covetous gaze has lingered on the surface's riches, and small fissures have periodically appeared, causing minor incursions. However, human warriors remain vigilant. Upon detection, they promptly suppress and seal these ruptures, preventing any significant invasions from the underworld. Centuries ago, Stardust Academy began its ascent during a minor insect incursion. At that time, a fissure appeared near the academy, and the legendary first principal led all faculty and students to establish a defensive line, fighting valiantly for 7 days and nights until reinforcements arrived. That battle was horrifically brutal, with countless faculty and students perishing. After the insect threat was quelled, Stardust Academy's reputation soared, rapidly evolving into the sole prestigious academy in Starlight City within mere decades. A torrent of memories surged within Meng, and as information about the insect demon clan flooded his mind. Could it be that another spatial fissure has emerged on East Forest Mountain? It is known that less than 10 miles east of Stardust Academy lies the expansive East Forest Mountain. If an insect incursion were to occur, the academy would undoubtedly bear the brunt of it. Ming-Nan shuddered at the thought of grotesque, massive insects streaming toward the academy. East Forest Mountain Grand Canyon. Ming-Nan abruptly rose, his gaze resolutely fixed. At this moment, Zhang Suer lay unconscious on the ground, her breath faint, though her complexion gradually grew serene. Within the dilapidated training ground, a dozen young faces bore expressions of concern, and upon noticing Zhang Suer's improving condition, they quietly exhaled in relief. Their gazes towards Meng-Nan became more complex. He seemed less detestable than previous teachers. Meng-Nan observed the youthful faces before him, noting their anxiety and uncertainty in the face of this sudden crisis. After all, they were still young. Meng-Nan contemplated for a moment before speaking solemnly. Suo is afflicted with the poison of the insect demons. Insect demons? The students momentarily froze, their expressions shifting dramatically. You mean, the underworld insect demons? Cold Xiaofeng, who had almost been choked to death by Meng-Nan moments ago, asked, her voice trembling. Upon seeing Meng-Nan's grave nod, an overwhelming dread surged within all the students. How could they have been harmed by the insect demons? The thought was too terrifying to pursue further. Although their talents were lacking and their behavior peculiar, they understood the implications of the term insect demons. If it were indeed an insect incursion, it would spell an unimaginable catastrophe. Meng-Nan addressed the students with a serious demeanor. The matter of the insect demons should not be disclosed until confirmed. However, we cannot afford to delay regarding the poison afflicting Suer. With my vital energy protecting her heart, she will be safe for now. But it can only sustain her for 3 days at most. We must find the antidote within this time frame. Classmates. Meng-Nan's expression grew solemn as he regarded the group of unruly youths. They turned their attention towards him, prompting him to continue. I know you all enjoy playing games. So let us engage in a serious one. The stakes are high. Should we lose, Ji Li and Suner's lives will be the price. All the students were taken aback, their anger flaring. What are you talking about? At such a critical moment, you still wish to play games? Before they could voice their grievances, Meng-Nan continued. The poison in Suer's body can only be neutralized by concocting an antidote using the ghost blood flower, which grows in the underworld. I am heading to East Forest Mountain. If there truly is a spatial fissure, I will locate the ghost blood flower and bring Ji Li back. Time is of the essence. Listen carefully to my instructions. First, you must guard this place and ensure that no one moves Suer's body. If my vital energy within her is disturbed, the demonic poison will swiftly claim her life. Second, if I do not return within 3 days, go to the Alchemy Institute and seek Principal Zhang for assistance in prolonging Suer's life. Meng-Nan paused before adding, this game is neither fun nor entertaining, and I am the sole participant. Your task is to remain calm and wait patiently. Does anyone know the East Forest Mountain Grand Canyon? I have been there. Cold Xiaofeng replied weakly. I promise I will return, Meng-Nan declared, and without waiting for their reaction, he swiftly grasped Cold Xiaofeng and transformed into a beam of light, darting out of the dilapidated training ground, leaving a group of bewildered youths in his wake. Chapter 37. Ji Li. The training grounds were situated on the periphery of the academy, with a towering perimeter wall a short distance from the entrance. Meng-Nan, having exited the grounds, was about to depart along the academy path when Lung Xiaofeng, whom he held captive, timidly spoke. Actually, I know of a shortcut. Oh, where? Lung Xiaofeng gestured towards the wall. Meng-Nan scrutinized him intently, causing him to shrink back, before abruptly darting towards the indicated direction. Upon reaching the wall, Meng-Nan understood the nature of Lung Xiaofeng's shortcut. A sizable breach, sufficient for a person to pass through, had been carved into the imposing barrier. The wall was adorned with long, trailing vines, artfully concealing the opening. However, Meng-Nan's keen eyes detected traces of blood along the path, leading him to a swift realization. It was likely that Zhang Suo had entered through this very passage. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of the delinquent youths. Availing himself of the expedient route, Meng-Nan bypassed the longer path and directly stooped to traverse the breach. Ascertaining his direction, he unleashed his agility. employing the 8 steps catching cicadas technique to transform into a streak of light heading towards the East Forest Mountain. East Forest Mountain was a notorious and perilous locale near Starlight City. Its treacherous terrain and the prevalence of formidable beasts, coupled with the abundance of spiritual herbs, made it a favored training ground for aspiring martial artists. However, the denizens of Starlight City knew that while East Forest Mountain was accessible, the deep chasm within its depths was strictly off-limits, for it was a place of certain doom. The river that once flowed through the chasm had inexplicably dried up, revealing the exposed riverbed. At the chasm's center lay a colossal cave, known locally as the Wind Cave. This cave was the primary reason for the chasm's reputation as a forbidden zone. The Wind Cave was of unfathomable depth, its destination unknown. Many martial artists had ventured into its depths in search of its origin, but none had ever returned. Furthermore, the cave was perpetually assailed by gusts of wind, occasionally accompanied by peculiar force fields capable of tearing apart even spirit manifestation realm martial artists or dragging them into the abyss, defying all resistance. These phenomena had claimed countless lives, solidifying the Wind Cave's ominous reputation. At this moment, Meng Nan, carrying Lung Qiufeng, was hurtling towards the chasm, executing the consummate Earth-grade 8 steps catching cicadas technique with utmost precision. He soon arrived at the precipice of the chasm. Meng Nan released Lung Qiufeng, stating, "Very well. Return to the academy now, and remember to remind them of my words." The stoic youth nodded mutely, casting a complex gaze upon Meng Nan. As a native of Starlight City, he was intimately familiar with the formidable reputation of the Wind Cave. He knew that descending into the cave meant almost certain death, a fate from which none had yet returned. While others would recoil in fear at the mention of the Wind Cave, this man was willing to risk his life for a student he had never met. "You." Lung Qiufeng began, seemingly wanting to express something, but he remained silent, offering Meng Nan a profound look before departing wordlessly. Meng Nan watched his figure disappear before turning to face the chasm, his countenance grave. With a mental command, an ancient long sword materialized in his hand, the dragon spring sword he had acquired from the system. The sword's presence instilled a measure of reassurance. He stepped forward, entering the chasm. Meng Nan channeled his righteous qi, embodying the composure that was essential for those who cultivated this power. The upright and harmonious nature of his qi allowed him to maintain unwavering composure in the face of danger. As he advanced, he surveyed the chasm, noting the towering peaks that pierced the heavens like upright swords. He was struck by the utter absence of life within the chasm. Not even a blade of grass could be found. A deathly silence pervaded the area. He could hear the sound of his footsteps crushing the parched earth of the riverbed. After a while, a massive cave entrance appeared before him, causing a stir in his heart. This is it, he thought, the Wind Cave. A chill ran through Meng Nan as he gazed at the dark abyss that resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, poised to devour all. A strange wailing sound emanated from an unknown source, accompanied by gusts of wind, adding to the eerie atmosphere. However, Meng Nan had reached the point of no return. The demise of the 2 students would signify the failure of his main mission, leading to his own demise. Faced with the prospect of death regardless, he resolved to take a chance. With a resolute bite, he strode towards the Wind Cave. Suddenly, an inexplicable force seized him, and Meng Nan was aghast as he was lifted into the air, entirely at the mercy of this strange power. Darkness enveloped him as he was drawn into the Wind Cave, vanishing in an instant. In the dim underworld, a crimson sun hung high in the sky, casting an eerie red glow upon the land. This was an endless forest. Geely collapsed to the ground, leaning against a colossal tree, his sword discarded beside him. His chest heaved laboriously, like a worn-out bellows, as he gasped for breath. A tingling numbness spread throughout his body. In the deep, bone-revealing wounds on his left shoulder and thighs throbbed with pain. This world was terrifying. Geely felt himself nearing his limit. What ghastly place was this? Teeming with repulsive insects and fraught with peril at every turn? In less than a day, he had endured 5 battles, leaving him battered and bruised. This single day felt longer than the past decade of his life. He wondered how Suo was faring and whether she had returned to the academy. "Suo, my life rests in your hands," he thought. "Please, bring help soon." After diverting the insects to allow Suo to escape, Geely had been fleeing from hordes of low-level insect demons, and he had no idea where he was. He could only hope that Suo had safely returned to the academy and reported the situation. He believed that someone would come to his rescue. For now, his only task was to survive. But he was so weary and longed for sleep. Just a short nap, he thought, that's all. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, making his eyelids heavy. Suddenly, A rustling sound echoed from the nearby woods. Geely was startled and bit his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him awake. Damn it, he cursed. These vile insects are relentless. He grabbed his sword, stood up, and surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings before vanishing into the undergrowth. Moments later, 4 enormous creatures emerged into the clearing. They were ants, magnified to an immense size, each as large as an adult wolf. These were the insect demon soldiers, the most common denizens of the underworld, demon ants. A 6-foot-tall humanoid spider perched atop the largest of the demon ants, its 8 black legs curled beneath it. The demon spider's malevolent green eyes scanned the forest, settling on the tree where Geely had rested. A surge of brutal rage flickered in its eyes. He escaped again. The damned human. The demon spider's grotesque face contorted, and it emitted a piercing shriek. You worthless fools, after him. Chapter 38. Entering the underground, Meng Nan felt as though he were floating in midair, a sudden sensation of weightlessness engulfing him, leaving his body entirely out of his control. In an instant, the world spun around him, and he found himself surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. Suddenly, a faint red light flickered ahead, resembling a lighthouse in the abyss, illuminating his path forward. It seemed that only a moment had passed, yet it felt like an eternity before Meng Nan regained control over his body, only to realize that he was plummeting rapidly downward. Startled, he managed to remain composed, twisting his body in midair to steady himself. The next moment, his feet found solid ground once more. Was this the underground realm? Meng Nan surveyed his surroundings. Above him, a crimson sun hung ominously, casting an eerie red glow that tinted everything on the ground with a sanguine hue. The sight was overwhelmingly oppressive. The air itself seemed to pulse with a violent energy, saturated with negative emotions. As he inhaled deeply, an unexpected surge of destructive impulse welled up within him, compelling him to annihilate everything in sight. With a sense of alarm, Meng Nan summoned his immense righteous energy to dispel the negative emotions swirling in his heart. There was something amiss with the energy in this place. He had landed in a small valley, and behind him, a terrifying fissure appeared, suspended about 10 feet above the ground. At that moment, he was completely certain that a new spatial rift had formed between the underground and the surface world. However, this rift seemed yet to be discovered by the creatures of the underground. Meng Nan scanned the area, finding no signs of life. He mentally noted the valley's environment and its location. This was his sole route back to the surface, and he needed to remember it well. After a prolonged moment, he stepped forward, drawing his sword as he exited the valley. His 2 missions in this underground expedition were clear. First, to locate the ghost Bloodflower. Second, to rescue Geely. At this moment, he was uncertain how to proceed with either task. The ghost Bloodflower, the unique spiritual blossom of the underground, was said to possess properties that invigorate and purify the blood, capable of countering the poison of the human-faced spider. It typically thrived in areas rich with vital energy. Information about the ghost Bloodflower flashed in Meng Nan's mind. But what exactly constituted a place rich in vital energy? He was utterly unfamiliar with this underground world. How could he find such a location? Was he to wander aimlessly like a blind fly? Moreover, he had no idea where Geely was or whether she was still alive. Most importantly, he had only 3 days. Meng Nan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. This wretched system provided tasks without offering even a hint of guidance, as if it were deliberately conspiring against him. Exiting the valley, he found himself in a vast expanse of crimson wilderness, where overgrown weeds reached up to his knees, their leaves a deep, dark green. As he wandered aimlessly across the desolate land, an instinctive sense of danger surged from within, as though he were being watched. Abruptly, Meng Nan froze, slowly turning to see a monstrous creature standing not far from him. Its blood-red eyes glinted with a ferocious intensity, fixated upon him. The creature was roughly the size of a full-grown wolf, its entire body covered in slick, black armor. As Meng Nan gazed at the beast, a flicker of recognition sparked in his mind. Suddenly, a memory surged forth. Was that an ant? Good heavens, was this a genetic mutation? How could an ant be so large? No, it was a demon ant. A recollection of the underground insect demons flooded Meng Nan's mind, knowledge he had systematically acquired at the academy. Demon ants, among the most basic of insect demons, were known for their gregarious nature and could be found throughout the underground realm. With bodies as hard as iron and immense strength, they were the most common fodder among the demon soldiers. Like human warriors, insect demons were classified into 10 ranks, with the lowest being mere soldiers, followed by generals, commanders, marquises, and kings. The higher the rank, the greater the wisdom and power they possessed. Insect demons of the Marquis rank and above were comparable to human warriors of the earthly fiend realm, possessing intelligence akin to that of humans. In the hierarchy of insect demons, lower-ranked ones were often subjugated and enslaved by their superiors. The demon ant before Meng Nan clearly had not yet developed any intelligence. It fixated on him, perceiving his righteous aura as a blinding light in the oppressive underground darkness. With a shrill screech, the demon ant charged toward him, driven by an instinctive urge to destroy anything that threatened its comfort. Meng Nan narrowed his eyes, drawing his dragon spring sword with a swift motion, its blade gleaming brightly in the dim wilderness. The demon ant was now upon him. A cold smile crept across his lips. Ever since receiving the urgent mission from the system, a simmering rage had been building within him. Arriving in this stifling underground world, that rage seemed magnified 100-fold, fueling a primal urge for slaughter. Though he could temper it with his righteous energy, witnessing the demon ant's charge unleashed the fury he could no longer contain. Kill. A fierce determination flashed across Meng Nan's face as he swept his sword toward the demon ant with fierce precision. The basic sword technique he executed held extraordinary power in his hands. The demon ant's armored shell could withstand ordinary weapons, but it was no match for the sharpness of a mid-grade spiritual tool. The sword slice was as effortless as cutting through tofu, severing the demon ant's two forelegs. And a viscous, ink-like blood sprayed forth, splattering the ground. With a piercing shriek, the demon ant let out a horrendous cry, its body collapsing as it could no longer maintain its balance. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Nan swiftly reversed his grip on the dragon spring sword, delivering a fatal blow. The creature's relatively small head was reduced to fragments in an instant. Victory! Meng Nan's expression remained unchanged, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect. With his cultivation at the second level of the spirit realm, he was already comparable to an average insect demon commander. If he could not defeat a single demon ant, he might as well find a block of tofu to smash his head against. However, he soon began to regret slaying the demon ant. Boom. 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 The wilderness suddenly trembled as if an army of thousands was charging forth. What was that? Meng Nan's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed into the distance. Chapter 39. Slaughter. The ground trembled as hundreds of demon ants, their eyes gleaming with an eerie crimson light, surged forth like a tide from the distance. They trampled over the wild grass, their jet-black carapaces reflecting the sanguine glow of the blood-red sun, an overwhelming aura of brutality suddenly rising. Damn it. That piercing wail from the demon ant before its demise must have attracted the swarm. The location of the swarm was not far away, evidently. This desolate wilderness was their lair. Soon, the howling horde of ants was mere yards away from Meng Nan, showing no signs of halting, intent on crushing him to smithereens. Heedless of reason, at the rear of the ant swarm, a white demon ant, noticeably larger than the ordinary ones, stood out. Unlike the black demon ants with their blood-red eyes, this white demon ant's eyes shimmered with a mysterious green luminescence, exuding a sense of the uncanny. The stark contrast of black and white rendered the white demon ant even more conspicuous, and Meng Nan's gaze immediately fell upon it. Suddenly, the white demon ant emitted a shrill scream, causing the entire swarm to accelerate their charge, closing the distance in an instant. Meng Nan brandished his longsword, showing no inclination to retreat. With a firm stance, he launched himself toward the oncoming horde. Kill! A surge of martial fervor surged within him. The blade of the dragon spring sword, sharp and unparalleled, swiftly cleaved the first two demon ants in the front ranks into pieces. He moved continuously, his foundational footwork executed with flawless precision, weaving through the mass of ants. The sword moved with him, and his straightforward yet effective swordplay unleashed its full might. Devoid of complex techniques, strikes as swift as lightning, unpredictable slashes, and powerful cleaves. The sheer force of his fundamental swordsmanship was displayed to its fullest extent. Gradually, Meng Nan realized that this exquisite foundational sword technique seemed tailor-made for such a battlefield. It required no elaborate tricks. All that was necessary was to draw and retract the sword, and the fierce momentum would claim the lives of the demon ants. Demon ants, after all, were merely the most ordinary cannon fodder in the subterranean realm, lacking formidable combat prowess, relying solely on their tough exoskeletons, sharp claws, and immense strength. Moreover, their battle tactic was singular, an endless sea of ants to exhaust the enemy's stamina. However, for Meng Nan, who possessed boundless righteousness, stamina was hardly a concern. His righteous energy, vast and unyielding, flowed ceaselessly, and combined with his utilization of the simplest foundational sword technique, the consumption of his elemental force was almost negligible. With each battle, Meng Nan grew increasingly valiant. Kill, kill, kill. The demon ants before him appeared as clumsy living targets, succumbing to his relentless strikes. Each swing of his sword precise and lethal. Not a single one of these insect-like soldiers stood a chance against him. This battle was a one-sided massacre. The righteous energy within him surged rapidly as Meng Nan's frenzied killing spree continued, gradually heating up, as if a peculiar transformation was occurring alongside his combat. The originally pure and steadfast righteous energy began to radiate a fierce and decisive aura of slaughter. Soon, dozens of black demon ants lay defeated on the battlefield. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The enormous white demon ant that had been observing from the rear suddenly seemed agitated, emitting urgent cries. The swarm of ants shifted, no longer attacking Meng Nan recklessly, but instead retreating several meters, moving swiftly as if they were trained soldiers, forming circular formations in groups of 10. A sense of unease gripped Meng Nan as he sensed something amiss with the swarm's behavior. He charged forward, resembling a dragon emerging from the water. Seeking a nearby circular formation, the sword light erupted in his hands, cutting through the nearest demon ant in half. Yet, at that moment, a wave of intense anxiety surged within him. Two menacing black demon ants had somehow flanked him, one to the left and one to the right. Leaping from the ground with thunderous speed, their sharp, glimmering claws aimed at his ribs. In the blink of an eye, the razor-sharp claws were perilously close to Meng Nan's body, poised to tear him apart. In that critical moment, his righteous energy erupted with sudden ferocity, propelling him forward with blinding speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in the wilderness. 8 steps to chase the cicada, shifting shapes. The chilling claws barely grazed his body as he narrowly escaped the circular formation of ants, drenched in cold sweat. A formation. These demon soldiers could indeed coordinate in formations. A wave of astonishment washed over Meng Nan. If the ordinary demon ants were mere cannon fodder on the battlefield, then those capable of formation were elevated to advanced cannon fodder, fearless yet more effective in depleting the enemy's strength. Just like before, the sacrifice of a single demon ant had nearly placed Meng Nan in a perilous predicament, his gaze fixed on the white demon ant several yards away. This creature was more formidable than the black ones, likely possessing the strength of a bug general. It was undoubtedly the mastermind orchestrating this. This white demon ant might have awakened its intelligence and understood some basic formations. This was troublesome. Originally, the demon ant's power was feeble, even with hundreds of them. Meng Nan could have dispatched them with time. Now, with a bug general's command, the situation had changed drastically. He surveyed the battlefield, noting that all the black demon ants had formed simple circular formations, dozens of such arrangements scattered around, causing him to feel overwhelmed. Meng Nan's gaze locked onto the white demon ant, its verdant eyes mirroring his own. And he couldn't shake the feeling that he discerned a hint of mockery within those emerald depths. Taking a deep breath, Meng Nan understood that he could no longer afford to delay. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him. The commotion of the fight was so loud. Who knew what other insect demons lurked in this wilderness? If another swarm were to arrive, escape would be impossible. Flee? Meng Nan shook his head. It was contrary to his character to run when he possessed the strength to fight. Besides, he was not certain he could not handle this accursed swarm of ants. Meng Nan gazed into the distance at the white bug general, a wild thought flashing through his mind. The demon ant was currently ensconced within a massive circular formation made up of several dozen slightly larger demon ants, surrounded on all sides. Since you command these formations, then I shall eliminate you. Capture the leader to capture the bandits and ancient wisdom. A surge of fervor coursed through Meng Nan, his entire being transforming like an unsheathed sword, radiating an aura of lethal sharpness. If you wish to hide, I shall carve a bloody path to you. I will reach you and then slay you. Kill. Meng Nan roared, his form darting forth like a tightly drawn arrow, charging toward the white bug general's position. Chapter 40. Decapitation in an instant. Meng Nan propelled himself to his utmost speed, executing the exquisite earth-level lightness skill. 8 steps to chase the cicada, under the impetus of righteous energy. He moved like the wind, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. His gaze was fixed on the white demon ant, with a singular thought consuming his mind: eliminated. Once it was vanquished, all problems would be resolved. These mindless black demon ants, devoid of the bug demon general's control, would be as scattered as sand, incapable of forming a cohesive threat. Any battle formation would be mere illusions. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of several zhang. The white demon ant was enveloped by dozens of black demon ants, forming a circular array around it, now within his reach. With a thunderous crash, Meng Nan charged into the rudimentary battle formation without hesitation. The white demon ant, suddenly aware of his presence, exhibited a flash of fury in its emerald eyes. Leaping into action. Squeak. It screeched, and the black demon ants surrounding it stirred in a frenzy, converging towards the center. Die. Meng Nan roared as a brilliant flash of sword light erupted within the demon ant formation. The Longquan sword sliced through 2 black demon ants, and he deftly repositioned himself in another direction. He understood that he could not afford to halt. Once ensnared in the formation, even if he managed to escape, it would come at a significant cost. As several more demon ants lunged at him with their razor-sharp claws, Meng Nan's instincts sharpened. He moved swiftly, evading the intersecting strikes with perfect timing. In the next moment, the sword light in his grasp erupted once more, effortlessly claiming the lives of 3 more demon ants. Before him stood approximately 10 more demon ants, and he could distinctly perceive the shock reflected in the white demon ant's deep emerald eyes. With a knowing smirk, Meng Nan recognized the importance of maintaining momentum. Should he relent, the white demon ant would become wary, complicating any future attempts at decapitation. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly halted. On the other side, the white demon ant, noticing Meng Nan's sudden pause, revealed a flicker of delight in its verdant gaze, squeaking in excitement. Suddenly, the demon ants blocking Meng Nan's path moved in unison, advancing towards him, creating a fleeting gap before the previously tightly packed white demon ant. A golden opportunity. Meng Nan's eyes lit up, and without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the air. Kill. As he soared, the black demon ants beneath him crouched low and leapt in tandem, their glistening claws poised to tear into him, ready to inflict grievous wounds. Perfect timing. Meng Nan remained composed, awaiting this very moment. As he was airborne, lacking leverage, the approaching black demon ants inadvertently provided him with a perfect point of support. In an astonishing twist, he adjusted his trajectory mid-air. He landed heavily on one of the demon ants, exerting force with precision, shifting his position. In the next instant, he bypassed the barrier of several demon ants, appearing right before the white demon ant ice binding. Before the astonished gaze of the white demon ant, the spirit technique of the Longquan sword activated fiercely, unleashing a chilling white mist that enveloped its form. Perish. The sword light flashed with unparalleled speed. Too swift for even the white demon ant to react, and in an instant, dark green blood splattered forth as its head was severed, its eyes reflecting a profound disbelief. Squeak. To Meng Nan's astonishment, upon witnessing the death of the white demon ant, the remaining black demon ants scattered in an instant, fleeing in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the remaining hundreds of them vanished into the wilderness, leaving only a carpet of corpses behind. Finally, it was resolved. Meng Nan planted his sword into the ground, panting heavily. After a brief respite, with the aid of righteous energy, he regained much of his stamina and set off in a random direction, continuing forward. Half a day later, Meng Nan traversed the desolate expanse, experiencing several battles along the way, which deepened his understanding of the dangers lurking in this subterranean world. Fortunately, he no longer encountered any intelligent bug demons. Each skirmish concluded swiftly under his relentless assault. However, just as Meng Nan stepped out of the wilderness, an unexpected event occurred. The system's monotonous voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Alert! Alert! 10 o'clock direction, 10 miles ahead. Your student Ji Li is in peril, facing imminent danger. Please rush to assist. Repeating. Ji Li? Meng Nan's expression shifted, and without a moment's thought, he sped towards the 10 o'clock direction. Hold on, Ji Li. Meanwhile, Ji Li gazed ahead with a pallid complexion, despair flooding his heart. A 6-foot-tall humanoid demon spider sat atop a black demon ant, flanked by 3 emerald-green demon mantises that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Their triangular heads bore glowing green eyes, and their scythe-like forelimbs waved ominously, fixated on him with predatory intent. This formidable lineup was overwhelming. Not only was Ji Li at the chi condensation stage, but even an ordinary spirit realm expert would struggle against such odds. The most terrifying was the demon spider, whose body was saturated with venom. Suer had also fallen victim to its toxin. He could only wonder how she fared now, if he hadn't detonated a mid-grade spirit tool to facilitate his escape. Both of them would likely have succumbed to the demon spider's grasp. Behind him, the 3 demon manises emitted piercing shrieks, drawing closer to Ji Li. A knot tightened in his chest. With a sharp sound, he unsheathed his sword. After a fleeting moment of fear, he resolved to fight to the end. With no route of retreat, he would not go down without a struggle. Even if he couldn't take one down with him, he would ensure they were drenched in blood. Come. Ji Li steadied his breath, preparing himself. The demon spider, observing Ji Li's actions, exhibited a distinctly human-like smirk in its luminescent eyes, letting out a sudden screech. Among the three demon manises, the smallest one appeared to receive a command, propelling itself towards Ji Li with a fierce leap, its scythe-like limbs glinting ominously. Poised to strike like two deadly blades, it came swiftly. Ji Li's heart raced as he brandished his sword, a pure white snowflake blossoming in the air. As this delicate snowflake emerged, the surrounding atmosphere turned frigid in an instant. When my flower blooms, 100 flowers will perish. This was the family secret of Ji Li's snowflake sword, a pinnacle, human-level martial technique. Regrettably, his lack of innate talent meant he could only harness the ice elemental force of the snowflake sword to the chi condensation stage, failing to unleash its full potential. The sword light, resembling falling snowflakes, floated gracefully towards the advancing demon mantis. Yet, the mantis seemed utterly oblivious to the beautiful peril before it, allowing Ji Li's sword light to strike unopposed. Swoosh! As the sword plunged, it merely left shallow scratches on the mantis, causing no significant harm. In Ji Li's horrified gaze, the mantis's razor-sharp limbs, akin to soul-harvesting sickles, descended toward his neck, carrying the scent of death in the air. In that instant, Ji Li sensed the chilling embrace of mortality. Chapter 41. Dare to touch my student, and I'll chop you up. Duo Gyut is a prodigy among the spider demon clan, awakening at the tender age of 10 to begin cultivating the power of the insect demon. By 20, he has already attained the formidable strength of a top-tier insect demon general. In the desolate Red Earth wilderness, the spider demon clan has traditionally existed at the lowest rungs of society, subjugated by other races. However, the emergence of Duo Gyut has altered the fate of his clan. The vast expanse of the Red Earth wilderness, spanning tens of thousands of miles, is governed by three exceptionally powerful insect demon dukes, with the Scarlet Wilderness Duke being the mightiest among them. Duo Gyut's overwhelming strength, coupled with his terrifying spider venom, makes him a formidable opponent, even for most insect demon generals. By a stroke of fortune, he caught the attention of the Scarlet Wilderness Duke and was taken under his wing. In just 2 years, he fought alongside the Duke in numerous battles, quickly rising to prominence as one of the 7 renowned insect demon generals serving the Duke. Duo Gyut's kin reside in a forest to the north of the Red Earth wilderness, but since he began following the Scarlet Wilderness Duke, he has distanced himself from his roots. On this occasion, he returned to his clan with the intention of selecting some capable members to accompany him to the Scarlet Wilderness and serve the Duke. However, while traversing the wasteland, he stumbled upon 2 humans. Indeed, they were humans. In the 2 years he has followed the Scarlet Wilderness Duke, Duo Gyut has not only grown stronger, but has also learned things he never imagined before. He discovered that above their world exists a beautiful and prosperous realm inhabited by many humans. According to the Scarlet Wilderness Duke, the ancestors of the insect demon clan had once ventured there and nearly conquered that enchanting world. As the Duke recounted these tales, an epic vision of a million-year war ignited his blood with fervor. Moreover, he learned that human flesh is a delicacy that can never be savored in the realm of insect demons. From that moment, Duo Gyut vowed that in his lifetime, he would visit the human world and taste the tender delicacy of human flesh that the Scarlet Wilderness Duke had described. When Duo Gyut first laid eyes on the youthful couple, their vibrant aura left him salivating. He instantly recognized them as the humans spoken of by the Scarlet Wilderness Duke. Surely, the great insect demon master had heard my wish. Filled with elation, Duo Gyut, aside from his formidable strength, was also greatly valued by the Duke for his exceptional intelligence, far surpassing that of ordinary insect demons. He quickly deduced that these 2 humans must know the location of the heavenly gateway to the human world. The insect demon clan refers to these spatial rifts as heavenly gateways, signifying the entrance to the celestial realm, behind which lies the land of the humans they long to conquer. Duo Gyut intercepted the 2 young humans, but they fought back fiercely. However, their skills were so lacking that they could not even match the elite insect demon soldiers, had it not been for his intention to capture them alive. Duo Gyut would have devoured them without hesitation. Yet, to his surprise, the human boy possessed a peculiar weapon of considerable power. Caught off guard, Duo Gyut allowed the 2 to escape. In the ensuing chase, the human girl fell victim to his spider venom and was on the verge of being captured when the boy unexpectedly detonated the strange weapon, producing a tremendous shockwave that nearly injured Duo Gyut severely. Enraged, he abandoned the poisoned girl and pursued the boy with fervor. He swore that once he uncovered the whereabouts of the heavenly gateway, he would feast upon that wretched human, bones and all. After pursuing the cunning boy for an entire day, Duo Gyut finally seized the opportunity to corner him. Just as the boy was about to meet his demise beneath the blade of the demon mantis, Duogyut bellowed, "Zixakai, do not take his life." The demon mantis, poised to strike down Jili, suddenly diverted its forelimbs. Jili seized the moment to retreat, feeling a sharp sting as the green blade grazed his shoulder, causing crimson blood to flow freely. His chest heaved with desperation. He realized he was utterly outmatched, a mere weakling. Useless. Jili's mind flashed to the derisive labels bestowed upon him by his teachers and classmates at the academy. In that moment, he could not deny the truth. He truly was a failure. He remembered the delightful classmates in the remedial class. "Brothers, I have no chance for a comeback. I hope you find your own fortunes and become true warriors." Duogyut remained perched atop the towering black magic ant, gazing down upon the despondent human boy. Suddenly, his grotesque visage twisted as he stammered, "Human, from where did you enter our world?" Jili paused in bewilderment. Was that human language? Though the spider demon spoke haltingly and awkwardly, he understood clearly. A flicker of pride surged within Duogyut as he observed the human boy's astonishment. Since he had resolved to emulate the ancestors of the insect demon clan and conquer the beautiful human world, he had scoured the globe for opportunities to learn about it. This human language he had acquired from some knowledgeable insect demons under the Scarlet Wilderness Duke's command. Though his speech was clumsy, it sufficed for basic communication. "Speak quickly," Duogyut commanded sternly. Jili smirked defiantly. "Do you wish to know where I came from?" "Huh, I refuse to tell you." Jili's words came out too rapidly for Duogyut to process. Tilting his head in confusion, he took a moment to comprehend, and then his fury erupted. His hideous face contorting with rage. "Whether you speak or not, I shall eat you." As Duogyut's speech grew increasingly fluent, the implications of his words sent a chill coursing through Jili. He recalled the legends he had heard. These insect demons regarded humans as the most delectable of prey, and once captured, not even their corpses would be spared, as the demons would feast upon them ravenously. "Damn it, I can't be eaten." Jili's skin prickled with dread. At that moment, Duogyut grew impatient. These humans were obstinate. Fine, he would consume them. As he expanded his search for the heavenly gateway, he was certain he would discover its location. With a murderous glint in his eyes, Duogyut unleashed a thread of glowing green silk from his mouth, spiraling toward Jili. "Then you shall die." The silk shot forth like lightning, faster than Jili's meager abilities could react. In despair, he closed his eyes. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed through the forest, like a bolt from the blue, shaking the very ground. "Brat, dare to harm my student, and I'll chop you into pieces." Jili's eyes flew open. Before him stood a tall figure racing forward, appearing mere feet away in an instant. The next moment, a flash of sword light erupted. Chapter 42. The Teacher and the Demon Spider. Years later, Jili had become an unparalleled powerhouse known throughout the world. Yet, in his heart, he eternally remembered the sword of his teacher, which had gleamed like a ruler and snatched his life back from the clutches of death. From that moment on, he was completely captivated by his teacher's formidable presence. "Dare to harm my student, and I shall cleave you asunder." This powerful declaration became Jili's mantra once he too took on the role of a teacher. Meng panted slightly. Since entering the underground world and encountering the swarm of demon ants, his nerves had been taut. After several consecutive battles and a frenzied sprint that drained his essence, nearly half of his righteous energy was depleted. Fortunately, there was still time. Meng sighed with relief as he glanced at Jili, who had only sustained a shoulder injury. "Jili, are you all right?" he inquired. Gratitude filled Jili's eyes. This must be the academy's teacher, he thought. How impressive. A savior indeed. He nodded and replied, "I'm fine. You are a teacher from the academy, right? Thank you for saving me." Meng did not respond, his gaze fixating on the demon spider, Daguda, before him. Despite having acclimated to the bizarre creatures of the underground, he was still taken aback by the sight of this hideous beast. Its entire body was a plush, dark green, with 8 spider legs adorned with ring-like white stripes. Most alarming was its grotesque human face, with its features grotesquely blended together. The inverted triangular eyes were the only discernible aspect, flanking a gaping maw with venomous fangs on either side. Alas, it is not your fault to be ugly. However, it is a grave error to emerge and frighten others. Meng thought bitterly. "And you dare to attack my student? You are courting death." He remained vigilant, aware of the pressure emanating from the demon spider. "Hey, ugly creature. Are you the one seeking to kill my student?" Meng boldly called out. The term ugly creature struck Daguda like an arrow, igniting a furious response within him. Deeply valued under the command of the Scarlet Wilderness Marquis, he held a high position, Yet his hideous form often drew disdainful glances from other insect demons. He loathed being called ugly above all else. In a fit of rage, Daguda leapt off the back of the towering black demon ant, which collapsed lifelessly behind him. Succumbing to the toxic rage that had leaked from Dogyut's fury, his eyes blazed with murderous intent as he screeched, "You are the ugly one. Your entire family is comprised of ugly creatures. You wretched human, you are doomed. You are doomed." He howled as he propelled himself forward with astonishing speed. Rushing toward Meng Nan. Ji Li, step aside. Meng Nan narrowed his eyes, gesturing for Ji Li to move away as he charged directly at the demon spider. Sword poised at the ground. "Dare to bully my student, and I shall cleave you into pieces. Be careful, this demon spider is poisonous," Ji Li warned, seeing Meng Nan recklessly advance. At that moment, Meng Nan and the enraged demon spider collided with a thunderous clash. I spined. Faced with the pressure emanating from the human-faced spider, Meng Nan held nothing back, unleashing the spirit technique of his dragon spring sword. Righteous energy surged through him, pouring into the sword, transforming into an immensely pure ice elemental force that erupted forth as a chilling white mist, sweeping toward the charging demon spider. Startled, Daguda sensed the danger from the white mist and hesitated, abruptly halting his advance. He swung his spider legs, unleashing a ferocious crimson insect demon force that collided with the icy bindings midair. Boom! The two energies collided with a resounding impact, momentarily freezing the air around them. In the next instant, they erupted into a powerful shockwave that swept outward, causing Ji Li to stagger back several steps as his blood surged within him, only regaining composure after a few moments. Meanwhile, the three green demon manises were also forced back by the overwhelming force of the shockwave. The initial confrontation between man and spider was remarkably evenly matched. A flicker of surprise crossed Dogyut's triangular eyes. He had detected an unsettling aura from the human, realizing that his toxic insect demon energy had, upon contact, been almost entirely neutralized as if melting away in the spring sun. At that moment, Meng Nan too recognized that his righteous energy was indeed the nemesis of this demon spider's toxic power. "This simplifies matters," he mused, gathering his righteous energy into the dragon spring sword, forming a 3-inch blade of energy at the tip. As a martial artist enters the body refinement stage, the ability to project energy becomes a hallmark. Meng Nan, now at the second level of spirit cultivation, was well versed in this technique, although he had rarely employed it before. As his current skills were mostly foundational techniques, the unique situation warranted its use. His righteous energy was lethal to this demon spider's poison. With righteous energy coalescing into a blade of righteousness, Meng Nan surged forward, executing a masterful basic sword technique that aimed directly at Daguda. Having honed his skills through numerous battles, the basic sword technique had become second nature to him, flowing seamlessly without conscious thought. Seeing the blade of energy approach, Daguda felt a wave of danger and instinctively retreated. The battlefield shifted, with Meng Nan now dominating the engagement, unleashing a relentless flurry of attacks against Daguda. Remarkable! Ji Li marveled at Meng Nan's prowess, astonished to witness a creature he had deemed unbeatable fall effortlessly before his teacher's might. This is what it means to be a true powerhouse. Well done. Ji Li couldn't help but cheer aloud. Meanwhile, Daguda, already feeling disadvantaged under Meng Nan's onslaught, found an outlet for his anger upon hearing Ji Li's encouragement. "Silence!" he shrieked in fury. "Kill him!" Suddenly, the three green demon mantises, which had been lurking nearby, sprang into action, darting toward Ji Li like arrows released from a bow, their lethal scythes raised high. Chapter 43. The Power of the Golden Spirit Pearl Despicable. Meng Nan cursed in fury, yet he could not turn a blind eye to the situation. The righteous energy surged within him as he repelled the spider legs of the three-headed mantis from various angles, retreating swiftly. The scythe-like forelimbs of the monstrous mantis descended upon him, and Ji Li felt as if time had come to a standstill. The scythe loomed larger in his sight, its chilling sharpness already grazing his sensitive skin, threatening to cleave him in two. In that critical moment, Meng Nan soared to Ji Li's side, wielding the Longquan's sword with a sweeping motion, driving the ferocious mantises back. From behind Meng Nan, Ji Li witnessed the specter of death retreating reluctantly, tears streaming down his face, lamenting his own inadequacy for hindering his teacher. The three-headed mantis, momentarily pushed back by Meng Nan's strike, suddenly ignited with ferocity in their emerald triangular eyes. The mantis race, inherently combative, never shied away from a formidable opponent. They screeched, moving rapidly across the ground, their scythe-like forelimbs serving as their finest weapons. They swung their massive scythes, advancing toward Meng Nan. In a flash, the three mantises leaped into the air simultaneously, their sides cutting through the air in a W formation, targeting Meng Nan. Unfazed, Meng Nan grounded himself on the plum blossom stakes, his sword meeting theirs with a series of metallic clangs, sparks flying as the Longquan sword failed to sever the mantis's forelimbs. A surge of immense force flowed from the mantises into Meng Nan's blade, leaving him inwardly astonished at their sheer strength. The brief skirmish did not yield a victor, only inflaming the mantis's aggression. Their verdant eyes glimmered with a sinister red light as they charged at Meng Nan recklessly. Meng Nan became embroiled in a fierce struggle with the three mantises, his sword strikes like a tempest, swift as lightning, soon leaving the mantises marred with grievous wounds. Although the mantises possessed the strength of insect demon generals, they fought without fear, disregarding their injuries. Should Meng Nan harm one, the others would retaliate with even greater ferocity, leading to a standoff where he battled all three on equal footing. Gradually, Meng Nan unleashed his true potential. His swordsmanship grew increasingly fierce, enveloping the mantises in a storm of sword light as he aimed to conclude the battle swiftly. However, just then, the previously silent Daguda, entangled in the fray, suddenly sprang into action. His 8 fuzzy spider legs moved rapidly across the ground, circling the battlefield where Meng Nan and the mantises clashed. A mere blur to the naked eye. A sense of alarm flickered within Meng Nan. He had kept a wary eye on this fearsome spider demon. As Daguda began to move, Meng Nan heightened his vigilance while continuing to engage with the mantises. With a swift hiss, a snow-white web laced with green light erupted from Digut's mouth, shooting upward into the sky above Meng Nan. In an instant, numerous strands of webbing flew forth, weaving an enormous net overhead. Die, you cursed human! Daguda roared, unleashing his lethal technique, a fusion of his venom and the might of a high-ranking insect demon. The colossal web descended under Digut's control, threatening to ensnare not only Meng Nan and Ji Li but also the three mantises engaged in combat with him. A wave of peril washed over Meng Nan. Without hesitation, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. You think you're the only one with powerful moves? Fueled by rage, Meng Nan chanted softly, a milky white pearl materializing in his hand, the golden spirit pearl, a treasure exchanged with Yin Nanfeng. Here goes nothing, he murmured, recalling Yin Nanfeng's assurance that, with the golden spirit pearl, he could overpower a martial artist at the 7th level of the divine soul realm. If she wasn't deceiving him, he believed the pearl's might would not disappoint. The enormous web, seemingly animated under the spider's control, transformed into a vast pocket as it plummeted toward Meng Nan. Unmoved, Meng Nan raised his left hand, channeling a surge of righteous energy into the golden spirit pearl. In the next moment, a spectacular transformation occurred. The pearl erupted with a dazzling white light, an incredibly pure white elemental force coalescing around it. This was the essence of pure metal energy, possessing indomitable qualities. Condense the metal elemental force, Meng Nan roared internally. As he gazed eagerly, the elemental force split and, in an instant, 9 small swords formed midair. Entirely composed of this metal energy, suspended and radiating a subtle oppressive aura. Excitement coursed through Meng Nan's veins just as the shimmering web descended onto him. Go, Bladestorm! The 9 small swords whirled violently, creating a visible tempest in the air, with the eye of the storm centered on the 9 pearly blades. Once the Bladestorm materialized, it triggered a chain reaction. The aura in the forest became tumultuous, halting the descending web just inches above Meng Nan's head. A flush crept across Meng Nan's face. He struggled to maintain control over the golden spirit pearl. Release, he commanded, and the 9 formidable blades split into 3, hurtling forward with ferocity. What is this? Digut's grotesque visage twisted in horror. In his frightened gaze, the storm of blades erupted with explosive force. The web above was the first to suffer catastrophic destruction, disintegrating like snow under the spring sun. The 3 mantises, caught in the onslaught, were similarly overwhelmed. The storm of blades shredded through their verdant forms, leaving them with countless deep gashes, their dark green blood erupting in fountains, silencing them in an instant. Finally, the last trio of blades surged toward Daguda, who stood nearby. Terror etched across his face as he sensed the imminent threat. Yet, it was too late for him to evade. No, Daguda shrieked in a chilling wail, collapsing beneath the explosive onslaught of blades forged from the elemental force. Chapter 44, Immortal. The 3 great insect demon commanders. The power of the golden spirit pearl is truly terrifying. Although Meng Nan had anticipated its potency, he could not help but marvel in astonishment. At present, he was merely at the 2nd level of the divine soul, yet as his cultivation advanced, the might of the golden spirit pearl would undoubtedly grow stronger. This extraordinary treasure was indeed worthy of its reputation. Regrettably, The golden spirit pearl was bound by a formidable natural restriction. It required 7 days to absorb the vital energies of heaven and earth to transform into golden elemental power before it could be used again. Otherwise, it would have been utterly unfathomable. Nonetheless, even so, the golden spirit pearl was more than sufficient to serve as a powerful trump card in Meng Nan's arsenal. Finally vanquished, Meng Nan gazed at the lifeless demon spider and exhaled a sigh of relief, a wave of extreme fatigue washing over him, enveloping his entire being. He chuckled wryly, realizing that his righteous energy had been entirely depleted. The use of the golden spirit pearl had consumed nearly half of his righteous energy. Indeed, its primary function lay in assisting the cultivation of golden elemental power. Its application as an offensive weapon was fraught with limitations. Although his righteous energy could be freely transformed into various attributes, it possessed none inherently. Otherwise, harnessing the golden spirit pearl for cultivation would have yielded remarkable results. Gritting his teeth, Meng Nan turned to the astonished Ji Li and said, "We must depart swiftly. This place is no longer safe. Should another insect demon appear, we would be in grave trouble. Follow me. I shall escort you home." Upon hearing his words, Ji Li snapped back to reality, his gaze towards Teacher Meng brimming with admiration. Truly remarkable. At Meng Nan's command, his expression turned serious, and he nodded in agreement. The two hastily made their way towards the small valley where the spatial rift lay. Unbeknownst to Meng Nan, a pristine white thread of spider silk had unknowingly adhered to the interior of Ji Li's clothing. The forest had returned to its eerie silence, save for the corpses of the insect demons and the blood-soaked ground. Shortly after Meng Nan led Ji Li away, the fallen demon spider, Dugot, who had seemingly breathed his last, began to stir. Had Meng Nan remained, he would have been utterly astonished. The demon spider was, astonishingly, still alive. Though its body was riddled with numerous wounds, blood gushing forth, it appeared entirely oblivious, its 8 legs straining to lift itself from the ground. Its green eyes fixed intently on the direction in which Meng Nan and Ji Li had departed, remaining silent, recollecting the terrifying storm of blades. Dugot was still haunted by fear, yet he felt fortunate to have survived. Suddenly, a sinister grin crept across his grotesque face as he scuttled swiftly in another direction, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Cursed humans, enjoy your moment of triumph. Soon, I shall return with an army to wreak havoc upon your world. Meng Nan, despite the exhaustion weighing heavily upon him, pressed on, guiding Ji Li through the forest and across the overgrown wasteland, finally catching sight of the valley where the spatial rift awaited. Fortunately, they encountered no further insect demons along the way, bringing a slight relief to Meng Nan. In his current state, he would be unable to contend with even a low-tier insect demon. Though he could ensure his own safety, Ji Li would likely face dire consequences. As they walked, Meng Nan remarked, "The spatial rift lies just ahead. I will see you through." Ji Li, taken aback, asked, "Aren't you coming?" Meng Nan nodded, stating, "The poison afflicting Zhang Suer can only be cured with the underworld blood flower found deep within this land. I must remain to continue my search." His gaze was resolute. Although he had rescued Ji Li, failing to locate the underworld blood flower would render his mission a dismal failure, with dire consequences awaiting him. A wave of emotion surged within Ji Li. It was rare for a teacher to be so devoted to students like them, whom he deemed inept. "Then let me stay and assist you," he blurted out. "You would do better to refrain from being a hindrance." Meng Nan retorted sharply, "Your prompt departure would be the greatest assistance you could offer." Ji Li fell silent, acutely aware of his own shortcomings and the burden he posed. He bit his lip and nodded silently, suddenly lifting his gaze to fixate on Meng Nan's face, as if to engrave this moment in his memory. "How wonderful it would be if you were our teacher," Ji Li suddenly exclaimed, then shook his head nervously, thinking, "How foolish. Such a formidable teacher would never be assigned to guide us wastrels." Meng Nan chuckled softly, choosing not to disillusion him. In no time, they arrived at the desolate valley, where a pitch-black spatial rift loomed several feet above the ground, suspended in silence. Who could have imagined that behind this absolute darkness lay another world? Meng Nan gazed at the rift and said, "Come, allow me to send you off." Ji Li understood that leaving at this moment was indeed his best choice. Yet a twinge of reluctance lingered in his heart. But what could he do? His strength was insufficient, and remaining in this perilous underground would only make him a liability. Though he had often fantasized about one day possessing formidable power, never had he felt such an overwhelming desire for strength as at this moment. He yearned to stay and fight alongside this teacher. With reddened eyes, Ji Li bit his lip and began to move toward the spatial rift. Suddenly, Meng Nan seized Ji Li's right hand and forcefully flung him away, exclaiming, "Get out of here quickly. Stop being so sentimental. You're acting like a child." Ji Li barely had time to react before he was unceremoniously thrust into the spatial rift. Well, is that not our spider demon commander? How pitiful you look." A delicate voice rang out abruptly in the forest, causing Dugout, who had been hastily moving, to come to an abrupt halt. He gazed ahead, his emerald eyes glimmering with surprise. "Ghana, Faline, what brings you here?" he inquired, as two figures emerged before him. One was a magnificent magic butterfly, resplendent in vibrant colors, with enormous wings and enchanting purple eyes that captivated all who beheld it. The other was a massive scorpion, its body as dark as iron, with a barbed tail glimmering ominously. Dugout recognized them as fellow commanders under the banner of the Scarlet Wasteland Lord, the illusionary magic butterfly Ghana and the celestial hook scorpion Faline. "What brings you here?" Dugout asked in astonishment. "Why, if you can come, how could we not?" Ghana replied, her voice melodious. "Of course, I was seeking assistance within the clan. What about you? It would be unthinkable for you to venture to such a desolate place without a reason. Let me guess, the Demon Lord has tasked you with a mission?" A flicker of intrigue crossed Ghana's eyes as she exclaimed, "Ah, you are indeed the renowned cunning commander under the Demon Lord. Your deduction is accurate. We were sent by the Demon Lord to investigate anomalies in this area." "Anomalies?" Dugout echoed, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. "Has the appearance of the Heavenly Gate caused such a stir?" He mused, then smiled and said, "You are here to find the Heavenly Gate, aren't you?" Ghana blinked in surprise. "How did you guess that?" Dugout chuckled, "Because I just encountered humans." "What?" The mere mention of humans resonated like thunder in Ghana's ears, prompting a startled exclamation. Chapter 45, The Imminent Crisis. Ouch. It hurt so much. Ji Li was abruptly thrown into a rift in space by Meng Nan. After a brief moment of disorientation, he landed heavily on the ground. Blinking in confusion, his pupils gradually regained focus. Before him lay a vast canyon, starkly illuminated and in stark contrast to the oppressive darkness of the underground. Towering peaks loomed like majestic swords piercing the sky, and having witnessed the shadows below, Ji Li genuinely felt that this scene was akin to a celestial paradise. "I'm back. Haha, I've returned alive." Ji Li laughed joyously, suddenly standing up from the ground, only to find tears streaming down his face. His journey underground had been an unexpected ordeal, yet surviving it had imparted a profound realization. To exist in this world, bathed in light, was a true blessing. He resolved to strive earnestly to honor his limited life. No longer could he afford to be a mere bystander. Even if deemed a failure, he must live with dignity. Ji Li was filled with myriad reflections. A strange howling, accompanied by a chilling wind, suddenly echoed beside him. His expression shifted. How could he have forgotten? The wind cave was not far behind. With a swift leap, he dashed out of the canyon at a remarkable speed. He had finally returned. It would be lamentable to be sucked back into the wind cave. Standing at the canyon's edge, Ji Li gazed blankly at the surroundings, lost in thought, as a tall figure flickered in his mind. "Who exactly are you?" It dawned on him that he had forgotten to inquire about the teacher's name. "I hope you return soon, Sua. I'm still waiting for your rescue. And thank you." Resolutely, Ji Li turned toward the direction of Stardust Academy and began to run fervently. Meanwhile, as Meng Nan flung Ji Li into the rift, three figures, sprinting through the ominous forest, suddenly came to a halt. Among them was the grievously wounded Daigate, a monstrous spider. He furrowed his grotesque brow as he gazed ahead. "What is the matter, Daigate?" The vibrant, psychedelic butterfly, Ghana, hovered in midair, perplexed. Daigate's hoarse voice broke the silence. "The mark I left on that human boy has suddenly vanished." The colorful butterfly flapped its wings and inquired, "Could it be that they have discovered it?" "Impossible," Daigate asserted confidently. "The mark was placed in a very concealed location. It could not have been discovered so swiftly. Unless what? Unless they have departed from this world. Otherwise, I would not lose contact." "Departed from this world?" Ghana's eyes widened with excitement. "You mean the Heavenly Gate?" Daigate's spirits lifted as he exclaimed, "It is highly probable. I sensed the mark clearly within a range of 20 to 30 miles. And now it has vanished. The only possibility is that they have exited through the Heavenly Gate." His voice brimmed with exhilaration. Finding the Heavenly Gate would mean discovering a path to the legendary realm of the Celestial Kingdom. He envisioned a land that had long been coveted by his insect ancestors, now poised for him to conquer. The last location of the mark is in that direction. Daigate pointed forward with a slender spider leg. There lay a wild expanse, the territory of the Ant Demon clan. So that was it. No wonder no one had reported the location of the heavenly gate. Those minuscule creatures probably wouldn't recognize it even if they stumbled upon it. Let us go and take a look. With that, the three insect demons soared forward, their speed astonishing as they swiftly traversed the wild terrain. The usually reticent scorpion demon, failing, suddenly spoke up. I sensed the presence of humans ahead. Dagate and Ghana perked up, aware of Failing's extraordinary perception. It was never unfounded. They immediately accelerated toward the source. Meng abruptly opened his eyes, having drained 2 mid-grade spirit stones of their energy, leaving behind a pile of white powder scattered on either side. Next to him, another small mound of the same powder had formed. Rising to his feet, he felt the surging righteousness within him and exhaled deeply. After consuming 10 mid-grade spirit stones, his righteous energy had fully replenished. Moreover, his recently attained cultivation at the 2nd level of the spirit realm had solidified. One more step would elevate him to the 3rd level. All thanks to those spirit stones. In the past, he could never have been so extravagant. 10 mid-grade spirit stones equated to a month's salary, insufficient even for the medicinal herbs he and Jia required, let alone any surplus for cultivation. He felt fortunate for the transaction with Yin Nan phone. Without the golden spirit pearl, encountering that spider demon earlier would have been a significant hassle, not to mention the void ring and the 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Reflecting on it, he seemed to have struck a considerable deal. Yet, why did he feel an unsettling sense of disquiet? Yin Nanfeng's exquisite visage surfaced in his mind, unbidden. Could it be that Xiao Fei is infatuated with my charm? Meng Nan, feeling rather pleased with himself, pondered irresponsibly. Well, for a wealthy and extraordinarily gifted beauty, all I can say is, please take care of me. I would gladly warm your bed. After indulging in these thoughts for a while, he regained his focus and began to contemplate his current predicament. He had witnessed the dangers of the underground world and understood that the potent aura emanating from him stood out starkly in this dark realm, akin to a firefly in the night or a golden beetle in a field. Such prominence would inevitably attract the relentless pursuit of savage insect demons. If he recklessly charged through here, who knew what kind of insect demons he might encounter? A ferocious high-ranking demon would be tantamount to lighting a lantern in a restroom, inviting disaster. The only solace lay in successfully rescuing Ji. The mission to the underground was now halfway completed without undue peril. The remaining task was to locate the blood flower, and with 2.5 days left. That should suffice, right? Meng Nan felt utterly uncertain regarding the blood flower, having no clue where to begin. His system had provided nothing beyond a mere image and a simple description. What truly constituted a land rich in blood energy? Frustrated, he tugged at his hair, lamenting the elusive blood flower. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head vigorously. If he couldn't think of it, then he would cease to dwell on it. Damn it, what a waste of brain cells. When the car arrives at the mountain, a path will surely appear. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. With renewed determination, Meng Nan stepped out of the hidden valley, unaware that a crisis was silently closing in on him. As Meng Nan ventured from the valley, an acute sense of peril surged within him. His countenance shifted abruptly as he noticed 3 shadowy figures hurtling toward him. Before he could fully react, these menacing forms, brimming with savage energy, had already descended upon him. A sense of foreboding washed over Meng Nan as he assessed the situation. The triad of insectoid demons, a spider, a butterfly, and a scorpion, strategically encircled him in a triangular formation, effectively cutting off any avenue of retreat. It's him, Doggett screeched. Be cautious. He wields a peculiar weapon of immense power, likely a legendary spiritual artifact of humankind. That grotesque creature, Meng Nan muttered in disbelief. He's still alive? He had been certain that the spider demon had perished in the cataclysmic blade storm of the golden spiritual pearl. Was he feigning death? A pang of regret resonated within Meng Nan. Damn, I was careless. I should have delivered a final blow. However, dwelling on regret was futile. The ominous demeanor of the 3 insectoid demons sent a shiver down Meng Nan's spine as he unsheathed his sword with a resounding clang. With the sword firmly in hand, a sense of tranquility enveloped Meng Nan. In an instant, the surging aura of righteousness coursed through him, invigorating his very being. He entered a state of absolute composure. Unbeknownst to him, the trials he had faced had subtly altered his essence. Such battles had become commonplace. Meng Nan scrutinized the other 2 insectoid demons. Discerning that their strength rivaled that of the spider demon, a sense of unease settled upon him. He had already struggled mightily against a single spider demon, and now 2 more had appeared. With the golden spiritual pearl currently unusable, he lacked the devastating blade storm at his disposal. This is problematic. Doggett, observing the grave expression on Meng Nan's face, erupted in a gleeful cackle. Human, you didn't expect me to survive, did you? His voice was grating, more discordant than the hoot of an owl. Meng Nan shrugged. Indeed, I didn't anticipate that an abomination like you would be so resilient. Abomination? Ghana and Philin exchanged glances. Taken aback. This human dares to call Doggett ugly? Has he a death wish? Doggett's grotesque features darkened, his emerald eyes blazing with murderous intent. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his fury transformed into astonishment as Meng Nan, swift as lightning, lunged toward him, sword raised. Swoosh! Meng Nan unleashed a sweeping strike, the aura of righteousness erupting forth. A formidable blade of energy materialized on the dragon's spring sword, aimed squarely at the spider demon's face. In this moment, Meng Nan was utterly focused, his world reduced to the spider demon alone. He believed that even if the spider demon had survived the tempestuous blade storm, he would have suffered grievous injuries, significantly impairing his strength. Facing a 3-on-1 situation, the spider demon was the most vulnerable point. The radiant sword light streaked toward its target, its chilling aura threatening Doggett's very existence. Indeed, he was severely wounded, although the unique physiology of insectoid demons had allowed his wounds to heal considerably. Giving the impression that he was unscathed, his strength had been significantly diminished. Meng Nan's sudden, all-out assault was intended to be a fatal blow. The blinding sword light bore down, illuminating the terror on Doggett's face. Save me! Doggett shrieked in terror, retreating clumsily. Clang! A deafening sound reverberated as a dark silhouette materialized before Meng Nan. A surge of force coursed through Meng Nan's arm, causing it to tremble. Astonished, he beheld a colossal scorpion, roughly 7 feet in length, standing before him. Its ebony exoskeleton deflected his lethal strike with its iron-like tail. The gargantuan scorpion fixed its gaze upon Meng Nan, its bloodthirsty eyes sending shivers down his spine. Doggett, still reeling from the near-death experience, realized that he would have been unable to evade Meng Nan's deadly strike had Philin not intervened. Regaining his composure, a surge of humiliation and murderous intent washed over him. As the most promising spider demon commander under the Crimson Waste Marquee, when had he ever been so disgraced? Doggett roared in a fit of pique. Philin, slay him. Philin remained silent, yet his actions spoke volumes. The scorpion's tail lashed out like a flailing whip, whistling through the air as it descended upon Meng Nan. Reaching the apex above his head, the ebony tail abruptly split into 3, the barbs at its tip glinting menacingly. Shadow split. Meng Nan's eyes narrowed. At that instant, as he observed the descending tail, he could not discern which of the 3 was the true appendage. Utterly focused, Meng Nan possessed a remarkable aptitude for combat. Since he could not distinguish the real from the illusory, he would not attempt to do so. With a mental command, he executed a thrust from his repertoire of basic sword techniques. Among all the fundamental sword maneuvers, the thrust was the swiftest. Meng Nan steeled his resolve and unleashed 3 thrusts with utmost speed, intercepting the scorpion's furious assault. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks erupted as the 3 strikes collided, producing 3 distinct metallic rings. Meng Nan was slightly surprised. The 3-fold tail was, in fact, a genuine attack, its speed so extreme that it left afterimages in its wake. The scorpion's attack was thwarted, but it was not entirely unexpected. Anyone capable of wounding the treacherous spider demon commander, Doggett, must possess considerable combat prowess. It began to move rapidly across the ground. As Meng Nan watched, Philin brandished its pincer-like hands, seemingly forming a seal. The surrounding elemental energy surged. A jet-black needle, gleaming with coldness, materialized before the scorpion. With a wave of its hand, the needle, formed from insectoid demon energy, shot toward Meng Nan. The ebony needle exuded an aura of frigid desolation. Meng Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. Is this an insectoid demon technique? Undaunted, he raised his sword to intercept the incoming needle. Observing Meng Nan's reaction, Philin's eyes flashed with derision. He exhaled softly, explode. The needle, upon reaching Meng Nan, erupted violently. Boom. Meng Nan was taken aback, never anticipating that the strange needle would detonate. A surge of savage insectoid demon energy crashed into his chest. He felt his blood roil, nearly losing control. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Ghana, the butterfly demon, who had been hovering in midair, stirred. Her resplendent wings began to beat rapidly, unleashing a dazzling ray of light that illuminated the small area. The ray of light was too swift. Caught off guard, Meng Nan had no time to react before it struck. His vision blurred, and an ethereal figure materialized before him. It was a young woman. Standing silently with her hands at her sides, her face adorned with eerie green markings, her eyes pure and innocent. Jia? Why are you here? Meng Nan blurted out. As soon as the words left his mouth, he sensed something was amiss. The young woman's face twisted into a grotesque sneer, and a blade appeared in her hand, aimed directly at his heart. Instinctively, Meng Nan raised his sword to parry. The resounding clang jolted him awake. Something's not right. The aura of righteousness surged within him, clearing his mind. As his vision focused, he realized that there was no young woman. The attacker was none other than the scorpion, its tail poised to strike. Oh, Ghana, hovering above, uttered a surprised sound. This human possesses some skill. He managed to break free from my illusion so quickly. Chapter 47, Desperate Gambit, Trading Injury for Life. The psychedelic demon butterfly is a rare breed among insect demons, renowned for its mastery of mental prowess. Adept at exploiting the desires within its adversaries' hearts to conjure illusions and launch psychic assaults. Ghana, an exemplar of her kind, possesses an exceptional innate talent. Though her current cultivation might be somewhat wanting, and numerous formidable abilities remain dormant, few insect demons of comparable rank can rival her. It came as a surprise, therefore, that her vaunted illusions were so effortlessly dispelled by this human. Observing the iridescent butterfly hovering in midair, Meng Nan felt a shiver of belated trepidation. Such potent illusions could easily blur the line between reality and fabrication. Had he not been roused by the indomitable righteousness within him at the critical moment, he might have fallen prey to its deceit. Far from instilling fear, the adversary's strength only stoked Meng Nan's battle lust. Perhaps he was, at heart, a born warrior. With peril imminent, he felt his blood surge and his body tremble with exhilaration. The brief exchange had revealed that the scorpion demon alone was his equal. Compounding this were the ominous presence of the iridescent butterfly and the lurking, wounded spider demon. This marked the gravest crisis he had encountered since his transmigration. The prior encirclement by 1,000 individuals in the spirit void true world, while seemingly dire, posed no true existential threat. Even in death, it would have cost him but a wisp of his divine sense and a wounded soul. Now, however, a single misstep could mean true annihilation. Having already tasted death once, Meng Nan did not fear it, but he cherished his hard-won second life. From the moment of his transmigration, he had vowed to command his own destiny. With a flurry of thoughts, Meng Nan realized that a purely defensive stance would only leave him more vulnerable. He had to seize the initiative. With a flourish of his longsword, he charged towards the scorpion demon, his left palm subtly poised. Kill! Meng Nan roared, instinctively employing his bewitchment skill. The resonant voice, imbued with his resolve, momentarily disoriented the scorpion demon. The dragon spring sword slashed horizontally, its righteous aura instantly activating the array inscribed upon the blade. A chilling mist erupted from the sword. Icy shackles. The frigid mist enveloped the scorpion demon, its extreme ice elemental force impeding its movements. Given Phelan's strength, he could likely break free from the restraints of this mid-grade spiritual artifact technique in a mere breath. But for Meng Nan, a single breath could be an eternity. Gathering every ounce of his strength, Meng Nan swung his sword, aiming a direct blow at the scorpion demon's head. Die. In Phelan's eyes, Meng Nan's descending sword loomed ever larger. A chill ran down his spine as he realized his movements remained sluggish, rendering him powerless. Phelan, watch out! Ghana, hovering in midair, cried out in alarm. Her wings beat rapidly as another beam of iridescent light materialized, aimed at Meng Nan's sword-wielding right hand. The beam of light, like a honed arrow, tore through the void. This was a unique demon martial art of the psychedelic demon butterfly, condensing mental energy into an indomitable projectile for ranged attacks. The iridescent arrow hurtled towards him. If Meng Nan persisted in his attack on the scorpion demon, he would inevitably be struck. This series of combined techniques represented the pinnacle of Meng Nan's current capabilities. Failure to achieve a decisive blow would leave him in an even more precarious position. In a flash of inspiration, Meng Nan hardened his resolve. His sword continued its descent, cleaving towards the scorpion demon's head. No! Ghana's anguished cry echoed through the air. Thwack! The dragon spring sword, infused with righteous energy, possessed the sharpness to cleave through metal and stone. The scorpion demon's head, ironically, was its most vulnerable point. With a soft sound, the blade sliced through Phelan's head as if it were tofu, ending his life in a single, decisive stroke. Simultaneously, the razor-sharp, iridescent arrow struck Meng Nan's right arm with devastating force, instantly piercing through it. Crimson blood spurted forth. Hiss! The searing pain jolted Meng Nan's senses. He gasped, the blood flowing freely from his perforated forearm. The agonizing pain sent cold sweat trickling down his face, turning it ashen. Heh, Meng Nan chuckled ruefully, his eyes gleaming with unbridled satisfaction. Trading injury for life was a worthwhile exchange. Ignoring the excruciating pain, he thrust out his left palm with lightning speed, unleashing the formidable 5 elements raging fire palm. The blow landed squarely on the scorpion demon's body, sending the corpse flying. You dared to kill Philin. Ghana, still in midair, was stunned. She could not fathom the extent of this human's ruthlessness, sacrificing his own well-being to slay Philin. She stared, wide-eyed, at Philin's lifeless body on the ground. A wave of boundless rage erupted from within her, turning her eyes crimson. A torrent of savage energy emanated from Ghana, causing her aura to surge. I will kill you. Nearby, the great spider demon, Doggett, was equally astounded, observing the human, whose hand was gushing blood but who appeared unfazed. A chill crept into his heart. This human is terrifying. However, Doggett suddenly sensed the explosive aura emanating from midair. He looked up to see Ghana, her eyes bloodshot. An enraged Ghana is even more terrifying. This human is doomed. Among the 7 demon commanders under the Crimson Wasteland Marquis, their strength varied despite their similar cultivation levels. If there was one whom Doggett least wished to provoke, it was Ghana. On ordinary days, Ghana was soft-spoken and agreeable. But when enraged, she became a terrifying force. Not only did her combat prowess increase dramatically, but her temperament also underwent a drastic transformation, becoming ruthless and willing to stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Doggett shuddered, recalling the last time Ghana had flown into a rage, slaughtering every inhabitant of 2 demon cities. Meng Nan gritted his teeth, enduring the agony in his right arm, now rendered useless. He chuckled wryly and, with a thought, banished the dragon spring sword to the void ring on his right middle finger. Blood continued to stream from his arm. Meng Nan tore a strip of cloth from the hem of his garment, and, with a grimace, used both hands and teeth to bind the wound tightly. Hiss! Waves of searing pain coursed through him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. It seems I need to stock up on more healing elixirs and medicinal herbs in my ring for future emergencies. I will kill you. Suddenly, a mournful shriek echoed from mid-air, each word laced with escalating savagery. Meng Nan was startled and looked up to see the iridescent butterfly, its eyes now a crimson abyss, staring intently at him. The ensuing wave of murderous intent was almost palpable. Gazing at the beautiful, iridescent butterfly, Meng Nan felt a chill creep into his heart. How many lives had to be taken to accumulate such a terrifying bloodlust? Chapter 48. The promotion of Ghana and the flight in the boundless forest, a tiny butterfly, weary from a day of cultivation, alighted upon a massive obsidian rock to rest. The crimson rays of the blood sun scattered throughout the woods, adorning the vibrant little butterfly in a bewitching red garb. From a crevice in the stone emerged a small black scorpion, whose gaze fixated on the butterfly, eyes brimming with infatuation. The butterfly would often come here to rest after her daily practice, and the scorpion would invariably peek out at this enchanting sight at the same hour. The butterfly was the pride of her kin, while the scorpion was an obscure creature of the wild, yet to awaken. They existed like 2 isolated islands, devoid of communication or connection, bound instead by an unspoken understanding forged over time. The scorpion awakened, enchanted by the butterfly's beauty. However, on the very day of his awakening, the butterfly vanished, never to return. Desperate, the scorpion frantically searched the world for her, holding on to the belief that he must forever behold the butterfly's splendor. Days turned into years, and even after a decade, he still had no news of her, yet he persevered. Drawing upon the ancestral memories of his kind, he diligently honed his insect magic, his obsession propelling him towards strength. The scorpion matured and acquired a name, Philin. In his quest for the butterfly, he continuously refined his abilities, his name resonating across the vast red earth wilderness, eventually earning the favor of the Red Wilderness Duke, becoming a renowned scorpion demon commander, feared and respected. Perhaps under the favor of the insect magic lord, Philin encountered the butterfly once more in the presence of the Red Wilderness Duke. Though years had passed, and the butterfly had blossomed into a grand creature, he recognized the unique beauty that had roused him from his stupor. He learned her name, Ghana. It seemed Ghana had long forgotten the little scorpion from her youth, yet Philin remained undeterred, feeling fortunate simply to be near her, no longer daring to wish for her closeness. Silently, Philin watched over Ghana, rarely speaking, yet ready to fulfill her every request. He often pondered that if Ghana could recall the little scorpion from her childhood, then his death would be worth it. Until his last breath, He remained unaware that Ghana too held the scorpion in her heart. Philin, I have always known it was you, Ghana murmured as she hovered in midair, her eyes shimmering with a fierce red hue, a solitary drop of blood-tinged tear escaping the corner of her eye. The crystalline tear glided through the air, splattering upon the overgrown ground, blooming into a flower of blood. The tear fell, carrying away Ghana's sorrow. A frenzied intent to kill surged violently around her, as if the very void surrounding her threatened to ignite, the atmosphere thickening with rage. Below, a demon spider had knelt, gazing up at Ghana, its emerald triangular eyes filled with awe and envy. Ghana was ascending at this very moment. Oh, how terrifying! Dugate trembled, realizing that one step further would elevate her to the rank of insect demon duke. In the vast expanse of the Red Earth wilderness, the number of insect demons was innumerable, yet those who could attain the duke level were scarcely a few. The pressure of the duke level instilled a shudder in Dugate, compelling him to bow low in submission. At this moment, Meng also noticed the anomaly of the demon butterfly in midair. With his keen perception, he sensed that the massive butterfly was undergoing a transformation. A wave of dread washed over him as he realized this butterfly already possessed the strength of a commander if she advanced further. The insect demon duke. Damn it! Meng cursed, the image of Yin Jiang, the old steward of the Yin estate, flashing through his mind. The old man was a duke-level martial artist, leaving him with an impression of unfathomable depth and invincibility. If this demon butterfly ascended, she would be on par with the old man. There was no chance of winning this fight. With a look of alarm still in his eyes, Meng made a decisive choice: to flee. Remaining would surely lead to his demise. Without a moment's hesitation, he took advantage of the butterfly's incomplete transformation and hurriedly sought his escape. With a surge of righteous energy coursing through him, he activated the 8 steps to chase the cicada technique, vanishing from his spot and sprinting frantically in the opposite direction of the butterfly. Midair, Ghana, witnessing Meng flight, felt a surge of madness. You cannot escape, cursed human. You must accompany Philin to the grave. All humans shall pay for Philin's demise. With a piercing cry, she abruptly halted her transformation, showing no hesitation as her colorful wings beat rapidly, propelling her towards the fleeing figure of Meng. A palpable killing intent locked onto him, as if a thorn were lodged in his back. In the midst of his frantic escape, Meng did not need to look back to know that the enormous butterfly was in pursuit, and despair gripped his heart. He never imagined she would prioritize her ascent over such a significant event, seemingly intent on his destruction. He understood clearly that even if the butterfly had only partially transformed, she had already surpassed the commander level, her power undoubtedly surging. All he could do now was run faster, even faster. As the chase ensued, both the butterfly and Meng raced through the wild grasslands, swiftly entering the dense forest. At Starlight Academy, in an abandoned training ground, a group of youths, clad in various attires, stood in silence, their faces etched with anxiety. It had been half the day, yet Teacher Meng had not returned. Though they knew it would not be swift, impatience brewed within them. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the training ground. The youths exchanged glances, a flicker of hope flashing across their faces as they stood abruptly. Could it be that Teacher Meng has returned? All eyes turned toward the door, where a familiar voice resonated. Brothers, I am back. A disheveled boy, with tattered clothing and a wounded shoulder, hurriedly entered. Jili. The youths erupted in joy, rushing to greet him. Hua Qianshu, the lovesick youth, led the charge, rushing forward to envelop Jili in a warm embrace. Welcome home. All the youths beamed, crowding around Jili, yet their gazes collectively drifted behind him, hoping to see another familiar figure. Stop looking. It's just me. Jili laughed at his brothers. This place feels just like home. The sensation of returning is truly delightful. At that moment, Jili noticed the pale-faced girl lying on the black stone floor, and a heaviness settled in his heart. He moved past the others, silently approaching her. Don't touch her. The moment Jili reached out to assess Zhang Suer's condition, a group of youths turned pale, Lao Qianxian rushing forward to swat Jili's hand away, exclaiming, Teacher Meng said no one is to touch her, or Suer will be in danger. Teacher Meng? Jili paused, a tall figure surfacing in his mind. A cool and aloof voice queried, By the way, Jili, did you really venture into the underworld? Jili nodded, recalling his harrowing journey below ground. Teacher Meng went to fetch an antidote for Suer. Did you see him? A naive-looking youth named Tang Shiqi suddenly interjected. So it was him. I didn't realize his surname was Meng. Jili Dao. I owe my life to Teacher Meng. As Jili began recounting his adventures in the underground realm, it became evident that he possessed a remarkable talent for storytelling. The already intricate narrative transformed into an exhilarating tale in his eloquent narration, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the youth. Who would have thought the subterranean world could be so ruthless? Those insect monsters are truly terrifying. Wow, Teacher Meng is incredibly formidable. Indeed, he is so impressive. Haha, dare to harm my students, and I shall have your head. Geely smiled subtly, then sighed, filled with sentiment, and remarked, if only Teacher Meng were our instructor. The youths exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. You're unaware, aren't you? Teacher Meng is our new teacher. Geely was momentarily stunned. Then a wave of elation washed over him. Chapter 49, Enlightenment, the Essence of Wind. As the blood-red sun descended in the west, the crescent moon gradually ascended in the east, casting a glow akin to that of the day's fiery orb, vibrant and crimson. At this moment, though the sun had not yet fully set, the moon had already risen, creating a stunning spectacle of the sun and moon sharing the sky. In the tranquil forest, Meng Nan raced forward with reckless abandon. He had no time to admire the breathtaking scenery above. Behind him, the captivating demon butterfly relentlessly pursued him. Clinging to him like an unshakable adhesive, Meng Nan felt a sense of despair, yet he could not afford to halt, for even from a distance. He sensed the burning fury and malevolent intent of his pursuer, a sinister presence that seemed to latch onto him like a parasite. He understood that should the great butterfly catch up to him, he would bear the brunt of her wrath, leading to an inevitable demise. Thus, he could only run forward, heedless of his own safety. His righteous energy surged wildly within him, and he executed the lightness technique of 8 steps to chase the cicada to its utmost. Moving like the wind, leaving behind fleeting shadows in his wake, the demon butterfly, Jianna, soared in the air, unwavering in her pursuit. This chase continued for the better part of the day until the sun sank and night enveloped the land. Bursting forth from the dense woodlands, Meng Nan found himself before an expansive plain. At this point, he abandoned all thoughts of strategy. With no time to consider terrain, he plunged headlong into the vastness, sprinting with all his might. In an instant, he was 10 zhang away. Approximately a minute later, he appeared 10 miles away at the edge of the plain, where a dazzling figure emerged, transformed into a streak of color, Jianna the demon butterfly. The open landscape posed no hindrance. She spotted Meng Nan in the distance and, without uttering a word, accelerated her pursuit with a powerful flap of her wings. 2 streaks of light raced across the plain, startling the myriad of indigenous insect demons dwelling there. However, the speed of the fleeing human and the butterfly was overwhelming. Often, the lower-tier insect demons barely had time to react before they were left far behind. Furthermore, the aura of boundless malice radiating from Jianna instilled fear in the insect demons, compelling them to flee at the sight of her formidable presence. In the hierarchical underworld, lower-tier insect demons could either submit or flee when faced with their higher-tier counterparts. Soon, Meng Nan regretted his choice of the plain as an escape route. In the forest, he had the cover of towering trees and rocky outcrops to aid his concealment. But now, in the open plain, he felt as conspicuous as a firefly in the dark, a glittering target that the butterfly could not possibly lose track of. Moreover, the butterfly's straight-line speed was evidently superior. As he ran, Meng Nan glanced back. Under the dim glow of the red moon, he clearly saw the great butterfly closing the distance, appearing mere miles behind him and accelerating with alarming speed. A wave of terror washed over him. His speed had reached its zenith, yet if this continued, being caught was merely a matter of time. Faster, he urged himself, desperation flooding his mind, fixating solely on the thought of running faster. Suddenly, as if responding to his fervent wish, the righteous energy within him, though previously stable and rapid, erupted unexpectedly. The surging energy surged forth like a wild stallion, racing through his being. After enduring numerous battles and bloodshed, his righteous energy had already acquired a fierce and domineering aura, which now exploded within him. Meng Nan felt a fire igniting within his chest, growing ever more intense. His consciousness began to blur, yet he maintained his relentless pace. Now devoid of conscious control, driven solely by an inner fervor that incessantly urged him on. Faster, just a bit faster. Suddenly, a phrase from the essence of righteous energy flashed through his mind, illuminating his foggy awareness like a sudden spark of inspiration. Whether forged from unyielding steel or transformed into fierce winds, whether standing like a pillar in the stream or holding aloft the clouds among the pines, capable of wielding a sword that could pierce through a rainbow, capable of manifesting tranquility or dispelling the harshness of winter. I understand now. Meng Nan's eyes widened in realization, a flicker of joy emanating from within him. In Jianna's crimson gaze, unyielding malice simmered. As the distance to the accursed human warrior diminished, a fleeting image of Faline crossed her mind. Soon, Faline, wait just a bit longer. I shall send this detestable human to meet you. With fierce determination, she beat her wings furiously, closing in on Meng Nan. Closer. She could hear the heavy breaths of that wretched human. He was nearing his limit. Suddenly, she keenly sensed a momentary lapse in Meng Nan's focus. Jianna's eyes sparkled with renewed murderous intent as she accelerated once more, and in the blink of an eye, the distance between them shrank to mere feet. What an opportunity! Jianna exhaled sharply, and a radiant small sword materialized in the air. This was the formidable magical technique of her phantasmic demon butterfly clan, the illusory death blade, composed entirely of mental energy. Once it struck, it would obliterate the enemy's consciousness. Die! Jianna roared, her shimmering blade slicing through the void, aimed directly at Meng Nan's back. The small sword hurtled closer, and Jianna relished the moment, envisioning the demise of the wretched human beneath her vibrant blade. However, the ensuing events unfolded beyond her expectations. As if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, Meng Nan, just as the sword was about to strike, suddenly surged forward, his speed spiking. A gust of wind swept across the plain, and Meng Nan's figure had already darted 10 zhang away. How is this possible? Jianna was taken aback, disbelief flooding her mind. How could he be so fast? Yet before her eyes, Meng Nan's upright form appeared to be lifted by the wind, accelerating once more and swiftly widening the gap between them. Ha ha! Meng Nan laughed heartily, continuing to run while turning back to give Jianna a playful farewell gesture. Little butterfly. Goodbye. His teasing expression and provocative tone nearly caused Jianna to explode with rage. Unbeknownst to Meng Nan, this frantic escape had deepened his comprehension of righteous energy. His breakthrough in speed stemmed from his grasp of part of the essence of righteous energy, whether forged from unyielding steel or transformed into fierce winds. It dawned on him that these lines not only encapsulated the formidable power of righteous energy, but also imparted insight into its essence. The fierce winds embodied the essence of wind, ever-present, elusive, and unpredictable, yet extraordinarily swift. A mere breath of righteous energy could summon winds that raced across vast distances. This was the essence of wind that Meng Nan had come to understand. Chapter 50. The Dignity of Youth Cursed Humanity. I shall see how far you can run. Even if you escape to the edge of the world, I will personally slay you. Behind him, Ganna's eyes darkened as she watched Meng Nan grow more distant. But she did not consider giving up. Instead, she gritted her teeth and continued to pursue him. Ganna harbored intense resentment, although the death of Faline enraged her. It did not cloud her judgment. She could not believe that a human of such insignificant prowess could evade her indefinitely. Sooner or later, he would exhaust his strength, and that would be his demise. Having comprehended the essence of the wind, Meng Nan infused it into his lightness skill, the 8 steps to chase the cicada, dramatically increasing his speed, and he soon left Ganna far behind. A sense of relief washed over him. At least he need not fear being caught and eliminated by that monstrous butterfly. Now, he needed to devise a way to completely rid himself of that bothersome creature. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that the demon butterfly seemed to have set its sights on him, relentlessly pursuing him with unwavering determination. This chase continued for a full 3 days. At Stardust Academy, within the dilapidated training grounds, all the youths surrounded the unconscious Zhang Suer, their expressions heavy, their faces so somber they seemed on the verge of shedding tears. It was the 3rd day, and Teacher Meng had yet to return. A thick layer of gloom hung over everyone's hearts. What should we do? Qian Duo, with vacant eyes, asked in a daze. This once cheerful and chubby boy now bore a blank expression. Geely suddenly stood up. I will go to the Alchemy Institute and seek out Director Zhang. Yes, didn't Teacher Meng say that if he could not return in time, we should find Director Zhang and plead for him to extend Suer's life? Hope surged anew among the youth as they rose to their feet. But going to the Alchemy Institute, Geely said, you all stay here and watch over Suer. I will go alone. Let me go? Qian Duo insisted. I am familiar with the Alchemy Institute. He had been expelled from the Alchemy Institute and had spent 3 years there, hence he was certainly well acquainted with it. Forget it. You are not well liked there. Let me handle it. The one speaking was Lan, who had always been too lazy to compare himself with others. His face now bore no trace of his usual nonchalance. It was filled with determination. His classmate was in distress, and he wished to contribute his share. I will go. Let me go. The youths clamored, eager to be the ones to visit the Alchemy Institute. Geely looked at them with a mix of amusement and warmth. He understood well that going to the Alchemy Institute was not for show or self-gain. This group of youths was not favored in the entire academy. They had previously offended many from the various divisions and were likely already blacklisted. Now, seeking help, they could only anticipate various humiliations. Yet, despite this, everyone still vied to go. This was the essence of brotherhood. All right, quiet down. Taishu, the oldest among the youths, shouted in a deep voice, known for his righteousness. Although they often teased him, they still heeded his opinions during critical moments. Taishu scanned the group and said, Qian and 17. You stay here to take care of Sewer. We'll go together. The youths fell silent, agreeing that if they were to go, they would go together. A group of 15 youths filed out of the training grounds, hastily heading toward the Alchemy Institute. Along the way, silence enveloped them. Whether due to their impending visit to the Alchemy Institute or their concern for Zhang Sewer. Yet, their steps quickened. They were acutely aware that soon it would be 3 full days, and Sewer could perish at any moment. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the Alchemy Institute loomed ahead. Someone halted first, prompting the entire group to stop. They stood there, gazing silently at the entrance of the Alchemy Institute not far away. Among the 7 divisions of the academy, aside from the mysterious inner court, the Arts Institute and the Alchemy Institute were the most frequented by students. The Arts Institute was renowned for its beauty. While most students visited the Alchemy Institute seeking medicine and elixirs, at that moment, students were seen coming and going within the Alchemy Institute. Those passing by noticed the silent group of youths standing there and frowned, their eyes filled with disdain. However, the youths paid no heed. They had long grown accustomed to facing others' scorn. Typically, if they felt displeased, they would provoke others, but today, none felt inclined to do so. Let's go. Geely took a deep breath, leading the way toward the entrance of the Alchemy Institute. If death awaits, then so be it. All the youths gritted their teeth and followed suit, their expressions reflecting a tragic resolve. The moment they stepped through the entrance of the Alchemy Institute, Geely couldn't help but smile wryly. In his line of sight, 3 students clad in blue robes adorned with a pattern of a cauldron emerged from a training ground on the left. Upon seeing the group, their expressions shifted, and they approached with stern faces. Damn it, our paths cross once more. One of the Alchemy Institute students, pointing a finger at the youths, shouted, You scoundrels dare to return to our Alchemy Institute? You are not welcome here. Leave. At that moment, Qian Duo stepped forward from the crowd. Lian. We have no intention of causing trouble. We have urgent matters to discuss with Director Zhang. Qian Duo, with his chubby face set in determination, looked at the most composed of the 3 red-haired students and spoke earnestly. Huh. The trio of Alchemy Institute students laughed derisively. One of them sneered. You worthless lot think you can see Director Zhang? Not while we're here. Ironically, Taiju's face darkened at these words, his fists clenching, ready to explode. Sensing this, Geely quickly grasped his arm. Don't act impulsively. Geely raised his head to face the 3 Alchemy Institute students, saying, Lian, we genuinely have urgent matters to discuss with Director Zhang. Please help us relay the message. Oh? The red-haired youth named Lian looked over with a smirk. Are you begging me? Geely's expression changed slightly, but he suppressed his emotions. Before he could respond, Qian Duo exploded, shouting, To hell with you. Geely. Don't mind him. I know where Director Zhang is. We'll find him ourselves. Lian chuckled. Well, since you aren't begging me, I won't entertain you any longer. Suddenly, his expression shifted, darkening as he commanded, Throw them out. At this command, the 2 Alchemy Institute students beside Lian perked up, eager for a fight. Although the combat abilities of Alchemy Institute students were not particularly strong, 2 would be more than sufficient to deal with these dozen or so worthless youths. Wait, Geely shouted, his face grim. He was not afraid of conflict. But given Sewer's condition, they could not afford delays. Once matters escalated, who knew when they'd be able to see Director Zhang? He could not gamble with Sewer's life. The situation surrounding Zhang Sewer stemmed from him. He had to step up now. Lian, even if I must beg you, please help us relay the message. We genuinely have urgent matters to discuss with Director Zhang. Huh? Begging? Is this the attitude you take when you plead? Lian, seeing Geely relent, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and laughed heartily. What do you wish for? Geely's expression darkened. Unless you kneel and beg me, I will immediately report you to the dean. Qian Duo shouted furiously. Intimidating too much? Lian raised his brows sharply and exclaimed. What of it if I bully you worthless once? Are you daring to claim that the last incident was not orchestrated by you? Do not presume I am unaware. Who else in this academy would stoop so low? Let me make it clear, Today I shall not allow you to step foot into the Alchemy Institute. Unless you kneel, you have no chance. Ji pressed his lips together, remaining silent for an extended moment as if wrestling with his thoughts. Finally, he coldly replied, "You will come to regret this." With a resounding clap, it was as if an explosion reverberated in the hearts of those present. Ji seemed to crumble like a mountain of gold and a column of jade. His head hung low, obscuring his expression from view. In an instant, an indescribable sense of humiliation surged within the hearts of the youths. Clap, clap, clap. To Lian's astonishment at that moment, every young person simultaneously knelt before him. He stood there, utterly stunned, gazing at the sea of kneeling figures, a wave of inexplicable fear washing over him. Pathetic. Lian muttered softly, a phrase likely audible only to himself, taking a long pause before he realized the absurdity of fearing this group of inept individuals. It must be an illusion. However, witnessing these dishonored souls kneeling before him ignited an unspoken sense of superiority. If you wish to find the dean, head to the first alchemy room. He is there. I do not have time to indulge you. Ha ha, the worthless are indeed worthless, if I command you to kneel. You will all obey. Sigh, there is no hope for them, murmured 3 students from the Alchemy Institute as they strode away. Ji rose, coldly observing their retreating figures. If his dignity could save Suer's life, then he would unhesitatingly cast aside that worthless dignity without a second thought. Chapter 51. Extending Life. Trapped in despair within the Alchemy Academy, aside from numerous training grounds, there exist specialized alchemy rooms designated as heaven, earth, and human, catering to the needs of both students and teachers in potion preparation and alchemical concoction. The 3 rooms marked with the heaven designation are equipped with the finest facilities, accessible only to those with advanced alchemical skills. Qian Duo, well acquainted with the academy's layout, led his companions directly to the first heaven room. As they traversed the corridors, the students passing by cast scornful glances at them, the incident of their collective kneeling at the academy's entrance having spread like wildfire, thanks to Lian's deliberate gossip. Although the boys felt a sense of indignation, their concern for Zhang Sua's condition overshadowed their feelings of humiliation, having grown numb to the disdainful looks they received from passers-by. Upon arriving outside the heaven room number 1, they encountered Dean Zhang. "Do you have business with me?" Dean Zhang, clad in regal purple attire, exuded an air of authority. He regarded the anxious youths before him, frowning, as he had already received reports about the earlier events at the academy entrance. Truth be told, he felt a pang of sympathy for these children. While one may lack strength, one must never lose their dignity. He held a deep disdain for those who kneel at the slightest provocation, regardless of their power. Upon seeing Dean Zhang, the rotund Qian Duo called out in desperation, "Dean, please, help us." His voice was so pitiful that it seemed as if he had been wronged. "Speak properly." Dean Zhang's frown deepened, his tone stern. "What is it you require?" The boys approached Dean Zhang, and Ji respectfully bowed, saying, "What Qian said is true. We implore the dean to save Suer." Dean Zhang paused in surprise. "What did you say? Zhang Sua? What has happened to her?" Ji voice trembled as he replied, "Suer has been poisoned and has been unconscious for several days. We beg you, Dean, save her." "Poisoned?" Dean Zhang's expression shifted to one of grave concern. "Explain the situation clearly. What is going on? We're running out of time." Ji urged, "Suer can hardly hold on." "Dean, please come with us. You'll understand once we arrive." Dean Zhang scrutinized Ji for a moment before responding, "Very well. Lead the way." Upon hearing this, the boys' faces lit up with hope as they guided Dean Zhang towards the dilapidated training ground designated for the remedial class. Along the way, Ji recounted the events that had transpired, and Dean Zhang was taken aback by the gravity of the situation upon hearing it. "What did you say? A subterranean insect demon?" Dean Zhang exclaimed, his face etched with disbelief as he observed Ji's sincere demeanor, realizing the situation was dire. "Damn it! Has a spatial rift appeared once more? Are those cursed insects returning?" Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly gathered the 15 youths and ascended into the air, soaring towards the decrepit training ground. The boys were still bewildered by the sudden turn of events when they found themselves hovering mid-air. "Earthly Fiend Realm," Taiju gasped. Recognizing that only a warrior of the Earthly Fiend Realm could fly, the youths gazed at Dean Zhang's stern profile, their admiration palpable. In an instant, they arrived at the training ground's entrance. Dean Zhang descended gracefully, disappearing momentarily before rushing inside. Upon entering, he spotted Zhang Sua lying unconscious on the ground, her complexion darkened, indicating her dire condition. Within the training ground, Lao Chan and Tang Shiqi were resting their chins on their hands, worry etched on their faces as they observed Zhang Su'er. Upon noticing Dean Zhang's arrival, they exclaimed in surprise, "Dean." In the next instant, Dean Zhang stepped forward and intended to examine Zhang Su'er's condition. "Do not touch her," Tang Shiqi shouted, her expression alarmed. Dean Zhang was momentarily taken aback as he regarded the somewhat dazed girl. Tang Shiqi continued. "Teacher Meng said no one is to touch Sister Su'er. Meng Nan." Dean Zhang recalled the image of the tall and spirited figure, pondering for a moment before he waved his hand, causing Zhang Su'er to levitate into the air. Instantly, his immense spiritual energy surged into her body. However, his expression gradually darkened. Such terrifying poison, he thought, sensing that the toxins within Zhang Su'er seemed to possess a life of their own, relentlessly eroding her vitality. Indeed, he could detect the presence of the subterranean insect demon, albeit in a mutated form. As he attempted to channel his energy to dispel the poison, he was horrified to find that it was instantly devoured by the toxins. Simultaneously, he sensed the noble aura left by Meng Nan, which had been shielding Zhang Su'er's heart pulse. Majestic and full of vitality, the very nemesis of the demon's toxic essence. Yet, that aura was nearly depleted, on the verge of vanishing. Should it dissipate completely, Zhang Su'er would surely perish. This is troublesome, Dean Zhang thought, his expression growing grim. "Dean, how is she?" At this moment, Jili and the others stepped inside, their eyes wide with urgency as they beheld Zhang Su'er suspended in midair. Dean Zhang pondered for a moment before asking, "Did Teacher Meng say he could cure this poison?" "Yes." Jili nodded fervently. "Teacher Meng said only the ghost blood flower can save Suo's life, but he is still underground." "The ghost blood flower?" Dean Zhang's heart sank as he recalled its properties. A rare flower from the depths, thriving in areas rich in blood essence, capable of neutralizing myriad poisons and enhancing physical strength. However, this flower was notoriously elusive, and once harvested, it must be used within 7 days. Otherwise, its potency would dissipate. "All right." Dean Zhang suddenly raised his head. "I have a way to keep Su'er alive for a little longer, but it will only extend her life for 7 days. If Teacher Meng has not returned by then, I will be powerless to help." The 17 youths, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of hope and bowed deeply, pleading, "Please, Dean, extend Su'er's life." Meanwhile, Meng Nan remained unaware of the turmoil unfolding at the academy. Pursued by the ominous Jia Na, he was nearing the brink of exhaustion. Meng Nan gasped heavily, his body on the verge of collapse, sustained solely by an indomitable will, propelling him forward. For 3 days, the demon butterfly had relentlessly chased him. Madwoman, he cursed inwardly, realizing that this relentless pursuit would not cease until he was dead. Throughout these 3 days, his only achievement was flawlessly integrating the essence of the swift wind into his agile techniques, allowing him to evade Jia Na's pursuit despite his fatigue and hunger. Yet, Meng Nan knew very well that he had reached his limit. As he ran, he suddenly realized that he had traversed the entire plain in 3 days. Arriving at its opposite side, before him lay a series of undulating hills, from which a terrifying aura of blood surged skyward, a thick, dark green cloud coalescing above, ominously threatening to descend at any moment. Beholding the sanguine aura, now almost solidified, Meng Nan instinctively sensed peril, realizing this was unequivocally an ominous ground. He must not venture within. Meng Nan abruptly halted, his chest heaving violently, akin to a dilapidated bellows, as he gasped for air. The blood-soaked hills loomed not far ahead, the dreadful atmosphere permeating the air, sending shivers down his spine. Unless utterly compelled, he was unwilling to hazard an escape into such a place. Yet, not far behind, the demonic butterfly, having pursued him relentlessly for 3 days, her murderous intent reaching a fever pitch, was rapidly closing in. Should she apprehend him? Even his demise might not satiate her wrath. In an instant, Meng Nan found himself in a seemingly inescapable predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place. In a fleeting moment, the demonic butterfly had already descended upon him. "Think you can still flee?" Ghana hovered in the air, looking down at Meng Nan. Despite her ability to fly, the relentless, sleepless pursuit of the past 3 days had exhausted her. However, at this juncture, it was all worthwhile. To slay this human and avenge villain, no hardship was too great. Her aura began to intensify, the pent-up rage and murderous intent of the past 3 days reaching a critical point. She was akin to a lit powder keg, on the verge of explosion. Meng Nan raised his head, gazing at the demonic butterfly in the air, and suddenly grinned. Ghana, poised to strike, sensed impending danger at the sight of Meng Nan's smile. "You want to kill me? Come and try." To Ghana's astonishment, Meng Nan abruptly turned and, without hesitation, channeled his last vestige of righteous energy. Darting like a gentle breeze into the hilly terrain shrouded in dense, bloody aura. Even in death, I shall find a propitious burial ground. How could I simply perish at the hands of you vermin? Ghana, descending rapidly from the sky, lunged towards Meng Nan, but it was too late. The moment Meng Nan's figure entered the range of the bloody aura, he vanished before her eyes. A surge of intense unwillingness flashed in Ghana's eyes. But upon beholding the horrifying bloody aura before her, she seemed to recall something. Her expression wavered, and she refrained from following him. That accursed human, reckless fool. How dare he trespass into the entombed demon grounds? The entombed demon grounds were the sole forbidden zone in the vast, desolate Red Earth region. Legend had it that during the final stages of the million-year-long war between the two realms, numerous talented human martial artists emerged, launching a major counteroffensive against the subterranean life forms. They not only drove the majority of the demon insects back into the depths, but also, through spatial rifts, counterattacked the subterranean world, driven by an immense hatred for the demon insects. These hills were transformed into the entombed demon grounds during that era. It was said that a powerful human warrior had laid down an unparalleled killing formation, decimating 100,000 demon insects. The towering, dark green cloud of bloody aura was formed from the condensed life force of those 100,000 demon insects, lingering for a millennium. The killing formation was exceedingly potent. The human warrior who had set it up was left utterly drained, his life extinguished. However, the formation was complete, and after trapping and killing 100,000 demon insects, it not only remained intact, but also, fueled by the terrifying bloody aura, continued to operate autonomously, never ceasing its function over the millennia. Since then, no demon insect had dared to set foot in this place. The lives of 100,000 demon insects had forged the formidable reputation of the entombed demon grounds. Ghana's mind conjured up the origins of the hills before her, sending a shiver down her spine. She desired to avenge Philin, but would not irrationally sacrifice her own life. That human dares to enter the entombed demon grounds, he is doomed, Ghana thought. She was still resentful at not being able to kill Meng Nan with her own hands. Hold on, Ghana pondered, suddenly becoming suspicious. That accursed human fled with such determination. Could he possibly have a way to survive in the entombed demon grounds? Indeed. Ghana's slightly bulging eyes gleamed. The entombed demon grounds were created by humans to counter our demon insect race. Perhaps they truly will not harm humans. The more Ghana considered it, the more plausible it seemed. She had initially thought Meng Nan would perish in the entombed demon grounds and was preparing to leave. However, with this thought, she decided to remain here, waiting for him to emerge if he truly survived. She would then personally slay him. Furthermore, she could seize the opportunity to complete her advancement, becoming a true demon insect marquis. Ghana's aura suddenly surged. She abruptly folded her wings, shielding her entire body, and began the most crucial transformation of her life as a demon insect. Of course, she did not fully immerse herself in the process, maintaining a sliver of mental awareness, observing the entombed demon grounds ahead. Meanwhile, Meng Nan, forced to enter the entombed demon grounds out of desperation, suddenly found his vision blurred. He was horrified and hastily looked behind him, only to discover that he was trapped in a vast expanse of white mist, unable to see anything else. A formation? Meng Nan was taken aback. Could this entire hilly terrain be enveloped by a formation, causing such a transformation? Meng Nan was shocked. What formidable array mastery would be required to lay down such a heaven-defying formation? Realizing that it might be a formation, Meng Nan felt less hopeless. He possessed some knowledge of formations. The basic formations he had acquired from the system were mastered with proficiency upon learning them. Although he did not know what formation lay before him, he clearly remembered a saying in the overview of basic formations: confinement, attack, defense, illusion, gathering. Complex formations are formed by the free combination of these 5 basic formations with different effects. He did not expect to break the grand formation. That was a joke. If he had such cultivation, he would not need to flee and would have directly annihilated the demonic butterfly. He merely hoped to discern some clues of the formation's mysteries, enough to protect his life within it. With this thought, Meng Nan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the surrounding environment. All that met his gaze was a vast expanse of white mist. He had no idea what dangers lurked within the mist. This was the marvel of formations. From outside the formation, he saw an endless hilly terrain, but once trapped within, it was an entirely different scene. Meng Nan dared not act rashly. If he triggered the formation, his weary body would be unable to withstand it. Meng Nan sat down cross-legged. His current situation was dire. His righteous energy was completely depleted. His body was utterly exhausted from 3 days of relentless running, and the right arm pierced by the demonic butterfly had scabbed over after 3 days of righteous energy washing. But it still throbbed with pain. Most importantly, he had not eaten for 3 days. If he could not find food to fill his stomach, he would likely starve to death. With a thought, Meng Nan retrieved some dry rations from his storage ring. Fortunately, he had brought some food with him before leaving. After hastily consuming some, feeling less empty, Meng Nan waved his hand, and a pile of essence stones instantly appeared at his feet. The top priority was to restore his strength to deal with the upcoming changes. He held a medium-grade essence stone in each hand, enduring the discomfort from all parts of his body, suppressing distractions, and activated the righteous energy cultivation method. A pure stream of essence flowed from his hands into his body, being converted into gentle righteous energy by the cultivation method, constantly nourishing his dry meridians. Meng Nan quickly entered a state of oblivion, focusing on cultivating his righteous energy. After an unknown period, Meng Nan's consciousness returned. His righteous energy had fully recovered, and to his surprise, he discovered that his righteous energy was still increasing. His meridians faintly swollen, as if they could not contain the new righteous energy. Meng Nan was stunned, then overjoyed. So soon, another breakthrough. Meng Nan's previous breakthrough had been only a few days ago. To break through again in such a short time would astound many. Indeed, combat is the best form of cultivation. Of course, this was also closely related to Meng Nan's realm. Before his transmigration, the original Meng Nan already possessed the cultivation of the 5th level of the Divine Soul realm, but he had suffered injuries to his meridians due to a plot, causing his cultivation to regress. Now, Meng Nan has transformed the he once cultivated into the noble and righteous Qi. Under the nourishing embrace of this formidable energy, the hidden injuries within his body have nearly healed. Furthermore, since entering the subterranean realm, he has engaged in several fierce battles, resulting in a rapid enhancement of his cultivation. Most importantly, during his 3-day escape, he has gained profound insights into the noble Qi, particularly grasping the essence of the wind. All these factors converged, enabling him to achieve 2 breakthroughs within a mere few days. Chapter 53, The Little Girl, Blood Flowers Everywhere. After a considerable time, Meng Nan suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise flashing within his gaze. The vast righteous energy within his body had increased significantly, and most importantly, the divine spirit seated within his consciousness had become more solidified. As he surveyed his surroundings, he felt the world before him sharpen in clarity. He had finally broken through to the 3rd level of the divine spirit realm. Rising to his feet, he resolved to discern the nature of this great formation and find an escape route. He needed to locate the spectral blood flower as swiftly as possible. The spectral blood flower. Oh no, the mission is at risk of failure. Suddenly, a realization struck Meng Nan, and his expression changed dramatically. He had been pursued by that demonic butterfly for 3 days, and it seemed he had already surpassed the deadline for his task. Damn. What has happened to Zhang Su'er? Could she be in trouble? Meng Nan's countenance darkened, and with a flicker of thought, he entered the system. To his dismay, he discovered that the urgent task's details had changed. Geely had successfully been rescued, fulfilling half of his mission, but Zhang Su'er was still awaiting his rescue. Director Zhang had granted her a 7-day reprieve. Thus, the deadline had been altered. Within these 7 days, he must find the spectral blood flower. Otherwise, the mission would utterly fail. 7 days. Meng Nan exhaled in relief. Fortunately, there was still time. He needed to hasten his exit to locate the spectral blood flower. A sense of urgency surged within him. His time was running short. Regaining his focus, he exited the system and began to scrutinize the swirling white mist around him, delving into the study of this great formation. However, after a while, he found himself smiling wryly. He had overestimated his capabilities. The surrounding mist surged as though it were a natural phenomenon, devoid of any discernible pattern. Though he understood that the task formations could not escape the 5 functions of illusion, attack, defense, confinement, and gathering, it was easier said than done to reverse engineer the current formation using only basic principles. It seemed he would need to experiment further. Previously, Meng Nan had remained stationary, hesitant to act for fear of triggering the formation and placing himself in peril. However, he now had no better options. He could only gamble on his luck. Steeling himself, he allowed the righteous energy within him to circulate, preparing for any eventuality. Then he took a step forward. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, causing Meng Nan to start in surprise. Was the formation beginning to shift? The dense fog around him surged wildly, churning silently and appearing exceedingly ominous. A tightening sensation gripped Meng Nan's heart. urging him to remain vigilant. Yet, something unexpected occurred. "Are you human?" A youthful voice rang out beside him. For Meng Nan, whose mind was taut with tension, this sudden voice struck like a clap of thunder. Startled, Meng Nan blurted, "Who are you? Are you human?" The slightly immature voice echoed again, speaking in the language of the human realm, albeit with a hint of awkwardness and a childish lilt. Meng Nan's thoughts raced. This unexpected voice gave him a fresh perspective on the formation. Could there be a living being within this great array? Or was it possible that someone was controlling it? "Are you human?" The youthful voice repeated. Silently, Meng Nan pondered before replying, "Yes, indeed, I am human." His voice resonated with a somber tone. Given the circumstances, overthinking was futile. It was better to take things one step at a time. However, to his astonishment, as soon as he finished speaking, the white mist before him suddenly parted as if an invisible hand had cleaved it in two, revealing a straight path that extended into the distance. On either side, the thick mist remained undisturbed, but within this direct pathway, there was not a trace of fog. Meng Nan paused momentarily, bewildered by the meaning of this development. The youthful voice beckoned again, Come to me." Meng Nan hesitated, contemplating, "I must see who you truly are." After a moment's reflection, he resolutely stepped into the pathway. As he proceeded along the straight path, he soon encountered a sharp turn. Without hesitation, he followed the curve. Suddenly, the space before him opened up dramatically. Yet, the scene that unfolded was entirely unexpected. Before him lay a vast clearing. The first thing to capture Meng Nan's attention was a central formation of 9 colossal stone pillars, each thick enough that several adults could barely encircle them, rising majestically towards the sky. These pillars, adorned with intricate and arcane patterns, towered approximately 10 zhang high. Above these 9 pillars, a swirling, ink-green mist of malevolent energy writhed incessantly. Meng Nan raised his gaze, surrounding the 9 pillars. A thick shroud of ominous clouds enveloped the area for miles around. Could this be the heart of the Great Formation? A flicker of realization crossed his mind. His eyes shifted downward to the ground, and as he comprehended the environment before him, his countenance suddenly lit up with unrestrained joy. There, amidst the clearing, were the spectral blood flowers. Meng Nan gasped, astonished and elated. Before him sprawled a lush expanse of vibrant green blooms, devoid of leaves, with bare stalks rising from the ground, each about a foot tall, crowned with splendid green flowers that exuded an alluring charm. Indeed, it was undoubtedly the spectral blood flower. In this abundant field, even if he were to pluck just one for Zhang Su'er as healing, there would still be plenty left to spare. This place was not merely filled with blood energy, it practically overflowed with it. The blood of the insect demons was ink green, and the dense clouds above must have claimed countless insect demon lives to form. No wonder so many spectral blood flowers could flourish here. Meng Nan was overcome with elation. It felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. Just then, a startling sight caught his attention. Within the flower patch, a green figure rose. Slowly turning to face him, Meng Nan stood frozen. Before him appeared a delicate little girl. She appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, clad in green attire, with her hair styled in playful pigtails. Her large, watery eyes sparkled with curiosity as they studied him. Upon noticing Meng Nan, the little girl stepped forward and, in an instant, appeared right before him. Meng Nan was taken aback. He had estimated the distance between them to be 4 or 5 zhang. Yet she had closed the gap in a heartbeat. Goodness, what speed was this? Was it the fabled art of traversing distances in a single step? "Little sister, who are you, and how did you end up here?" Meng Nan stammered, suppressing his astonishment and forcing a warm smile as he spoke softly. He resembled a dubious uncle attempting to lure a little girl. "Are you really human?" the little girl inquired. Upon speaking, Meng Nan recognized her voice as the same that had echoed in his ear moments earlier. "Yes, I am indeed human, a bona fide human," Meng Nan declared, thumping his chest with bravado. "Wonderful," the little girl exclaimed, leaping joyously into the air, reaching heights of over 2 zhang as she laughed. "Finally, a human has come. Little sister, you've never seen a human before?" The girl floated down gracefully, like a feather, and replied, "No, I've never seen a human." "Well, not quite true. I did see a human, and she's right over there." Tilting her head, she pointed to the left. Meng Nan followed her gaze and was taken aback. Amidst the 9 colossal pillars sat a figure in a meditative pose. Upon closer inspection, Meng Nan realized the figure was clad in simple garments. But it appeared to have been dead for an eternity. All flesh had long since decayed, leaving only a skeletal remains. The skeleton was not large. It seemed to belong to a woman. A tempest of astonishment surged within Meng Nan. "How did you come to be here, little sister?" he inquired further. "I have always been here," the young girl replied, her demeanor seemingly devoid of guile. As Meng Nan gazed upon her, a sudden thought flickered through his mind. Perhaps this little girl is not human. Chapter 54. The array spirit. Meng Nan approached the skeletal figure seated beneath the stone pillar and noticed an ancient ring adorning the fourth finger of its right hand. Could it be the nascent void ring? He pondered. After a moment's contemplation, he bowed solemnly to the skeleton in a martial salute, stating, "Forgive my intrusion, esteemed predecessor." With a slight bend, he retrieved the ring from the skeletal hand, simultaneously extending a wisp of consciousness to envelop the ring. Indeed, it was a nascent void ring, and astonishingly, its internal space was over 10 times larger than the inferior version he possessed, marking it as a superior nascent void ring. However, despite its vastness, the ring contained little of substance. Apart from a collection of women's garments, there were merely a handful of books and various materials related to formations. As Meng Nan rummaged through the sparse contents of the ring, he unexpectedly discovered a letter. With a flicker of thought, the letter appeared in his hand. He focused intently, revealing an elegant script before his eyes. Quickly, he finished reading the letter and let out a long sigh. The letter contained the final words of the skeleton's former self, revealing her origins. This skeleton had once been a martial artist of royal caliber, merely a step away from transcending to a higher realm. Yet she had perished in this very place. Moreover, she was a master of formations. A millennium ago, a faction of humans, filled with intense loathing for the insect demons, united to retaliate against the subterranean realm. This woman was among their ranks. The martial artists who invaded the underworld engaged in rampant slaughter, claiming countless insect demons as victims, which incited the wrath of the subterranean creatures, leading to a relentless pursuit. Faced with seemingly endless hordes of insect demons, none of the martial artists faltered. They fought valiantly while retreating, ultimately luring the encroaching army of 100,000 insect demons to this location. All perished in battle, save for this woman, who had long been lying in ambush, having set up a lethal array. Witnessing her comrades fall, she, filled with grief and indignation, resolutely ignited her own life force. Unleashing the full might of the 9 dragons sealing Heaven Great Formation, an array she could not fully control. The array ensnared the pursuing 100,000 insect demons, annihilating them one by one, but she fell victim to the backlash of her own formation in the process. In her final moments, her intense willpower compelled her to relinquish the hope of reincarnation, directly igniting her spirit, transforming into an indomitable will that melded with the 9 dragons sealing Heaven Formation, continuing to govern its operation. Humans intruding could live. The insect demon race must perish. Kill. Annihilate those loathsome insects. This encapsulated the last vestiges of her consciousness preserved within that indomitable will. At that moment, a little girl clad in green approached Meng Nan with curiosity. Meng Nan glanced at the exquisitely delicate child. If his instincts were correct, this girl was not human. She was likely the array spirit birthed from the last vestige of that woman's will, emerging after nearly a millennium within this unparalleled killing formation. Little sister, are you the array spirit of the 9 dragons sealing Heaven Formation? Meng Nan inquired. The girl nodded innocently, grinning. Yes. Everything here must obey my commands. Meng Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that the woman's lingering will had subconsciously afforded a path of survival for human martial artists. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. A formidable killing array capable of ensnaring 100,000 insect demons was far beyond his capacity to withstand. Meng Nan tucked the letter away and offered a deep bow to the skeletal figure before him, filled with reverence for this unnamed predecessor. He turned to the little girl, contemplating, "Little sister, could you spare me some of those flowers?" Gesturing toward the ground adorned with ghostly blood flowers. Of course, the girl waved her hand nonchalantly, and several dozen flowers uprooted themselves, soaring into the air before Meng Nan. "Is this enough?" she asked generously. "That is plenty. Thank you, little sister." Meng Nan smiled, expressing his gratitude. With this, he could fulfill his final task and soon depart, bringing the ghostly blood flowers back to the academy. "Big brother." The little girl suddenly called out. What is it?" Meng Nan replied. "Can you take me away from here?" Her big, hopeful eyes gazed up at him. "Leave?" Meng Nan was taken aback momentarily. "Do you not like it here?" "I don't," the girl pouted. "There's no one to play with me. Please, big brother, take me away." She looked at him with a pitiful expression. Without a second thought, Meng Nan nodded. The girl's woeful demeanor made it impossible for him to refuse, and besides, the array spirit itself was a rare boon. Among the various spiritual entities, the spirits of artifacts were the most common, alongside various celestial beings that could transform into spirits given the right circumstances. However, array spirits were exceedingly rare. Formations are inherently inanimate, requiring human intervention to establish and control them, and once set, their power is typically fixed. This situation presents the greatest challenge for the emergence of a spirit, as it relies heavily on human effort and lacks room for growth. Yet, the rarer the phenomenon, the more precious it becomes. Once an array spirit emerges, it is no longer bound by the original formation, evolving into a new life form with limitless potential. Given that array spirits possess an innate talent for controlling formations, they can master any array given sufficient time and can establish and manage them perfectly with enough materials. Just imagine, having an array spirit as a companion is akin to having an infinitely potential array master by your side, a future ruler of formations. Such a fortuitous arrangement would be foolish to decline. Very well, I shall take you away from here, Meng Nan said with a smile. Wonderful. The little girl exclaimed with delight, jumping up and dashing to Meng Nan, planting a kiss on his cheek. Big brother, you're such a good person. Haha. Meng Nan laughed, unbothered by the unexpected accolade. If such kindness yielded benefits, he would gladly play the part of a good Samaritan again. Little sister, what is your name? He asked. I don't have a name, the little girl replied, her expression turning glum. No name? Then shall I call you Little Shadow from now on? Little Shadow. Yes, I shall be called Little Shadow. I'm so happy to have a name now. Meng Nan chuckled at the innocent, adorable girl. It's time to depart. Unexpectedly, after being pursued by that wretched demon butterfly for 3 days, he encountered a rare array spirit. They say fortune and misfortune are intertwined, and indeed, there was truth to that. As thoughts of the demon butterfly crossed his mind, he froze momentarily, a sudden image of its murderous intent flashing in his mind, accompanied by the thought, could it still be nearby? He contemplated and asked, Little Shadow, can you see what lies outside the formation? Little Shadow raised her rosy face, responding, I can, but I can't see too far. All right. Could you check for me in the direction I came from? Is there a large butterfly outside? A large butterfly? Little Shadow tilted her head, seemingly pondering the concept, when suddenly she exclaimed, Big brother, there's a bug demon outside. Is that the large butterfly you mentioned? As she waved her hand, the mist obscuring Meng Nan's view dissipated, and as he gazed outward, a chill crept into his heart. Yet, there stood the enchanted butterfly, remarkably perched just beyond the grand formation, approximately 10 meters away. Its enormous wings enveloped its entire form, as if it were undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Chapter 55, A Desperate Gamble. Activating the lottery function, Meng Nan's heart plummeted. This accursed butterfly. Am I to be marooned here for an eternity? Was the slaying of a mere demonic scorpion such a grave offense? Could that scorpion have been her paramour? Meng Nan's imagination conjured a bizarre tableau of a scorpion and a butterfly cohabitating in blissful harmony, causing him to recoil in revulsion. A shiver ran down his spine. This is too incongruous. How could such a thought even cross my mind? Where has my dignity gone? He shook his head, banishing the absurd notions from his mind, and turned to the array spirit, Xiaoying. Xiaoying, is there any other way out of this formation? Xiaoying looked up at Meng Nan, pondered for a moment, and then replied with a crestfallen expression, Alas, no. This 9-dragon sky-ceiling grand array is designed as a one-way passage. The only path of egress is the one the array's creator deliberately left open, the very direction from which you entered, great brother. As she spoke, Xiaoying gestured towards the remains of the nameless powerhouse on the ground. This is a predicament indeed, Meng Nan mused. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Array spirits possess the ability to manipulate formations. Xiaoying was born from this very array. Perhaps she knew of another solution. The more Meng Nan considered it, the more plausible it seemed. He inquired, Xiaoying, is there any way you could forge another exit? Forge another exit? Xiaoying tilted her head and thought, counting on her fingers. Her earnest contemplation was utterly endearing. After a short while, she looked up and declared, It is possible, but I am still young. To create an exit would require at least 5 days. 5 days? That is far too late. Meng Nan's heart sank. Indeed, an array of such formidable power, capable of trapping and annihilating hundreds of thousands of demonic insects, could not possibly be riddled with exits. What to do? If he were to retrace his steps, he would undoubtedly alert the vexatious demonic butterfly. Given her animosity towards him, she might forcibly interrupt her metamorphosis and pursue him relentlessly. Although his strength had improved, he was still no match for the demonic butterfly, who possessed the power of a half-step insect demon monarch. Should I flee from the demonic butterfly once more? Meng Nen pondered, ultimately rejecting the idea. While he possessed a slight advantage in speed, and could likely escape into the spatial rift and return to the surface before the demonic butterfly caught him, the problem remained. What if the demonic butterfly followed him and wreaked havoc on the surface? With her immense power, Star City, the closest settlement to the spatial rift, would undoubtedly be the first to suffer, resulting in widespread devastation and making him a sinner. Or should I simply wait here until the demonic butterfly loses patience, believing me to be dead, and departs? Meng Nan shook his head. There was no telling how long the demonic butterfly would remain vigilant, and his time was running out. After much deliberation, Meng Nan realized that he had exhausted all options. Blast! If only I possessed a divine-level martial art, I would learn it and immediately confront that damned butterfly. A thought flashed through Meng Nan's mind, causing him to freeze in place. As if recalling something, his eyes lit up. That's right. Divine-level martial art. System. I'll take a gamble. There might still be hope. With a thought, he entered the system within the depths of his mind. Meng Nan gazed at the 7 colossal stars arranged in the shape of a dipper on the starry interface. The 4 illuminated stars represented the 4 functions he could currently access: personal information, student roster, system inventory, and task system. The remaining 3 unactivated stars represented the lottery, store, and achievement functions, which were currently unavailable to him. His gaze settled on the gray star representing the lottery function. The enormous character prize emblazoned on the star's surface grew larger in his eyes. After a long period of contemplation, he finally made his decision. I'll take the gamble. If it doesn't work, I'll have no choice but to flee back to the surface with the demonic butterfly in pursuit. He declared silently, activate the lottery function. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Lottery function is not activated. Are you certain you wish to expend 1,000 faith points to activate the lottery function? Yes, activate. Meng Nan replied calmly, though his heart was bleeding. In the past half-year, he had accumulated only 1,800 faith points through the completion of numerous tasks. Activating the lottery system would consume a significant portion of his hard-earned points. Could this be any more extortionate? As the words faded, the gray star representing the lottery function began to emit a faint divine light, growing brighter and brighter under Meng Nan's expectant gaze. After a long while, it finally became fully illuminated. The system's voice resounded in his mind once more. Lottery function activated. Normal lottery draw consumes 100 faith points. Gambling lottery draw allows you to wager freely. The more faith points you invest, the higher the probability of obtaining premium rewards. As this is your first time activating the lottery function, you are entitled to 1 free normal lottery draw. Meng Nan eagerly entered the prize star. The first thing that caught his eye was a massive roulette wheel, similar to the ones found in casinos in his previous life. The wheel was divided into 6 sections: cultivation methods and martial arts, rare treasures, miraculous elixirs, exotic beasts and spiritual weapons, miscellaneous items, 5 blue sections, and a blood red thank you for your participation section. Each section was further divided into 3 smaller compartments. In the center of the roulette wheel was a golden pointer shaped like a longsword. At this moment, the system's voice echoed once more. You have 1 opportunity to experience a free normal lottery draw. Do you wish to proceed immediately? Please make your selection within 10 seconds. Otherwise, it will be considered an automatic forfeiture. 10, 9, 8, 7. Blast. Meng Nan cursed inwardly. Is there even a choice? It's free. I'd be a fool to pass it up. You dare ask me to forfeit the opportunity one earned by spending 1,000 faith points? I'd tear you apart. With the system counting down to 3, Meng Nan hastily exclaimed, use the lottery opportunity. As the words faded, the massive roulette wheel suddenly lit up, and countless images flickered rapidly within the 15 compartments, excluding the red thank you for your participation section. After a moment, the wheel came to a halt. Meng Nan focused his gaze and saw that each blue compartment now contained an exquisite image, accompanied by a brief description. Cultivation methods and martial arts. Heavenly grade cultivation method. Sky-splitting art. Saint grade. Low-rank martial art. Heaven opening sword. Heavenly grade martial art. Dragon capturing crane controlling hand. Rare treasures. Violet soul jade. Myriad year ice iron. 10,000 year profound crystal fruit. Miraculous elixirs. 7 colored flower. 3 violet essence fruits. Bottle of essence nurturing pills. Exotic beasts and spiritual weapons. Earthrending lion. High-grade spiritual weapon, ice profound bow. Middle-grade spiritual weapon, soul-severing blade. Miscellaneous items, ruler. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, advanced spirit gathering array. Meng Nan's eyes swept over the wheel, and the various precious prizes nearly made his mouth water. Suddenly, his gaze froze. Fixating on the cultivation methods and martial arts section, unable to tear himself away. His heart began to pound uncontrollably. Heavens! A Saint-grade martial art. In the great Luo heaven world, cultivation methods and martial arts were classified into 5 grades: divine, saint, heavenly, earthly, and human. Apart from the ethereal divine-grade martial arts, saint-grade martial arts were the most powerful. And now, a saint-grade martial art was appearing right before his very eyes. If such a treasure were to be revealed to the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite countless martial artists to engage in a frenzied scramble, unleashing endless bloodshed. If he could obtain this saint-grade martial art, what would the demonic butterfly amount to? He could obliterate her with a few swift strikes. Meng Nan's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and his breathing became heavy. As for the blood-red, thank you for your participation section, which occupied 3 compartments on the wheel, Meng Nan had automatically ignored it. At this moment, his eyes were solely focused on the radiant saint-grade martial art, heaven-opening sword. He stared intently at the saint-grade martial art, and with a thought, he silently commanded, begin the draw. The roulette will begin to spin rapidly. Meng Nan's heart felt as if it were being pulled taut, beating wildly. At that moment, he resembled a gambler with bloodshot eyes, fists clenched tightly, repeatedly exclaiming, heaven-splitting sword, heaven-splitting sword, heaven-splitting sword, in the depths of his yearning gaze. The rotation of the roulette gradually decelerated. Meng Nan's heart raced with anticipation. The section for ordinary items passed by rulers, elemental stones, advanced gathering arrays. Next came the realm of extraordinary beast artifacts and rare treasures. The wheel's spin had slowed to an almost imperceptible crawl, seemingly on the verge of halting at any moment. Just a bit further, a little more. Meng Nan anxiously urged, wishing he could directly fix the golden pointer on the coveted square for the saint-level martial technique. Heaven-splitting sword. The wheel continued its tortoise-like motion, the pointer now hovering over the area of martial arts techniques he had longed for. Dragon seizing, crane controlling technique, passed. Sky-rending technique, passed. Meng Nan's breath grew increasingly labored. Heaven-splitting sword. Yes. Stop. Please stop. He fervently implored within his mind. Yet fate was unkind. The pointer moved past the heaven-splitting sword. In an instant, Meng Nan felt as though the entire world had crumbled around him. Darkness engulfing him as the pointer landed in the dreaded red zone. Thank you for participating. Damn it. Meng Nan cried out in despair, closing his eyes. Unable to bear the sight. Ding. A clear, crisp system notification resonated in his mind. Immediately, the system's cold voice echoed. Thank you for your participation. Regrettably, you did not win this time. Please keep trying. Damn it. I refuse to believe this. Let us try again. Meng Nan's frustration boiled over. Would you like to consume 100 faith points to exchange for a chance at a normal lottery? Begin. Chapter 56. The decision of the deans unbeknownst to Meng Nan. As he struggled in frustration with the newly activated lottery feature, a tempest brewed across the arid expanse of the Crimson Earth. In the northwestern reaches of this desolate land, an expansive desert lay, at the edge of which a colossal palace rose majestically. The palace, resplendent in crimson, resembled a raging inferno. At this moment, within the grand hall of the palace, the demon spider Daguda lay prostrate, scarcely daring to breathe. Before him stood a young man, appearing to be in his early 20s. With strikingly red lips and pearly white teeth, his beauty almost otherworldly. He donned a flowing red robe, his long, fiery hair cascading down, rendering him a vision of flames from afar. You mentioned that Ghana has achieved a breakthrough? Inquired the fiery figure, his voice melodious and subtly enchanting. Daguda nodded eagerly, responding. Indeed, my lord Demon Duke. This enchanting figure was none other than the formidable Demon Duke of the Crimson Earth, Chi Huang. Excellent, Chi Huang remarked. A glimmer of approval gracing his features. It is as I expected, she has not disappointed me. Upon reaching the Duke level, the insect demon clan experiences a tremendous surge in power and gains the ability to take human form. Ghana is exceptionally gifted. Her breakthrough was merely a matter of time, so I am not surprised by her advancement. And where is Ghana now? Why has she not returned? Chi Huang continued. Daguda replied respectfully. Lady Ghana pursued that human warrior and has yet to return. A human? Chi Huang pondered. What is the strength of this warrior? My lord Demon Duke, Daguda explained. I have clashed with the human warrior and found his strength comparable to mine, perhaps slightly inferior. However, he wields a powerful and peculiar ancient weapon. Presumably a human spiritual artifact. Chi Huang's gaze flickered, and he fell silent. The hall was enveloped in a profound stillness. Daguda dared not breathe, feeling the immense pressure emanating from the mighty demon duke. Daguda. Suddenly, Chi Huang's voice resonated with authority. Convey my orders to all tribes of the Crimson Earth. Assemble the army within 3 days at the vicinity of the wild grassland's heavenly gate. Those who disobey shall face the annihilation of their entire clan. No mercy shall be shown. Gathering near the heavenly gate? Are we preparing to invade the human realm? Dugyut's emerald eyes sparkled with fervor, excitement surging through his grotesque visage. He raised his head, exuberance evident. As you command. Within moments, countless golden-hued magical wasps, each the size of a fist, soared into the sky from the palace, carrying the demon duke's decree, dispersing across the Crimson Earth. Instantly, the entire expanse of the land stirred, as swarms of insect demons mobilized, their faces alight with fervor as they journeyed towards the wild grasslands. Meanwhile, at the Stardust Academy, within the Celestial Hall, Dean Zhang stood gravely beside the long table, addressing his fellow deans. Esteemed colleagues, this is the situation. What shall we do now? Upon hearing his account, the other 5 deans displayed expressions of shock. Another spatial rift has emerged. Could the insect calamity be upon us again? The refined Dean Xiao of the Rune Institute spoke solemnly. We must not spread this information based solely on a student's account, for it remains unverified. We must avoid inciting panic. With his words, the other deans nodded in agreement. Then perhaps we should investigate the matter further before making any decisions? Suggested Dean Ling from the Array Institute. A melodious voice chimed in next. That is sensible. Given the gravity of the situation, we ought to assess it ourselves. This was Dean Lin, the sole female among the 6 deans, responsible for the Arts Institute. Nods of agreement followed as all rose. We must not delay. Let us depart at once. With that, the 6 figures vanished from the Celestial Hall, taking to the skies as 6 streaks of light, racing towards the eastern forest mountains. Flying in the air. This was the hallmark of those who had attained Duke-level prowess. Remarkably, all 6 deans of Stardust Academy were indeed Duke-level warriors. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, they arrived at the entrance of a vast canyon deep within the eastern forest mountains. As they landed, their gazes were drawn to the ominously dark-wind cave within the canyon. Indeed, it is here, Dean Ling remarked, staring into the foreboding depths of the cave. Oh, Ling Yu, you have been here before? Inquired Dean Lin, glancing sideways. Ling nodded, reminiscing in my youth. I accompanied my mentor here, who discovered that this so-called wind cave was, in fact, an unstable spatial rift. Back then, we could not ascertain its destination. Moreover, the cave was fraught with terrifying spatial storms that would obliterate anything that ventured too close. My mentor and I dared only to observe from a distance, never imagining that 20 years later, this rift would stabilize. The others exchanged knowing glances. Let us proceed to investigate, Dean Zhang urged. The 6 deans swiftly entered the canyon, soon standing before the wind cave. Suddenly, a powerful suction force surged towards them, causing their expressions to shift. In an instant, they channeled their energies. A faint aura of varied colors shimmering around them, stabilizing their forms against the pull. The suction came swiftly and disappeared just as quickly, leaving no trace. Dean Zhang, face grave, remarked, such formidable force, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone below the Duke level to withstand this strange pull. He paused and continued, Ling Yu. It is up to you now. Ling Yu nodded, being the only one among them with a modicum of understanding regarding spatial matters. He closed his eyes, extending his consciousness into the depths of the inky wind cave, his expression fluctuating with uncertainty. After a moment, he opened his eyes. What do you see? Dean Jiangjindong urged, his tone anxious. Ling Yu contemplated for a moment before replying, Indeed, it is a stabilized spatial rift, and deep within. An aura of demonic energy pervades. It certainly leads to the underworld. Fortunately, he paused. It appears this rift has yet to be discovered by the subterranean insect demons. That is excellent news, Dean Xiao exclaimed. If we can seal the rift before the insect demons take notice, we may avert the impending calamity. Everyone nodded in agreement. So, Ling Yu, do you possess a way to seal the rift? I can, but it requires preparation time. How long? 3 days. After I gather the necessary materials for the array, we can work together to seal the rift completely. The 6 deans finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just 3 days? We can wait a little longer. Just then, Dean Zhang seemed to recall something and urgently stated, "Esteemed colleagues, we have another teacher searching for the ghost blood flower in the underworld. Can we wait a few more days for his return before sealing the rift? Are you referring to that Meng Nin who led the remedial class? Indeed, that is him. Wait longer? What if the spatial rift is discovered by the insect demons?" Suddenly, Jiang Zhendong's expression darkened. "Zhang Wei, our immediate priority is to seal the rift and prevent the calamity. Shall we risk the lives of countless beings in Starlight City for the sake of one teacher?" But Dean Zhang attempted to interject, only to be cut off by Jiang Zhendong. "Cease your hesitation. In 3 days hence, the materials must be prepared. Irrespective of whether instructor Meng Nin manages to return in time, we must, without delay, seal this spatial fissure." Dean Zhang's countenance shifted subtly, and he opened his mouth, attempting to object, yet words failed him. At this juncture, it is imperative that we do not allow Meng Nan's situation to impede matters of paramount importance. He gazed into the tenebrous depths of the Wind cave and sighed softly. 3 days, you say? Meng Nan, I pray you return in due time. Chapter 57. A desperate gamble. Thank you for your participation. Unfortunately, you did not win this time. Please keep trying. The cold, mechanical voice echoed once more in Meng Nan's mind. How frustrating. Meng Nan sighed deeply. After the first thank you for participating, he had spent 300 faith points on 3 consecutive draws, each resulting in the same disappointing outcome. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Meng Nan exclaimed in frustration. Was he truly that unlucky? He glanced at his remaining 500 faith points, feeling as if all his hard work over the past 6 months had come to naught. Suddenly, a fierce determination crossed his face as he declared, I wish to place a bet for a gamble draw. Please place your wager. The system's voice was as icy as ever. 500 faith points. Meng Nan gritted his teeth, deciding to go all in. Are you certain you wish to wager 500 faith points for a gamble draw? Confirmed. His eyes glowed red, akin to a desperate gambler. The spinning wheel before him lit up, displaying countless flashing patterns, overwhelming Meng Nan's senses. In an instant, the prizes in the 15 blue squares began to flicker rapidly before finally coming to a halt. Meng Nan carefully examined each one. His heart raced as he first spotted the martial arts section, realizing the odds of obtaining exceptional techniques were indeed higher in this gambling draw. Yet, within the 3 blue squares lay 3 books, and upon reading the accompanying descriptions, Meng Nan's breath caught in his throat. Intermediate Holy Level Technique. 4-phase, True Solution. Lower Holy Level Martial Art. Mysterious Dragon Sky Slash. Intermediate Heavenly Level Martial Art. Fiery Mountain Measuring Stick. There were even 2 Holy Level techniques. Meng Nan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He had hoped to obtain just one. He shifted his gaze to the other prizes, feeling their allure diminish significantly. Suddenly, he noticed a change in the red square that previously displayed "Thank you for participating." One of the squares now featured a golden emblem. What is this? A spark of curiosity ignited within Meng Nan as he focused intently. Amidst the bloody "Thank you for participating," a golden pouch shimmered in the far corner. A lucky gift bag, prize, unknown. Damn it. Meng Nan cursed inwardly, annoyed at the tantalizing display. Yet, he couldn't help but feel intrigued by the golden pouch's promising appearance. Nevertheless, his heart still yearned for the holy level techniques or martial arts. Just one of those would suffice. He fixated on the martial arts section, silently urging, begin the draw. The massive wheel spun into motion, its speed so rapid that the prizes were merely blurs. As Meng Nan's anticipation grew, the wheel gradually decelerated. The golden pointer, resembling a sharp blade, slowly moved toward the dreaded red zone. No, Meng Nan wailed in despair. This was his last chance. If he failed to win something now, all 1,800 accumulated faith points would vanish into thin air. The wheel slowed further, making it seem increasingly likely that it would land on that dreadful red zone. In desperation, Meng Nan shut his eyes. Indeed, one should never trust in lotteries. Hadn't the lessons of his past life been sufficient? Throughout his life, he had purchased countless lottery tickets, yet never once had he won even the smallest consolation prize. His luck was indeed abysmal. Meng Nan's emotions swirled as he awaited the system's verdict. Ding! A crisp system notification jolted him. His heart raced. The draw is complete. Congratulations. You have won a prize. Your luck is simply extraordinary. The prize has been distributed. Please check. What? Had he actually won? Meng Nan's heart skipped a beat as he opened his eyes. His gaze filled with excitement. He looked at the spinning wheel and saw the golden pointer narrowly bypass the bloody "Thank you for participating," finally resting on the radiant lucky gift bag. Haha. Meng Nan laughed heartily, eagerly exiting the draw interface to enter his inventory. There, he spotted a gleaming golden pouch lying peacefully on the ground, emanating an alluring golden light. What could it be? Meng reached out, and the pouch flew into his hand. Containing his excitement, he slowly opened it. Suddenly, radiant golden light burst forth, and the system's voice resounded, "Congratulations! You have opened the lucky gift bag and received a thunder pearl, a divine beast cub of the white tiger, and an earth-level martial art, Buddha's wrath fire lotus." The golden light flickered and vanished, the pouch transforming into a flash of light, revealing a book, an adorable cub resembling a cat with its eyes still closed, and 3 glossy black pearls. What? Did I hear correctly? A divine beast? A look of astonishment crossed Meng face, quickly followed by overwhelming joy. This time, he had struck gold. He gazed at the cub, its snow-white fur curling into a fluffy ball. Was this truly a divine beast? Meng felt a twinge of doubt. It seemed too cute to be anything formidable. At that moment, the tiny creature slowly opened its eyes, revealing round, sparkling orbs filled with intelligence. A white tiger? It resembled a cat. Meng silently assessed the situation. The little beast glanced around in confusion, and upon spotting Meng, its eyes lit up with excitement. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped the space. Before Meng could react, the tiny creature had leaped onto him, clinging to his chest. He was taken aback. The speed was astonishing. Suddenly, he felt an unusual sensation on his body. Looking down, he was met with a comical sight. The little cub had latched onto his chest, pouting and suckling at the protruding area. Meng was momentarily flustered. Was this considered inappropriate? Without hesitation, he reached out to detach the little beast, catching it off guard. The tiny creature was suddenly held securely in his grasp. "You mischievous little cat, there's no milk here," he exclaimed, tossing the cub away with a swift motion. The white tiger cub tumbled through the air and landed gracefully, letting out a soft whimper. Its expressive eyes filled with confusion, seemingly unaware of why it had been rejected. Meng observed the little creature and noticed that after that brief bite, a faint connection seemed to form between them. He beckoned to the cub, "Come here." Upon hearing Meng call, the cub's eyes sparkled with a hint of human-like joy. In a flash of white light, it appeared before him, though this time it did not leap onto him. "Sit," Meng commanded, and the cub obediently settled on the ground. So obedient? A sudden realization struck Meng. Could that bite have been the legendary bonding ritual? How brazen! He shook his head in disbelief and turned his attention to the other 2 items. With a wave of his hand, the 3 glossy black pearls and the martial arts book found their way into his possession, and the information about each item flooded his mind. Thunder Pearl condenses the power of thunder, can be detonated with elemental force, rendering it indestructible. Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, an earth-level upper-grade martial art, utilizing fire element energy to transform into a fire lotus for attacks. The simple descriptions made Meng eyes gleam with excitement. Chapter 58. The counterattack begins. Meng exited the system and suddenly opened his eyes. With a thought, 3 thunder pearls and the secret manual of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus appeared in his hands. He stored the thunder pearls in the void ring and then opened the manual of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. A beam of white light emanated from the pages, illuminating his brow. Meng felt an overwhelming surge of information flooding into his mind, the intricacies of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus continuously manifesting within him. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the once pristine book had become tattered. Meng stored away the Buddha's Wrath Lotus that he had mastered and stood up. His skills list now boasted a martial technique of exquisite mastery. A wave of fervent battle spirit surged from within, as Meng eagerly longed to test the power of this superior-grade, earth-level martial art. Looking up, he noticed the spirit formation, Xiaoying, playing alone nearby, and he suddenly felt a dilemma. How would he take this formation spirit with him? He was about to face a battle, and having Xiaoying by his side could potentially put her in harm's way. "Xiaoying, come here," Meng called out. The petite girl, sculpted like jade, hurried over. "Big brother, what is it? I am about to leave. Are you sure you want to come with me?" Xiaoying blinked her large eyes, nodding resolutely. Meng continued, "You must think carefully. Being with me outside may expose you to many dangers. Are you afraid?" "I'm not afraid," the little girl declared, thumping her chest. "Xiaoying is very powerful." Her adorable demeanor elicited a knowing smile from Meng. "Is there a way for Xiaoying to hide on Big Brother?" Xiaoying scrutinized Meng thoughtfully, tilting her small head. Suddenly, she transformed into a green light and darted into the void ring on his finger. Meng Nan realized that although Xiaoling appeared as a little girl, she had not truly solidified into a corporeal form, allowing her to shift between reality and illusion. With this, his last shred of concern dissipated, turning to the magic butterfly still undergoing transformation outside the formation. A spark of intense battle spirit flickered in Meng Nan's clear eyes. It was time for the counterattack. The blood sun hung high, casting its crimson rays over the vast expanse of the plains, where dense malevolent energy surged skyward, forming dark green clouds that roiled ominously under the red light, morphing into various monstrous shapes that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. Nearby, a vividly colored magic butterfly spread its wings, enveloping its form as its aura surged. Undergoing the most critical metamorphosis of the insect demon clan, Gana's mind was flooded with memories of Faline, the reticent little scorpion who had now departed from her life forever. Her heart felt as though it were being gnawed by 1,000 ants. The more she recalled, the deeper her anguish grew, and her hatred intensified. She loathed the human who had slain Faline, wishing nothing more than to grind him to dust. Humans deserved to die. Gana's heart roared with unbridled fury. This boundless hatred and murderous intent served as her catalyst for ascension. The transformation had reached its pivotal moment, just a step away. She could break free from her shackles and ascend to a new realm. In the infinite insect demon realm, the title of Insect Demon Marquis was merely the beginning of high-level insect demons. Suddenly, during her transformation, Gana sensed a fierce battle intent sweeping toward her. Akin to an erupting volcano, locking her in place and conjuring an immediate sense of danger. That familiar aura. It was that detestable human. Gana's eyes snapped open, her blood-red irises radiating boundless malice. A razor-sharp sword light shot forth from the formation shrouded in malevolent energy, aiming directly at her transforming figure, expanding her wings. She soared into the air without hesitation, narrowly evading the impending sword energy. A green figure flashed, landing before her. It was Meng Nan. Emerging from the 9-dragon ceiling heaven formation, Meng Nan's strike missed, and he inwardly lamented the lost opportunity. He had intended to take advantage of the magic butterfly's transformation to deal a decisive blow, but her vigilance had thwarted him, even during her breakthrough. She remained acutely aware of her surroundings. As he observed Gana, who now hovered mid-air, his gaze sharpened. The magic butterfly had undergone a dramatic transformation. She was no longer merely a butterfly, but had transformed into an exquisite beauty. Her form and head had taken on human shape, her cold, indigo hair cascading down to her waist, her skin as white as snow, delicate and smooth like jade. Her stunning visage, with eyes filled with malevolence, fixated on Meng Nan below, radiating boundless killing intent. The transformed magic butterfly possessed an alluring physique, perfectly proportioned, ample where it needed to be, slender where appropriate. What struck Meng Nan most was that she was utterly unclothed. Heavens, that breathtakingly beautiful form lay bare before him, even with Meng Nan's extensive experience. He felt a rush of blood, heat rising from his core, momentarily clouding his thoughts. In midair, Gana noticed Meng Nan's gaze, ablaze with desire, and a cold smile crept upon her lips. "Die," she uttered, her cherry lips parting as she flapped her wings rapidly. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted, the air crackling with chaotic energy, forming a vibrant energy storm that surged toward Meng Nan. Startled, Meng Nan reacted swiftly, channeling his righteous energy, his mind clearing instantly. As the colorful energy storm approached, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. He could not afford to hesitate. With a swift motion, he propelled himself like a gust of wind, evading the storm's grasp. Boom! The vibrant power of the insect demon struck the ground, creating a deep crater over a meter high, causing Meng Nan to break into a cold sweat. What a formidable illusion technique! He nearly fell for it. Now, with the righteous energy coursing energetically within him, he focused once more on the magic butterfly, who had somehow donned a shimmering veil of energy woven from insect demon power. Her exquisite form now tantalizingly obscured, adding to her allure. Meng Nan felt a chill run through him. It was evident that the magic butterfly's strength had significantly increased, nearing the marquee level. Once her colorful wings transformed into arms, she would truly become an insect demon marquee, at which point her power would experience a qualitative leap. Nevertheless, she had already surpassed the realm of beauty and was on the cusp of becoming a half-step insect demon marquee. With passionate blood surging within him, Meng Nan's battle spirit ignited. As long as she had not truly ascended to the level of insect demon marquee, he dared to remain and engage in battle. Chapter 59. Fierce Battle. The wrathful lotus of Buddha. Meng Nan raised his gaze to the enchanting maiden formed from the magical butterfly hovering in midair, his expression gradually turning icy. The righteous energy within him surged relentlessly, for he understood that with his cultivation at the third level of the divine soul realm, this magical butterfly, at the threshold of the bug demon lord level, was the most formidable adversary he had encountered since his arrival. This battle would undoubtedly be exceedingly arduous. However, Meng felt no trace of fear within him. Rather, a flicker of excitement began to awaken. Fight. What is there to fear? His bright eyes shimmered with fervent combat spirit. The soaring Ghana could no longer contain herself. Her hatred for this human was profound. A deluge that could not be washed away. No one knew the feelings she harbored deep within for Faline, the only sacred sanctuary in her heart. Now desecrated by this human. You dare not flee? Very well. Your life shall be a tribute to Faline's spirit above. From her lofty vantage, Ghana regarded Meng as though he were already dead. She delicately fluttered her vividly colored wings, emanating a terrifying power of the bug demon, subtly infused with an aura of malevolence. As Meng looked up, his countenance grew grave. Only upon reaching the earthly fiend realm could human warriors attain the ability to fly. Thus, he stood as a living target below, yet he resolved not to remain passive. Observing Ghana seemingly preparing a formidable attack, he made the decision to strike first and seize the initiative. With a powerful push from his feet, he soared upward, lunging toward the magical butterfly, which hovered about half a zhang above the ground. That brief distance was quickly closed, transforming shadows. Meng Nan's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was before the magical butterfly, boldly unleashing the spirit technique of the dragon spring sword. Ice binding. A chilling mist erupted from the frosty blade, sweeping toward Ghana. Her gaze sharpened, sensing the air around her grow frigid in an instant. Yet, this very move ignited the flames of wrath within her heart. Faline had perished due to this human's sudden ambush. You dare employ this technique against me? And to challenge me in the air without the ability to fly? This is nothing short of seeking death. Ghana erupted in fury, her colorful wings flapping as she effortlessly evaded the mist that filled the air. In the next moment, she had already darted behind Meng Nan. Die! A brilliant ray of color materialized, transforming into a lethal arrow that shot toward Meng Nan's back. His face hardened. Once combat commenced, he became exceptionally focused and composed. The arrow tore through the air, accompanied by a chilling sound that struck terror into the heart. In midair, Meng Nan twisted his body, managing to shift just an inch. As if time itself had paused, the fearsome arrow grazed his side, sending a burning sensation across his sensitive skin. In the next moment, having expended his momentum, he fell from the air, executing a swift maneuver to land firmly on the ground. No, I cannot engage in aerial combat. It is far too disadvantageous. As thoughts raced through his mind, he panted slightly. Meanwhile, Ghana in the air had completed her charge, her charming visage now suffused with lethal intent. Her wings suddenly beat with fervor, causing the surrounding energy to grow tumultuous. In Meng Nan's astonished gaze, dozens of light arrows formed instantaneously. With a malevolent glint in her eyes, Ghana unleashed a torrent of arrows, raining down upon Meng Nan like a hailstorm. 10,000 arrows pierced the heart. After enhancing her cultivation, besides the mental attacks characteristic of the magical butterfly clan, Ghana had also mastered this technique utilizing bug demon power. Although her current cultivation limited her to firing only dozens of arrows, it sufficed to overwhelm this human before her. Moreover, as Ghana's strength continued to grow, there would come a day when she could command myriad arrows. That would be the true embodiment of 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. Die! Ghana roared. The arrows shot forth from all directions, sealing off every avenue of retreat for Meng Nan. A cruel smile danced upon her lips as she envisioned the human before her being pierced by the deluge of arrows. Dozens of arrows whistled toward him, their overwhelming force sending shivers down Meng Nan's spine. At this juncture, he could no longer conceal himself. With a thought, the dragon's spring sword vanished from his grasp, absorbed into the void ring. Meng Nan's expression remained stern, a surge of righteous energy swelling within him. As he concentrated, his long fingers moved with the grace of a butterfly, swiftly forming seals before him, drawing forth the rampant energy surrounding his body. A powerful aura ascended from Meng Nan, manifesting as a scorching wave that radiated outward. His fingers moved with increasing urgency, while the arrows hurtled ever closer, poised to turn him into a sieve. Suddenly, a fiery crimson light erupted from Meng Nan. Lotus of Wrath. He opened his palm, and a brilliant red light blossomed into a palm-sized crimson lotus, taking shape in an instant. With a swift motion, Meng Nan raised his right hand, the red lotus unfurling and gracefully ascending into the air. Go! As the lotus floated aloft, it exploded outward, magnifying countless times, enveloping Meng Nan beneath it, just as the deadly arrows converged upon him, crashing together with a thunderous roar. Boom! The violent energies clashed, sending a shockwave that tousled Meng Nan's hair. Standing at the heart of the blossoming red lotus, he endured the fierce collision of arrows and lotus, the residual force battering against him, causing his blood to surge uncontrollably. He let out a muffled groan, a trickle of bright red blood escaping his lips. Boom, boom, boom. The crimson lotus in the air waned under the relentless barrage of arrows, on the verge of disintegration. Yet, Gana's volley had dwindled to just a few arrows, their prior ferocity now diminished, posing no threat to Meng Nan's life. How is this possible? In midair, Gana's alluring face betrayed a flicker of disbelief. She struggled to comprehend how this accursed human, possessing only a base-level cultivation, could possibly withstand her assault. Huh? Meng Nan flashed a grin, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Though he had sustained some internal injuries, he was acutely aware of the newfound power of the Lotus of Wrath. No wonder warriors fervently seek to master advanced techniques. The potency of the Lotus of Wrath was evident. The capabilities of a superior-grade earth technique did not disappoint. With the Lotus of Wrath, Meng Nan's combat prowess would multiply, bridging the gap between himself and the half-step bug demon lord Butterfly, though he still found himself at a clear disadvantage. He was resolute in his belief that victory would ultimately be his. Meng Nan lifted his gaze, meeting the incredulous expression of the magical butterfly above, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Very well, you have reveled in your arrogance long enough. Now, prepare to experience the counterattack of Teacher Meng. Chapter 60. Thunder Pearl, turning the tide. This tiresome game must come to an end, Meng Nan murmured to himself. The majestic righteousness within him surged uncontrollably, causing his pale blue garments to billow without wind, subtly inflating as an intense aura emanated from him, locking onto the demonic butterfly hovering in the air. In the next instant, he vanished from his position like a wraith. With the technique of 8 steps to catch the cicada, his form flickered, and he reappeared beneath Jinnah. His long fingers began to form seals with remarkable speed, conjuring a flurry of illusions. As he performed these movements, the previously attribute-less righteousness within him transformed into pure fire elemental power, making the air around him grow increasingly sweltering. Fire Lotus, burn the heaven, Meng Nan roared, abruptly halting his hands to form a solemn lotus seal. A scorching red light surged before him, swiftly ascending into the sky. 3 crimson lotus flowers materialized out of thin air, initially no larger than a fist, yet the righteousness within him erupted as if it were inexhaustible. In an instant, those crimson buds blossomed in midair, transforming into 3 resplendent red lotuses, exquisite yet laced with a hint of lethal intent. Though this may seem a lengthy account, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Go! Meng Nan's expression remained calm as he waved his hand, sending the 3 fire elemental lotuses hurtling towards the demonic butterfly in a formation resembling the character. From the moment Meng Nan began to form his seals, Jiannah's expression shifted to one of gravity. The 3 vibrant red lotuses below instinctively pressed upon her, eliciting an absurd sensation within her. How could she, having one foot in the realm of a marquee-level powerhouse, feel pressure from a mere low-tier human? As the lotuses soared toward her, a fierce expression flitted across Jinnah's face. Desperate resistance, she thought. If you remain oblivious to the chasm between the commander and marquee levels, I shall enlighten you. Damn human. I will ensure you perish in boundless despair. Having endured relentless pursuit with no success, Jiannah's fury reached a boiling point. She gazed at the human before her, wishing to dispatch him swiftly to appease failing spirit. As the 3 enchanting red lotuses approached, she made no move to evade. Her wings closed, and a dazzling spectrum of light erupted from her colorful wings, confronting the 3 red lotuses. Observing her reaction, Meng Nan's lips curled into a cold smile as he uttered a single word: explode. The 3 red lotuses, entirely composed of fire elemental power and roughly the size of wash basins, immediately detonated, transforming into a conflagration that engulfed the demonic butterfly's form. Fire Lotus, burn the heaven. The flames raged, fueled by Meng Nan's wrath, intent on incinerating all in their path. The air shimmered with the heat of the fire, and Meng Nan watched with pleasure as the flames consumed the butterfly. However, in the next moment, his gaze froze in disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, a 7-colored transparent barrier had appeared mid-air, its radiant colors swirling to deflect the flames, allowing Jiannah to stand calmly within the barrier, entirely unharmed. A wave of astonishment surged through Meng Nan. Was this the true disparity between a 3rd-tier spirit and a half-step insect demon marquis? Jiannah's stunning visage twisted with cold, murderous intent. her eyes glimmering as a beam of colorful light pierced through the flames, sweeping toward Meng Nan below. Alarmed, Meng Nan instinctively sensed danger, activating his 7 stars footwork to evade. Yet, he was taken aback as the beam of light veered, homing in on him with relentless precision. In an instant, the mesmerizing light closed in on Meng Nan, striking him directly. To his astonishment, the beam seemed devoid of power, passing through him like a wisp and vanishing without a trace. A chill crept over him, and as he looked up, he realized the demonic butterfly had inexplicably disappeared from the sky. What is happening? Meng Nan's wariness heightened. Meng teacher, why are you still here? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Following the sound, he was taken aback to see a familiar figure. Jili? Meng Nan was astonished. The youth standing before him was none other than Jili, whom he had sent away 3 days prior. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you still here? Meng teacher, Suo is in dire straits. Have you found the blood ghost flower? Jili did not respond to Meng Nan's inquiry, his tone laced with urgency. The blood ghost flower? Yes, I found it, and I will bring it back right away. As Meng Nan spoke, he prepared to retrieve the flower from his ring. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him. A dangerous feeling surged from his core, a warning from the majestic righteousness. Oh no, it's the demonic butterfly's illusion. His eyes narrowed, yet he refrained from acting immediately, opting to feign ignorance. He discreetly conjured a pitch-black orb in his hand. If this was an illusion, then he had to ascertain the location of the butterfly's true form. He maintained an unassuming demeanor, glancing around his surroundings. At that moment, Jili's face broke into a joyous smile. Wonderful! Suo is saved, he exclaimed, approaching Meng Nan. Meng teacher, then, go die. Jili's previously handsome visage twisted into a ghastly snarl, as he produced 2 glimmering blades in a flash, lunging towards Meng Nan with the speed of a striking serpent. Feigning shock, Meng Nan executed a rapid footwork maneuver, narrowly avoiding the assault. However, just as he prepared to counterattack, Jili transformed into a mere afterimage, vanishing without a trace. Little Meng teacher, Zhang Suo is on the brink. Shouldn't you hurry back? Another figure suddenly appeared, and Meng Nan's gaze sharpened. It was Dean Zhang, only to vanish just as quickly. Meng teacher, please return. Suo is waiting for your rescue. This time, it was Iron Pillar. Before Meng Nan, phantoms of various figures flickered, each one imploring him to hasten back to save Zhang Suo, despite his inner monologue insisting it was merely an illusion. The familiar voices echoing in his ears gradually dulled his senses, leaving him in a daze. Jinnah, hovering above with her colorful wings, observed Meng Nan standing motionless amidst the vibrant light, his eyes tightly shut and his expression shifting erratically, gradually succumbing to a stupor. A frigid, murderous intent flitting through her gaze. This was her mental assault. Enemies lacking sufficient spirit strength were utterly incapable of resisting her formidable psychic invasion. While she could have created a more convincing illusion, she could not afford to wait. Her desire to rend this human into shreds consumed her. With a flap of her wings, Jinnah dove down from the sky, hurtling toward Meng Nan. Her speed was blinding, and in an instant, she stood before him. Her dazzling wings, empowered by the might of the insect demon, shimmered like 2 gleaming blades, poised to strike. At that moment, Meng Nan smirked, revealing a hint of derision, and abruptly opened his eyes. With a flick of his fingers, a jet-black orb shot towards the oncoming Jinnah with remarkable velocity. Upon seeing the smile on Meng Nan's face, Jinnah's expression shifted dramatically as she realized she had been deceived. At that moment, a jet-black orb had already soared before her, an intense sense of peril surging within her heart. Acting swiftly, she unfurled her wings and abruptly halted her ascent. However, it was too late. Meng Nan's gaze turned icy as he swiftly retreated, uttering a single word. Explode. Boom. A tremendous roar erupted, akin to thunder cracking upon the earth, resonating in Meng Nan's ears with a deafening buzz. His expression shifted. He had underestimated the might of the thunder pearl. Before him, the obsidian orb detonated with a resounding blast. Silver serpents danced wildly. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning surged forth, sweeping in all directions, engulfing Gana's delicate figure. She let out a piercing scream as she was hurled backward by the overwhelming lightning, spewing a torrent of dark green blood, crashing heavily to the ground, her fate uncertain. Meng Nan, too, was not spared. He had misjudged the Thunder Pearl's power. The explosion's radius exceeded 10 feet, and caught off guard. He was lifted from the ground by the shockwave, coughing up blood as he was thrown backward. The thunderous eruption continued, the sky filled with rampant lightnings, resembling a cataclysm of terrifying proportions. After a considerable time, as the lightning dissipated, The ground lay marred with numerous deep craters of varying sizes, sending chills down Meng Nan's spine. Ghana struggled to rise, blood continuously spilling from her mouth, an unending dread surging within her. It was horrifying. Such a small orb had inflicted grievous wounds upon her, a being on the verge of becoming a bug demon lord. What could it possibly be? As she gazed at the pockmarked ground, a flicker of fear crossed her eyes. Meanwhile, Meng Nan was taken aback to see Ghana still alive. Without a moment's hesitation, he flipped his hand, and the remaining 2 thunder pearls materialized instantly. What? There are more? Ghana's countenance changed drastically upon spotting the inky black orbs in Meng Nan's grasp. Battling through her injuries, she flapped her wings and took to the air, hastily fleeing into the distance. It was terrifying. The memory of the recent explosion and the overwhelming terror of the unleashed thunder loomed in her mind. Should it occur again, her demise would be inevitable. Cursed human. Wait for me. I shall not let you go. Ghana screeched in despair, hastening away into the distance. Finally, victory. Meng Nan truly exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 61. Traces of the insect demon on Teacher Meng 2.5 days later. Meng Nan appeared at the edge of the wild grassland, his countenance a mask of frigid indifference. An aura of extreme savagery emanated from him, and a dense miasma of sanguinary energy swirled around his form, a stark contrast to his usual sunny disposition and refined demeanor. Judging solely by his aura, one would undoubtedly mistake him for an insect demon marquis in human guise. This was all the handiwork of Xiaoying. Although he knew that array spirits were exceedingly rare and possessed boundless potential, Xiaoying's performance still managed to astound Meng Nan. After departing from the 9 Dragons heaven-sealing array, he had unceremoniously seized the superior-grade void-containing ring obtained from the nameless female predecessor and brazenly combined the contents of both void-containing rings. Consequently, within the ring's space lay the array mastery inheritance of that nameless king-level powerhouse. Xiaoying, while idly perusing the array inheritance within the ring, had astonishingly mastered nearly 80% of it in a mere 2 days, leaving Meng Nan utterly dumbfounded and prompting him to exclaim that he had stumbled upon a treasure. In truth, the reason Xiaoying assimilated the predecessor's inheritance so swiftly was largely due to the fact that Xiaoying was a wisp of the predecessor's undying will that had undergone transformation. In a sense, Xiaoying could be considered an avatar of that nameless powerhouse. Meanwhile, Meng Nan was frantically traversing the Great Plains. Without the terrifying aura of the insect demon marquis, Ghana, clearing the path as before, Meng Nan encountered difficulties from the outset. Countless insect demons, as if sensing blood in the water like sharks, swarmed toward him. Although he swiftly dispatched them all, it severely hindered his progress. Meng Nan, growing weary of the incessant attacks, casually remarked that it would be ideal if he could alter his aura. To his surprise, Xiaoying genuinely possessed a solution. She located numerous materials within Meng Nan's void-containing ring and crafted a palm-sized array disc. When Meng Nan carried it, it instantly concealed the vibrant life force emanating from the earth, replacing it with an aura of pure insect demon essence. With the aid of this array disc, Meng Nan's travel speed increased dramatically. Furthermore, now that his cultivation base had ascended to a higher level, his velocity surpassed even that of his desperate escape during his initial journey, allowing him to reach the wild grassland in just 2.5 days. A mere few dozen miles remained before he would arrive at the small valley containing the spatial rift. Meng Nan's longing to return home surged forth. He had been in this perpetually dark subterranean world for nearly 6 days. 6 days away from home, he wondered if Jiao was worried. A sense of urgency washed over Meng Nan's face, and he yearned to return to Di Nan and to his home immediately. Suddenly, Meng Nan halted in his tracks, his gaze fixed upon the area ahead. In the wild grassland before him, an aura of malevolent savagery soared skyward. Insect demons. Why were so many insect demons congregating here? The indifferent facade that Meng Nan had been maintaining instantly turned somber. Damn it, this is practically an insect demon army. He observed that across the vast expanse of the wild grassland, countless insect demon legions were gathered in clusters, creating a scene of oppressive darkness that stretched as far as the eye could see. What chilled Meng Nan to the bone was that these assembled insect demon soldiers possessed ironclad discipline. Despite the immense number of insect demons gathered together, not a single discordant sound could be heard. Each insect demon's eyes were filled with fanatical fervor, as they all yearned for the legendary paradise. The entire wild grassland was stifling, almost suffocating. This is terrifying. A shiver of dread coursed through Meng Nan's heart. His appearance had also attracted the attention of a segment of the insect demon army in the wild grassland. A squad of emerald green Mantis demon soldiers hastily approached from the front, led by a gigantic Mantis demon general whose physique was noticeably larger than that of ordinary Mantis demons. Emerald green, triangular eyes gleamed with an eerie luminescence as it scrutinized Meng Nan from afar. Meng Nan's heart tightened slightly, unsure whether his aura would be convincing enough to deceive them. However, the squad of Mantis demon soldiers arrived before Meng Nan, and the leading gigantic Mantis demon suddenly seemed to realize something. A hint of obsequiousness flickered in its verdant eyes, and with a swift motion, the entire squad of Mantis demon soldiers knelt in unison. "Greetings, Lord Marquis," it uttered in the authentic insect demon tongue, which sounded like a series of grating shrieks to Meng Nan's ears. Meng Nan was well versed in handling such situations. He remained silent, calmly walking past the kneeling Mantis demon soldiers without so much as a glance. The aura of savage energy that enveloped him only intensified the Mantis demon soldiers' sense of caution, and a trace of reverence flitted across their emerald green, triangular eyes. This is what it means to be a Marquis-level lord, truly awe-inspiring. Little did they know that Meng Nan, standing before the countless insect demon legions, was already drenched in cold sweat. This is too stimulating. If he were to be discovered, he would face the wrath of tens of thousands of insect demons in this wild grassland, to say nothing of anything else. A single charge would be enough to crush him into dust. Meng Nan was no fool. Upon witnessing the gathering of countless insect demon legions in this location, he realized that the spatial rift had likely been discovered. It was obvious that the path ahead would be swarming with insect demons. However, this was his only route back to the surface. If he were to force his way through, these few dozen miles would undoubtedly become his burial ground. Teacher Meng was not so arrogant as to believe that he could single-handedly annihilate a million-strong army. Reaching this point, he had no choice but to gamble. Meng Nan could only hope that the array disc crafted by Xiaoying would prove reliable enough to allow him to approach the small valley containing the spatial rift without alerting the insect demon legions. Meng Nan advanced slowly, and the aura of savagery emanating from him suddenly surged skyward. Numerous insect demons in front of him sensed this aura and were immediately filled with dread. "Which Lord Marquis has arrived?" Upon turning their heads and seeing Meng Nan approaching slowly, they involuntarily began to move aside. In an instant, a straight path opened up before Meng Nan. "This is exactly the effect I was aiming for." Meng Nan inwardly rejoiced, but the expression on his face grew even more frigid. With a light step, he transformed into a gust of wind, rushing toward the front. So fast. How can this lord possess such incredible speed? I wonder what his true form might be. Countless insect demons along the way were startled by Meng Nan's extreme velocity, and their glowing eyes flickered with a genuine admiration for the strong. The journey was surprisingly smooth. Although it caused a commotion among the countless insect demon legions, no one among the insect demon forces along the way dared to approach and question him, thanks to the convincingly deceptive aura emanating from Meng Nan. Soon, the small valley was faintly visible in the distance. A hint of joy flickered in Meng Nan's heart, but he did not relax in the slightest. Within the valley ahead, he could already sense several formidable auras, one of which was particularly potent, causing him to experience a visceral sense of dread. He knew that the true test lay within that small valley. Meng Nan instinctively clenched his right hand, his fingers gripping a thunderclap pearl. He raised his head, a trace of determination flashing across his face. He had no other choice. To return home, he would brave even the most perilous of dangers. Chapter 62. Exposure. In a desolate valley devoid of any substance, a 10-foot-long rift in space quietly hovered in the air, emanating an eerie aura. Within the valley stood 6 towering figures. The exquisitely handsome, yet almost otherworldly figure of the red robe, Qi Huang Ho, gazed upwards at the spatial rift, a flicker of fervor passing through his cold eyes. This was the heavenly gate. The fabled realm of mankind lay beyond. Through this portal, the legendary celestial world was poised to unveil its mysterious veil to him. The Qi Huang Ho's excitement grew as he beheld the inky blackness of the rift, yearning to plunge into it at once. To explore the world that countless predecessors of the insect demons had dreamed of conquering, a world abundant and beautiful beyond measure. However, he did not succumb to folly. The failures of his forebears made him acutely aware that the human realm was not so easily subdued. Human warriors would likely prove formidable foes. Without thorough preparation, any rash attempt to venture forth would lead only to death. He turned to face the 5 capable generals standing beside him. Apart from the deceased Feilin and the yet-to-return Gianna, the 5 remaining insect demon leaders had gathered. To his left stood the pitch-black, venomous human-faced demon spider, Daguda, followed by a colossal golden demon bee, and lastly, 3 enormous demon pythons, each cloaked in scales of fiery red, their blood-red tongues hissing and flickering, fierce gazes glinting in their lantern-sized eyes. Daguda, how is the assembly of our forces progressing? The Chi Huang Ho inquired solemnly. Daguda raised his 8 legs and stepped forward, replying, "My lord, the insect demon armies from all tribes within your territory have gathered and are awaiting your command outside." Excellent. The Chi Huang Ho expressed satisfaction before asking, "Is there any news from the king?" The king's messenger has reported that the rumors regarding the heavenly gate are indeed true. The king has personally set out and commanded the demon lords from various regions to converge here. Upon hearing this, the Chi Huang Ho smiled, a hint of pride flashing across his enchanting visage. This time, I have seized the initiative and should leave a favorable impression on the king. Congratulations, my lord. Daguda chuckled. Indeed, the Chi Huang Ho continued, issue orders for the army to rest in place. When the king arrives, it will be our moment to breach the heavenly gate. Understood. Daguda turned to depart. Suddenly, at the entrance of the small valley, a figure exuding a violent aura materialized. Daguda was momentarily taken aback. Which demon lord has arrived? Upon recognizing the figure, his expression drastically changed, and he let out a piercing shriek. Block him. On the ground. At the entrance of the East Forest Mountain Gorge, the 6 vice presidents of the Stardust Academy gathered ominously before the Wind Cave. Lin, the head of the formation, stepped forth and waved his hand, causing numerous formation plates crafted from rare materials over the past 3 days to transform into streaks of light, shooting towards the periphery of the Wind Cave. Lin's face was grave as he chanted incantations, continuously calculating positions. In an instant, hundreds of formation plates surrounded the cave, constructing a complex spirit array, an intimidating aura faintly discernible. Lin turned to his 5 companions and produced 6 formation flags, distributing one to each of them, and solemnly stated, "Fortuitously, there have been no disturbances from the rift over these 3 days. It seems the underground insect demons have not detected its presence. As we all know, should the location of this rift be exposed, it will undoubtedly incite another calamity of insect demons, which would spell disaster for our Stardust City behind us. If we can conceal this rift, we can avert the impending insect disaster, an immeasurable merit. Now it is up to us. I trust everyone understands the gravity of the situation. Please hold nothing back and proceed as I have instructed, with all your might." Lin's expression was stern, and the other 5 vice presidents nodded gravely, accepting the flags. "All right, everyone. Take your positions," Lin commanded, and the group swiftly shot into the spiritual formation in front of the Wind Cave, each taking a designated position, instantly connecting the previously scattered array into a cohesive whole. "Begin," Lin's voice echoed, as the 6 began to channel their immense inner power, pouring it frantically into the flags in their hands. The entire formation was activated in an instant. Mysterious beams of light appeared from thin air, intertwining the flags into a complex hexagram pattern as the formation shimmered with a grayish light. "Increase your power. Seal it," Lin bellowed, guiding the formation as the other 5 vice presidents acted as his support. At this moment, he controlled the sealing formation, and beams of dark light shot forth from the array. Racing into the depths of the Wind Cave, Lin released a sigh of relief, declaring, "Good. The sealing array has been successfully activated. Now, everyone must maintain the output of your inner power until the formation conceals the rift on the other side." Upon hearing this, the group displayed expressions of relief, though only Zhang, one of the vice presidents, furrowed his brow. "Meng Nan, where are you? If you don't return soon, you may never make it back." Daguda shrieked, "Stop him. He is human." Human? Within the valley, the other 4 insect demon leaders and the Chi Huang Ho were taken aback. Turning to the direction Daguda indicated, they beheld a youth clad in green, exuding an aura laden with insect demon energy, emerging at the valley's entrance. As Meng Nan stepped into the small valley, his countenance abruptly shifted upon spotting the hideous human-faced demon spider. "Damn, I never anticipated this grotesque creature would be here." His heart raced, but upon seeing the red-robed human figure, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. This is it. The dark spatial rift hung just 10 yards above, the only path home for Meng Nan. He could not relinquish this opportunity. Behind him loomed an army of countless insect demons, and retreat would mean certain doom. A fierce resolve flickered in Meng Nan's eyes. "Damn it, I'll fight for it." With no path of retreat remaining, he declared, "Today, whoever dares to obstruct me shall face my wrath." Meng Nan lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity, channeling his righteous energy with fervor. A surge of vitality radiated from him, instantly shattering the concealment array crafted by Xiaoying as a powerful battle intent soared into the sky. Seize him. The Qi Huanghe glanced at Meng Nan before averting his gaze. A human warrior lacking even mid-level general rank was hardly worthy of his attention. As the Qi Huanghe's words fell, the 3 crimson demon pythons in the valley surged forward, their gaping maws wide open, lunging directly at Meng Nan. Chapter 63. Forging a Bloody Path. 3 vermilion serpentine monstrosities, as thick as barrels, had been coiled in the valley. As they stirred, their full magnitude became apparent. Each serpent, a formidable 10 meters in length, surged towards Meng Nan with astonishing swiftness. Their flattened heads rose menacingly, and cavernous jaws gaped open, revealing rows of jagged teeth. Meng Nan, having purged all extraneous thoughts, resolved to fight with every fiber of his being. These serpentine demons, likely of insect demon commander caliber, did not warrant the deployment of a thunderbolt pearl. With a deft motion, the pearl vanished from his palm. Instead of retreating, he advanced, meeting the monstrous serpents head-on. Outnumbered, he understood the necessity of seizing the initiative. His hands danced, forming intricate seals with astonishing speed. The boundless righteous energy within him seamlessly transmuted into fire-attributed essence. 3 crimson lotuses bloomed into existence at his fingertips. With a resolute cry, he unleashed the lotuses, sending them hurtling towards the advancing serpents. Fiery Lotus Inferno. This was the most potent technique of the Earth-grade martial skill, Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Despite his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Divine Soul Realm, Meng Nan could only conjure 3 lotuses. However, the might of an Earth-grade skill was undeniable. While it had proven ineffective against the demon butterfly, Kana, one had to consider Kana's cultivation level, a being surpassing the commander rank, a veritable half-step insect demon marquis. The serpents before him were demonstrably weaker. The lotuses unfurled as they soared through the air, their delicate petals revealing a hidden power. The serpents sensed an impending threat emanating from these seemingly fragile blooms. With sinuous movements, they evaded a direct confrontation with the aerial fire. However, Meng Nan, with a surge of will, manipulated the lotuses with his formidable spiritual force, accelerating their velocity to match the serpent's evasive maneuvers. The lotuses pursued relentlessly, closing the gap. Meng Nan's eyes gleamed with determination. With a sharp cry, he commanded, "Bloom." Reaching the serpents, the crimson lotuses erupted in a cataclysmic display. Petals cascaded down, transforming into a raging inferno that engulfed the monstrous creatures. Hiss! The searing flames consumed the serpents, causing them to writhe in agony. They thrashed against the valley floor, sending debris flying. Incompetent fools. Marquis Crimson Desolation, observing from the sidelines, frowned in displeasure. You only bring disgrace. However, he mused, this human possesses some skill. His verdant eyes gleaming with cold calculation as he observed the fiery conflagration. He was inwardly impressed by the purity of the human's fire-attributed power. Yet, he deemed it insufficient to pose a threat. Loath to witness the demise of his kin, he unleashed a surge of power with a flick of his crimson sleeves. As if guided by an unseen hand, the flames vanished from the serpents' bodies. Windroar, Doggett. It is your turn, Marquis Crimson Desolation declared. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he whirled around, his gaze fixed on the celestial gateway suspended in the air. The spatial rift, once quiescent, underwent a sudden transformation. Beams of gray light erupted from the inky abyss, silent yet profoundly unsettling. The valley's inhabitants stared in disbelief, witnessing the rift's metamorphosis. As the gray beams intensified, the rift contracted visibly, shrinking at an alarming rate. Marquis Crimson Desolation's countenance darkened. Damnation! It must be the humans. On the other side of the celestial gateway, humans were sealing the passage. Without hesitation, he unleashed a crimson blast of insect demon energy towards the rift. Boom! The gray light intensified, colliding with the demon energy in a thunderous explosion. The force rebounded, sending Marquis Crimson Desolation staggering backward, a flush of color washing over his face. Damn it, those humans are too powerful. He glared at the diminishing rift, unaware that 6 Marquis-level cultivators, their power matching his own, were working in concert to overwhelm him. At this moment, Meng Nan's expression mirrored the Marquis's. He, too, witnessed the rift's closure. What is happening? Its disappearance would sever his path home, trapping him in this lightless underworld. He yearned for the sun, for a life brimming with vitality. I can't wait any longer. A desperate glint ignited in his eyes. I must break through. His righteous energy surged, burning with unrestrained intensity. In a blur of motion, he vanished. The wind domain seamlessly integrated with the 8-step rush cicada technique, propelling him to unimaginable speeds. The wind howled in his ears, and his sole focus was the spatial rift, his only route home. A death wish. Marquis Crimson Desolation, enraged by his earlier setback, intercepted Meng Nan. His crimson robes billowed, and an overwhelming aura of savagery engulfed the area, locking onto Meng Nan. Meng Nan halted abruptly, his advance thwarted. Without hesitation, he hurled a jet-black pearl at the Marquis. Go, Thunderbolt Pearl. His cold eyes glittered. Anyone who stands in my way will be crushed. Marquis Crimson Desolation scoffed, his hands clasped behind his back, making no attempt to evade the projectile. Meng Nan smirked inwardly. Underestimate the Thunderbolt Pearl, will you? You'll regret it. As the unassuming pearl neared its target, Meng Nan roared, eat this. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, shaking the very foundations of the valley. Boom. Marquis Crimson Desolation's face contorted in shock. Arrogant in his power, he had absorbed the full impact of the Thunderbolt Pearl. A maelstrom of lightning and thunder erupted before him. To the subterranean insect demons, lightning was their greatest nemesis. The terrifying energy detonated, but the Marquis reacted swiftly, using the force of the blast to propel himself away from the epicenter. This maneuver played directly into Meng Nan's strategy. He never expected the pearl to kill a Marquis-level demon. His only goal was to create an opening. The chaotic energy swirled around him, and he glanced upward. The rift, once 10 feet across, had shrunk to a mere 3 feet. Damn it! His righteous energy surged once more, and he plunged through the remnants of the explosion, soaring toward the rapidly closing rift. The residual energy buffeted his body, his organs churning. Blood gushed from his mouth. Get out of my way. His eyes blazed crimson. Even in death, he would not surrender his path home. Burn, O righteous spirit of Howren. Meng Nan roared as the Howren righteous energy within him, at the third level of the divine soul realm, surged with unprecedented speed, as if aflame. Blood coursed through his veins, igniting with fervor, shifting forms and shadows. Meng Nan's figure shot forth, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the rapidly closing spatial rift. With an indomitable momentum, he plunged headlong into the shrinking fissure without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 64. Return within the valley. Tranquility had been restored, the only remnants of chaos being the uneven pits left by the ravaging of the Thunder Pearl, a testament to Meng Nan's ferocious exploits. The Red Wilderness Marquis and the 5 insect demon generals stood in a daze, the image of that human's madness indelibly etched into their minds. From the moment Meng Nan unleashed the Thunder Pearl to when he plunged into the spatial rift, only a few breaths had passed. Even if the Red Wilderness Marquis had the intent to intervene, it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as Meng Nan braved the impact of the Thunder Pearl and surged into the rift. The rift in the air quietly closed after Meng Nan's entry, vanishing into the void. A wave of intense reluctance surged within the Red Wilderness Marquis. At that moment, the other 5 insect demon generals approached silently, standing before him. The Red Wilderness Marquis gazed at the spot where the rift had disappeared, bitterness lacing his words. Is this truly the fate of our insect demon clan? Are we destined to dwell in this desolate underground? My lord, shall we simply accept this? Duogyet hesitated before whispering. Accept it? The Red Wilderness Marquis shot him a glance, his voice rising sharply. No, absolutely not. Nothing can deter our resolve to conquer the human realm. We still have a chance. A chance? Duogyet questioned, bewildered. The heavenly gate is closed. What can we do? Indeed. The Red Wilderness Marquis nodded, a glint of contemplation flashing in his eerie green eyes. This heavenly gate is merely sealed in the void by those humans for the time being. It has not vanished. Our cultivation is insufficient to open it. But what if the king were to arrive? Duogyet's eyes brightened. The king, who commanded nearly half of the heavenly wasteland region, including the Red Earth Wilderness, would undoubtedly have a solution. The Red Wilderness Marquis' gaze returned to the vanished rift, hope rekindling in his eyes. The human realm, prepare yourselves. We shall eventually storm through and conquer all that we behold. Before the Shadowwind Cave, the 6 Vice-Steens of the Stardust Academy were drenched in sweat. They had not anticipated that merely sealing this small spatial rift would nearly exhaust all their strength. Reflecting on the ancient times, when their predecessors subdued countless large and even super-large rifts, they marveled at the sheer might those forebears must have possessed. Fortunately, despite enduring an assault from a Marquis-level insect demon, they had managed to successfully seal the rift without grave misfortune. Now, at the final juncture of the sealing process, under Dean Ling's command, everyone gradually withdrew their essence. Suddenly, Dean Ling's expression shifted alarmingly. This is bad. Something has surged into the spatial rift. What? The other deans gasped in shock. Could it be an insect demon attempting to breach through? The timing is uncanny. They realized that from the moment they retracted their essence to the closing of the rift in the underground world, only a few breaths had elapsed. Yet an insect demon managed to exploit that moment. A chill ran through the six as they collectively gathered their essence, focusing their vigilance. At such a critical moment, a blunder could lead to catastrophic failure. Dean Ling furrowed his brow in confusion. No, it is not the aura of an insect demon. It appears to be human. Human? The deans exchanged glances, bewilderment evident in their eyes, but only Dean Zhang's expression brightened at the mention. Could it be Meng Nan? Initially, he had given up hope for Meng Nan's return, but now he entertained a glimmer of possibility. It is about to emerge, Dean Ling declared. The deans fixed their gaze in anticipation. They beheld a somewhat disheveled figure bursting forth from the Shadow Wind Cave, crashing heavily to the ground. Meng Nan, Dean Zhang exclaimed, his surprise palpable upon seeing the figure, who was none other than Meng Nan, who had plunged into the rift at the last moment. Meng Nan fell to the ground. Dazed, blood trickling from his mouth, his complexion ashen. He surveyed his surroundings and soon spotted Dean Zhang rushing towards him. I'm back? Glancing around, Meng Nan recognized several vice deans, and relief washed over him as he confirmed he had truly returned. With a long sigh of relief, he suddenly became acutely aware of the myriad pains coursing through his body. Ugh, he gasped. Recalling how he had endured the impact of the Thunder Pearl while overexerting his essence, his body now bore severe internal injuries. However, returning to the surface made it all worthwhile. You are Meng Nan? The deans surrounded him. Meng Nan coughed up more blood, struggling to rise from the ground. Greetings, esteemed deans. He greeted, his pallor evident. You finally made it back. Dean Zhang pointed at him, shaking his head. He had been genuinely worried about the young man. Indeed, Meng Nan reflected on the perilous moments he had just faced, a shiver running down his spine. He had almost failed to return. Had he delayed even a moment longer, the rift would have sealed, and he would have become fodder for the insect demons. Rest for a moment, Dean Zhang instructed. We will seal the Shadow Wind Cave before discussing anything further. Meng Nan nodded, stepping aside as instructed. He gazed up at the sky. The sun was high above. Considering the dark red blood sun of the underground, he found this golden sunlight remarkably endearing. Under Dean Ling's guidance, the six vice deans swiftly sealed the Shadow Wind Cave with a formidable sealing array, causing the vast cave to seemingly vanish before Meng Nan's eyes. Dean Ling surveyed the array hidden in the void with satisfaction. At last, we have successfully sealed this rift, however. The other deans turned their attention, asking, however. What? Dean Ling sighed. The sealing we enacted cannot provide a permanent solution. Though the array is intricate, our cultivation is too low. If 2 or 3 king-level insect demons identify the array's location, they could potentially dismantle it, allowing the rift to re-emerge. A shadow of concern crossed his face as he continued. For now, this is all we can do. It is a pity the head dean is absent. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he could have established a sealing array that ordinary insect demons could not breach. We hope he returns soon. Dean Ling's words weighed heavily on the hearts of the others, their earlier joy at successfully sealing the rift dissipating. Let us return. Quickly send a message to the head dean, hoping he can arrive in time. The deans soared into the sky, heading towards the academy. How are you holding up, Meng Nan? Dean Zhang inquired as he approached. Meng Nan nodded. I'm managing, holding on. Good. Let's return to the academy, Dean Zhang replied, lifting Meng Nan into the air. The rush of wind swept past Meng Nan's ears. Dean, I would like to head to the remedial class's training ground first to neutralize the poison in Zhang's sewer. Oh, have you found the ghost blood flower? Dean Zhang's face lit up with surprise. Seeing Meng Nan nod, he adjusted his direction and shot forth like a streak of light into the distance. Chapter 65. How can a man not prevail in the dilapidated training grounds of Stardust Academy? 18 boys from the remedial class gathered, but one girl lay unconscious on the ground. The sight of Zhang's sewer, gasping for breath and seemingly on the brink of death, cast deep shadows of concern across all their faces. As the days passed, it had now been 6 days, and the chances of saving Sewer grew increasingly dim. Shall we take Sewer home? Suddenly, Liao Qianqian stood up. This girl, usually bright and lively, now appeared haggard. They had been vigilantly watching over Sewer, and had it not been for their gnawing hunger, they would have had no desire to eat. At such a critical juncture, who had the heart for meals? In their respective academies and families, they had gradually become castaways, thus they clung to one another, seeking solace for their seemingly carefree yet deeply insecure souls. Despite their diverse personalities and peculiar interests, they had come to regard each member of their small group as siblings in their hearts. Home, to the Zhang family? Jili raised his head, bloodshot eyes betraying his exhaustion from sleepless nights. Yes, Liao Chanqian nodded. Though the Zhang family does not hold Su'er in high regard, she is still their direct kin. They have no reason to abandon her in her time of need. With their influence, perhaps they can find a solution. I concur. Cold Xiufeng, whose demeanor was usually indifferent, stood up. We cannot place all our hopes on Teacher Meng. It has been 6 days. Who knows if he will return? Do you think he might have failed to find the antidote and slipped away, too afraid to return? A small-framed boy with large brown eyes expressed his doubts. That is unlikely. Teacher Meng is not that kind of person. The tall and robust Taiju frowned in protest. That is hard to say. Do you not realize? For us, the useless ones, who would risk their lives to save us. Do not forget, we have already driven away 29 teachers in the past 6 months. Perhaps this time, Su'er's condition will frighten him away without us needing to lift a finger. The small boy self-mockingly lamented. Oh Jia, stop talking nonsense. Teacher Meng is not that sort of person. Jili frowned and admonished him. The image of the tall, spear-like figure of Teacher Meng flashed in his mind, and he trusted his instincts. This teacher was unlike any others they had encountered. Huh, the scrawny boy named Ho Jie sneered. That's not guaranteed. On our first meeting, he thrashed us so thoroughly, I suspect he fled out of fear of our retaliation. He recalled the beating he had received just days prior and clenched his teeth in frustration. If only I could catch him off guard, I would make him pay. Enough. Monkey, cease your chatter. Taiju raised his head. Let us wait for half a day longer. If Teacher Meng does not return, we will take Su'er back to the Zhang family. It is futile to wait like this. Everyone nodded, an unexplainable heaviness settling upon them. Suddenly, the rickety door of the training ground creaked open. The boys' hearts skipped a beat as they turned to see who had entered. The figure of Dean Zhang appeared at the threshold. Dean Zhang. The boys hurriedly stood up. To their astonishment, another figure followed closely behind Dean Zhang. The newcomer's face was pale, his green robe tattered and stained with blood, indicating he had sustained severe injuries. Ah! The boys gasped in shock, suddenly realizing it was Teacher Meng. A wave of hope surged within them as they looked at Meng Nan with delight. Only Ho Jie, who had just voiced his doubts, felt a flush of embarrassment for his previous skepticism. Meng Nan trudged in, his steps heavy, and upon seeing the group of children, a faint smile broke on his pale face. I have returned. This perilous journey underground had been fraught with danger, yet he had emerged victorious. Teacher Meng, are you injured? Ji Li sprinted forward. Huh, I'll be fine. Meng Nan chuckled softly as he knelt beside the unconscious Zhang Su'er. The venom of the mutated demon spider, Duogyet, had invaded her body, fiercely consuming her life force. Her complexion was ashen, and her breath faint, showing no signs of improvement. Meng Nan also sensed a powerful medicinal energy protecting her heart. At that moment, Dean Zhang approached and spoke. I used the Qingling heart protection pill to safeguard Su'er's heart and extend her life for 7 days. However, this toxin is extraordinarily peculiar. I have no means to neutralize it. Meng Nan nodded. I thank you on Su'er's behalf, Dean. Su'er is also a student of our academy. It is my duty to save her, Dean Zhang replied, shaking his head. We must also commend Ji Li and Zhang Su'er for their significant contributions. Had they not discovered the spatial rift, the ensuing insect calamity would have surely led to disaster. Meng Nan recalled the sight of countless insect demons he had witnessed in the wild and shuddered. The thought of such a horde emerging from the ground was too horrifying to contemplate. Meng Nan lifted his gaze to Dean Zhang. Dean, may I borrow the alchemy chamber from the Pill Institute? Dean Zhang was momentarily taken aback. You can refine pills? A bit. I need to concoct an antidote for Su'er, Meng Nan replied. However, given your current state, Dean Zhang frowned, observing Meng Nan's injuries. How could he refine pills in such a condition? Why not give me the formula, and I will prepare it, Dean Zhang suggested. As a senior alchemist, it would be a simple task for him to concoct an antidote. Meng Nan smiled wryly. He wished to delegate this task to Dean Zhang, but the system would not allow it. This mission could only be completed by his own hands. Relying on others would not be recognized by the system. Although he was slightly injured, he could still manage to refine a single batch of pills. Rest assured, I can manage, Meng Nan asserted resolutely. Seeing the determination in Meng Nan's eyes, Dean Zhang surveyed the faces of the hopeful students around him and suddenly seemed to understand something. Very well. Follow me to the Pill Institute. I will grant you access to the top-tier alchemy chamber. Meng Nan beamed with joy. Thank you, Dean. Dean Zhang shook his head. thinking to himself that this young man was quite earnest in his attempts to win over these unruly students. He added, "Do not overexert yourself. Should you truly find it too taxing, allow me to assist." Too taxing? Meng Nan's eyes widened. Nonsense. A man must rise to the challenge, no matter how difficult. Chapter 66. The perfect fundamental technique. Rest assured, director, a man can achieve anything, except failure. Meng Nan chuckled, his face brimming with confidence. A group of youths was amused by Meng's words, and seeing his self-assured demeanor, they too felt a sense of ease. "You rascal. Let's see what you can do. Follow me." With that, Director Zhang turned and exited, while Meng Nan bent down to lift Zhang Suer, trailing behind him. Followed by a band of unruly boys, the group swiftly made their way to the Alchemy Institute, encountering odd stares from passing students along the way. However, with Director Zhang present, no unkind remarks could be heard. The Alchemy Room Number 1. Director Zhang opened the door to the alchemy chamber, and the boys, aware that disturbances were unwelcome during alchemical processes, refrained from entering, waiting at the entrance. As Meng Nan carried Zhang Suer into the chamber, his eyes immediately lit up. The interior was quite simple. To the left stood a row of shelves filled with various jars and bottles, the room impeccably clean, indicating regular maintenance. What captivated Meng Nan's attention was the towering bronze alchemical furnace positioned at the center. The furnace stood on 3 legs, about half a person's height. Its rounded body adorned with intricate engravings of ancient mythical beasts, dragons and phoenixes, cheilans soaring through the air, vividly depicted as if they might leap from the furnace itself. The circular lid was also inscribed with mysterious patterns, exuding an air of antiquity and grandeur. Goodness, this furnace is of exceptional quality. It must be of a high grade. Director Zhang entered the room, and, noticing Meng Nan's gaze fixed on the furnace, chuckled. "This 9-turn furnace is a treasure crafted by our institute's director. It is undoubtedly a top-tier spiritual instrument, and most importantly, it can enhance the success rate of alchemical processes by 1 to 2-fold. Hardly any faction in the entire Tianqing region possesses a furnace of such caliber. A top-tier spiritual instrument? It can improve the success rate?" Meng Nan's eyes sparkled. It truly was a remarkable item. One must understand that for alchemists, the success rate is a critical factor, the higher the grade of the elixir. The lower the success rate. A failed attempt would mean that all the invested spiritual herbs would be rendered useless. Thus, being an alchemist in the world of Luotian is an extremely costly profession, one that an average individual cannot afford without substantial wealth. It can be said that a furnace capable of enhancing the alchemical success rate is a priceless treasure, and this one is a top-tier spiritual instrument. If sold, it would likely incite a frenzy among alchemists. The fact that this furnace was crafted by the director? A benevolent figure flashed through Meng Nan's mind. Could it be that the director is an artifact master? Goodness, how could the old man know such an extraordinary person? The old man, Meng, was the one who raised Meng Nan, an elderly fellow who enjoyed his drink and often appeared inebriated. It seemed that it was he who had facilitated Meng Nan's enrollment in the Stardust Academy by leveraging his connections with the director. However, 3 years prior, before Meng Nan entered the Nanhua Academy, the old man had mysteriously vanished, and within Meng Nan's memories, there was no trace of his whereabouts. Meng Nan gazed at the ancient and majestic 9-turn furnace, expressing his admiration. "Director, such an exquisite furnace, may I truly use it?" "Aha. You think I brought you here just to look?" Director Zhang laughed heartily. Meng Nan scratched his head. Truth be told, he had never truly attempted alchemy before. Nevertheless, he had his own advantages, his foundational alchemical skills acquired from the system, which were remarkably proficient. He had already tested his abilities in the assessment hall of the Lingshu True Realm and succeeded in his trials, which is why he felt so confident in undertaking the alchemical process himself. Director, Meng Nan suddenly recalled something and looked at Director Zhang with a hint of embarrassment. What is it?" "To concoct an antidote pill, besides using the ghost blood flower as the main ingredient, we also require several auxiliary herbs." "That's simple. I have the spiritual herbs right here. Just tell me what you need," Director Zhang responded generously. Meng Nan's eyes flickered as he accessed the system's task system. Under the urgent task, he found a recipe for the pill. He had already memorized it, and now he merely needed to confirm it. Xianzhu grass, Qingling flower, Yunyuan fruit, Xiankong grass. Meng Nan recited the 13 auxiliary herbs listed in the recipe. Director Zhang, upon hearing this, inquired in surprise. "These are all rather ordinary first-grade spiritual herbs?" Meng Nan nodded, and Director Zhang smiled. "Just the other day, I intended to concoct some low-grade pills and received a batch of these. With a wave of his hand, a pile of spiritual herbs appeared on the ground. Goodness. So many. Meng Nan's eyes widened. The herbs provided by Director Zhang would suffice for not just one furnace but 10. What a wealthy benefactor. Meng Nan mused, observing how the herbs in Director Zhang's spatial ring were stacked in heaps. He wasted no time, carefully placing the unconscious Zhang Suer on the ground, then categorizing and organizing the herbs before settling himself cross-legged before the half-person high bronze furnace. He did not begin immediately, but instead closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. His internal condition was not optimal. In fact, it was rather dire. The power of the Thunderbolt Pearl could make even the Red Wilderness Marquis retreat. Yet Meng Nan had endured it. Although he had not faced it head-on, it had still taken a toll on him, leaving his organs nearly displaced. However, the formidable restorative effects of the Howren Righteous Chi were now manifesting. After returning to the ground, he had secretly gathered his energy for healing, and he had already recovered significantly. The Howren Righteous Chi flowed vigorously within him, currently at about 30% of its full strength, and after a bout of burning. It was not as smooth as usual. Meng Nan dismissed distractions, quietly adjusting his state. After a while, Meng Nan suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. It begins. He channeled the Howren Righteous Chi, which instantaneously transformed into fire elemental energy. Boom. Meng Nan spread his palm, and a pure fire elemental energy coalesced in his hand, morphing into a ball of flame. The fist-sized flame flickered and danced, elongating and changing forms under Meng Nan's control. What a marvelous technique for controlling fire. Observing this scene, Director Zhang felt a surge of admiration. For Meng Nan's fire manipulation, it was evident that this young man possessed considerable skill. At this moment, Meng Nan had become entirely focused, his full attention devoted to the flame in his palm. With a sharp command, he flicked his fingers, sending the flames soaring into the furnace. With a resounding boom, the flame erupted within the furnace, igniting vigorously under the amplification of the furnace, causing it to radiate intense heat almost instantly. With a wave of his hand, the lid of the furnace was lifted effortlessly. Under Meng Nan's guidance, the requisite herbs for the antidote pills soared from the ground, landing precisely within the furnace as the lid closed atop them. The flames within the furnace swiftly enveloped the herbs, commencing the process of refinement. Director Zhang watched Meng Nan's seamless series of actions, his eyes growing brighter with each moment. What a skilled performance! It was evident that such proficiency stemmed from countless hours of practice. The entire process, from igniting the fire, retrieving the herbs, to employing the flames to refine and purify the spiritual herbs, flowed as smoothly as a gentle stream, devoid of any hindrance. While it was merely a foundational technique, it was clear that Meng Nan had indeed dedicated considerable effort to mastering the art of alchemy. As for the rest, Director Zhang could not make any claims. But Meng Nan's technique of igniting the furnace was nothing short of perfection. Chapter 67. The completion of the elixir. And Director Zhang's admiration. Meng Nan's greatest strength lies in his ability to immerse himself entirely in any task, becoming intensely focused. At this moment, he was devoid of distractions, his gaze fixated solely on the flames and the herbs within the alchemical furnace. Despite his frail condition, his spirit remained unscathed. And the mastery of alchemy often relies heavily on one's spiritual power. Under the vigilant oversight of his concentrated spirit, every detail within the furnace became crystal clear. Even the minutest aspects were perceptible. Meng Nan's elongated fingers moved gracefully, akin to a butterfly flitting through flowers, as he executed fundamental alchemical formulas with exquisite precision. The essence of alchemy hinges upon one's spiritual strength and the control of fire, both of which Meng Nan possessed in abundance. Guided by his deft manipulation of the alchemical formulas, the searing flames enveloped the spiritual herbs, swiftly transforming them into viscous liquid essence. Through the high-temperature refinement, any residual impurities were expelled to the bottom of the furnace, leaving behind the quintessence of the herbs. Standing nearby, Director Zhang observed Meng Nan's increasingly proficient techniques, his expression gradually shifting to one of astonishment. If the initial phase of igniting the furnace merely required diligence to achieve a semblance of skill, the subsequent alchemical formulas demanded true mastery, leaving no room for shortcuts. From Zhang's perspective, every maneuver and formula executed by Meng Nan was executed with impeccable precision, devoid of any oversight or flaw. The foundation he exhibited was nothing short of solid. Zhang reflected on his own beginnings in alchemy, realizing that he had never honed his foundation to such a degree. It is only at his level of expertise that one truly comprehends the principle that a towering edifice must be erected upon a solid base, as one ascends in skill. The significance of seemingly inconspicuous fundamentals becomes increasingly pronounced. Zhang's gaze towards Meng then transformed into one of genuine admiration. Such a diligent young man was indeed a rare find. In the current alchemical institute, neither teachers nor students were willing to dedicate themselves to refining their basics, always striving for the lofty heights of advanced formulas. Oblivious to the fact that a strong foundation is equally vital. As Zhang pondered, Meng had already purified all the auxiliary herbs. He inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. Indeed, his injured physique was affecting his alchemical work, and the remaining 3/10 of his spiritual energy had dwindled by a third. Nevertheless, having embarked on this journey, he had no intention of giving up midway. With a flick of his wrist, a jade-green blossom appeared in his hand, resplendent and vibrant. The Yao blood flower. Zhang's eyes sparkled. Mengnan's luck was commendable, for he had indeed located the elusive Yao blood flower. Without hesitation, Mengnan deftly maneuvered the 9-turn alchemical furnace, casting the verdant flower into its depths. Transform. Mengnan's expression sharpened, his hands suddenly becoming a blur of motion, executing 9 fundamental alchemical formulas in the blink of an eye. The intense flames enveloped the Yao blood flower, sizzling as a dark green malevolent aura was swiftly dissipated, transforming into a wispy green smoke that vanished within the furnace. This aura, absorbed by the Yao blood flower, would be detrimental to human cultivators if ingested without proper refinement, causing internal harm. As time slipped by, the Yao blood flower within the furnace metamorphosed into a jade-like liquid, crystalline and exuding a subtle fragrance. However, Mengnan's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Cursed be the heavens, his spiritual energy had diminished further, leaving him with less than 20% remaining. He had to muster all his strength and succeed in this endeavor, for he had no capacity for a second furnace. Now came the most critical and challenging phase, the conjoining of the elixir. Mengnan's eyes sparkled with clarity. Within his upper dantian, his concentrated spiritual power surged forth, illuminating the 14 vessels of liquid engulfed in flames within the furnace. It was time. Mengnan's technique shifted abruptly as he initiated the conjoining method from the fundamental alchemical arts. The 13 auxiliary liquid essences surged forth, converging toward the jade-green liquid of the Yao blood flower, and in an instant, all 14 liquids amalgamated. Mengnan's expression tightened, the conjoining technique accelerated, seamlessly orchestrating the fusion of the essences. Conjoining is the most demanding step in alchemy. Countless spiritual herbs exist, yet their properties are diverse, with no 2 herbs possessing identical qualities. Alchemy requires not only the harmonization of these differing properties, but also the facilitation of complementary effects, a task fraught with difficulty. For a single misstep could lead to inevitable failure. Mengnan's complexion paled further as his spiritual energy rapidly depleted, dwindling to less than 10%. Yet, within the furnace, signs of fusion began to manifest. Almost there. The outcome hinged on this moment. With gritted teeth, Mengnan unleashed the remaining spiritual energy within him, pouring it into the furnace as the final conjoining incantation erupted from his lips. Consolidate, he exclaimed, and the amalgamated liquid began to coalesce at a visible pace. Was he on the verge of success? Just as he prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly sensed a shift within the furnace. His expression shifted alarmingly. Cursed be fate. He had mismanaged the properties, leading to a clash. The once tranquil liquid within the furnace roiled violently, akin to water splashed into a blazing oil pan. Mengnan's face turned ashen. It was all about to unravel. However, in that moment of crisis, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The ancient bronze furnace seemed to sense Mengnan's predicament, vibrating gently as a brilliant bronze light erupted, darting like lightning toward the tumultuous liquid, instantly calming its agitation. A fortuitous opportunity. Mengnan's eyes glimmered. This furnace was indeed a treasure, its true merit in enhancing the success rate of alchemical endeavors revealed at last. He would not squander this final chance. With swift movements, he expended the last vestiges of his spiritual energy to execute the conjoining incantation. This time, there were no unforeseen complications. Under the deft control of the conjoining incantation, the liquid within the furnace instantly solidified into 9 jade-green pills, radiating a soft luminescence and releasing an enticing aroma. Thus, the elixir was complete. Mengnan exhaled heavily, an overwhelming wave of weakness enveloping him, and he realized he was drenched in sweat. Excellent. Director Zhang could no longer contain his applause. astonished that Meng Nen had indeed concocted a batch of detoxifying pills despite his grievous injuries. At that moment, Zhang's gaze towards Meng Nen was unmistakably filled with admiration. While Meng Nan's alchemical prowess may have seemed modest, it was his exceptionally solid foundation and the resilience and composure he exhibited throughout the process that left a profound impression on Zhang. This young man held boundless potential. After a period of respite, Meng Nen gradually recuperated his strength. He arose and unveiled the cover of the pill furnace, whereupon an alluring aroma wafted forth. Within, 9 pills, each the size of a dragon's eye, lay quiescent at the bottom, their form resplendent with a crystalline, verdant hue and emitting a subtle luminescence. Din Zhang approached, casting an observant gaze upon the batch of pills, nodding imperceptibly. A yield of 9 pills per batch, each a second-grade elixir. Meng Nen turned toward Din Zhang, offering a wry smile. Din, I must impose upon you to gather these pills. His reservoir of righteous energy was utterly depleted, precluding him from even the simple act of retrieval. Perceiving Meng Nan's condition, Din Zhang extended his hand, and the 9 verdant pills levitated from the furnace, settling gently into his palm. Meng Nan, Din Zhang began, his gaze intense. Would you entertain the notion of joining the Pill Institute? I would entrust you with the most promising class. Truth be told, Meng Nan's foundational knowledge of alchemy had deeply impressed him, and he now regretted assigning the latter to tutor the remedial class. Meng Nan paused, taken aback, before realizing that Din Zhang was extending an invitation. At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The system's voice echoed within his mind. Emergency mission triggered. Salvage the temporary side quest. The decision. Meng Nan momentarily froze, swiftly accessing the system and discovering that the Crimson Emergency Mission had undergone a transformation. Din Zhang extends an invitation to join the Pill Institute, a propitious opportunity. Should you accept, you shall inherit a class of exceptionally gifted students, and the primary mission shall be amended accordingly. Frankly, Meng Nan felt a surge of temptation. Which pedagogue would not aspire to instruct exceptionally talented students? Moreover, the system had already presented the mission, implying that his acceptance of Din Zhang's offer would not compromise his prior primary mission. Nor would he face obliteration by the system for abandoning the delinquent students in the remedial class. However, inexplicably, images of Taiju and Jili surfaced in Meng Nan's mind, their eyes betraying an underlying sense of discontent. If even he were to abandon them, what would become of these children's futures? He raised his gaze, meeting Din Zhang's eyes. I regret to decline, Din. Indeed? Din Zhang inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. Why? These children require my guidance. I cannot abandon them. Din Zhang stood momentarily speechless, taken aback by Meng Nan's response. Yet, this very answer further elevated Meng Nan in his estimation. He chuckled, retorting, Very well, since you are disinclined, I shall not press the matter. Should you reconsider in the future, feel free to seek me out. The doors of the Pill Institute shall always remain open to you. Din Zhang made no attempt to conceal his admiration for Meng Nan. Meng Nan responded with gratitude. Very well, I extend my thanks to you, Din. Unbeknownst to both Meng Nan and Din Zhang, Zhang Suer, who had been lying unconscious on the ground, had imperceptibly shed a crystalline tear that trickled onto the earth. Din Zhang nodded, extracting a jade vial and carefully depositing the 9 verdant detoxifying pills into it before handing it to Meng Nan. Now, hasten to administer it. Meng Nan accepted the vial, paused in contemplation, then turned and unlatched the tightly sealed door of the alchemy chamber. Outside, a throng of delinquent youths appeared restless and anxious. Upon seeing the chamber door creak open, they surged forward, their voices laced with urgency. Mr. Meng, what of Suer? How fares Suer? Meng Nan smiled reassuringly. The detoxification elixir has been successfully concocted. You may all enter. The youths filed in, one after another. Meng Nan approached Zhang Suer, extracting a jade-like pill from the vial and placing it near her lips. Gently parting her tightly pressed lips, he inserted the elixir, which she instinctively swallowed. All eyes remained fixated on the comatose maiden, their palms moist with apprehension. As they watched intently, the dense, dark aura enveloping Zhang Suer's brow dissipated into a plume of black smoke, instantly filling the chamber with a noxious odor. Din Zhang furrowed his brow slightly, and with a flick of his sleeve, the smoke vanished into thin air. Zhang Suer's complexion underwent a dramatic transformation as dark fumes continued to emanate from her body, causing everyone's hearts to race. Did the elixir truly possess the power to heal? Uncertainty gnawed at their minds. Only Meng Nan remained composed, his faith in the system unwavering. After approximately an incense stick's worth of time, Zhang Suer's complexion gradually regained its composure, her pallor receding, and her overall vitality noticeably improved. Under the collective scrutiny, her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and in the ensuing moment, her eyes fluttered open. She's awake. She's awake. Wonderful. Suer has finally awakened. Within the chamber, the youths erupted in unrestrained jubilation. A faint smile graced Meng Nan's lips. Ding, emergency mission, rescue, completed. Completion rate, 100%. Reward, 1,000 faith points, the student's gratitude. In the temporary side quest, the decision, you have made the most judicious choice. Additional reward, a vial of rebirth pills. Rewards have been distributed, please verify. That infernal mission is finally over. Meng Nan exhaled in relief. An additional reward, you say? Rebirth pills? Those are truly invaluable. They possess the ability to assist cultivators at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm in breaking through to the rebirth realm. This unexpected boon bolstered his confidence in his upcoming plans. At that moment, the youth surrounded Zhang Suer, showering her with inquiries. The newly awakened Zhang Suo appeared exceptionally frail. Supported by Tang 17 and Liao Chanxian, she managed to stand shakily, her luminous eyes seeking out the silent, smiling figure of Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng, thank you. During her unconsciousness, she had retained a degree of awareness, vaguely perceiving the events unfolding around her. She now felt a profound sense of gratitude toward Mr. Meng. Meng Nan waved his hand dismissively, retorting, "You are my student. If I were not to save you, who would?" Hearing Mr. Meng's resonant words, the youths fell silent. Their gazes fixed upon his erect figure, their expressions complex. During their initial encounter, Mr. Meng had thoroughly chastised them. Logically, they should have harbored resentment. However, the unexpected incidents involving Ji Li and Zhang Suer, coupled with Mr. Meng's subsequent actions, had instilled new perspectives in these abandoned youths. Perhaps this Mr. Meng was unlike the instructors they had encountered previously. Though unspoken, the delinquent youths could not help but betray a hint of gratitude in their gazes toward Mr. Meng. Despite their outward defiance, they seemed less resistant to being taught by Meng Nan than they had been initially. Very well, the toxins within Suer's body have been purged. She now requires proper recuperation. Escort Suer back to her dormitory and return to rest yourselves. You have all endured hardship these past few days, Meng Nan stated. Upon hearing his words, the youths felt a profound sense of weariness wash over them. None of them had dared to rest easy in recent days. The group of delinquent youths nodded in unison, supporting the convalescing Zhang Suo as they bid farewell and departed. Chapter 69, Homeward Bound, with a hint of bloodlust. Thank you. Dean Zhang. Meng Nan turned to Dean Zhang, observing the weary figures of the students. Had it not been for Dean Zhang's timely assistance, he would not have been able to accomplish his mission. Failure to complete this task would have endangered Zhang Suer's life, and consequently, his main quest would also have met with failure, leading to his obliteration by the system. It could be said that Dean Zhang's chivalrous intervention inadvertently saved Meng Nan's life as well. This debt of gratitude, regardless of Dean Zhang's thoughts, would forever be etched in Meng Nan's heart. Dean Zhang waved his hand, contemplating Meng Nan's pallid countenance, filled with emotion. A teacher who would risk his own life for the sake of his students, regardless of his abilities, deserves respect simply for his dedication to them. Moreover, reflecting on this group of notorious repeat students, Dean Zhang suddenly perceived that they were not as hopeless as the rumors suggested. The willingness of these young men, merely 14 or 15 years old, to kneel without hesitation to save a classmate was indeed commendable. With a teacher like this guiding them, Dean Zhang felt a surge of anticipation for the future of these repeat students. As Dean Zhang watched the boys depart, he mused, though these children delight in mischief, their essence is not malevolent. In the past, I would never have imagined that a group of teenagers would kneel before others, devoid of dignity, for the sake of a classmate. Kneeling? Meng Nan was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting. What happened? Only then did Dean Zhang recall Meng Nan's recent experience in the underground world and proceeded to recount the incident where Ji Li and others had knelt in the Dan Institute. Meng Nan was taken aback, speechless for a long time. These children had truly surprised him. Well done, he declared solemnly. Indeed, I look forward to witnessing what futures these children will carve under your guidance, Dean Zhang replied. Rarely did Meng Nan refrain from modesty. He lifted his head, his gaze intense. Upon encountering me, their destinies are destined for greatness. Dean Zhang laughed heartily. Well then, I shall eagerly await the outcome. Just you wait and see, Dean. Meng Nan's spirit was soaring, radiating confidence without arrogance. He paused, as if recalling something, then flipped his right hand to reveal a jade-green ghost blood flower. Dean. Do you know if this ghost blood flower has other uses? With Xiaoying's assistance, he had amassed a considerable quantity of ghost blood flowers within the 9 dragons sealing heaven array, fearing they would be insufficient. However, he had unexpectedly refined a detox pill in one go, rendering the remaining flowers seemingly useless. He was aware of the flower's properties. Its medicinal effects would dissipate entirely after 7 days, regardless of how it was stored. It would be a shame to let so many ghost blood flowers lose their potency. Din Zhang was momentarily stunned. This is the ghost blood flower? You possess it? Meng Nan nodded earnestly. I have plenty. Plenty? Din Zhang was instantly flabbergasted. Do you think ghost blood flowers grow like cabbages? Securing even 2 blooms is quite a feat, yet you claim to have numerous? With a wave of his hand, Meng Nan summoned the ghost blood flowers from his storage ring, forming a small mound on the alchemy room's floor. The jade-green blossoms shimmered with an ethereal glow, dazzling Din Zhang's eyes. Din Zhang gasped, his expression one of disbelief. Had a millennium passed, causing the ghost blood flower to become commonplace in the underground world? Otherwise, how could this young man have gathered so many? The ghost blood flower thrived only in regions rich in vitality, nourished by the blood and malevolence of insect demons, making it notoriously scarce. Coupled with its inability to be preserved long-term, its circulation in the outside world was nearly impossible. Yet, this rare flower had myriad uses, particularly in body refinement. Potions crafted from the ghost blood flower could fortify the body and enhance vitality. More importantly, the ghost blood flower could elevate a warrior's potential. This was of paramount significance to warriors, to the extent that it could be deemed a treasure. As a warrior progresses, potential becomes increasingly vital. Once a warrior exhausts their potential, advancing in martial realms becomes exceedingly arduous. This reality is more agonizing than death for a warrior. Human nature often craves what is rare. The more elusive an item, the more one desires it. Meng Nan was oblivious, but Din Zhang knew well that many merchant guilds sought to acquire ghost blood flowers, aiming to sell them at exorbitant prices before their effects faded. How long have you been collecting these ghost blood flowers? Din Zhang inquired, pointing to the pile of blooms. 3 days, Meng Nan replied, noting that 3 days had elapsed since he left the 9 dragons sealing heaven array. A flicker of excitement crossed Din Zhang's face. 3 days meant he still had 4 days to utilize these ghost blood flowers, ample time. He contemplated and then addressed Meng Nan. These ghost blood flowers are exceptionally rare, not only for their body refining properties, but, more importantly, for their ability to enhance a warrior's potential. If taken outside, they are highly coveted by warriors. Meng Nan was momentarily taken aback, followed by an exhilarating realization. The ghost blood flower could enhance potential? Oh no, what a loss, he exclaimed, recalling the abundance still left in the 9 dragons sealing heaven array. Feeling regretful, Meng Nan noticed that at least 40 to 50 ghost blood flowers remained. Din Zhang suddenly appeared somewhat bashful, rubbing his hands together and hesitantly saying, might you spare me a few of these ghost blood flowers? Meng Nan smiled. What are you saying, Din? If not for your intervention, I wouldn't have been able to retrieve these ghost blood flowers at all. You may take as many as you wish. Din Zhang quickly waved his hands. Not so many. My few unworthy students only need 8. No, 7 will suffice. Meng Nan inquired, how should the ghost blood flowers be consumed? Simply dissolve the malevolent energy contained within the petals and consume them directly, Din Zhang instructed. Meng Nan considered this, then waved his hand to collect half of the flowers, approximately 20 blooms, and said to Din Zhang, Din, please accept the remaining flowers as a gift. Din Zhang was taken aback. Such a precious medicinal resource. And Meng Nan was willing to gift him half without a second thought? What generosity! However, he shook his head and replied, that is too much. I cannot accept so many. Meng Nan insisted, Din, you must accept them. You have truly been a tremendous help to me this time. If you do not take these ghost blood flowers, I will feel remiss. Seeing Meng Nan's earnestness, Din Zhang was not one to be overly sentimental. Moreover, he genuinely needed the ghost blood flowers. After a moment's hesitation, he said with slight embarrassment, in that case, I shall accept them. With a wave of his hand, all the flowers vanished, and then he produced 2 jade vials from his storage ring, handing them to Meng Nan. I cannot accept this gift without offering something in return. These 2 vials contain my specially crafted vitality pill and spirit-nourishing pill. Consider this an exchange. As Meng Nan departed the Dan Institute, he felt a great sense of relief. The urgent task had consumed 6 days, yet it was finally accomplished. 6 days had passed. He wondered how Jia was faring at home. The thought of that quiet, delicate figure ignited a longing within him, compelling him to return home swiftly. Only upon seeing that familiar silhouette would he find peace. He disregarded his injuries and exhaustion, quickening his pace as he advanced. The path that once took merely half an hour now stretched out interminably for reasons unknown. Meng Nan gazed from a distance at the slightly dilapidated small courtyard, and the longing within him became uncontrollable. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown accustomed to the presence of that frail and silent girl. "Jia, I have returned," Meng Nan called out loudly. The door creaked open. Yet Meng Nan's expression changed dramatically, and a chill ran down his spine as his body instinctively bristled with apprehension. There was a murderous intent. Chapter 70. The awakening of the young girl. Meng Nan was startled to find his front door wide open. The familiar silhouette that usually greeted him was conspicuously absent, replaced by an entirely foreign and formidable aura, tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of menace. Something was amiss. A rush of anxiety surged through Meng Nan, his pale face flushing with a hint of color. "Jia, you must be safe." Gritting his teeth, he retrieved the last thunder pearl from his storage ring, gripping it tightly before dashing into the courtyard without a moment's hesitation. He understood that in his current state, he would be powerless against any danger, yet at this juncture, he could not afford to dwell on such concerns. He traversed the front yard at a breakneck pace, bursting into the living room. Upon entry, he was momentarily halted by the sight of two figures in his modest home. "Jia," he exclaimed, spotting the girl seated regally in the main chair, the very one who occupied his thoughts. The girl remained serene, her clear eyes shimmering with a flicker of joy upon seeing him. The eerie green patterns adorning her face appeared to have faded slightly, no longer as glaring as before. She rose to her feet, and as Meng Nan approached, a sharp voice rang out, startling him. "Stop!" The harsh command reverberated in his ears, causing a dull ringing. Meng Nan's expression shifted as he turned to see an elderly woman clad in black, her face lined with deep wrinkles and her lifeless eyes fixed on him. It was clear that any further advance on his part would provoke her into action. A shiver coursed through Meng Nan. The aura emanating from the old woman was nothing short of terrifying, far surpassing the realm of ordinary practitioners. His hair stood on end, a chill creeping up from his core. How could such a powerful being have found her way to his home? How brazen! "You must show respect." The girl beside him furrowed her brow. Meng Nan could swear this was the first time in over half a year since he found Jia by the roadside that he had witnessed her display any displeasure. Wei Jia just spoke. Realization struck him like lightning. His heart soared with joy. "You can speak now," he exclaimed, rushing towards her. The old woman shifted, as if to intervene, but paused, recalling the girl's earlier admonition. Meng Nan reached Jia, his face etched with concern. "Jia, you can talk now? Are you well?" Seeing his anxious demeanor, Jia smiled, her once fearsome visage softened. "Meng Nan Gij," she called softly, her voice like a melodious song to his ears. "Aha, this is wonderful. Jia can speak." Meng Nan laughed, exuding childlike glee. The memories of their time together over the past months flashed through his mind, and he realized he had unconsciously come to regard this girl he had picked up from the roadside as his closest kin. He grasped her delicate hand, channeling his righteous energy into her. This had become his habitual gesture. Each day, he would use his energy to tend to her wounds and check her health. However, he momentarily forgot the presence of others in the room. The old woman's expression shifted as a menacing aura erupted from her. "You dare to offend the young master." In the blink of an eye, she vanished from her spot, reappearing before Meng Nan, her skeletal hand shooting forth like a bolt of lightning towards him. Meng Nan's face paled. He had not anticipated such a sudden assault. Though the strike appeared light, it concealed an unimaginable power. Given his current state of exhaustion, he could not hope to evade it, even under the best of circumstances. "Long Papa, stop." The girl's expression darkened as she commanded. At her words, the old woman's movement froze, her claw-like hand halting just an inch from Meng Nan's chest. "This boy deserves death for daring to offend you," the old woman hissed, her voice both ancient and sharp. "Leave us." The girl's demeanor turned cold, radiating an air of authority that made her seem untouchable. The old woman's expression flickered, yet she did not dare to disobey, casting a warning glance at Meng Nan before retreating. Meng Nan marveled inwardly at Jia's commanding presence. It seemed her status was far from ordinary. He had never imagined that the girl he had whimsically rescued would possess such an extraordinary background. In the living room, Jia, dressed in white, gazed at Meng Nan, her lips parting gently. "Meng Nan Gij, thank you for everything these past 6 months." Meng Nan chuckled. "We are like family. No need for such formalities. Now, let me check on you." As he spoke, a warm wave of righteous energy flowed from Jia's palm into him. instantly revealing her internal condition. With her eyes closed, Jia reveled in the comforting warmth of Meng Nan's energy, which instinctively made her feel at ease, purifying her mind and spirit. Suddenly, Meng Nan furrowed his brow. What is going on? The state of Jia's body had not improved. In fact, it seemed to have worsened. Her meridians were like shattered porcelain, fragmented and broken. What was happening? Mysteriously, a dark purple energy had manifested within her, and upon contact with Meng Nan's righteous energy, a violent and domineering force surged forth, nearly overwhelming his senses. What a tyrannical thunder-based energy! Meng Nan gasped, quickly retracting his focus. Jia opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling like clear spring water, filled with warmth as it met his. Meng Nan Gij, how is it? She inquired softly, her voice akin to a nightingale's gentle song. Meng Nan's brow furrowed deeper. That overbearing purple energy, whether it originated from Jia's training or was an external force, had indeed restored her consciousness but was simultaneously wreaking havoc on her meridians, exacerbating her injuries. This is troublesome. A wave of helplessness washed over him. He realized he still lacked knowledge and strength, leaving him powerless at this critical moment. Noticing his troubled expression, Jia suddenly laughed. Meng Nan Gij, don't worry. I'm fine. Fine. Meng Nan retorted, his eyes widening in irritation. You're saying that after your meridians are shattered? Jia's laughter grew brighter. She relished the feeling of being genuinely cared for. I truly am fine, but I must leave. Her voice trailed off, her expression tinged with sadness. Leave? Where are you going? Meng Nan instantly thought of the black-clad old woman. I must return home, Jia replied, looking forlorn. I inadvertently ended up here. My home lies in the distant northern frontier. A few days ago, Long Papa found me and awakened my consciousness from slumber. Meng Nan Gij. These past 6 months I have lived peacefully and happily. Chapter 71. Meng Nan's resolve. The girl's dominance. She is leaving. For some inexplicable reason, a sudden heaviness enveloped Meng Nan's heart, as if he were on the verge of losing something immensely precious, an unexplainable sense of loss surging within him. The northern frontier. The vast world of Luotian, immense and boundless, encompasses not only the 5 domains but also the countless desolate lands beyond them. No warrior has ever measured the true expanse of a domain. Take Xinguang City, for instance, where Meng Nan currently resides. It is merely an inconspicuous town within the Tianqing territory, which itself is but a minuscule land amidst the sprawling East Wilderness. Before his transmigration, the farthest he had ventured was to the Nanhua Academy, thousands of miles away for his studies. Yet, the northern frontier mentioned by Jia felt unfathomably distant. As he lacked any precise concept of its location, all he knew was that her departure meant she would be far beyond his reach. A wave of reluctance surged within Meng Nan. Must you truly go? He inquired. Yes, Jia replied, her expression somber, nodding slightly. In the faraway northern frontier, responsibilities awaited her, burdens she could not evade. Meng Nan discerned her reluctance mirrored his own, but understood there were compelling reasons for her departure. He smiled, and that was sufficient. He lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with determination. Jia, wait for me. Within 5 years, I shall journey to the northern frontier to find you. Jia's eyes sparkled with surprise as she looked at Meng Nan. Her lips pressed together as she resolutely replied, Yes, I will surely wait for you. Their gazes met, and laughter erupted between them. Their hands intertwined, a profound understanding blossoming from the depths of their hearts. Parting was merely a prelude to their eventual reunion. This was their promise. Outside the living room, an elderly woman clad in black entered, addressing Jia. Young mistress, it is getting late. We must take our leave. Jia nodded. Meng Nan Gij, I must go. There is no need for you to see me off. Remember our promise. With that, she gracefully glided towards the door, the black-clad woman following closely behind. Meng Nan's heart felt heavy, yet he knew that even if Jia lingered a moment longer, she would ultimately depart. It was better to be forthright. Opportunities for reunion would arise in time. Jia, wait. Meng Nan suddenly exclaimed, as if a thought had struck him. Jia turned back, her eyes filled with curiosity. I have something to give you, he declared. With a wave of his hand, 2 figures, a white and a green, shot forth, landing on the ground. What is this? Jia marveled at the figures Meng Nan had summoned. The white one was a fluffy snow-white cub, while the green light transformed into a petite girl clad in green, exquisitely delicate. These 2 figures were the spirit companion he encountered in the underground world and the white tiger cub he won from a lottery in his system. At that moment, both the spirit and the beast appeared slightly disoriented, but upon seeing Meng Nan, they joyfully rushed towards him. Holding the spirit's hand, Meng Nin approached Jia, saying, Jia, allow me to introduce you. This is Xiao Ying, and this is Sei Mao. They are companions I found these past few days. Let them accompany you. They will take care of you in my stead. Jia laughed, though a trace of confusion lingered in her heart. She nodded obediently without question. Meng Nin turned to Xiao Ying, asking, Xiao Ying, do you like this sister? Xiao Ying gazed wide-eyed at the girl in white, and after a moment, a joyful smile broke across her face. Brother, this sister has a delightful scent. I really like it. Then, would you accompany her? Meng Nin inquired. But if you do, will you not see your brother again? Meng Nin nodded. Xiao Ying tilted her head in contemplation, her small face displaying hesitation. No, I want to stay with my brother. Crouching down, Meng Nin gently caressed Xiao Ying's head, smiling. Xiao Ying is the bravest. Sister is going to a faraway place. Can you help protect her for me? I will come to find you when I can. All right, but you must remember to visit Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying assured. Then it's settled. You will listen to your brother and go with sister. With that, she bounced over to Jia's side. Meng Nin chuckled, standing up to address Jia, who stood by smiling at him. Jia, Xiao Ying, and Sei Mao have unique backgrounds. They may assist you in the future. The day is growing late. You should set off soon. Jia remained silent, her gaze fixed on Meng Nin as if imprinting his face in her memory. Suddenly, she turned abruptly, not looking back as she exited the door. Unseen by anyone, as she stepped out of the dilapidated courtyard, a single tear glistened at the corner of her eye, tracing a shimmering path down her face marked with green stains. The elderly woman in black, following closely behind Jia, turned back, her gaze piercing as she addressed Meng Nin. Young man, should you lack the strength of the Tiangang realm in the future, do not venture to the northern frontier, even if you do. It would be a fruitless endeavor. Meng Nin paused, then a surge of determination welled up within him. Thank you for the warning, no matter how arduous. I shall reach the Tiangang realm. The elderly woman nodded, adding, if you ever find yourself in the northern frontier, seek out the ancient Thunder clan in the Wanlei territory. My young mistress's name is Lei Ting. Thunder? What a formidable name. Yet, Jia sounds more beautiful. Meng Nin mused. At that moment, Jia's voice resonated. From today onward, I shall be known as Lei Jia. Meng Nin erupted into laughter, calling out towards the door, Jia, travel safely and take care of yourself. I will definitely come to find you. I will surely find you. Outside, the white-clad girl, her face streaked with tears, revealed a warm smile. Meng Nin Gij, I will wait for you. Jia departed. The elderly woman's profound cultivation allowed her to whisk Jia away with mere leaps, vanishing from Meng Nin's sight. Meng Nin stood there, gazing at the direction they had vanished, his expression growing increasingly resolute. The Tiangang realm. The northern frontier. I must strive to attain the Tiangang realm swiftly, becoming a king-level warrior, and then venture to the northern frontier. Currently, he was merely at the third tier of the divine soul realm, still 6 minor realms away from the Tiangang realm, and the entirety of the earth fiend realm lay before him. Yet, Meng Nin brimmed with confidence, for in this world, no one possessed opportunities as remarkable as his. From this day forth, he would dedicate himself fully to enhancing his cultivation. Furthermore, he would exert every effort to guide the group of unruly youths, accumulating more belief points, and seeking higher-tier rewards from the system, striving relentlessly to elevate his strength. Having traversed into this world for over half a year, Meng Nin finally discovered his true purpose for struggle. Once a goal was established, his heart brimmed with fighting spirit. Jia, wait for me. When we meet again, I shall astonish you. But for now, it was paramount to get some rest. Meng Nin snapped back to reality as a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Shaking his head, he retreated to his room, burying himself in bed, drifting into slumber. Outside Xinguang City, upon an unnamed small hill, stood the girl in pristine white, cradling a snow-white cat, exuding an aura of tranquility. In her right hand, she held the hand of a little girl clad in green, appearing like an ethereal fairy from a distance. Yet, her beauty was marred by a network of green stains across her face. Behind her, the elderly woman in black stood quietly, hands at her sides. The girl gazed intently toward Xinguang City, her eyes, pristine to the utmost, reflecting profound longing. Young mistress, is this the person you have been waiting for? A voice emerged from behind, belonging to an elderly woman. The young girl returned to her senses, nodding slightly and inquiring. What do you think of him, Granny Long? He is unworthy of the young master. The voice of the woman in black was laced with a coldness that seemed to convey an undeniable truth. The girl shook her head, replying, whether he is worthy or not is not for you to decide. How could you possibly know his worth? His cultivation is abysmally low. At 20 years of age, he has only reached the third level of the spirit realm, far too weak. The old woman stated, her words suggesting that even to label him as weak was a show of leniency. With such qualifications, he would be considered a failure in the ancient Thunder clan. He will catch up, the girl asserted, her eyes brimming with determination. Ever since Meng Nan had awakened her, she found herself harboring an unconditional trust in him for reasons unbeknownst to her. The old woman chuckled, her expression one of disbelief. What? You do not believe me? The girl asked. I do not, the old woman replied candidly. In a few years, it is not impossible for a third-level spirit realm warrior to ascend to the celestial realm, but those who achieve such feats are typically extraordinary geniuses. The young man we just encountered does not appear to possess such extraordinary talent. The girl smiled and proposed, shall we make a wager? I bet that within 5 years, Brother Meng Nan will definitely reach the celestial realm and possess the strength to become a king, and he will appear in the northern border on time. Upon hearing the word bet, the old woman laughed, her wrinkled face resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. Young master, this is a wager I am bound to win. The girl continued. So, do you dare to take the bet, Granny? If I win, you must unconditionally agree to one request of mine. And if the young master loses, then I will ask my father to teach you a sacred-level martial art. Sacred-level martial art? The old woman's murky eyes lit up with a flicker of fervor. Very well. Young master, I accept your wager. It is settled. Agreed. Young master, we must take our leave now. If we do not reach Tianqing Ridge by tomorrow, we will miss the opening of the teleportation array, and will have to wait another 5 days, the old woman remarked, glancing at the sky. Indeed, the girl nodded, suddenly calling out, Blood Shadow. To her astonishment, a shadow emerged from the void beside her, a petite woman clad in black, her face obscured by a veil, revealing only her slender eyes. The aura emanating from the woman was impeccably restrained, had one not seen her with their own eyes. They would never suspect that a living being was concealed nearby. The woman knelt on one knee, her voice ringing clear, Young master, stay behind and protect him in secret. Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal yourself, but ensure his safety at all costs. Understood, young master. The woman showed no sign of hesitation, nodding in agreement. She was the young master's shadow, and she would dutifully carry out her orders. Beside them, the old woman was taken aback, realizing that the young master had chosen to retain her shadow. It seemed that the young man held great significance in the young master's heart. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke, Young master, is it not too much to leave Blood Shadow behind? Do not say any more, Granny. My decision is made. The girl waved her hand, interrupting the old woman's counsel, her gaze fixed intently on the kneeling Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow, remember that this life of mine was given to me by Brother Meng Nan. Without him, I would not have survived until you came for me. By allowing you to stay by his side, you are to protect him just as you would protect me. In my heart, Brother Meng Nan's safety is even more vital than my own life. You have already failed in your duty once. I hope there will not be a second time. If, due to your negligence, Brother Meng Nan suffers harm from any unscrupulous person, I will annihilate your entire family, and then seek vengeance upon that individual's kin. You know I mean what I say? The girl's words resonated with gravity. In the presence of Meng Nan, the typically gentle and demure girl now radiated an unparalleled dominance. Chapter 72. Serendipity and hostility. Meng Nan slumbered for a full day and night. Upon awakening, he felt invigorated, as the righteous energy within him had significantly replenished during his dream, and his injuries had nearly healed. Rising from his bed, he opened the door, only to be greeted by a sudden rumble from his stomach. Jia, I'm hungry. He called out loudly, but the empty room offered no reply, and it dawned on him that Jia had already departed. He stood in a daze for a while, having grown entirely accustomed to Jia's presence over the past 6 months. This quiet, unassuming girl had silently attended to his daily needs, preparing his meals and waiting for him to return home after work. In this brief span of time, she had etched herself into his heart and woven herself into the fabric of his life. The power of habit is indeed formidable. Many things are taken for granted until they are lost, revealing just how much they ought to have been cherished. With a sigh of melancholy, Meng Nan gathered his thoughts and took a refreshing shower, donning a clean outfit before stepping outside. Though Jia was gone, life must go on. From this day forth, he resolved to strive even harder to enhance himself, to grow stronger, and to reach the celestial realm. So he could seek out Jia on the northern frontier and express to her, I miss you. Class of retakes, Teacher Meng has arrived. Are you ready? With renewed determination, Meng Nan set forth, invigorated by the bustling morning of Starry Sky City, where the early birds found their worms, an eternal truth in any realm. He casually purchased a breakfast with a low-grade spirit stone from a street vendor, eating as he made his way toward the academy. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out behind him. Meng Nan. Turning around, he spotted a stunning girl clad in a vibrant red dress, radiating beauty and joy. Her presence captivated the attention of passers-by, undeniably drawing their gazes. Miao Miao? The newcomer was none other than Hu Miao Miao, who, in Meng Nan's eyes, had earned the title of genuine troublemaker. Striding over confidently, she playfully slapped Meng Nan on the shoulder with a casualness that was quite brash. Hey, Meng Nan, where have you been for the past few days? Meng Nan felt the weight of her hand and winced at the force of her greeting. Before he could respond, he sensed a piercing, hostile gaze fixated upon him. Turning to investigate, he saw a young man in luxurious blue attire approaching hurriedly. Adorned with a starry pattern on his sleeves, a uniform similar to Meng Nan's, yet evidently of superior quality. The fabric shimmered like silk, tailored impeccably to fit. The young man was tall and slender, with striking features that embodied the archetype of a wealthy and handsome gentleman, yet he appeared somewhat breathless. Miao Miao, don't walk so fast. Wait for me. He reached Hu Miao Miao, and upon noticing her familiarity with Meng Nan, a flicker of jealousy ignited in his eyes. As he scrutinized Meng Nan with suspicion, who gave you the right to call me Miao Miao? Hu Miao Miao dismissed him nonchalantly, tossing her hair. Teacher Lu Qing, we are not that close. Please show some decorum. You may call me Hu Miao Miao or Teacher Hua. The young man, named Lu Qing, also a teacher at Starry Sky Academy, glanced at her with exasperation. All right, Teacher Hua, and this is... His gaze shifted to Meng Nan. At that moment, Meng Nan understood Lu Qing's intentions. He was likely yet another hopeless suitor for Hu Miao Miao. Undoubtedly, she was a celebrated figure at the academy, her beauty and unparalleled talents making her a goddess in the eyes of many. Despite the throngs of admirers, none had captured her interest. The situation was perplexing, as Hu Miao Miao's many admirers included numerous exceptionally talented individuals, yet she remained indifferent to them all. At times, Meng Nan even speculated whether her preferences leaned towards the same sex, a notion he unwittingly brought up in her presence, only to receive a harsh reprimand. Sensing Lu Qing's evident hostility towards him, Meng Nan realized that he had unwittingly become a target of resentment, with Hu Miao Miao acting as a shield against Lu Qing's advances. As expected, Hu Miao Miao's tinkling voice broke the tension. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Meng Nan, my childhood friend, and also a teacher at our academy. Meng Nan, this is Teacher Lu Qing. Hu Miao Miao's radiant smile accentuated her words. And when she mentioned their childhood camaraderie, she elongated her tone, playfully patting Meng Nan's shoulder, insinuating a closeness that stirred Lu Qing's jealousy further. Lu Qing's expression shifted to one of incredulity, and upon witnessing Hu Miao Miao's affectionate gestures toward Meng Nan, an inexplicable fire of jealousy surged within him. What is this Meng Nan's background that Miao Miao is so fond of him? Instantly, Meng Nan was elevated to the status of a rival in Lu Qing's eyes. Yet Lu Qing concealed his emotions, donning a congenial smile. So it's Teacher Meng. Pleased to meet you. Meng Nan's face twitched in response. He doubted Lu Qing had ever heard of him, let alone held him in high esteem. Before he could voice his thoughts, Hu Miao Miao interjected. I don't think you've ever heard of Meng Nan, so spare us the pleasantries. Meng Nan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Trouble? You are too honest. Are you trying to make me a target? Indeed, Lu Qing's expression shifted from surprise to discomfort, yet he quickly regained his composure, redirecting his simmering jealousy onto Meng Nan. Who is this bumpkin, daring to compete for a woman with me? Lu Qing silently seethed, yet his smile grew even wider. Haha, Miao Miao, you truly have a sense of humor. Who was joking? And who gave you permission to call me Miao Miao? She retorted. All right, Miao Miao. I want to call you that again, Lu Qing replied with feigned innocence. Meng Nan watched in awe as Lu Qing's audacity unfolded before him. This fellow possessed the three key skills of wooing: boldness, attentiveness, and a thick skin. He dared to flirt with Hu Miao Miao, showcasing a level of courage that was commendable, coupled with a face that could easily charm any infatuated heart. Meng Nan mused, with such skills, this guy could charm one girl after another, or even a pair at once. Just as Meng Nan was pondering this, he noticed Lu Qing's demeanor change, as he addressed him directly. So, Teacher Meng, which class do you teach at our academy? Chapter 73. A resounding slap. Meng Nan was taken aback when the accusations were swiftly directed at him once more. He hesitated for a moment before responding. I am currently teaching the remedial class. The remedial class? To his surprise, both Huo Miao Miao and Lu Qing exclaimed simultaneously. Huo Miao Miao looked at Meng Nan, a flicker of astonishment crossing her mind. Wasn't he the physical training instructor? How could he have shifted to teaching the remedial class in just a few days? What a pity. Why choose that troublesome class of misfits? It seemed that the group of delinquents in the remedial class had left a rather unfavorable impression on her. Haha. Lu Qing, upon hearing this revelation, paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Pointing a finger at Meng Nan, he remarked, I thought you were someone special. But it turns out you're just teaching a bunch of useless students. How hilarious. Meng Nan's brows furrowed, his expression darkening. Are you referring to my students as useless? Lu Qing? Lu Qing gazed at Meng Nan, feeling a sudden surge of superiority. The useless ones are your students. Oh, so the useless are talking about my students. Meng Nan replied coolly, and Lu Qing's realization ignited a flame of rage within him. Are you daring to insult me? Insult you? I have no interest in such trivialities. Meng Nan shook his head and then turned to Huo Miao Miao, saying, No wonder I caught a whiff of something foul this morning. It seems someone hasn't cleaned their mouth properly. Huo Miao Miao couldn't suppress her laughter. Yet, Meng Nan did not allow Lu Qing a moment to respond. With a theatrical sigh, he said, Miao Miao, let's go. Then, in an unexpected move, Meng Nan grasped her hand tightly, saying nothing as he led her toward the academy. Huo Miao Miao was momentarily stunned, instinctively trying to shake off his grip, but to her surprise, Meng Nan's hold was firm, leaving her unable to break free. A peculiar sensation surged through her heart as if an endless warmth radiated from Meng Nan's hand, causing her heart to flutter inexplicably. Stop, Lu Qing. Witnessing Meng Nan's disregard for his presence as he pulled Huo Miao Miao away, felt his face contort with anger. Pretending not to hear, Meng Nan continued forward, dragging Huo Miao Miao along. Enraged, Lu Qing stomped his foot and darted in front of Meng Nan. What are you so proud of? Your students are nothing but useless. And you, as their teacher, are the most useless of them all. Hearing Lu Qing's incessant shouts of useless, Meng Nan's fury erupted. When did my students become your business? Are you looking for a fight? A fight? Lu Qing scoffed, as if he had heard a joke. He glanced at Meng Nan, who was at the third tier of the spirit realm, shaking his head with pride. Huh, with your trifling cultivation, do you think you are my match? You must be at least 20 years old. A useless person is indeed destined to teach a garbage class. Lu Qing had every reason to be proud, at just 21. He had reached the 8th tier of the spirit realm. This country bumpkin probably didn't even have the guts to retaliate. However, what Lu Qing did not expect was about to unfold. Enough with the chatter. If you want to fight, then let us do it. Meng Nan's voice rang out, and he vanished from his spot. The insights he had gained in the underground world melded with his movements, making him faster than Lu Qing could react. A sharp slap echoed through the air as it landed on Lu Qing's face. Huo Miao Miao was left in shock, her mouth agape, momentarily forgetting to close it. She never anticipated that Meng Nan would strike without hesitation, and his ghostly speed left her questioning whether this was the same Meng Nan she had known. But, well done. Lu Qing was bewildered. He never thought Meng Nan would dare to take action against him. Meng Nan's speed had exceeded his expectations, catching him completely off guard and resulting in a stinging slap. You dare strike me? The fiery pain on his right cheek snapped Lu Qing back to reality, his eyes turning crimson with rage. You're asking for death, he roared, truly enraged. Even his parents had never struck him like this. A violent aura surged from Lu Qing as he glared at Meng Nan, resembling a ferocious beast ready to pounce. Seeing Lu Qing's ferocity, Huo Miao Miao's heart raced with alarm. Stop, she cried, stepping in front of the two. Miao Miao, step aside. I will kill him. Lu Qing's eyes blazed, humiliated as he had never been before. How could he maintain his pride after such an insult? If you want to fight, then I will fight you. Huo Miao Miao's face hardened as she spoke coldly, an almost imperceptible aura emanating from her, forming a palpable presence in front of her. Lu Qing's expression faltered. Realizing that Huo Miao Miao was at the same cultivation level as him, the 8th tier of the spirit realm, he recognized that even if a fight ensued, victory was not guaranteed for him. Besides, he had no intention of clashing with her. Meng Nan, do you intend to hide behind a woman? Sneaking an attack is not a skill. Come out and fight me. Meng Nan chuckled softly. In the underground world, he had faced even formidable opponents without fear. With the cards he held, eliminating Lu Qing would be a simple task. However, after delivering that slap, most of his anger had dissipated. The sensation of striking that pretty boy was delightful. Meng Nan remained silent, waiting for Lu Qing to make a move. Lu Qing's expression fluctuated as he observed Huan Miao Miao's fierce determination to protect Meng Nan, leading him to feel that punishing Meng Nan today might prove difficult. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Lu Qing's expression became calm. Observing his quick composure, Meng Nan felt a twinge of unease. If Lu Qing could suppress his rage. He was not a simple opponent. Meng Nan, you have guts. No wonder that waste, Taizhu, dared to challenge Yifang in the arena. It appears you have indeed taught him well. Meng Nan's mind flickered to the image of a ruthless student from the martial arts academy, leaving a deep impression on him. Yifang is your student? Meng Nan asked, frowning. Indeed, Lu Qing replied proudly. While Yifang was not his most distinguished student, he was certainly superior to the misfits from the remedial class. Meng Nan spoke nonchalantly. Do you believe Yifang will certainly win? That's obvious. With a waist like Taizhu, it's nearly impossible for him to lose. How about this, Meng Nan? Shall we make a wager? Oh, what sort of wager? On the challenge between Taizhu and Yifang in 7 days, whoever loses must kneel before the other and shout 3 times that they are a waste. What do you say? You seem quite confident. Do you dare to accept the bet? Chapter 74. Miao Miao's anomaly upon hearing Lu Qing's malevolent intentions. Meng Nan immediately grasped the implications. The Stardust Academy does not prohibit students from engaging in battles amongst themselves, provided that lives are not endangered. Not only does the Academy permit such encounters, but it also subtly encourages them. After all, a truly formidable warrior cannot rely solely on cultivation, often. It is practical combat that serves as the ultimate measure of a warrior's prowess. Thus, when conflicts or competitions arise among students, there are typically 2 avenues for resolution. One option is a private settlement, where both parties agree on a time and place to settle their grievances through combat. The alternative is to formally request the use of the arena for a public duel. The upcoming duel between Taizhu and Yifang falls into the latter category. To conduct a public duel, one must report to the academy, which will then arrange the arena and announce the duel to the entire student body, inviting others to witness the event. Meng Nan shuddered at the thought of kneeling before Lu Qing, proclaiming himself a waste of space in front of countless spectators. Such a humiliation would undoubtedly obliterate his reputation, leaving him without a foothold in Stardust Academy. Must it be so ruthless? Meng Nan thought, rolling his eyes inwardly, though he had momentarily forgotten the satisfaction of delivering that slap earlier. However, even if he had recalled that moment, Meng Nan would harbor no regrets. As Lu Qing spewed his vitriol, Meng Nan had already mentally blacklisted him. For individuals like Lu Qing, Meng Nan's only principle was clear: fight. If he could win, he would. If not, he would bide his time for another chance. Absolutely not. I refuse. Huan Miao Miao's expression changed at Lu Qing's proposal, her voice rising in protest. Pointing a finger at Lu Qing, she exclaimed, Lu Qing, sending Yifang to duel Taizhu is nothing short of bullying. With a sly smile, Lu Qing retorted, Miao Miao, do you not realize that this duel was instigated by Teacher Meng? Besides, Teacher Meng has openly declared the students in the remedial class to be worthless. Why not let them prove themselves? His face gleamed with arrogance. Teacher Meng, you are indeed backing down, are you? Lu Qing continued. If you admit now that you and your students are useless, I'll arrange for Yifang to cancel the duel. Shameless. Huan Miao Miao's brows furrowed in anger. Meng Nan chuckled, lifting his chin defiantly as he responded. Very well, I accept your wager. Meng Wudao, have you lost your mind? Huan Miao Miao's face paled as she looked at Meng Nan, frantically signaling him. Meng Nan remained calm, his silence unwavering. Haha, since you're seeking your own demise. Don't blame me. Lu Qing laughed heartily, unable to hide his smug expression as he envisioned Meng Nan kneeling before him. Do not rejoice too soon. The victor is yet undetermined. Do not weep before me when the tables turn, Meng Nan cautioned, his voice calm, yet foreboding. 7 days hence, I shall await you in the arena, Teacher Meng. Rest assured, I shall gather a crowd to witness this spectacle, Lu Qing declared, laughing as he made his way toward the academy. Meng Nan watched Lu Qing's retreating figure, shaking his head with a sigh. Now you're afraid? Huan Miao Miao teased, observing his demeanor. Not at all, he replied. Then why the sigh? She pressed. I merely lament the downfall of such a promising teacher. I feel a twinge of guilt for his impending ruin. Water, do you think I should make him kneel? Huan Miao Miao fell silent, her enchanting gaze sweeping over Meng Nan, causing an inexplicable shiver down his spine. Why are you looking at me like that? Have I become more handsome? Meng Nan mused. But Huan Miao Miao shook her head, muttering, You've truly lost it. Come now, do not be so despondent. One must have hope. You should believe in me. Meng Nan asserted confidently. Believe. Huo Miao Miao's voice rose incredulously. Meng Wudao, do you even comprehend the situation in the remedial class? I understand. They're a bunch of misfits, he replied dismissively. And you still dare to accept Lu Qing's wager? Are you courting death? If you truly wish to perish, come to me. I will gladly provide the means. Huo Miao Miao challenged. It's not that dire. I believe Taizhu can win. Meng Nan shrugged nonchalantly. Taizhu can win. Huo Miao Miao's eyes widened in disbelief, as if hearing the most ludicrous joke. Meng Wudao, how much do you truly know about the remedial class? Just a little. I've met them a couple of times, Meng Nan admitted honestly, recalling his first day of class, which had been interrupted by an urgent mission, leaving him little time to engage with those wayward students. Good grief. Huo Miao Miao exclaimed, her frustration mounting. You've only met them twice. And yet you have faith in Taizhu? Do you know that none of those students, after over a decade of cultivation, have managed to break through to the next level? Do you know they have driven away over 20 teachers, unable to handle them, even the ones with intermediate teaching credentials? Do you know that every teacher who has dared to instruct them has faced unprovoked assaults outside the academy and has never returned to teach again? Huo Miao Miao's tirade left her nearly frantic. How could Meng Wudao be so oblivious? If he wanted to lead a class, he ought to consider the caliber of students he was dealing with. Wait, I was unaware of that. Do tell me how those teachers ended up being attacked. Meng Nan said, feigning interest. Huo Miao Miao rolled her eyes in exasperation. It was the students, of course. Oh, I see. Meng Nan stroked his chin. Deep in thought. Suddenly, Huo Miao Miao stomped her foot. This is unacceptable. I must inform Grandpa to transfer you to a different class. With that, she turned sharply and began to walk away. Meng Nan was alarmed. Being transferred would jeopardize his main quest. Who knew if the system would grant him another chance? As he watched Huo Miao Miao stride ahead, he felt a surge of panic. He dashed forward, grabbing her wrist. Please, don't. Huo Miao Miao was taken aback by a sudden grip, pausing momentarily as a thought flashed through her mind. Oh heavens! Not again! The strange sensation returned, rendering her momentarily speechless. This is a trivial matter. Do not trouble Grandpa. I can handle it myself, Meng Nan stated, oblivious to Huo Miao Miao's inner turmoil. Huo Miao Miao turned back, forcefully pulling her hand from his grasp, regarding him with a puzzled expression, as if struggling to comprehend the peculiar feeling that had arisen from such a simple touch. How can I feel this strange sensation from just a brief contact? Surely. No, that is impossible. It must be my imagination, she thought, a flurry of emotions overwhelming her, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Can you truly resolve this? Do you believe you can handle it? Huo Miao Miao questioned, her voice trembling slightly. Meng Nan, entirely unaware of her turmoil, raised an eyebrow and smiled. Rest assured. I shall show them the true meaning of no pain, no gain. Chapter 75. The greeting gift. Huo Miao Miao gazed at Meng Nan, who appeared brimming with confidence, and suddenly felt that Meng Wudao seemed to have changed. No longer the genius who habitually concealed himself, he now radiated a remarkable self-assurance. It seemed that the setback he had faced at the academy had not defeated him. Rather, it had ignited his fighting spirit. This was indeed a positive development. However, she remained skeptical that Meng Nan possessed any means to enable the notoriously inept Taizhu to triumph over the prodigious Yufeng from the Martial Arts Institute. Meng Nan, uninterested in elaborating, chose to let the facts speak for themselves. After a brief pause, he said, All right, let us be on our way. Otherwise, we shall be late for class. Huo Miao Miao finally registered the time, realizing the sun had already risen high in the sky, and together they proceeded towards the academy. Upon arriving at the dilapidated training ground designated for the remedial class, Meng Nan was pleasantly surprised to find that all 18 students were present. Their spirits seemed relatively high, save for Zhang Su'er, who had just purged the toxins from her body and appeared somewhat pale, still in the process of recovery. With a smile, he stepped inside. Good morning, classmates. Initially scattered about, some lying down while others sat on the ground, the boys looked up at Meng Nan's voice and reluctantly rose to their feet. What's this? Are you not welcoming me? Meng Nan chuckled. A sullen-faced youth named Leng Qiufeng muttered under his breath, What a welcome, as if we're all that familiar. He had been the one most severely beaten by Teacher Meng during their last encounter, and his resentment ran deep. He did not bother to lower his voice, and his words were heard by the others nearby. A few boys could not stifle their laughter. Meng Nan shook his head, aware that if these students could be so easily subdued, they would hardly be labeled as the most challenging cohort in the history of Stardust Academy. His reckless rescue of Ji Li and Zhang Su'er had made an impact. At least it seemed that the unruly youths no longer harbored the same animosity they had during their first meeting. Nevertheless, Teacher Meng believed that even the most formidable fortress could ultimately be breached from within. Among the 18 students, the attitudes of Ji Li and Zhang Suer had clearly begun to tilt in his favor. This was indeed a promising start. If he could win over these children, his future teaching endeavors would proceed smoothly. In their initial encounter, Meng Nen had successfully established his authority, leaving the students with a profound impression of his willingness to take action. The stick had been wielded. Now it was time to introduce the carrot. A balance of firmness and kindness was the true path to success. With a smile, he chose to ignore Leng Chofeng's remark and said, "You all know me by now, but I remain somewhat unfamiliar with you. Therefore, today, I would like each of you to introduce a partner beside you." As his words fell, the students exchanged glances. Yet none stepped forward. Meng Nan sighed, noting their lack of cooperation. It seemed they still required a firm hand. "Ji Li," Teacher Meng called out, "you shall begin. Introduce a classmate, detailing their personality traits, favorite activities, or any peculiar hobbies. In short, spill the beans, make it as juicy as possible. The student you mentioned should step forward for me to meet." Ji Li was caught off guard by Teacher Meng's call, but after a moment's hesitation, he slowly approached the front. Over the past few days, Ji Li had contemplated how to face Teacher Meng. Initially pleased that the individual who rescued him from the clutches of the insect demon turned out to be his new instructor, he had since sensed a lingering reluctance among his peers towards Meng Nan, torn between appreciating a rare good teacher and loyalty to his fellow downtrodden brothers. Ji Li found himself at a crossroads, ultimately deciding to let things unfold naturally. If Teacher Meng truly possessed the ability to win over his struggling comrades, that would be ideal. However, should his brothers remain resistant to Meng Nan's leadership, Ji Li would mediate to ensure they did not make things too difficult for the teacher, as a way to repay the debt of gratitude owed for his rescue. Now, called to the front, Ji Li thought little of the task at hand. After all, it was merely an introduction. His gaze swept across his 17 companions, finally landing on Taizhu. "Teacher, this is Taizhu. We call him Nyogo. His greatest passion is fighting, though I've never seen him win. Oh, and I've heard rumors about his ambiguous relationship with Qian Qian. That's merely hearsay, though." Ji Li's clear voice elicited a ripple of mischievous laughter. Taizhu, the one singled out, scratched his head in embarrassment, while the spirited Liao Qianqian showed little patience for such teasing. Despite Meng Nan's presence preventing her from reacting overtly, she shot Ji Li a sharp glare that seemed to convey, "Just wait." "Ji Li," Meng Nan laughed and said, "Well said. Next, Taizhu. It's your turn to introduce someone. This is Hua Qianchu. We call him Hua Qi. He enjoys painting, albeit not very well. Teacher, this is Lon Lon. His only trade is being incredibly lazy. This is Hojia, also known as Monkey. He runs fast and has a peculiar hobby of peeping. And this is Qian Qian. Do not be deceived by her delicate demeanor. She is quite the tough one. Only our Nyogu can keep her in check." Unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere in the training ground had been transformed by Meng Nan's presence, becoming lively and relaxed. His voice seemed to wield a magical quality, allowing the students to lower their defenses and begin sharing each other's secrets. Before long, everyone had taken a turn to speak, and each student introduced their peers to Meng Nan. Most of the information corroborated what Meng Nan had already observed, yet he astutely noted nuances that had eluded him before. To the other faculty and students, these individuals were often seen as outcasts and failures, but through their banter, Meng Nan discerned a camaraderie among them. Each student exhibited a distinct personality, and he mentally cataloged their traits, formulating ideas for future interactions. In conclusion, Teacher Meng stated, "It is a pleasure to meet you all. Today, I have prepared a little greeting gift for each of you. I wonder if you possess the courage to accept it?" "Greeting gift?" All the students paused, their eyes lighting up with curiosity. With a flourish of his right hand, Meng Nan produced 18 fist-sized green flowers that floated in midair, arranged in a neat line. A faint aura of bloodlust wafted through the air. "What is this?" All the students looked at Meng Nan in bewilderment. "Are you really giving us flowers?" Chapter 76. The collective ingestion of the ghost blood flower. Suddenly, the voice of Teacher Meng resonated. "This is the ghost blood flower, which I obtained from the subterranean realm. It is solely due to this that I can save Suer's life." Upon hearing this, the students were enlightened. So this is the ghost blood flower. Its green petals are indeed a rare sight. However, what does Teacher Meng intend to do with it? The students were filled with curiosity, and they listened as Teacher Meng continued. "The ghost blood flower is an extremely precious spiritual herb. It thrives in the depths of the earth, growing only in places saturated with the blood essence of insect demons. Its effects are extraordinary. Besides detoxifying myriad poisons, it also has the power to enhance the physical body. Most importantly, it can refine the meridians and purify the veins of martial artists, thereby elevating their potential. What? Meng Nan's words struck the students like a thunderclap, sending tremors through their hearts and minds. The phrase elevate the potential of martial artists echoed repeatedly in their minds. This flower can enhance a martial artist's potential? A flicker of fervor ignited in the students' eyes. Could such a miraculous herb truly exist? They felt as if they were dreaming, their minds swirling from Teacher Meng's revelation. In the vast world of Luo Tian, a martial artist's aptitude is classified into various tiers based on their meridians, attributes, and affinity for the elemental energies of the universe. Most individuals' aptitudes are fixed from birth. The highest tier aptitude is characterized by unobstructed meridians, a singular attribute, and a profound affinity for elemental energies. Such individuals are often referred to as geniuses. True geniuses excel in all three aspects, yet among these, the affinity for elemental energies is paramount. Meridians can be opened through diligent effort, and attributes merely influence the selection of energy techniques. However, the affinity for elemental energies directly impacts a martial artist's cultivation speed. Martial artists of different aptitudes naturally possess varying potentials. Although aptitude is preordained, nature always leaves a glimmer of hope, allowing for the existence of rare spiritual herbs or miraculous elixirs that can alter and enhance a martial artist's potential. Nevertheless, these herbs and elixirs are exceedingly rare. Their appearance can incite frenzied competition among countless martial artists. The emergence of a herb capable of enhancing potential can unleash torrents of chaos and bloodshed across the world. Until now, the students had only heard tales of such herbs. Despite their distinguished backgrounds, they had never been privy to these legendary items. Yet now, Teacher Meng revealed that these ghost blood flowers could enhance martial artists' potential. What does this imply? The 18 verdant flowers before them could compel thousands of martial artists to sacrifice their lives for them. These students, whose aptitudes were quite mediocre, having failed to break through to the rebirth stage despite years of effort, now stood before a life-altering opportunity. The students' breaths quickened. Teacher Meng's voice, like a celestial melody, echoed within the dilapidated training ground. This is my gift to you. Heavens, these are all for us. The students trembled with excitement, their eyes gleaming with fervor, yearning to devour the vibrant green flowers before them. Each ghost blood flower was an invaluable treasure. If released into the market, they would undoubtedly fetch exorbitant prices, yet Teacher Meng had unhesitatingly presented them. In that moment, they were utterly captivated by Teacher Meng's generosity. All eyes were fixed upon him. After saving Ji Li and Zhang Suer, the students' perceptions of him had already improved significantly, no longer resisting him as vehemently as before. Now, with the allure of the 18 green flowers, their admiration for Teacher Meng surged exponentially. At that moment, Teacher Meng interjected, "However, do not rejoice too soon." The students paused in confusion. Meng Nan continued, "Even though I am gifting them to you, you must possess the fortune to endure their effects. The ghost blood flower grows in an environment rife with the overwhelming blood essence of insect demons, and as such, it inevitably bears traces of this malevolent energy. This energy will pose significant obstacles to your absorption of the flower's medicinal properties. In simpler terms, it will cause you immense suffering. What is even more daunting is that during this process, no one can assist you. You must rely solely on yourselves to persevere. The ghost blood flower will indeed improve your aptitudes to some extent, but if you cannot endure, the only outcome is death. So, what do you say? Are you willing to risk your lives for a chance?" Meng Nan spoke calmly, yet his words caused every student present to momentarily hold their breath. Death. This word seemed distant, yet now it loomed before them, igniting a flicker of fear within each heart. The initial excitement upon hearing that the ghost blood flower could elevate their potential had suddenly doused them with cold water, extinguishing their enthusiasm. The students fell silent, deep in contemplation. Suddenly, Zhang Suer, her face slightly pale, stepped forward. She approached Meng Nan, her eyes filled with determination. "Teacher Meng, I have already died once. Let me give it a try." She reached out and plucked one of the flowers from the air, took a deep breath, and sat down cross-legged without hesitation, placing the flower in her mouth. "I am tired of living a life looked down upon." At that moment, Taizhu also stepped forward. "Even if I die, I must give it a shot." He plucked a ghost blood flower, retreated to a corner, stuffed the verdant bloom into his mouth, chewed a few times without tasting anything, and then swallowed it whole. Observing Zhang Su'er and Tai Zhu's actions, the other youths were inspired, their expressions turning fervent. So what if it's just a flower? I've picked countless flowers, but never tasted one. Today, I shall break my fast. If Su'er dares to eat it, are we to be outdone by a girl? Let's do this. What is death? I'll be a fine man again in 15 years. The youths' faces flushed crimson. Gritting their teeth, they resolved to take the plunge. They clambered forward, and in no time, the 18 ghost blood flowers had been devoured. Finding any available spot, they closed their eyes, adopting a posture of defiance against death. Stuffing the flowers into their mouths, chewing haphazardly, and swallowing. Meanwhile, Meng Nin stood quietly to the side, a hint of satisfaction gracing his lips. Chapter 77. Pain is the driving force. Within the expansive training grounds, an overwhelming silence enveloped the atmosphere, broken only by the rhythmic, deep breaths of the students. Each student was engaged in the delicate manipulation of their faint inner energy, gradually dispersing the ethereal blood flower within their bodies. Boom. Shortly after the flower was ingested, a surge of medicinal power unfurled within every individual, relentlessly washing over their limbs and bones, transforming their expressions into masks of agony. The potency of the ethereal blood flower was extraordinarily ferocious, imbued with strands of sinister energy, and at this moment, a shared sentiment of excruciating pain permeated the group. The meridians and flesh within their bodies were methodically ravaged by the overwhelming force of the medicine, only to be rebuilt anew. The intense suffering tormented their nerves, causing beads of sweat to cascade down their bodies. This was a genuine metamorphosis. Those who endured would be rewarded with enhanced potential. Despite the torment, no one uttered a cry of distress. They gritted their teeth and persevered. Each understood the rarity of this opportunity, one they could not afford to squander. Born with woefully inadequate talents, they had endured scorn since childhood, though most hailed from distinguished families, which deterred others from ridiculing them openly. They were acutely aware of the whispers and judgments that circulated behind their backs. Their exceptional lineage became their heaviest burden, compounded by the mockery and ostracism within their own families. While their status allowed them a life free from want, their pride forbade them from being the subject of derision. Thus, their behavior turned erratic, instigating trouble in a bid to garner attention, appearing as spoiled brats when, in truth, they merely sought acknowledgement. Visions of the past flickered through their minds. From the moment their talents were assessed, they were destined to drift away from the family core, yearning to prove their worth. What youth has not harbored fervent aspirations of being an unparalleled genius, standing victorious among peers? Who has not dreamed of dominating the world, wielding power over all? In a realm where strength reigns supreme, possessing poor aptitude often signifies a bleak future. Yet, talent is preordained. They had exerted effort and sacrificed, only to reap despair in return, leading them to self-destruction. No one could fathom the emotions that coursed through them when Meng Nin revealed the ethereal blood flower, promising an enhancement in martial potential. It felt akin to a flicker of light piercing through eternal darkness, a beacon of hope. They resembled drowning souls grasping at the last straw, seeing a glimmer of strength on the horizon. Despite the looming threat of death, hesitation was fleeting. They resolutely committed to the struggle. Pain, an unending tide of agony gnawed at their youthful forms, gradually dulling their senses. Just then, a vision of bloodshed and carnage flashed before their eyes. Kill. A chilling intent to slay erupted from the depths of their hearts. Almost simultaneously, a tempestuous aura enveloped their beings, their breaths growing erratic. The pain surging from within magnified exponentially, intertwining with a cascade of negative emotions that assailed their willpower. Images bombarded their minds, the disdainful gazes of their kin after talent assessments, the mocking faces of those who deemed them worthless during their years of arduous training. The collective memory of humiliation ignited the pent-up negativity within them. All who have wronged me shall perish. Everything I detest must be obliterated. Kill. An unyielding desire for bloodshed surged forth. Within the training grounds, the savage aura emanating from the youths intensified. The oppressive negativity they had harbored for years coalesced into a formidable force, radiating outward. Meng Nan's expression grew grave as he observed the scene unfold. He recognized that the sinister energy harbored within the ethereal blood flower was at play. Should these students' wills be entirely consumed by it, they would either fail to refine the flower or, in the worst case, perish. Yet, he made no move to intervene. In truth, with his strength, he could have purified the malevolent energy before the students ingested it, but he refrained. He had faith in the system and in these students' intrinsic resilience. These young souls had been suppressed for too long, if they did not release their buried negativity. Even if their potential were to rise, they risked becoming radicalized in their future growth. Such individuals, when provoked again, were most susceptible to straying down a dark path. Meng then dedicated himself to their plight, knowing the sinister energy was now encroaching upon their will. He focused intently on each student, ready to intervene should he sense danger. As he witnessed their faces contorted in agony, he silently encouraged them. Children, strive to persevere. Let this unending suffering become the impetus for your advancement. As if responding to Ming Nan's silent plea, every student clenched their jaws, enduring their torment without surrendering. Roar. At last, one student could no longer contain their anguish and let out a painful howl. Ming Nan's heart raced as he scanned the crowd. Landing on the petite figure of Tang Shiqi, her face flushed with exertion. Her small frame trembled violently as she gritted her teeth against the relentless, biting pain. Nothing can obstruct my desire to grow stronger. Not even myself. Unknown to many, the seemingly naive and slow-witted Tang Shiqi, the youngest among them, possessed an extraordinary inner strength. She disregarded the deluge of negativity flooding her mind, and the pervasive agony gradually dulled into numbness. Her awareness sharpened, and her conviction to grow stronger solidified with fervor. All that resides within me, be gone, Tang Shiqi fervently cried within her soul. With a hiss, a stream of dark green malevolent energy materialized as a faint smoke, dissipating into the air above her. She has endured. Meng Nan smiled, a flicker of astonishment illuminating his eyes. Chapter 78, Students Breakthrough. Unexpected joy. Tang Shiqi suddenly opened her eyes. As a wisp of malevolent energy was expelled from her body by her resolute will, a marvelous event transpired. The pervasive agony that had plagued her began to recede like a retreating tide, replaced by a gentle warmth that coursed through her veins, bringing forth a tingling sensation that nearly compelled her to moan in delight. After enduring immense hardship, joy had finally arrived. Regaining her composure, Tang Shiqi instinctively pushed her black-framed glasses up the bridge of her nose, probing the state of her body. Among the 18 students in the remedial class, she had the weakest cultivation aptitude. Her congenital meridian atrophy had rendered her incapable of accommodating more elemental energy, causing her cultivation to stagnate at the third level of qi condensation. Moreover, even the slightest acceleration in the flow of elemental energy would result in excruciating pain, as if her meridians were on the verge of rupture. At this moment, a hint of tension crossed her face as the feeble elemental energy circulated within her meridians. As it flowed, an unusual expression emerged, her lips curving into a slight smile that expanded into a radiant beam of joy. The speed of elemental energy circulation accelerated, akin to a wild stallion galloping through her meridians, surpassing her usual limits, yet she felt no discomfort whatsoever. Could it be that my meridians have returned to normal? Doubt clouded her mind, and she feared that this might all be a mere dream. With a determined bite of her lip, she continued to control the elemental energy, urging it to flow faster. 1 time, 2 times. Within moments, the speed of elemental energy circulation reached 3 times her usual limit, and she merely sensed a slight discomfort. Clearly capable of enduring even greater velocity. It is indeed improving. Tang Shiqi finally confirmed that the atrophied meridians within her had truly begun to heal under the influence of the blood flower, a wave of elation surging within her heart. Haha. Tang Shiqi laughed heartily, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She was overwhelmed with joy. She had awaited this day for far too long. Long enough to almost forget that she harbored a heart that yearned for strength. Meng Nan observed her tearful expression of joy and felt that regardless of what the future held, bringing a glimmer of hope to these children made all his efforts worthwhile. Tang Shiqi's triumph sounded the horn for this group of troubled youths to reclaim their strength. The seated students gritted their teeth and began to expel the ferocious, malevolent energy from their bodies. Like a chain reaction, more and more students opened their eyes. The first act upon awakening was to examine the changes within themselves. Once they discovered the exhilarating transformations, they could not help but weep tears of joy. In the blink of an eye, only 5 students remained in a state of slumber. Meng Nan surveyed the scene and identified Ji Li, Tai Zhu, Liao Qianqian, Ho Jia, and Lung Qiufeng, who were seated calmly on the ground, clearly having successfully expelled the malevolent energy from the blood flower. Among the 18 students, these 5 possessed the highest cultivation, all at the 9th level of qi condensation, just 1 step away from the embryonic realm, yet they had been unable to break through. As Meng Nan sensed their aura, a wave of delight swept over him. These 5 children were on the verge of a breakthrough. Just as this thought crossed his mind, A powerful aura suddenly surged from the 5 seated students. Geely suppressed his inner joy, focusing intently as he circulated the elemental energy within him, striving to break through to a higher level. He had been stuck at the 9th level of chi condensation for several years. Yet he had not anticipated that a mere flower from Meng would provide the opportunity for a breakthrough, a rare chance he must cherish. Seizing the moment, he aimed to leap into the embryonic realm. The momentum emanating from the 5 students intensified. Suddenly, an intense and fierce energy erupted from them, transforming into a visible mass of elemental energy that burst forth. The 5 simultaneously opened their eyes, exhaling deeply as a torrent of elemental energy shot from their mouths like arrows. Meng Nan's eyes lit up at this spectacle. The external manifestation of elemental energy was a hallmark of the embryonic realm. They had succeeded. Almost concurrently with the students' breakthroughs, a series of cold, mechanical notifications echoed in Meng Nan's mind. Your student Ji Li has broken through to the embryonic realm. Reward, 100 faith points. Your student Tai Zhu has broken through to the embryonic realm. Reward, 100 faith points. Your student. As 5 students achieved a significant breakthrough, a single chance to draw rewards was granted. Would you like to claim it now? This series of system notifications elevated Meng Nan's already buoyant mood to new heights. Haha, the students have broken through, and the system offers such generous rewards? What a delightful surprise. Meng Nan chuckled, as he had previously expended all his faith points during the last expedition underground, but now he had regained 500. Notably, during the exchange meeting with Tianwu Academy, he had only earned 500 for completing a morale-boosting side quest, not to mention the additional chance to draw rewards. He wondered what treasures he might acquire this time. However, now was not the moment for drawing rewards. He must temper his excitement. Do not claim it, Meng Nan quickly stated. The 5 who had successfully advanced to the embryonic realm displayed expressions of exhilaration as they stood tall. Did I break through? Tai Zhu clenched his fists. Disbelief etched across his face, yet the surging elemental energy within him felt undeniably real. He pinched his thigh hard, gasping at the pain. This is not a dream. It is real. I have finally broken through. Tai Zhu suddenly let out a roar towards the heavens, as if expelling all the pent-up frustration within him. A profound happiness welled up from his heart, and in that moment, even the tough and silent Tai Zhu, who usually bore the brunt of others' blows without complaint, could not help but shed tears of joy. He looked around at his companions, each familiar face marked with tears. Brothers, we have succeeded. Yes, we are still here. We did it. I knew nothing could defeat us. Haha. All the students erupted into laughter. Meng Nan stood quietly aside, observing the emotional spectacle of these youths, a subtle smile gracing his lips. They had achieved their goal. Well done, children, Meng Nan thought to himself. While he was aware of the hidden attributes of the student roster as a reference, he could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for these students, fearing that one of them might falter. Now, with the results in hand, it was evident that his decision had been correct. All 18 students had succeeded, without a single one falling behind. Meng Nan felt genuine happiness for them. However, he also understood that while the blood flower was miraculous, it could not infinitely elevate the students' potential. At best, it could only transform their originally poor aptitude into something merely mediocre. These students had a weak foundation. If a genius's aptitude was rated at 100, they had barely reached a score in the teens, and even after consuming the blood flower, their potential might only reach 30 or 40, not even half of what a genius could achieve. Yet, compared to their former selves, this was a qualitative leap. Besides, was he not there to guide them? Meng Nan was filled with confidence. Although they were not geniuses, they possessed an extraordinary teacher, and that alone was sufficient to bridge any gaps in aptitude. Chapter 79. The students' gratitude within the dilapidated training grounds. Unbeknownst to anyone, a group of youths, whose innate talents had reached the nadir, underwent a silent yet profound transformation. Years later, when they had each achieved success and their names resounded throughout the vast expanse of the Luo Tian world, they would reflect upon that day and realize it was the most pivotal turning point in their lives. For it was from this day forth that many among them began to be gradually captivated by the extraordinary aura of Teacher Meng, ultimately succumbing entirely to his remarkable influence. At this moment, the students' emotions began to settle, wiping away their tears, their faces adorned with a subtle excitement. Each of them had experienced a seismic shift within their beings, giving rise to an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. According to their previous life trajectories, they would have continued to languish in the academy, hoping for a smooth graduation. Should they fail to graduate and be cast out, they would return to their respective families, living off their kin or toiling in ungrateful jobs, forever bound to a life of struggle imposed by familial expectations. However, now they felt as though they had grasped the throat of fate itself. Everything began to shift because of a single blossom. That blossom was none other than the revered Teacher Meng. All the students' gazes converged upon him in unison. Teacher Meng stood with a gentle smile, his dignified aura evoking an instinctive sense of kinship. The students found themselves instinctively gravitating closer to him. "Teacher, thank you." Ji Li stepped forward, voicing the sentiments of all his peers. Most hailed from influential families within Starlight City, their perspectives far exceeding those of ordinary youths. Even if they had not witnessed it firsthand, they had heard tales of the preciousness of spirit herbs that could enhance a warrior's potential. Their rarity rendered them invaluable, unattainable even with wealth. Not just in Starlight City, but throughout the entire Tianqing region, it was rare to hear of such spirit herbs being available for purchase. Yet, without hesitation, Teacher Meng had presented this precious spirit herb for the benefit of these so-called misfits. Should one label this a generous act or a waste? Regardless, Teacher Meng's actions had yielded tangible benefits for them. At that moment, the only words that escaped their lips were expressions of gratitude. Meng Nan chuckled softly, pleased to see these children express their gratitude, for it indicated their inherent goodness. To him, the value of the ghost blood flower was not something he held an acute awareness of. He possessed two within his storage ring, and given the flower's perishable nature, it would indeed become a waste if not utilized. Thus, applying it to his students did not weigh heavily on his heart. Unexpectedly, a mere dozen flowers had garnered sincere appreciation from the students, making Meng Nan feel that it was worth it. He nodded slightly and remarked, "Do not rejoice too soon. The effects of the ghost blood flower on enhancing your potential are not as extraordinary as you might envision, nor will it catapult you to the heights of genius. This is something you must firmly remember. Your current aptitude is, in fact, slightly inferior even to that of an ordinary person." As he spoke, Meng Nan surveyed all the students present. It was necessary to deliver this sobering message. He could not allow them to become complacent. After a brief pause, he continued, "However, for you personally, it represents a qualitative leap. With your current capabilities, provided you commit to diligent training, reaching the divine soul realm is entirely feasible, and you will no longer find yourself stuck at the bottleneck of the rebirth realm. Beyond the divine soul realm, your fortunes will dictate your progress. Moreover, striving for the divine soul realm will not be an easy endeavor. You have squandered too much time. To catch up, you must exert efforts several times greater than others." Meng Nan's words echoed with a peculiar enchantment throughout the training grounds, prompting the students to nod in unison, their initial excitement gradually subsiding. "Finally, the Academy has assigned us a reliable teacher," they mused, as they embraced the reality of Meng Nan as their instructor, their resistance dissipating. "Teacher, what shall you teach us next?" Among the crowd, the usually languid Lon Lon surprisingly stood tall, expressing an eager inquiry. Upon hearing this, the students' eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yet, unexpectedly, Teacher Meng announced, "For the next 7 days, I grant you a holiday." A holiday? All students were taken aback, a wave of incredulity washing over them. Typically, they devised myriad schemes to escape classes. Never had a teacher voluntarily offered them a break. This was simply unfathomable. Hearing Meng Nan continue, "Indeed, for the next 7 days. Do as you please. There will be no classes," further perplexed them. "Why?" Ji Li exclaimed, exasperation creeping into his voice. After all their efforts to oust 29 teachers over the past 6 months, they finally had one they respected, only for him to refuse to teach them. Was this retribution? At that moment, Ji Li realized they had not attended a formal class since being relegated to this remedial class. They had been too preoccupied with thwarting their teachers. "Do not forget, we have a wager," Meng Nan reminded them. A wager? The students then recalled that in 7 days, Tai Zhu was to face the Academy's prodigy, Yi Feng, in the arena. Is this truly feasible? Doubt flooded their minds. Tai Zhu had only just broken through to the rebirth realm, while Yi Feng had already attained the 5th level of that realm half a month prior. To challenge him seemed akin to seeking death. All eyes turned to Tai Zhu. "Brother Niu, do you possess confidence?" "None whatsoever." In the silence, the youths exchanged glances with Tai Zhu, and the answer they received left them disheartened. If Tai Zhu were to falter, would that mean Teacher Meng would be cast away once more? A singular thought flickered through their minds. Indeed, this wager, Meng Nan asserted, is a man's word. A promise made must be kept. Thus, starting tomorrow, Until the duel between Taizhu and Yifang concludes, you are free. I shall impose no restrictions upon you. If Taizhu emerges victorious, I shall officially become your teacher. Should he fail, I will accept my loss. You may do as you wish, and I shall not retaliate. Afterward, I will take my leave. Within the expansive training grounds, Meng Nan's voice reverberated. If I cannot accomplish this, then I am unworthy to be your teacher. Chapter 80. Willing to sacrifice life itself. Mr. Meng spoke with unwavering certainty, his piercing gaze sweeping across all the students present. The resolute and confident expression on his face stirred a tremor deep within each heart. Perhaps Mr. Meng could truly create miracles? An inexplicable thought flitted through the minds of the youths, igniting a flicker of anticipation for what should have been an utterly predictable confrontation. All right. That will be all for today. Use these remaining days to familiarize yourselves with the changes in your bodies and prepare for the spectacle to come. Mr. Meng continued, Taizhu. Follow me. A hint of confusion washed over Taizhu's face. Teacher, where are we going? Special training. Mr. Meng turned, his clear voice resonating in the ears of the young ones like a thunderclap. Indeed, from the moment Meng Nan discovered Taizhu's hidden attributes in the student roster, he had resolved to conduct a special training session for him. However, an unexpected urgent task had delayed this for several days. Now, with only 7 days remaining, he hoped it wasn't too late. As Meng Nan strode purposefully away, the youths exchanged puzzled glances. Ji, noticing Taizhu still frozen in place, called out, Nyogo, hurry up. Only then did Taizhu snap back to reality, hastening after Meng Nan, who was nearing the doorway. Watching Taizhu's hurried figure, Ji felt an unexpected pang of envy, sensing that Nyo Ji's departure might lead to unforeseen surprises. Catching up to Meng Nan, Taizhu asked, Teacher, where are we headed? You will know when we arrive, Meng Nan replied, striding towards the wall bordering the training grounds and slipping through a gaping hole that had been smashed open. Taizhu looked at the hole and suddenly laughed. The Stardust Academy forbade students from leaving the premises without permission, and anyone caught would face disciplinary action. This group often found themselves in the undesired position of being disregarded by teachers and peers alike. Occasionally, out of boredom, they would sneak outside for some amusement. And this gaping hole was the product of their mischief. Grinning, he crouched low and followed through the breach. Meng Nan stood outside the wall, orienting himself before turning to Taizhu and uttering a brief instruction, then suddenly accelerated towards Donglin Mountain. Taizhu's heart raced. Before he could fully comprehend, Meng Nan had already dashed several paces ahead, forcing him to summon his rudimentary skills to keep pace. Meng Nan's speed was not particularly swift, yet Taizhu had to exert himself to match it. Isn't this the way to Donglin Mountain? After sprinting for several miles, Meng Nan's destination became increasingly clear. It was indeed Donglin Mountain. However, Taizhu felt more perplexed. Shouldn't special training take place in a training field? What purpose did Donglin Mountain serve? Although it was known as a place for honing skills, given his current abilities, he doubted he was ready for such trials. The mountain was rife with ferocious beasts. Encountering even a second-tier beast could spell doom for him. Yet, as Meng Nan remained silent, Taizhu dared not inquire further, focusing solely on keeping up with his teacher. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Nan's thoughts were already delving into the depths of his mind system. Meng Nan's gaze was fixed on the student roster, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes as he focused on Taizhu's name. A mere thought summoned Taizhu's information into his consciousness. Student, Taizhu gender, male age, 17 cultivation, first tier of the Transcendence Realm technique, thick earth formula, high-grade human level, martial skills, basic fist technique. Initial understanding, basic movement technique, initial understanding, cracking earth fist, not yet entered, potential, below average hidden attribute, unity. Willpower, indomitable, can be activated. Evaluation suggestion. This is a natural warrior. Utilizing the threat of death as an aid could perfectly activate the hidden attribute. Meng Nan noted that Taizhu's hidden attribute, indomitable, remained dormant, marked by a crimson heart-shaped button. He understood that a mere click would activate this attribute. Yet he refrained from doing so. He knew that only under extreme provocation would Taizhu's potential truly erupt, leading to a more perfect activation of the hidden attribute. As they ran, a vast expanse of dense forest appeared ahead. Meng Nan regained his focus. Donglin Mountain had arrived. He halted, and after a moment, the sound of frantic footsteps reached him. Turning to look, he saw Taizhu sprinting towards him, a cloud of dust trailing in his wake. Such a slow pace. Meng Nan had deliberately controlled his speed, yet Taizhu still struggled to keep up. However, Recalling the dismal aptitude of this class, he felt a sense of relief. Aptitude dictated everything. Some say that genius is 1% talent and 99% hard work, but often, that 1% of talent is the decisive factor in a person's future. He had learned this during his previous life as a teacher, which led him to treat so-called underperforming students with compassion rather than disdain. He understood that these so-called bad kids were often more deserving of sympathy. They aspired to improve, hindered only by their innate limitations. If they could learn well, who would want to lag behind? Repeated disappointment can lead one to doubt themselves. When efforts yield no reward, hope fades, and they may fall into despair. The immature might even stray from the right path. In his past life, in an age of information overload, Meng had witnessed such cases too frequently. Taizhu and his peers were no different. Their poor innate qualities meant that despite their diligent training, they saw little progress. In this world where strength reigns supreme, power equates to everything. With no recognition from others, and even their own families losing faith, it was no wonder they succumbed to despair. However, now that he was here, children, aptitude would no longer be an issue. Confidence radiated from Meng Nan's bright gaze. He waited for Taizhu to catch his breath before suddenly asking, "Taizhu, what are your dreams?" Taizhu looked up, momentarily taken aback. Dreams? That word felt so distant. He scratched his head and chuckled. "Teacher, when I was young, I dreamed of becoming the strongest warrior in the world. Battling with other powerful beings every day, that was the life I desired. But now, I no longer dare to dream." "Why not dare to dream?" Meng Nan inquired, his tone steady. "Because we are all worthless," Taizhu exclaimed, a surge of emotion overtaking him. How could someone who couldn't even graduate from the academy discuss dreams? Did he truly consider himself a worthless failure? Meng Nan smiled, then suddenly raised his voice. "Taizhu, if I told you that you could defeat Yi Fong, would you believe it?" Taizhu was momentarily speechless. He wanted to say he believed it, but the thought was too daunting to voice. What? No confidence? Taizhu's face flushed, and he nodded. He loved to fight. One could say he was a born warrior, but that didn't mean he lacked self-awareness. Then, if an opportunity arose, and you had to risk your life for a chance to defeat Yi Fong, would you be willing to fight for it? Taizhu suddenly lifted his head, gazing at Meng Nan with intense desire. He spoke each word with conviction. "Teacher Meng, I am willing, even if it costs me my life. I would not hesitate." Chapter 81. Confronting death. A flicker of admiration passed through Meng Nan's eyes. "Excellent. Since that is the case, our special training begins now. Remember, no matter what happens, you must not give up, for in this training, once you surrender, death is certain. Do not expect me to rescue you. Rest assured, teacher, even if it means death, I shall never yield." As Taizhu spoke, the confusion in his eyes vanished, replaced by unwavering determination. Is it not merely death? Rather than being bullied in weakness, it is better to rise in defiance and fight to the bitter end. To be weak is tantamount to death. Meng Nan nodded approvingly and said, "Follow me." With that, he soared toward the East Forest mountain range, and Taizhu followed, brimming with fighting spirit. Navigating through the perilous East Forest mountain range, Meng Nan maintained a measured pace as the terrain was treacherous. Along the way, Taizhu's clumsy lightness almost caused him to tumble down the mountain several times, yet Meng Nan remained silent, observing with a cold gaze. From this moment on, every second would serve as a trial for Taizhu. If he could not manage this slightly hazardous path, how could he hope to confront formidable foes? Taizhu, undeterred, bore the tattered remnants of his clothing, which had been worn to rags by the rugged rocks and dense foliage, yet he remained resolute, trailing closely behind Meng Nan. Suddenly, Meng Nan halted. Before them lay a patch of overgrown grass, roughly 10 paces in circumference, surrounded by towering ancient trees. Meng Nan's gaze fell upon a giant tree not far away, beneath which a massive black bear, its fur as dark as night, dozed with eyes half closed. Meng Nan focused intently, his eyes gleaming. A second-tier ferocious beast, the ironback bear. This is the place. Behind him, Taizhu, unprepared for Meng Nan's sudden stop, nearly collided with him. Peering over Meng Nan's shoulder, he followed the teacher's gaze and spotted the ironback bear resting beneath the giant tree. His expression shifted. This was a ferocious beast. Even in slumber, he could sense the menacing aura radiating from the bear. "Do you see that bear?" Meng Nan whispered. Taizhu, trembling with fear, nodded, a flicker of terror crossing his eyes. "That is the ironback bear, a second-tier beast, immensely powerful, capable of tearing apart lions and tigers. When enraged, its combat prowess rivals that of the most elite, transcendent warriors. Meng then elaborated on the bear's attributes with an air of seriousness, and Tai Zhu's heart sank with an ominous premonition. Indeed, Meng Nan continued, this is your next training challenge. The ironback bear is your opponent. Your only task is to survive. A shiver coursed through Tai Zhu, his face paling instantly. An uncontrollable wave of fear surged from within, and for a fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Fight the ironback bear? This was a true beast, with his newly acquired skills and the haphazard techniques he had learned. What difference was there between challenging this beast and seeking death? Meng Nan, observing Tai Zhu's expression of dread, smirked. What is this? Are you afraid? Did you not speak so boldly a moment ago? Tai Zhu's pale face flushed crimson, yet he had no rebuttal, for at that moment, fear overwhelmed him. Meng Nan continued, think it over. If you wish to retreat, now is the time. His calm words pierced Tai Zhu's heart like a sharpened arrow. He lowered his head, gasping heavily. Retreat? To simply return home? To once again face the scornful gazes of others, powerless to retaliate? No. I refuse to be belittled any longer. He raised his head, determination igniting within him. Teacher, I will go. Meng Nan nodded approvingly, producing a stone he had unknowingly picked up from the ground. With a flick of his finger, the rock, roughly the size of an egg, shot forth like a comet, hurtling toward the slumbering ironback bear. Simultaneously, Meng Nan sprang into action. Like lightning, he seized Tai Zhu and unceremoniously hurled him forward. So be it, let the training begin. As his words fell, Tai Zhu screamed, crashing heavily less than 10 paces from the slumbering bear. A thunderous roar erupted from the beast. As Tai Zhu hit the ground, the stone Meng Nan had flicked struck the ironback bear, jolting it awake with a furious bellow. Ah, this fellow has quite the morning temper. Meng Nan mused from a distance, a thought flickering through his mind. Tai Zhu, it's your turn now. Make me proud. Meanwhile, Tai Zhu, caught off guard by Meng Nan's abrupt action, found himself sprawled on the ground, bewildered by the awakening bear, which stood towering over him, radiating an aura of fury. Inwardly despairing, Tai Zhu turned to see that Meng Nan, who had stood close behind him, had vanished, leaving him alone to face the chaos. What the hell? This isn't fair. I wasn't ready. But there was no time for hesitation. The awakened ironback bear caught a whiff of the unfamiliar scent, and in an instant, its beady eyes locked onto Tai Zhu, fixated on him as its target. A wave of murderous intent surged through the clearing. The audacious intruder dared to disturb the bear's slumber. It would tear him apart. For reasons unknown, Tai Zhu understood the ferocity reflected in the bear's eyes. As it lunged forward, intent on ripping him to shreds, the flood of fear erupted within him, overtaking all rational thought. His legs felt weak, and his teeth chattered uncontrollably. A deafening roar echoed through the mountains. The enraged ironback bear charged, each thunderous step shaking the ground beneath Tai Zhu's feet, who found himself paralyzed with fear. As the bear approached, its massive paw raised high, ready to strike, Tai Zhu could no longer afford to be afraid. With a desperate roll, he escaped the crushing blow, narrowly avoiding the bear's massive paw that smashed into the ground, sending debris flying. He quickly scrambled to his feet, slapping himself hard across the face, leaving deep red welts. Damn it! Why should I fear a mere beast? I refuse to believe it can take my life. Faced with real peril, Tai Zhu cast aside his terror. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him, and his expression transformed into one of ferocity as he roared back. I shall not perish today. It is either you or me. Chapter 82. Indomitable transformation of Tai Zhu. Qian Zhu's eyes blazed with determination as he charged towards the ironback bear, resembling a dark tower. That fool, Meng Nan, concealed within the dense forest, observed the unfolding scene and realized Tai Zhu was recklessly rushing toward the formidable creature. He sighed, exclaiming, I told you not to give up. Not to seek your own demise, you idiot. Meng Nan could hardly bear to watch. Even he could foresee the disastrous outcome of Tai Zhu's reckless advance. His body slightly crouched, akin to a poised cheetah, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice to rescue. As Tai Zhu approached the ironback bear, he raised his fist, ready to strike. Roar! The bear bellowed, its eyes, as large as copper bells, glimmering with a hint of disdain as it lifted its massive paw, preparing to swat Tai Zhu away. A gust of wind rushed past Tai Zhu's ears, and he felt a flicker of fear. Yet this time, he chose not to retreat. If he backed down now, he feared he would lose all courage to face this beast again. Come on, even if it costs my life. With newfound resolve, Taiju propelled himself forward like a powerful cannonball, his fist clenched, aiming to meet the descending paw of the bear. However, in the next moment, he realized the magnitude of his error. A resounding thud echoed as his fists collided with the bear's massive paw. A surge of overwhelming force struck him, and Taiju's face paled in an instant, feeling as if he had collided with a mountain, the weight of it threatening to crush him. Wow! His vitality surged violently, and blood erupted from his mouth as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. This beast possesses immense strength. Taiju felt as if his entire body was on the verge of collapse. A metallic taste filled his throat, and he coughed up more blood. The faint scent of iron permeating the air. Stimulated by the scent of blood, the iron-backed bear let out a furious roar, its enormous paws flailing wildly in a display of primal fury. It fixated on the fallen Taiju, its eyes gleaming with a ravenous madness. It detected the delectable scent of prey. Boom! The bear-esque growl reverberated as it stomped heavily, the sound echoing in Taiju's ears like a soul-crushing melody. The iron-backed bear was closing in rapidly. Taiju struggled to rise, agony coursing through his body, hindering his movements. Use your elemental energy, you fool. Suddenly, a clear voice rang in his ears. Taiju jerked his head up, surprise flashing in his eyes. It was Teacher Meng. Realizing Meng's words, Taiju slapped his forehead. Of course, how could he be so foolish? Why engage in a battle of brute strength with this beast when he had elemental energy at his disposal? His anxiety had clouded his judgment. Though he was usually combative, he had never faced a true life-and-death crisis before, causing him to forget everything in his fear. With a focused thought, the thick earth elemental energy surged from his dantian, enveloping him in a newfound steadiness. Come on! Taiju lifted his head, fiery determination igniting in his gaze. The iron-backed bear charged at him, its massive form barreling forward, its paws raised, as if to tear him apart. Taiju could even smell the bear's foul, heavy breath. As the colossal paw descended with a howling wind, he had no time to evade. Here goes everything. Taiju felt a rush of ferocity as the thick earth elemental energy within him surged violently, granting him a power he had never before experienced. Clenching his fists tightly, he twisted his body, the earthy energy erupting from his fists to meet the descending paw of the bear. Boom! The impact of their clash turned Taiju's flushed face into a mask of rage, but then, an ominous yellow light flickered around the bear's massive paw. A wave of terror washed over Taiju. Damn it, this beast has actually cultivated a beast crystal. In the realm of Luotian, all beings have the opportunity to cultivate, and fierce beasts can cultivate as well. Exceptional beasts form beast crystals within themselves, enabling them to harness the elemental energies of the world and cultivate beast elemental energy within. A beast that has formed a beast crystal is considered a true fierce beast. In the next moment, Taiju experienced the power of the beast crystal. A torrent of wild energy burst from the bear's paw, surging into Taiju's body. An overwhelming force that he could not withstand sent him flying once more, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The iron-backed bear, pleased with its successful strike, huffed heavily, preparing to enjoy its prey. This bear had a habit of killing its prey before savoring the feast, and it turned slowly to gaze at the fallen Taiju. However, it was met with a sight that ignited its fury. The prey, which should have perished under its wrath, was somehow rising again. This was absolutely intolerable. Roar! The iron-backed bear, enraged, charged at the fallen Taiju once more, its paw raised high. Bang! Taiju was flung away again, crashing to the ground. Blood continually spilling from his mouth, his consciousness fading. He staggered to rise once more. Come at me. Bang! He was sent flying again. Each time the furious bear struck him, Taiju's body was battered, every inch bruised and broken, several bones shattered, his vision clouding to a blood-red haze. Am I going to die? Taiju's awareness was fading, yet throughout it all, he never once considered giving up. I cannot give up. Even if I die, I must not give in. Bang! Taiju was thrown back once more, hidden within the dense forest. Meng Nan watched Taiju endure the relentless onslaught of the iron-backed bear. Although he understood this was a crucial trial for Taiju, the latter's battered state nearly compelled him to rush out for a rescue. Truly brutal. Suddenly, Meng Nan distinctly sensed a surge of intense unwillingness and indomitable fighting spirit erupting from Taiju. Now is the moment. His eyes lit up as he activated the last hidden attribute within the system. Unyielding activated. In an instant, Meng Nan burst forth from his hiding place like lightning. With a ghostly agility, he appeared before Tai Zhu, reaching out to grasp the enormous paw of the bear that was poised to strike. Huh! Meng Nan roared, channeling force from the ground, sending the iron-backed bear flying away. Roar! The bear crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, but quickly rose again, eyeing Meng Nan with a hint of fear. With Meng Nan's prowess in the third tier of spirit cultivation, subduing a second-tier iron-backed bear was childish play. However, he chose not to pursue. This foolish bear would still be of use in the coming days. He turned to Tai Zhu, only to find that the latter had fallen unconscious. Grasping Tai Zhu's wrist, Meng Nan channeled a pure and harmonious surge of energy into him. After a moment, he rose, a look of surprise on his face. Tai Zhu's injuries were grave. His body was nearly shattered, several bones broken. Yet, upon inspection, Meng Nan discovered a mysterious force within Tai Zhu, awakening at an astonishing pace. In his state of unconsciousness, Tai Zhu remains unaware that he is undergoing a transformative metamorphosis capable of altering the course of his entire life. Chapter 83. The approaching duel and the rising mockery in the early morning. Gentle sunlight bathed the earth, awakening all from their slumber. Within a corner of Stardust Academy, a seemingly ordinary announcement sparked a wave of commotion. Before a grand wall, a throng of students gathered. This was the place where the academy typically posted notices or tasks, known among the students as the message wall. At this moment, a sheet of white paper was prominently affixed at the center, the ink still fresh, indicating it had just been posted. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, in Arena Number 5, the student Tai Zhu from the repeating class challenges Yi Fong from the second class of the Martial Arts Institute. All students are welcome to come and witness the match. Instantly, a stir rippled through the crowd. Tai Zhu, who is this person that dares to openly challenge Senior Yi Fong? A repeating class? Since when does our Stardust Academy have such a class? Many young faces displayed confusion. Excuse me, are you all new students? A well-meaning student interjected. Realizing they had been recognized, the newcomers nodded eagerly and asked, "How did you know?" Haha, it's obvious you're all fresh faces. If you spend a bit more time at the academy, you'd understand what the repeating class is all about. Curiosity sparked among the new students as they pressed for details. Oh, what is the story? Please enlighten us, senior. The enthusiastic student, surrounded by the newcomers, felt a surge of pride. Clearing his throat, he began. The repeating class is a disgrace to our Stardust Academy. Currently, there are, about 10 students in it, all notorious for their incompetence. Incompetence? Indeed. It's a term that combines waste and dregs. These individuals come from affluent families, displaying arrogant and overbearing behavior, yet they are utterly incapable. After 3 years at the academy, they couldn't pass their graduation assessments and were expelled from various departments, forming this repeating class. Is it really that bad? They can't even pass graduation assessments? One student inquired. Is the graduation assessment really difficult? Not at all. As long as you're willing to study diligently and your aptitude isn't too poor, most can graduate from the academy. Those, well, they are just a group of failures. Understanding dawned on the newcomers, and they nodded in comprehension. Suddenly, one of them asked, "But what about Tai Zhu? How strong is he? He must have some ability to challenge Senior Yi Fong, right?" Haha. The eager student burst into laughter. Speaking of Tai Zhu, he is truly a peculiar character. Despite his lackluster strength, he roams around challenging others. I suspect he might have a penchant for self-deprecation. It's said he has been at the academy for several years, challenging over 100 individuals without a single victory. Seriously? Such a peculiar person? Indeed. He has brought humiliation upon himself and continues as if nothing happened. If it were me, I would have given up long ago. And yet he dares to challenge Senior Yi Fong? Oh, the peculiarities of this world are beyond our understanding. Haha, I must witness this Tai Zhu. What a remarkable oddity. Count me in. I have nothing better to do, and it'll be entertaining to see how Senior Yi Fong handles this waste. The news of Tai Zhu's challenge to Yi Fong spread like wildfire throughout the academy. Upon hearing this, the initial reaction was a mix of incredulity and amusement. Who does this Tai Zhu think he is, challenging the genius Yi Fong from the second year of the Martial Arts Institute? As more details about Tai Zhu emerged, the students were left speechless. A waste who can't even graduate dares to challenge Yi Fong? Isn't that like searching for treasure in a restroom, only to find death? Subsequently, with some individuals deliberately spreading the word, the wager between Meng Nan and Lu Qing quietly circulated through the academy. Have you heard? The repeating class is set to challenge Yi Fong in Arena Number 5. I know, it's that belligerent buffoon. It seems he is intent on embarrassing himself further at the academy. Indeed, in a vast forest, there are all kinds of birds. In my opinion, he has become desperate for fame. Wait, I heard that their teacher is also involved in this duel. Teacher? I know Yi Fong is a student of Lu Qing from the Martial Arts Institute, but when did the repeating class acquire a teacher? Didn't they scare all of them off? Shh, keep your voice down. This is not something I can share with just anyone. Are you teasing me? Hurry and tell me. Word has it that a rather foolish teacher has joined the repeating class, and it was he who encouraged Tai Zhu to challenge Yi Fong. No way. Is that teacher blind? What level is Tai Zhu? I heard that none of them in the repeating class have even broken through to the transformation stage, while Yi Fong achieved the 5th level of the transformation stage just half a month ago and has reportedly made another breakthrough. With such a disparity, how could he let Tai Zhu challenge him? Haha, that is not all. This teacher even had the audacity to bet with Lu Qing. The loser of their students must kneel and admit they are worthless. Seriously? Is that teacher out of their mind? With Tai Zhu's combat power barely above 5, he is bound to lose against Yi Fong. Isn't this just inviting trouble? Indeed, I was stunned when I heard this news. How could our academy employ such a teacher? But it seems fitting for the repeating class, a foolish teacher instructing incompetent students. What a perfect match. You've piqued my interest. I must witness this duel. Haha, count me in. As the news spread, what began as a simple duel morphed into something extraordinary, igniting the curiosity of all. No one believed Tai Zhu had any chance of victory. Everyone was drawn by the spectacle of the two teachers' wager, eager to witness the unfolding drama. In a dilapidated training hall, 17 young men and women gathered. Have you heard? Teacher Meng and that pretty boy Lu Qing from the Martial Arts Institute have made a wager. Dushan exclaimed excitedly. Who do you think will win? I doubt Teacher Meng has much hope. Shut it. Liao Qianqian retorted sharply. You gambling addict. Is that all you ever think about? She paused, then added with a serious expression, what is Teacher Meng thinking? Also, Brother Niu has been gone for days. I wonder how he is faring. Ji furrowed his brow. Teacher Meng is in deep trouble. Why would he engage in such a bet? Exactly. Given Brother Niu's strength. Cough. I'm just speaking the truth. You all know what Brother Niu is capable of. Winning against Yi Fong. Cough. It's a tall order. Miracles? A silence fell over the group. They had long grown accustomed to being overlooked, accepting that anything was possible except for the belief in miracles. In the Arts Institute, Hua Miao Miao also caught wind of the rumors circulating within the academy, her charming face instantly clouding with concern. Damn it. This is definitely that scoundrel Lu Qing fanning the flames. Contemplating the wager between Meng Nan and Lu Qing, a flicker of worry crossed Hua Miao Miao's exquisite eyes. Meng Wudao, you have truly landed yourself in trouble this time. This is a significant predicament. Chapter 84. The confidence of Meng Nan. In a small clearing within the boundless forests of the Donglin mountain range, Tai Zhu stood panting, his hands resting on his knees, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from the depths of a river. His clothes, tattered and shredded, clung to his muscular arms, veins bulging with palpable strength. Despite his extreme exhaustion, his expression brimmed with exhilaration. The progress he had made over the past few days was staggering. Before him, a furious ironback bear roared incessantly, displaying its claws with ferocity, yet its demeanor had noticeably waned, lacking the ferocity it had exhibited days prior. This marked the 7th day of Tai Zhu's relentless struggle against the beast. Upon awakening from his previous unconsciousness, he discovered a mysterious power coursing within him, significantly enhancing his recovery abilities. Regardless of the severity of his injuries, a single night of rest would rejuvenate him, restoring his vigor. This newfound strength instilled in him a sense of confidence. Though he endured numerous brutal strikes from the ironback bear, he noticed that with each injury, the mysterious force within him grew stronger at a visible rate. While it did not directly augment his combat prowess, his recovery speed accelerated remarkably. Initially, he had been thoroughly defeated by the bear, with no means of retaliation. However, as days passed, he began to find opportunities to counterattack amidst the bear's tempestuous assaults. In just 6 days, he could feel an extraordinary improvement within himself, a metamorphosis that rendered him almost unrecognizable compared to his former self. The imposing ironback bear loomed over him like a dark tower, exuding an aura of power. Yet, in that moment, the ferocious creature regarded the panting Tai Zhu with an unmistakable glimmer of trepidation. This was an unexpected turn of events. It had never anticipated such a seemingly weak human would fight with such unyielding madness. The bear was bewildered by the fact that no matter how fiercely it attacked, This human seemed impervious to defeat. Even after inflicting grievous wounds, the human would rise again, charging at it with renewed vigor. Despite the bear's formidable stamina, it felt overwhelmed. More alarmingly, there existed a yet more terrifying entity in the vicinity, one it could not hope to contend with. And this entity forced it to remain and endure the relentless assaults of this mad human. Each time the human grew weary, the true threat would intervene, preventing the bear from delivering a fatal blow. Trapped with no escape and no ability to vanquish its adversary, the ironback bear felt itself on the verge of madness. With a woeful cry, it howled to the heavens in despair, pleading, "Oh, dear brother, spare me this torment. I long to return home." Unbeknownst to Taiju, his opponent was grappling with its own frustrations. After a brief respite to recover some strength, he sprang forth like a swift arrow, once more charging at the ironback bear. "Again!" he exclaimed, only to witness the bear's fury falter momentarily. In a shocking twist, the towering creature unexpectedly crouched down, cradling its head in its massive paws, resembling a pitiful spouse in distress. Taken aback, Taiju found himself unable to strike and halted abruptly. What was happening? The bear emitted a series of plaintive sounds. If one were fluent in beast language, they would discern the bear's voice tinged with sorrow. "You have bullied me long enough. I concede. Do with me as you will. Spare me this endless torment." Confusion enveloped Taiju as he pondered his next move. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Meng emerged from his hiding place. "Teacher!" Taiju exclaimed, his eyes alight with admiration. Without Meng guidance, he could not have achieved such progress. Meng nodded, his gaze fixed on the subdued ironback bear. With a smile, he approached the creature and said, "You can understand me, I presume. Given that you have diligently trained my student for these past days, I shall spare your life. You may depart." The bear lifted its head, its wide eyes reflecting gratitude. In a swift motion, it stood upright, cast a final glance at the two humans, and swiftly retreated into the depths of the Donglin Mountains, moving with the grace of a nimble monkey. Taiju erupted in laughter at the bear's awkward retreat. Just days prior, he would never have imagined he could force such a formidable opponent to this extent. Meng turned to Taiju and inquired, "Tainyo, how do you feel?" As Taiju sensed the power within him, a surge of vitality coursed through him, and he replied excitedly, "Teacher, I never imagined I could reach such heights." Meng chuckled heartily. "Ah, this is merely the beginning. Teacher, what shall we practice next?" Taiju asked, brimming with anticipation. "Time is of the essence, in half a day's time." Meng paused, and Taiju recalled that this was indeed the 7th day, drawing ever closer to his duel with Yufeng. Before arriving here, he had felt a twinge of anxiety about the upcoming battle. Yet after days of relentless training against the ironback bear, his mindset had completely transformed. No longer anxious, he felt an exhilarating anticipation for the impending confrontation. "Are you afraid?" Meng asked. With a raised brow and a grin, Taiju replied, "Afraid? I am no longer afraid of the ironback bear. How could I fear Yifeng?" Meng nodded in approval. "Excellent. This is the confidence you must possess. Then shall we return to the academy?" Taiju asked eagerly, eager to showcase his newfound abilities and prove to everyone that they were not mere failures. "Patience, there is one more task you must complete," Meng replied. "What task?" Taiju inquired. "Get a good night's sleep," Meng stated, as thoughts of his personal information within the system flitted through his mind. In the section concerning martial arts, alongside the righteous chi, there lay another technique, the dream heart method, a practice that consumed righteous chi to project one's consciousness into dreams, imparting skills to students based on their quality of sleep, allowing them to master the highest levels of skill. This, indeed, was his greatest source of confidence. Chapter 85. The Sudden Retreat? Sleeping? Taiju was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing Teacher Meng's words, he genuinely felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. After days of intense concentration battling the ironback bear, the sudden relaxation left him utterly fatigued, and an overwhelming sense of sleepiness engulfed him, forcing a deep yawn from his lips. "Tired? Then sleep. I shall awaken you when the time arrives." Teacher Meng's voice fell upon him like the final straw that broke the camel's back, and he felt his eyelids grow heavy. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. Before long, deep snores echoed in the air. Meng gazed at the peacefully slumbering Taiju and chuckled. "Tainyo, be prepared. We shall meet in our dreams." A glimmer of brilliance shone in his eyes, and a surge of righteous energy erupted within him. In the next moment, the dream retribution technique was unleashed with vigor. Taiju found himself in a dream, a remarkably long dream. Within it, he saw Teacher Meng. He was in a vast training arena, practicing martial techniques with precision. When Teacher Meng descended from the heavens, clad in azure robes, he floated in midair, exuding an ethereal quality as though he were a celestial being gracing the earthly realm. Under Teacher Meng's guidance, Taizhu began to practice the foundational boxing techniques. His innate understanding was, unfortunately, on par with his original aptitude, which was woefully inadequate. Even the simplest of foundational martial skills eluded him, and after 10 years of effort, he had only just managed to scratch the surface. However, within the dream, the scenario was entirely different. Teacher Meng's explanations possessed a miraculous quality, each word resonating deeply within Taizhu's soul, illuminating his understanding as if he were experiencing an epiphany. The basic boxing techniques, which he had previously found mundane, were transformed into something extraordinary under Teacher Meng's tutelage. Taizhu eagerly absorbed the martial techniques imparted by Teacher Meng, making astonishing progress in his foundational boxing skills. In the dream, he felt neither hunger nor fatigue, tirelessly practicing day and night. In the span of a mere half-month, he had advanced 3 levels, achieving a profound comprehension of the techniques, delivering punches with the force of a tempest as if he had undergone a metamorphosis. Upon mastering the foundational boxing techniques, Teacher Meng introduced him to a palm technique, reputed to be a superior grade martial skill of the human level, the mountain opening palm. Goodness, even within the entire academy, few could boast of such a skill. This technique was significantly more challenging than the foundational boxing, and Taizhu spent an entire month before he could grasp it adequately, revealing the limitations of his comprehension even in the realm of dreams. Lastly, Teacher Meng imparted numerous foundational lightness techniques. Under Teacher Meng's extraordinary instruction, Taizhu resembled a sponge soaked in water, fervently absorbing the essence of martial arts to enrich himself, while Taizhu slumbered soundly, diligently honing his skills in the dream. At Stardust Academy, it was already midday, with the sun blazing high above, scorching the earth beneath. In Arena 5, a multitude of students had gathered, eagerly anticipating the impending showdown. Although dubbed a grand battle, each student understood that their purpose was merely to witness Yifeng mercilessly dominate the oblivious Taizhu. Additionally, many were curious to see if the infamous teacher from the remedial class, who had the audacity to wager against teacher Lu Qing, would indeed kneel before her after losing the bet. The arriving students surged into the stands, seeking advantageous positions. "Look, the Martial Arts Institute is here." A voice rang out from the crowd, directing everyone's attention to the entrance of the arena, where a group of 7 or 8 individuals strode in. At the forefront was a tall figure clad in an exquisite blue teacher's robe, with striking features, none other than teacher Lu Qing of the Martial Arts Institute. Following closely behind were several students dressed in martial attire, among whom was Yifeng, donning a sleek outfit and exuding an air of arrogance. "Behold, that is Yifeng, the genius of the 2nd year at the Martial Arts Institute, a figure of great renown. Indeed, I've heard he is merely 15 years old and already possesses a cultivation level of the 5th stage of the rebirth realm." Goodness, when was that information current? Just moments ago, a friend from the Martial Arts Institute informed me that Yifeng broke through to the 6th stage of the rebirth realm 3 days ago. Is that possible? Such an abnormality? Alas, how can one live in such a world? I envy those at the Martial Arts Institute. Learning alongside such a prodigy must be a blessing. I find it rather burdensome. Competing against such talent creates pressure. Fool, do you not understand? Pressure breeds motivation. As discussions swirled in the stands, Lu Qing raised an eyebrow at the flattery directed towards Yifeng, pride swelling within him. Yifeng was his student. A strong student brought honor to a teacher, and moreover, Yifeng was among his most esteemed pupils. While pondering this, a shout erupted from the stands. "Look! The remedial class has arrived." "Ah, indeed, they dared to show up. Ah, they're accustomed to embarrassment. What do they have to fear now? Look at that plump fellow. I've heard he is the son of a newly wealthy family from the city, yet I wonder how he managed to infiltrate the academy." And then, Lu Qing's expression shifted as he turned to look. A group of 17 unruly youths swaggered into the arena, their mismatched attire resembling a ragtag band. Lu Qing's piercing gaze swept over these unsavory characters, his brow furrowing. Where was that fellow named Mengnan? Why had he not arrived? He strode purposefully towards the group of unruly youths. At the forefront, Ji Li and Leng Qiufeng, who recognized Lu Qing as Yifeng's teacher, felt their expressions shift, bracing themselves as if facing an imminent threat. Yet Lu Qing approached them and coldly inquired, "Where's your teacher?" Ji Li opened his mouth, only to realize he lacked the inclination to respond. Silence enveloped them, with no one acknowledging Lu Qing's presence. Lu Qing's countenance darkened, confirming his suspicions. The inept truly were inept, lacking even the most basic manners. Just as he was about to speak, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the arena. In the next moment, a striking figure clad in fiery red appeared within the arena. Boom! The stands erupted as the crowd recognized the newcomers. My heavens! Is that Teacher Hua from the Arts Institute? What brings her here? Emerging into the arena was a stunning beauty, draped in a gown of blazing red. With delicate features, her face shaped like a melon seed, elegant eyebrows like willow leaves, and cherry lips atop a refined nose, radiating an astonishing charisma with every movement. It was none other than Hua Miao Miao. Lu Qing, momentarily forgetting to reprimand the rude students, hurried to greet her, his expression beaming with surprise. Miao Miao, what brings you here? Hua Miao Miao regarded him coolly. Why? Is this your establishment? Am I not allowed to come? Haha. Lu Qing chuckled. Nonsense. Miao Miao, your presence is something I could only wish for. Soon, you shall witness that fellow named Meng kneeling before me. Just thinking about it excites me. Hua Miao Miao's brows furrowed, her expression darkening. She dismissed Lu Qing, striding past him to find a seat in the stands. Lu Qing's expression soured, his eyes flickering with a hint of suppressed anger. This impudent girl will eventually kneel before me, begging for my favor. Meanwhile, Ji Li and the others ignored the Martial Arts Institute group, making their way to the stands. Time flew by, and soon, it was noon. However, the opposing party in the challenge remains conspicuously absent. On the stands, the impatient students have begun to murmur among themselves. What could be the reason? Has Tai Zhu fled at the last moment? It is quite possible. They must be terrified. Indeed, who is Tai Zhu compared to Senior Yi Fong? It would be nothing short of self-humiliation. Senior Yi Fong exudes an aura of authority, instilling fear in his adversaries. A mere weakling dares to challenge, yet lacks the courage to face the fight. The stands erupted in a chorus of disbelief, with everyone convinced that Tai Zhu, the worthless one, must be afraid and unwilling to emerge for the duel. The same goes for that foolish teacher, too scared of losing the wager to show up. A group of students from the remedial class sat in the stands, surrounded by an expanse of empty seats, as others deliberately avoided proximity to them, as if fearing the misfortune that might cling to them. As the students listened to the ongoing discussions, their expressions darkened. Where has Teacher Meng taken Brother Niu? Liao Qianqian's delicate brows knitted tightly, her charming face shadowed as if it could rain. Could it be that they truly fled? Ji Li shook his head, urging patience. Teacher Meng is not that kind of person. The group of unruly youths nodded in agreement. After all, the blood flower given by Teacher Meng had won the hearts of most among them. Their emotions were indeed conflicted. They wished fervently for Tai Zhu and Teacher Meng's timely return, yet feared the shame of defeat upon their arrival. They stared blankly at the entrance of the arena, their hearts in turmoil. Amidst the murmurs, Lu Qing approached the stands where Hua Miao Miao sat, a smug smile on his face. Fleeing at the last minute, Miao Miao. It seems that Meng is merely a cowardly man. Alas, how could you possibly know such a person? He spoke with an air of disdain, his internal power resonating with derision that filled the arena. Suddenly, the stands fell silent, save for Lu Qing's voice echoing throughout. Then, a burst of laughter erupted. Haha. Teacher Lu is right. That foolish Teacher Meng is nothing but a coward. Lacking even the courage to accept a challenge, how can such a person be trusted? No wonder he can only teach this group of repeat students. Only a great failure can produce an even greater failure. Strange. How could Hua Xianzi possibly be acquainted with such a worthless teacher? The discussions pierced Hua Miao Miao's heart like an arrow, igniting a fire of indignation from within. Her countenance shifted dramatically, and a surge of anger propelled her to stand, her eyes blazing as she glared at Lu Qing, ready to unleash her fury. Suddenly, a clear voice resonated from the entrance of the arena. Lu, are you so eager to prepare your knees for kneeling before me? Chapter 86. The battle begins. A clear voice resonated throughout the arena, laced with a hint of indignation. Meng Nan. Hua Miao Miao's bright eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as she turned to see two swift figures rushing in from the entrance of the arena. Meng teacher, Brother Niu. A group of ruffian youths, led by Ji Li, stood up in astonishment. At the forefront was a young man clad in a blue teacher's robe, strikingly handsome. With a subtle smile that evoked an immediate sense of familiarity, none other than Meng Nan. Following closely behind was the tall iron pillar, now dressed in a sleek black outfit. His breath slightly disordered from the hurried run, yet his face radiated a fervent fighting spirit. Fortunately, we made it in time. Iron Pillar sighed in relief, recalling the peculiar dream he had during a long slumber. If Meng Teacher hadn't awakened him, he might have missed a significant event. As Meng Nan entered the fifth arena, his keen senses, honed through rigorous training, immediately detected Huo Miao Miao and Lu Qing in the audience. He had already overheard Lu Qing's disparaging remarks about him on the way here. He approached them directly. Meng Teacher, you truly dare to come? Lu Qing glared at Meng Nan, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had not forgotten the slap he received from Meng Nan in public, and he was awaiting this moment for revenge. Lu Qing's aim was straightforward, to ruin Meng Nan's reputation and then slowly destroy him. He, Lu, would ensure that everyone knew the consequences of crossing him. Oh, Lu Teacher, do you genuinely believe that your reputation can instill fear in me? I am a straightforward person. I believe in many things, except for the supernatural. Meng Nan smirked, casting a sidelong glance at him. Very well, Lu Qing sneered. Let us see if you can maintain that bravado when you're kneeling before me. Yi Fong, you may begin. Lu Qing commanded. The young man in blue standing at the side perked up at the instruction, replying, Yes, teacher. With a swift motion, he leaped into the air, tracing an elegant arc before landing gracefully at the center of the arena. Remarkable. Yi Fong is incredibly impressive, isn't. The audience erupted in cheers at this display. Just this one feat of agility showcased Yi Fong's extraordinary prowess. Lu Qing nodded in satisfaction and turned to Meng Nan. Since you are here, let us commence. Meng Nan shrugged, glancing at Iron Pillar. Are you ready? Iron Pillar was the type to thrive in a lively atmosphere. His face showed no signs of nervousness. The packed audience only fueled his fighting spirit. Absolutely. Iron Pillar nodded vigorously, already eager to engage. Seeing his excitement, Meng Nan chuckled. Then go ahead. Don't hold back, defeat him. Understood. Iron Pillar replied, and without hesitation, he dashed forward, his right foot forcefully striking the ground. With a whoosh, he soared into the air, landing solidly on the arena platform. The battle was about to commence. The students in attendance felt a surge of anticipation. Their attention fixated on the arena as the atmosphere grew tense. Brother Nyo, give it your all. Knock that pretty boy down. Suddenly, a boisterous voice shattered the mounting tension. The atmosphere, which had been thick with expectation, was abruptly disrupted. Everyone turned to see a flamboyantly dressed young man in white, Hu Qianshu, theatrically shouting from the stands. Such an idiot. Cold Xiufeng, sitting beside Hu Qianshu, was taken aback by his friend's ostentatiousness, his face darkening as he pulled him down. Why are you pulling me? I want to cheer for Brother Nyo. Hu Qianshu protested loudly. Shut up, you fool. Are you trying to embarrass us further? Cold Xiufeng retorted. Hu Qianshu flung Cold Xiufeng's hand away, indignantly exclaiming, Cold lunatic, you lack loyalty. Brother Nyo is fighting up there. We should be supporting him. Cold Xiufeng sighed, reasoning. Will cheering even matter? The gap in strength is evident. Even shouting at the top of our lungs won't change the outcome. Do you really believe that a few shouts will enable Iron Pillar to win? Hu Qianshu's face flushed, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to respond. Cold Xiufeng's words struck a chord. Brother Nyo's capabilities were indeed lacking, leaving little room for optimism. Well, it's better than doing nothing at all. After a moment, Hu Qianshu finally managed to retort. Ji Li observed the two with a furrowed brow. The audience's gaze was now fixed on them, as if they were the source of amusement. He spoke sternly. Enough, you two. Silence. The battle is about to begin. Cold Xiufeng, who had intended to prod Hu Qianshu further, fell silent at Ji Li's command. Among their group, Ji Li's words held the most weight, especially over Iron Pillar. However, the commotion had only heightened the audience's anxiety. If Brother Nyo lost, what would become of Meng Teacher's wager? Would he truly have to kneel before that insufferable Lu Qing? Meanwhile, Iron Pillar stood resolutely on the stage, his expression brightened by Hu Qianshu's encouragement. Indeed, this battle was not just for himself or his friends. It was crucial to prevent Meng Teacher from being humiliated by Lu Qing. No matter the cost, he must emerge victorious. Iron Pillar's expression grew solemn. Yifeng regarded Iron Pillar, who appeared to be facing a formidable opponent, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Against such a weakling, he doubted he would need even half of his strength. With an arrogant gesture, he performed a perfunctory salute to Iron Pillar. Yifeng from the Martial Academy. At your service. This was a customary gesture, a sign of mutual respect in combat. However, there There was no trace of respect for his opponent in Yifang's demeanor. Iron Pillar, undeterred by these trivialities, focused intently, returning the gesture. Iron Pillar, please. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yifang vanished from sight. Charging toward Iron Pillar with the speed of a tightly drawn arrow, his palms poised to strike at Iron Pillar's chest, intent on a swift resolution. Iron Pillar remained unfazed, barely lifting his eyelids. Yifang's imposing presence was nowhere near the level of his training partner, the Ironback Bear.